Opening one eye, the girl was breathing heavily. Her trembling palms lay on the wrist of the man who was strangling her, her body shaking with fear. The palms slowly moved away from the girl's neck, and she was finally able to take a deep breath, the air rushing into her lungs, bringing relief and life. Her body went limp. With one powerful blow from Oliver's hand, the guy strangling the young girl flew back. The boy's body skidded across the ground, leaving a trail behind it. Ouch! He winced, closing his eyes. The hero rose from the ground with difficulty and sat in the lotus position. He looked down at his hands, looking at them in surprise. The guy grabbed his head and squeezed his hair. He winced in pain. His eyes were closed. Pictures started to pop into his head, one after another. They flashed before his mind's eye so fast that he could barely make them out. He frowned even more. What are these memories? Suddenly, the sharp end of a sword touched his shoulder. He looked up and saw a girl in front of him. Her eyes were full of determination. "Little brother, you have already lost, so why do you continue to resist?" The girl blushed with embarrassment, but her face still remained angry. Her eyebrows were drawn together across the bridge of her nose. "I don't know." The guy stared at her in surprise, raising his hands in a conciliatory gesture. "You don't know, you say?" This answer only made the girl even more angry. "Little brother Oliver, give up already. Big sister is not interested in you at all." A female voice suddenly rang out nearby. The boy turned his head and saw a petite girl with pink hair. "You've already lost twice, but you're still acting like an idiot. Are you really that ashamed to accept rejection?" She still didn't calm down. "When did I ever say I liked her?" Oliver's eyebrows rose and he stared at the girl in confusion. "You! Oh, you! How shameless you are!" Choking on her indignation, the girl began to shake her finger at him. "Little sister, we have nothing more to do here, let's go." The girl abruptly removed the sword from the guy's face and put it in the case on her belt. A light blue platform formed under the girl's feet. She took a step forward and stood on it. The platform rose into the air, carrying her higher and higher. Oliver grabbed his head, feeling dizzy, and then pressed his palm to his nose, from which blood suddenly gushed. "What the hell is going on here? This doesn't feel like a dream. All my senses are working, and I even felt the cold from the blade on my neck." The boy, leaning against the tree, exhaled and put all the pieces of the puzzle together. "I was transported to the game Legend of the Immortal Swordsman." Beads of sweat appeared on his face. The boy started walking around in circles, thinking about what had happened to him. He couldn't believe he was in a video game. Damn it. In the story, it was the scene where NPC Oliver challenges Adelaide and is soundly defeated. Because he kept pestering her, it eventually forced Adelaide to seek help from Big Brother Alexander. After it was revealed that Oliver was a member of the Demon Clan, he was killed by Adelaide during the Great Competition of the Heavenly Realm half a year later. The boy put his hands on his face and threw his head back. "The worst part is that I kept missing NPC dialogues during the game. I only vaguely remember the general plot." Oliver exhaled heavily. "Luckily, I almost finished the game and still know about the main events. If you think about it, I can be compared to a god." The guy smiled at the corner of his lips and resolutely clenched his hand into a fist. "Little brother Oliver." Hearing his name called, Oliver turned around and saw a beautiful girl with purple hair approaching him. It was Beatrice, an outer disciple. Oliver raised his eyebrows in surprise when he saw the girl, and he remembered that she was Alexander's lackey, pretended to be Oliver's friend. In fact, she loves Alex according to the plot. One night when Oliver was finally rejected by Adelaide and fell into unconsciousness, Beatrice sucked out his entire essence, hiding behind the fact that she wanted to comfort him. Suddenly, her foot tripped on a small stone. At that moment, the girl felt herself losing her balance. With her hair flying and a smile on her face, she began to fall in the direction of the guy. "Oh, Olya's little brother, help me!" Oliver suddenly stepped to the side and the girl, losing her balance, fell face down into the dirt with a loud thud. Beatrix raised herself slightly, leaning one hand on the ground, wiping her cheek, which was covered in dirt, with the other hand making a pitiful face. "Why didn't you catch me? Ouch, how it hurts. Aren't you ashamed?" "Sister Beatrix, men and women should not touch each other. I just didn't want to tarnish your reputation. I think you should get up and drink some healing wine at home." Oliver quickly turned around and rushed forward, throwing out at the end, "And I have things to do, so I'll be the first to turn away." The girl shouted after the running boy. "Little brother? I can't get up, little brother." But when he disappeared from sight, her face darkened. She frowned angrily. And how will I explain to Alexander that I returned empty-handed?" Oliver walked along the narrow stone path that meandered through the greenery and flowers, leading him to a two-story house located on a hill. The boy gently rubbed his neck with his palm, thinking, "Currently, I am an outer disciple of Lu Shui Peak, so I do not have a token. And without it, I will not be able to leave the barrier of the heavenly realm. I must complete the mandatory tasks to obtain the token." The guy quietly entered the house, carefully closing the door behind him. He gently sat down on the edge of the bed and put his palms on his knees, thoughtfully looking at his legs. "After all, if I can't leave the heavenly kingdom, then most likely I'll die from Adelaide's sword in 6 months. With a heavy sigh, he fell back onto the soft mattress. Closing his eyes, he continued his thoughts. Right now, she is already at the 3rd stage of vein condensation, while I am only at the chi refining stage. By that time, Adelaide will have reached the peak of the golden core stage, and this pathetic NPC will still not break through. He opened his eyes wide and frowned sharply. I need to leave the heavenly realm before the great competition, and since I've come to this exciting world, I should enjoy it to the fullest. Suddenly, Beatrice appeared in the doorway. Leaning against the frame, she smiled slightly and drawled, "Little brother Oliver, Adelaide never liked you." Oliver exhaled and rose from the bed, assuming a sitting position, frowning his brows. "Damn it, how annoying! But I'm no less attractive than she is, so why don't you pay attention to me?" The girl took a step towards him. Oliver just rolled his eyes, pursing his lips. The guy propped his cheek up with his fist and, without showing any particular emotion, looked indifferently at the girl who was approaching him. She said softly, "Let me heal your broken heart," and looked at him with a sparkle in her eyes. Oliver's brow furrowed, his cheeks flushed, and a shiver ran down his spine. "What's going on? Why do I suddenly want to be as close to her as possible?" Beatrice gently ran her hand down his cheek, stroking it softly. "Look, your body wants me too." She deftly climbed on top of him, pushing him onto the bed, her body softly pressing against his, creating an intimate atmosphere between them. As soon as the maiden touched his cheek with her palm again, Oliver took a deep breath. His heart stopped for a moment. That's it, come on. Soon you will experience heavenly pleasure." Beatrice leaned towards the guy's ear, gently squeezing his shoulder with her palm. Oliver pushed the girl away from him with a sharp movement of his palm, so that she flew into the air. The girl hit her back against the door of the house with a loud bang, the sound of the blow echoing as if someone had hit a metal glass. Beatrice collapsed to the floor, gritting her teeth against the sharp pain in her back. She raised herself slightly on her hands, wincing in pain. Oliver looked at his palm in surprise, from which a mysterious blue glow emanated. "The energy of continuous movement to my fingertips. Is this cultivation?" He raised his gaze to Beatrice, who was still lying on the floor. But at this moment, his thoughts were clouded by something else entirely. The original master of the body was a demonic wolf, even though he had just recently assumed a human form. His first stage of Starfire is equivalent to the foundation formation stage of human cultivators. The girl rose to her feet, placed her palm on her chest, and cleared her throat slightly, trying to catch her breath. "Brother Oliver, are you crazy?" Oliver, with his lips curled in displeasure, raised his finger and threatened the girl. "Sister Beatrice, I told you outside that I don't want to tarnish your reputation by touching you. Besides, this is my room. I even closed the door, but you came in even without my permission." The girl bashfully lowered her eyes to the floor. Her cheeks were slightly flushed. "I've been in love with you for a long time, you know it yourself," Oliver chuckled, folding his arms across his chest and leaning slightly towards her. "In love, you say? Then why did you cast a charm spell on me? Eh, Sister Beatrice?" The girl's eyes immediately widened. The guy kicked the girl in the ass with one decisive movement, escorting her out the door, throwing out the rest of her clothes as well. Oliver smiled triumphantly as he closed the door and rubbed his palms together, shaking off the dust. "Wanted to suck out my essence to help her lover. Does she really think I'm as much of an idiot as the original owner of the body was? Although I don't remember the backstory of this NPC very well, it said something about the blood essence of his demonic wolf clan and how it greatly accelerates cultivation. But he was lazy from the start and didn't want to cultivate." Oliver pressed his fingers to his chin, grinning. Towards the middle of the day, a wind picked up, violently tearing leaves from the trees, which swirled through the air before falling softly to the ground. The guy looked around carefully, making sure there was no one around. Oliver began to move carefully between the trees in the forest, trying to choose the quietest paths. He carefully jumped from one tree to another. He jumped forward sharply and, not expecting an obstacle, hit his face against the barrier that suddenly appeared in front of him. Oliver lost his balance and before he could react, fell to the ground. Ouch! You can't just leave the kingdom of heaven. The girl confidently walked through the barrier and, leaning over the guy, asked with interest, Oliver? He looked at the girl in surprise. Alice? The girl looked at the guy in surprise. Her eyes widened slightly and her lips parted. Do you want to leave the mountain? No, what are you talking about? I was just taking a walk. I was a little tired and decided to take a break. Oliver rubbed his neck awkwardly. Sister Alice, have you just returned from a mission? I received a message from the Chronicles that junior brother Oliver challenged Lu Shui Peak's top disciple Adelaide. This is big news. So I just had to go back and write about it. The girl started walking forward, and the guy followed her. I received a solo mission, but on the way there, I heard about this event. I thought I still had enough time to complete the task, so I came back to write the article, but I never imagined that I would run into you. You just have to tell me the details. The guy rolled his eyes at this, unable to contain his irritation, and putting his hand to his face. Well, I hit my head then. It's all just a misunderstanding. Little brother, you're not really in love with Adelaide, right? In fact, everyone around you is saying that you're just jealous of big brother Alexander. So you're picking on Sister Ida, is that true? Alice laughed softly, putting her hand to her lips. But you don't have to worry, she only treats him as a sect brother. The boy looked at the girl in surprise as he continued walking. How can I even like Sister Yida? Even though we are all students in the Heavenly Realm sect, there is still a boundary between us and Yan Yang Peak. I have almost never seen Sister Yida. Huh? But the last time you challenged her, you said that you would defeat her in the great competition of the Heavenly Kingdom and make her your wife. The guy shuddered at the girl's words and, pursing his lips, looked away. Sister Ida is at the vein condensation stage and will definitely reach the gold core in half a year. She is indeed the elder sister. Moreover, she received a title from the sect master. So now she can't be called the elder sister. Now she should be addressed as Miss Adelaide. Alice smiled and looked at the guy with a sly look. I got drunk that day and started talking nonsense, hee. Oliver's face began to sweat from excitement, and he slowly looked away. Little brother, tell me, was there something between you and Mrs. Adelaide? Alice suddenly pressed herself against Oliver's shoulder, grabbing his hand. And for this information, I will give you 3 low-grade spiritual stones, okay? A bright smile appeared on her face, and her eyes widened like a child who saw candy. In the residential area of Lu Shui Peak, the wind died down and silence reigned all around. The cozy streets became calm. Sister Alice, I just remembered that I left some healing soup to cook in my room. Oliver abruptly pulled his hand out of the girl's grip. He's probably almost ready, so it's time for me to go. Oliver quickly ran forward, hoping to get away from the annoying girl. Alice suddenly blocked the boy's path, shouting, Little brother, wait! He jumped back slightly. We're neighbors. Wouldn't it be better if we went together? Ha, I think I really hit my head hard. Then let's go. Oliver laughed awkwardly, forcing out a semblance of a smile. Actually, I think you have very pure energy. If you continue to train hard, then in 3 years, you will have a chance to fight Miss Adelaide. There is no need to rush and do everything in that year. Alice followed the guy, pressing her palms to her chest. He slowly lowered his head, and then a deep sigh escaped his chest, his eyes rolling back under his eyelids. I don't even know if I can survive the next 6 months. The dream lotus that Miss Adelaide currently has is a reward that the sect master himself gave. If you could obtain one extremely rare blade, the Sun Dragon Flame Sword, it would greatly accelerate your development. But I don't know where it is now, Alice exclaimed and looked at the guy with admiration in her eyes. Thank you very much for the advice, elder sister Alice. But I really don't have any feelings for Sister Ida. She's a bird of a completely different feather. Oliver folded his hands in front of him and bowed slightly in front of the girl. You don't have to pretend Mrs. Adelaide is a household name right now, and you've met her so many times already. The girl pressed herself against the guy from behind, wrapping her palms around his torso. I hope that your relationship will soon reach a new level. By the way, you were just trying to get down the mountain. You're not tired at all, are you? The girl asked, breaking away from the guy. I knew I wouldn't be able to hide this from Sister Alice, Oliver said quietly. If I remember correctly, you haven't completed any missions yet. If you can complete at least 4 tasks, you might be allowed to go down the mountain. The girl gently put her finger to her lips. I was just thinking about going to the resource pavilion tomorrow about this, Oliver replied with a smile on his face. Brother Oliver is a little different from how he used to be. Before this, you always came up with various excuses when I persuaded you to take the task." She frowned and looked at the guy, slightly squinting her eyes. "Today you are a bit hyperactive. Maybe it's all because—" Oliver swallowed, trying to pull himself together. He felt his hands go cold and his breathing quicken. "Has she realized I'm not the right NPC? If I get found out, who knows what awaits me? In the power of love?" Alice finished her sentence, moving closer to Oliver's face. "Oh, haha. It's just that after 2 years in the Heavenly Kingdom, I realize that the older I get, the less time I have to waste." Oliver exhaled and laughed, squinting. "Here we are." Alice pointed to a small building ahead. The sun was already setting, painting the sky in soft pink hues. Sounds began to be heard from behind the wooden door, as if a real fight was taking place there. "I have a bad feeling about this." Oliver looked at the door, drawing his eyebrows together. "Oh well, it's already dark, so I'll make a plan of action tomorrow." Oliver resolutely opened the door and resolutely stepped inside. As soon as he stepped inside, his body suddenly transformed, and he found himself in the body of a dog, soft white fur, an elongated nose and pointed ears, all of which replaced the familiar human features. "Oh shit. I forgot that the original owner of this body is a demonic wolf. And in the early stages, I can return to my animal form when night falls." He grabbed his clothes, which remained on the floor, with his teeth, trying to lift them up. "Spiritual beast?" A voice suddenly rang out from behind him, and he froze, clutching the cloth in his mouth. "Are you the spirit beast of one of our students?" It was Adelaide. She slowly walked up to the beast and looked at it in surprise. The girl squatted down and gently stroked the dog's head, causing its tail to twitch joyfully. "And even without a binding spell, don't you really have an owner?" Adelaide carefully picked up the dog and held it to her chest, hugging it lovingly. "This is a student dormitory, so if you don't have an owner, you can't come in here." The girl's gaze fell on the clothes that Oliver left behind when he turned into an animal. She snorted quietly. "Whose room is this? How can you even leave your clothes right next to the entrance? Are you hungry? Then come to me. I'll give you something to eat, poor thing." Ida pouted slightly, and Oliver stuck out his dog tongue and closed his eyes, enjoying the pleasant smell from the girl. Oliver opened his eyes abruptly. "Oh no, Adelaide has a jade spirit physique that naturally attracts demons. If I can absorb some of her essence, it will greatly enhance my cultivation." He shook his head sharply to clear these thoughts from his mind. Noticing this movement, the girl frowned. "What's wrong, puppy?" Oliver looked at her in surprise, his red eyebrows frowning. "Puppy? Is it really the same person?" Adelaide bowed her head and touched the soft fur of the dog with her lips. "Don't be afraid, your sister will protect you." After closing the door behind her, Ida walked into the room and said gently, "Master entrusted me to deliver something to Uncle at Lu Shui Peak, and I accidentally met you, little puppy. I think you're very cute." She placed Oliver on a small table and took a rag in her palm. "Let me wipe your little paws." Adelaide took the puppy's little paw and gently wiped it with a cloth to wipe away the dirt. "You're dirty, puppy. I don't remember ever seeing a spirit beast in the heavenly realm." Ida picked up a small comb and gently began to comb Oliver's white fur. The puppy sat motionless, thinking, "What the hell is going on here? Why is Adelaide not acting like she did in the game? And why is she treating me like this anyway?" Today, little brother Oliver challenged me to a fight again, and, as expected, he lost. He's so weird. Everyone thinks he likes me, but I don't think so. I don't really hate brother Ollie, it's just... Ida gently picked up the puppy and lifted him up so that he was now at her eye level. He looked at her in surprise. "It doesn't matter, you're still little and you won't understand anything anyway." The dog's tail was pressed against his body between his legs, and his ears were lowered. "What a shame! I'm naked." "I didn't expect you to be so shy, the epitome of innocence. Today I'll let you sleep with me." Adelaide picked up Oliver in her arms and gently lowered him onto the bed. As soon as the girl began to pull off her clothes to get ready for bed, the puppy blushed brightly. His small ears pressed against his head for a moment, and his eyes widened in surprise. She really likes little animals. Does she really often catch spirit beasts to sleep with her? What should I do? Do I really have to sleep next to her? The girl settled comfortably on the soft bed, pressing a small puppy to her chest. She hugged him tenderly and covered herself with a blanket. "Time to sleep, baby." Oliver made a sad face and his eyes closed, reflecting the thoughts. "How can I even sleep here?" After she undressed, the smell of her jade body became even stronger. "I can't hold myself back anymore." but now I'm just a little dog that can't talk or do anything else, damn it. I'm trapped. Oliver, having waited until the girl finally fell asleep, carefully and gently got out from under the blanket. He tried not to disturb her. "Baby, stop fidgeting," the girl muttered sleepily and rolled over onto her other side, and the puppy suddenly froze in place. The dog quietly got off the bed and went to the open window. A light breeze tickled her nose deliciously. "I think we can climb out the window, then we won't have to make noise opening the door." Oliver, happily wagging her tail, jumped onto the windowsill. He pulled himself up and, without thinking, jumped out of the window, deftly landing on the ground. Without a second's hesitation, the guy rushed away from the house. The next day, as the first rays of the sun illuminated the city, the resources pavilion, crowds of people poured into the square, turning it into a sea of heads and sounds. As Oliver entered the room, the low hum of voices suddenly died down. People turned to look at him, their eyes following his every step. Whispers ran through the crowd. "Isn't this the same disciple from Lu Shui Peak who challenged Miss Adelaide yesterday? I heard that he is jealous of her towards senior brother Alexander, afraid that she will run away with him." Senior brother Alexander is the top disciple of Lu Shui Peak. How can this Oliver even compare to him? The boy snorted, his disdain for the crowd's comments obvious. He turned and glanced over his shoulder at them. "Stop whispering already, I can hear you." Oliver walked up to the counter where an elderly man with black glasses was sitting. "Elder, I came to take a low-level mission." The old man raised his finger and said, "All the missions for this month have already been distributed. Unfortunately, you are late." "What? But I really need to." Oliver raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at the elder. "Oh, so it must be..." The old man stroked his long white beard. He leaned over and opened an old wooden box that was under the counter. Inside, there was a golden ticket. He carefully took the ticket in his hands and showed it to Oliver. "I still have one more mission left. The reward for it is only 2 points. So few people want to take it. Are you sure?" Oliver took the golden ticket in his hands and looked at it in surprise. It was made of a thin sheet of real gold and decorated with intricate patterns. And the old man continued, "The mission will begin the moment you leave the mountain. If you don't complete it within a week, you won't be able to take another mission for 2 months. A fire lit up in Oliver's eyes. "Then could you please help me with the registration? I agree." As the day wore on, the sky turned a palette of soft pastel colors, and the city lights came on one by one. Oliver untied the strings of the bag and poured its contents onto the table. Several small blue stones rolled out onto the smooth wooden surface. The guy propped his cheek with his palm and exhaled. 12 low-grade spiritual stones. The original owner was a real poor man. The guy leaned over the table, his gaze fixed on the blue stones. He closed his eyes and put his palm to his head. "Dude, you had a weak cultivation, and almost no money. Why did you even come to the heavenly realm?" Although I seem to recall that you come from a pretty good family, a famous clan of demonic wolves. But then why are you so poor? Little brother Oliver." Alice looked at the guy through the window. She smiled widely and her face glowed with joy. "I heard that you already took the mission." "Oh, elder sister Alice, yes, I registered not long ago. The elder gave me a one-time permission to leave the mountain." The boy shuddered and recoiled from the window. "By the way, I heard that Miss Ida also just received a mission to leave the mountain, and as far as I know, your mission targets are very close. Are you saying that on purpose?" She lightly threatened him with her finger. "It's just that no one wanted to take this mission, and the elder agreed to give it to me. A simple coincidence." Oliver raised his palms in a conciliatory gesture. "Is that so? Is it because you have so little money?" Alice looked at the table in surprise, on which several small stones were lying. "If you complete this mission, you can exchange the 2 points you earned for 10 medium spirit stones," Alice said, and smiled, closing her eyes. 10 medium spirit stones? That's equivalent to 300 liang of silver," Oliver exclaimed happily. "Depending on the region, it might even be more. Well, since I've given you such valuable information, now you simply must tell me about your romantic adventures with Miss Adelaide when you return. And if you ever become cultivation partners, then I will be famous throughout the entire heavenly realm." From the information provided, the girl lightly stamped her foot, hitting her heel on the ground. "See you later." Alice waved her hand at Oliver and turned around, walking forward. Oliver let out a tired breath and closed his eyes. After all, talking to Alice was exhausting. Double cultivation with Adelaide? I would have died before I even tried. The next day, a boy was walking through the forest, along a narrow path, surrounded by tall trees and dense undergrowth. The sun was shining through the leaves, casting strange shadows on the ground. He was thinking out loud, 12 low-grade spiritual stones, mid-star flame stage, knowledge of the plot, that's all. Oliver grabbed his head, saying a little louder, "There's no point in even thinking about escaping from the heavenly kingdom. In a week I'll die of hunger. I need to get some money as soon as possible and break through to the next stages. Otherwise, when the time comes to escape, I'll be caught off guard. Something will definitely not go according to plan." Oliver yawned loudly, the sound echoing through the quiet forest, while Beatrice sat behind the rock in front of him and couldn't help but chuckle at his involuntary outburst. She gently lifted her leg out of the water, dousing it with drops that sparkled in the sun. "It's so clean here." The guy, running past the stone, noticed movement out of the corner of his eye and shuddered, opening his eyes wide. "Who's there?" Oliver screamed at the top of his voice, frightening the girl, who, before she could come to her senses, fell into the water, and splashes flew in all directions. "Big sister Beatrix?" the boy asked uncertainly, a couple of drops of sweat rolling down his face. "Brother Olya, were you really looking for me?" The girl rose from the water, looking at the guy with a languid gaze. "I was just passing by and decided to quench my thirst. If I had known that you were swimming here, I would have made a detour," the guy laughed, awkwardly rubbing his neck with his palm. "What a coincidence that we are here alone, the two of us. Now you don't have to be shy." Beatrice smiled, tilting her head to the side, while her dress stuck to her wet body. "I need to get down from the mountain as soon as possible to complete the mission. I dare not distract you any longer, Sister Beatrice. Enjoy your water treatments." Oliver turned around and jerked to the side. "Ollie's little brother, don't go!" She suddenly pounced on him from behind, hugging him around the neck, and laughed merrily. "You used to be much kinder to me. What happened? If I made you angry, then please tell me what I did wrong." She leaned towards his ear and whispered, "Big sister Beatrice, are you really a pervert?" Beatrice fell to her knees, resting her palms on the floor. She was breathing heavily, showing her helplessness. "Pervert? Ollie's brother, I really have feelings for you, so why are you treating me like this?" the girl said plaintively and put her palm on her chest, looking at the guy. "Big sister Beatrice, you better pay more attention to big brother Alexander. Bye-bye." Oliver snapped his fingers, turned on his heels, and walked forward. The unknown guy sat on a tree branch stretching over the lake and listened to the spectacle unfolding before him. He nimbly jumped down from the branch, leaning his palm on the ground, landing softly on the ground. "This Oliver is really strange, even though he says he admires you, but I heard that he has a rather close relationship with this Beatrice." The guy stood up and started to brush the dust off his uniform. Each light blow on the fabric raised clouds of dust that slowly dissolved into the air. She just tried to get closer to him, but he refused her and even called her a pervert. "I still can't figure out what's going on in his head." He took a couple of steps forward and stood next to Adelaide. "Little brother Marcus, you shouldn't meddle in other people's business." Ida turned to the guy, throwing him a menacing look. "I apologize, big sister. I allowed myself too much." He bowed and folded his palms in front of him. "Recently, the demonic forces have been active again. This time your mission is related to it, so please be careful." Marcus looked as Adelaide slowly slipped through the barrier. "Your mission is no easier, younger brother Marcus. I believe that you will return victorious, big sister." The boy smiled brightly, raised his eyebrows, and looked at the girl with a sincere look. Oliver walked up to the barrier, clutching the golden ticket in his palm, his red hair fluttering in the gentle breeze. The guy held the ticket up to him, his hand passing through the protective field as if it wasn't there. "It really works!" Oliver stepped forward decisively, passing through the barrier with his entire body. "It's a pity that this one-time pass has a return function. If I exceed the mission time, I will be forcibly teleported back to the heavenly kingdom. Otherwise, I would have already thought about how to escape." Oliver walked up to the gate and looked up at the inscription. The letters were carved into the stone. Oliver put his palm to his forehead to get a better look at them. The guy walked among the people, looking at everything with surprise and curiosity, because everything in Zuo Yao County was unfamiliar and interesting to him. He turned around to look at the two guys behind him. "Even though I've seen the items being sold here before, it feels completely different in real life. Back then, all of these things were just static images, and most of the sellers couldn't even engage in conversation." Oliver froze in place, remembering that the previous owner of the body did not even have a weapon, and with a decisive step, he walked towards the tavern with a weapon. Approaching the wooden building, the guy was immediately greeted by the girl. She was standing at the entrance, "Sir, are you interested in a specific type of weapon? We have absolutely everything. And secret weapons that can be hidden even in your sleeve, and huge axes with which you can easily crush your enemies." Oliver looked at the swords that stood in a row, attracting customers. They were inlaid with precious stones. "I need a regular sword, so help me choose the right one." Oliver came closer to examine the swords. He took one of the swords in his hands and felt its weight and balance. The guy ran his fingers along the blade of the sword and felt its sharpness. "How much is this iron sword worth?" The girl smiled, watching the guy examine the blade. "You have a keen eye, sir. This sword cuts steel like butter. Perfect for self-defense and will cost you only 10 million silver." Oliver turned sharply to the saleswoman, saying hesitantly, I don't have any silver with me. Can I pay with low-quality spirit stones?" The dark-haired girl folded her fingers into an OK sign and smiled. "Don't worry, there's a great pawn shop nearby. You can easily exchange the stones for silver there. If you convert it into spiritual stones, 3 will be enough." "Well then, here you go." Oliver took out 3 blue stones from his bag and hesitantly handed them to the girl. Still doubting his purchase, the saleswoman quickly grabbed them, squeezing them in her fingers. "Thank you for your purchase. By the way, I'm actually a disciple of the Heavenly Realm from Lu Shui Peak, and I'd like to ask you a few questions about the Flower House." Oliver quickly put his brand new sword back into the sheath on his waist. "Ah, immortal cultivator, I actually know something about this place." The girl slightly opened her mouth in surprise as she looked at the guy. The girl leaned towards the boy, and in a barely audible whisper she said, "The Flower House is the largest brothel in this area, and recently many emaciated and dying men were found there. The authorities questioned the girls working there, and even the Flying Dragon Squad checked every corner, and they all turned out to be human. But if that's really the case, how could they have emaciated all those men so much? There's definitely something fishy going on there." A soft smile formed on Oliver's face. He folded his hands in front of him and bowed slightly in gratitude. "Thank you very much for the information. I will go there right now and check everything myself." The saleswoman smiled, the corners of her lips raised, creating kind lines on her face. "Since you are a cultivator from the Heavenly Kingdom, I believe that you will bring them to light." Oliver stepped inside the establishment, feeling the light scent of summer flowers and sweet lotus tincture enveloping him. In the center of the hall, several geishas were dancing on the stage. And here it is quite empty. It seems that the emitted corpses greatly affected the flow of customers. Otherwise, it would be quite crowded here. The woman walked slowly down the wooden steps of the staircase, her light silk robe flowing over her body. "At this rate, I'll have to close in less than 3 months." She put her hand to her head with a pitiful look, as if trying to calm her disturbing thoughts. "Damn it, why have so many customers in my establishment already suffered?" The woman noticed the guy standing at the door and, without thinking, rushed towards him, assuming that he was a client. "Young sir, would you like a drink? Or perhaps to drown your hunger from the road? Invite a girl to you? A massage? Listen to a melody? Or perhaps some games? Our girls can do a lot." Oliver sniffed in displeasure and folded his hands in a welcoming gesture, bowing before her. "I am a disciple of the Heavenly Kingdom from Lu Shui Peak. I have come to eradicate evil and restore justice. How miserable I am. Oh, immortal master, you have no idea what I had to go through." The woman began to cry theatrically, her eyes filled with tears. She pressed her lips together and, throwing her head back, said, "I prayed for days and nights for a hero to come and finally save me." She suddenly pressed herself against the guy, placing her palm on his chest. "Madam, calm down. Everything will be fine. First, tell me everything." He awkwardly patted her on the shoulder, not knowing how else to comfort her. 2 months ago, one of the customers was found dead in our girl's bed, which really scared the other staff. She sighed loudly, her voice shaking. "At first we thought he just had too much to drink or something, but since then, every 3 days, another customer has died." Oliver thoughtfully pressed his fingers to his chin, analyzing the information of the lady. "And each of them had their buds cut out. How scary! But I constantly reported everything to the authorities. And as you know, Immortal Master, the Flower House operates in the gray zone, between the authorities and the Flying Dragon. After several days of observation, they realized that all these murders are related to the Flower House itself. So they left the solution to this problem to me, because of which I lost a whole bunch of silver. Every move she made was filled with such drama, as if she was playing the main role in a play." Oliver rubbed his forehead with the fingers of his right hand, frowning. "This world hasn't discovered surgical organ transplants yet. So the thief who took all these kidneys was most likely a cultivator or a demon. But why kidneys? Wouldn't it have been more logical to take the heart? Is that what this demon is missing, so he decided to replenish the supply? Madam, when did the last murder take place? Oliver turned thoughtfully to the woman. The day before yesterday, so tomorrow another person will die in our establishment. How unhappy I am. Immortal Master, you must help me. Save the flower house. She leaned closer to Oliver, so that the fabric of her cleavage slipped to the side, revealing part of her chest. Madam, didn't I ask you to buy me some bird's nests from shopkeeper Wang? The blonde-haired girl slowly walked down the stairs. It's been a few days already. What are you waiting for? Melanie, things have been going pretty badly lately. You've only had 3 or 4 clients, and that's not enough to cover the cost of the bird's nests. Just be patient for a little while longer. Once the Immortal Master has sorted out our problem, I'll send someone to get them right away, the woman responded, and pointed at Oliver with her palm, and the girl turned sharply towards them. Immortal Master? Well then, I'll wait a few more days. Melanie is one of our best girls and she is a little spoiled. Her bad mood is not surprising because her monthly income has been significantly reduced. Please do not pay attention to her. The lady blushed slightly, looking at the guy with an innocent look. By the way, madam, could you prepare a guest room for me? Just a normal one. I need some time to make a plan. Today I would like to observe the work of the flower house to make sure everything goes smoothly. Oliver smiled, looking at the woman. Of course, no problem. Follow me, I will show you the way. She nodded and walked forward. Almost all of my girls' rooms have had bodies of men found in them. Only Melanie's room has never had such an incident. So her bad mood is understandable. Oliver bowed his head. Which of these rooms is hers? The lady pointed to the side with her palm. This one. Then I'll stay in the guest room today. He bowed his head in gratitude. And tomorrow morning I'll switch with Miss Melanie. Melanie, are you there? The woman walked up to the door and knocked on the woodwork several times. I'm going to bed. Did you want something, madam? The girl abruptly opened the door and looked angrily at the woman. Tomorrow morning, the Immortal Master will switch rooms with you, so you will need to pack your things as soon as you wake up. 2 pairs of eyes stared at Melanie, waiting for her answer. Catching a criminal is one thing, but a man occupying a lady's room is something else entirely. What kind of nonsense is this? Melanie shouted indignantly. I'm just worried that the criminal might harm you, otherwise I wouldn't ask you to do something like this. Oliver smiled softly to somehow calm the girl's anger. And you are very beautiful. Well, okay. Considering your attractiveness, I will allow you to stay in my chambers for a while. Melanie approached the guy and playfully ran her fingernail along his chin. An Immortal Master is different from other men. Behave yourself. The lady slapped the girl's palm sharply, making her take a few steps back from the boy. I beg your pardon? Girls from such places often lack tact. Please do not take this to heart. The woman led Oliver to her chambers. It's all right, Oliver responded. A couple of minutes later, the woman lightly pushed the doors to the guy's quarters, and they opened, letting the 2 inside. And here is your room, master. The location is just perfect. From here you can see the entire first floor. The lady grabbed Oliver's hand sharply, fingering his fingers. Her touch was both insistent and gentle. My life and my livelihood are in your hands. If there is another murder, even the few clients I have left will run away in all directions. I'll do my best, I promise, and now I need to get ready. Oliver began to persistently push the woman towards the exit, trying to speed up her steps and lead her out of the room. Immortal Master, the woman said in surprise, looking at the guy. Wait! As soon as she said these words, the door closed in front of her nose. Oliver walked to his desk and wearily sank into a chair. The boy carefully pulled out his new sword from its sheath, carefully grasping the hilt. If only I could return to my homeworld, I would never miss a single quest again. Now that I have a weapon, I will practice cultivation tonight. I need to thoroughly study all the techniques. The cultivation of the original owner of the body. I hope it will not be too difficult to deal with the criminal. Oliver began to swing his sword in different directions, while simultaneously trying to read the instructions he was holding in his other hand. According to the book, when you reach the foundation formation stage, you need to gather spiritual energy at the point on your forehead to sense the spirit of all things. As your cultivation grows, the recovery will become stronger, and eventually, it will reach a completely different level. Oliver lowered his sword, carefully examining the pages of the book. Even though I am at the Starfire stage, which is equivalent to Foundation formation, I should be able to do it. Oliver closed his eyes and shadows began to appear in front of him, outlining the outlines of human figures. He suddenly opened his eyes. I really feel everything that exists. The boy began reading the book with renewed interest, plunging into a world of deep thought. It turns out that cultivation is so interesting. And why did the former owner of the body neglect cultivation? Oliver, immersed in reading a book on martial arts, began to perform martial movements in the air with his hands, practicing punches and blocks. A couple of hours later, the guy breathing heavily looked at his palm. I have almost completely learned the first 3 chapters of this technique. Oliver, lost in his thoughts, suddenly felt lightness in his body. He did not notice how his arms and legs changed, how his body became smaller and softer. Night came, which meant he turned into a puppy again. The little animal happily jumped onto the soft mattress of the bed. Its little paws slid deftly across the surface. Oh well, I've been on my feet all day anyway. I need to get a good rest so I can catch the criminal tomorrow. That night, when the moon was shining brightly in the sky, Adelaide, hovering above the forest, her long hair fluttering in the wind. Whether I run away or not, death awaits you anyway. Ha ha ha, you fell into our trap without realizing it. Gentleman Adelaide, more like a dummy, shouted one of the men who were chasing her. The girl hovering above the forest felt fear grip her heart. Their laughter echoed in the air. The demons following her trail caught up with her from above. Ha 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 ha, Adelaide, today your jade spirit body will become ours. She knew that simply running away was no longer of any use. Ida reached for her belt where her sword rested. A slight movement and she pulled it out. The moon sword of silk dew. Adelaide swung her sword, the blade glinting in the dim moonlight as a vortex of blue energy formed around her. The light emanating from the sword pierced the darkness of the night, blinding the demons. Their angry screams were silenced as a wave of power struck them like a thunderclap. The girl softly and smoothly landed on the ground and approached the demons, pointing the sharp end of the sword at them. Immortal, immortal lady, I beg you, spare us! One of them began to whine pitifully, raising himself up on his elbows. But the girl was merciless. With one swing of her sword, she struck down several demons. After defeating the demons, Ida climbed onto her sword, the blade responding to her touch, rising into the air. With a quick and confident movement, she pointed the sword upward, and it instantly shot up, leaving behind a sparkling trail of light. The speed was incredible, so it reached Zuo Yao County in a matter of minutes. The next morning, Melanie came out of her chambers to meet Oliver, her face lit up with a smile. Sir, how do you plan to catch the criminal? For now it's a secret, a smile played on the guy's face. The girl slowly walked past the guy, smiling at the corner of her lips. But the criminal cut out the kidneys of his victims, aren't you afraid? Melanie turned around, a sly hint flashing in her eyes. The smile on her face became playful, and her gaze became mysterious. Anyway, thank you for your help, sir. Oliver looked down at his feet, trying not to trip over the stone slabs, stepped into the girl's chambers and suddenly heard a voice from behind. Miss, unfortunately, we do not serve women. Oliver peered out from behind the door cautiously, curiously, his eyes widening in surprise. Why is Adelaide here? Shouldn't she be on a mission? Madam, there are almost no male visitors left here anyway. If a guest brought money, will you really drive her away? A smile played on Ida's face. She squeezed the silver stone with her fingertips and showed it to the woman. Ah, you're right. Would you like to have a bite to eat or stay the night? The lady immediately smiled, laughing a little. Adelaide looked at the woman standing in front of her with a slightly confused expression. Her eyes were filled with bewilderment, and her lips involuntarily parted. She felt a demonic aura in that place. Fortunately, it didn't smell of blood. Most likely it was a small demon. Oliver pressed his palms against the door, trying not to make a sound. He pressed his ear to the cold wood, listening to the conversation between the girl and the woman on the other side of the door. Who is in this room? Adelaide suddenly pointed to the door where Oliver was, eavesdropping on their conversation. Just one of the girls from our flower house. Who else could be there? The woman answered. You should be especially careful now. Demons have become more active lately. You yourself should understand that suspicious individuals can get in here too. Adelaide carefully examined the lady, squinting her brown eyes. Oliver let out a shuddering breath, placing his hand to his head, scratching the top of his head. Thanks for the warning, miss, he whispered. Oliver let out a heavy sigh as he fell onto the bed and covered his head with a pillow. When I went out into the outside world, the difference between the auras of a human and a demon is too obvious. I need to find a way to hide my demonic energy as soon as possible, Otherwise, Adelaide will figure it out when I return to the heavenly realm. Night slowly enveloped the city, plunging it into soft darkness. The streets, previously filled with noise and light, now became quiet and calm. The moon hung in the sky, illuminating the sidewalks with a thin layer of light. Oliver settled comfortably on the bed, his arms under his head, the pillow comfortably supporting his neck. Judging by what the owner of the flower house said, the attacks usually happen around this time. This demon killer should be showing up soon. Oliver suddenly heard a loud cry of, "Help!" A sound that pierced the silence of the night. His heart began to beat faster, and he sat up abruptly in bed, listening to the surrounding sounds. Running out of his chambers, Oliver saw a man holding Melanie by the neck, holding a sword in his hands. "Let me go," the girl said quietly, gasping for breath, clinging to the man's hand with her fingers, trying to break free. At Maloney's feet lay a corpse, seemingly dried up, with white eyes staring lifelessly into the void. Oliver swung his sword behind the man, its blade flashing in the dim light, cutting through the air with a loud whistle. "Now let her go quick." Oliver hit the man hard in the back with his sword. The sudden pain made him abruptly let go of the girl, and she fell onto the cold asphalt. Oliver landed softly on the ground, bending his knee to the ground, trying not to lose his balance. Luckily, this body has the blood of a demonic wolf flowing through it. At least there is some benefit from the former owner. He knew several self-defense techniques, and I also trained last night. "Damn it! Annoying cultivator!" The masked man frowned as he looked at Oliver. He quickly jumped away from the guy and rose up, escaping from the next attack. Oliver squatted down next to the girl and gently placed his palm on the top of her head. "Call someone for help and I'll catch the criminal in the meantime." Melanie pressed herself to the ground, screaming in fear. "Yes, okay!" The girl lying on the ground slightly raised herself on her elbows. Her voice trembled, but she tried to scream, to call for help. Her eyes ran around the trees around her, looking for at least someone. Adelaide ran out from around the corner of the flower house. She heard a cry for help, and without thinking rushed to the source of the sound and found Melanie lying on the ground. What happened? What's going on here? Her eyes were filled with confusion, and her eyebrows were drawn together. Ida leaned over the girl, placing her hand on her shoulder. "The immortal master chased after the criminal," she replied. Melanie, feeling Adelaide supporting her, fell to the ground, closing her eyes. She could not hold on any longer. "Immortal master? Did someone else take this low-level mission?" The lady's mouth slightly opened, and her brows furrowed even more. Oliver rushed after the man. He jumped over curbs, with each second increasing the distance between him and the fugitive. "Stop! You can't escape!" The guy flew through the narrow passage with the same speed, but finding himself in a dead end, he froze in place. In front of him was a blank wall, behind which there was no passage. Oliver looked around, but there was no one here, as if the man had evaporated into thin air. Judging from the fight just now, his cultivation level is close to the peak of foundation formation, or even the first stage of vein condensation. Things are taking a bad turn. Oliver panted heavily as he tried to catch his breath after running for a long time. Oliver took out a gold card, looked at it. Considering today the mission has already lasted 2 days, there are only 5 left, the guy thought. If I don't manage to complete the mission, then I'll be forcibly teleported back to the Heavenly Kingdom, in which case I'll have to resign myself and go the way that was prepared for the former NPC, die by Adelaide's sword. The guy made a sad face, opening his mouth in a theatrical sob. "Young Master Oliver, why don't you come in?" The girl's hand gently landed on the guy's shoulder. Not expecting this, Oliver suddenly jumped back, instinctively waving his hands. "Is something wrong?" asked the girl. She had gorgeous hair, and the girl was dressed in a beautiful dress, dark cherry color. "Young Master Oliver, are you all right?" "Miss, are you a demon fox? Aren't you afraid of me?" Oliver raised his eyebrows in surprise, frozen in place. "Is it worth it?" Tears welled up at the corners of her eyes. "Why should I be afraid of you?" "Oh, never mind. You called me Young Master Oliver. Have I met you?" Oliver waved his hand slightly and smiled awkwardly. "Ha ha ha. The young master decided to joke around with me again." The girl gently wrapped her hand around Oliver's elbow and laughed. "We're still in the human realm, so let's go to the demon market first." Oliver, with a slight trepidation, took a step forward, and together with his new acquaintance they stepped through the shimmering purple film of the portal. The world around Oliver was transformed. He found himself in an unusual place, in a demonic kingdom. Different demons were walking around him, All of them were dressed in bright clothes. "Miss, do you really know me?" Oliver turned to the girl, still not believing what was happening. "Young Master Oliver, please stop playing tricks on me. Everyone here knows who you are." The fox's cheeks blushed slightly. "Oh, young Master Oliver. Long time no see." One of the demons waved his hand at the boy in a friendly manner. 2 years ago, your aunt asked me to forge a set of chains for you that seal demonic energy. The payment was made, but you disappeared." The girl pointed her hand at the entrance to the tavern. "I never thought that I would run into you at the entrance to the demon market." Oliver, finding himself inside the tavern, felt 3 pairs of eyes on him. Young Master Oliver, 3 girls, triplets, looking exactly like a demonic forest, threw themselves at the guy. "Young Master Oliver, where have you been for the past 2 years? We kept your items safe and sound." "Master, why don't you want to take us with you?" The boy's cheeks turned bright red. He looked at the little girls in surprise. "What's going on here? Does the former owner of the body really have such a rich backstory? These chains can suppress the demonic aura. Only great perfection stage cultivators will be able to sense it." The demonic fox pushed a small box towards Oliver, smiling. "You 3 quickly return to the counter. Stop shirking your work. What's wrong with you?" The girl shouted sharply, looking sternly at the 3 girls, who nodded and said in unison, "Okay, madam." Oliver leaned over, examining the small box. "So everything is really paid for already? It means I can take them." The guy extended his palm to touch the treasured box. "Actually, young Master Oliver, you don't need to pay for anything in this store. Yours is extremely favorable to my Dean family." The girl touched the guy's palm with her fingers. "Actually, I would like to buy some pills, but I only have a few low-grade spirit stones left." Oliver abruptly withdrew his hand, smiling slightly. In the demon market, spirit stones are not particularly valuable. But since the young master often interacts with humans, you should have some human things with you. These can be worth quite a lot, the girl explained. "Unfortunately, I only have this pouch." Oliver pulled a small brown pouch out of his pocket, showing it to the demonic fox. "The pill shop is outside, next to the roadside stall run by the plump medicine spirit." The demonic fox folded her arms and leaned her elbows on the table. "Then I'll go there first later." Oliver turned around and walked towards the exit. "It must be here." The guy's gaze fell on a small table standing in the middle of the street. On it stood a cup with a spoon. "Is there anyone here?" Oliver shouted, putting his hand to his lips. "Sir, I'm here." The cup spoke sharply, looking at the guy. "So you are the owner of the store?" Oliver opened his mouth in surprise, looking down at a small wooden cup with eyes and a mouth. "That's right, sir. What do you want to buy?" she answered, putting her small hands on her hips. "I would like to exchange this bag for pills, something that can heal wounds, if you have any." The guy held out the bag to the pot, showing it from all sides. The pot began to stir with a spoon inside itself. The spoon moved on its own, and the pot made strange sounds, and then a small green ball flew out of its mouth. "Here! I am willing to exchange your pouch for a 9-cycle rejuvenation pill. It can revive even the dead. But you only have one with you, so unfortunately, there will only be 1 pill." The pot picked up the pill with its small handle and showed it to the guy. "Well, so be it. Next time I'll try to bring more." A smile lit up the guy's face and his eyebrows rose. Later in the evening, tired, Oliver returned home. He opened the door to his chambers and went inside. "Even though I lost my things, I gained real treasures. So it definitely can't be called a failure. First, I'll put the things away, and then I'll need to check the owner of the flower house. Another person died today, and something tells me that her business will not last long." Oliver suddenly felt the cold of a sharp sword on his shoulder and froze in place, hearing Adelaide's voice. "Where is the man you were chasing? Sister Adelaide, how did you end up here?" He suddenly recoiled, turning around, and saw a blonde girl in front of him. "You give off too much of a demonic aura." She narrowed her eyes, and her eyebrows drew together. "Must be leftovers from the fight with that criminal," Oliver stuttered, still looking at her sword with fear as it glinted in the moonlight. "I apologize for the inconvenience, big sister. That's how it is." Adelaide slowly put away her sword, raising it up to rest against her face. The girl standing next to him glared at Oliver, her lips pressed into a thin line and her eyebrows furrowed. "Are you sure?" Oliver became nervous, beads of sweat running down his face. "Yeah, follow me. We need to talk to the owner of the flower house. I will report the situation to the main pavilion and ask for an extension of the mission." Oliver's eyes shone, and he turned sharply to the girl who was moving towards the entrance. "Really?" Ida turned around and snorted. "Enough chatter, we need to go." Adelaide and Oliver found themselves in Melanie's room. The girl was lying in bed. Her expression was relaxed, but her eyes were closed. Next to her sat the lady, leaning over the bed with a spoon in her hand. "Miss Melanie, can you describe the appearance of the attacker?" "That person, it seemed like he had no face. Just a frightening black void. It must have been a demon. Yes, that's right." Melanie exhaled heavily, her eyebrows slightly raised and her eyes widened. "He attacked while you were busy?" Ida and Oliver stopped by the bed. "Yes," the girl answered quietly. "During sexual intercourse, the yang energy in men's kidneys reaches its peak, making them the perfect delicacy for demons and demon cultivators." Adelaide turned to the hero, who turned bright red like a tomato. "Is that so? I thought that Melanie would be safe if she switched rooms, so I let her accept a client." The lady lifted her handkerchief, wiping away her tears from her cheeks, and the others looked at her in surprise. "Greed has blinded me. Now that another person has died, the flower house in Zuo Yao County will have to close. Gentlemen, are there any other places like this within 100 miles where men can relax?" Adelaide took a couple of steps forward. "No, just us," the woman replied, sobbing. "That's great. Then the criminal will return. But for now, most likely, he will lie low for a few days. My younger brother and I will stay here for a month, during which time I will pretend to be your employee, and he will be my client." Oliver froze in bewilderment, scrolling through Adelaide's older sister's words in his head. "What? Does your little brother not like something?" Adelaide turned around at the guy's question, frowning. "Of course not. I'll do as my sister says." Oliver immediately looked away so as not to meet her eyes. "Then, madam, please come up with a pseudonym for me." Adelaide turned to the woman, looking at her resolutely. "That way it will be easier for me to pretend to be your employee so as not to attract unnecessary attention." "I can't allow a master of your level to stoop to the level of a girl from my establishment." The mistress shook her head. "I'm just doing my duty to exorcise the demon, mistress. Don't get your hopes up, little brother. From this day on, you'll be living with me." Oliver's eyes widened even more, and he looked at Ida silently. "What? Me?" Oliver exclaimed, his eyebrows raising as he pointed his finger at himself. "Big sister, can I lose a kidney too?" The boy followed Adelaide to the exit, twisting his face in a sad grimace, thinking, "I can transform again at night, which is extremely bad. If I don't kill the criminal as soon as possible, then I will be the first to die." The next morning, after the turbulent events of the previous day, Oliver sat on a large rock near the lake, thinking, "I read the 4th chapter of the scripture, Universal Laws, Basic Elements. It wasn't that difficult after all." The guy clutched the book in his palm. "I need to increase my cultivation before I encounter that killer again. Next time I won't let him get away." Oliver, putting down the book he was trying to read, sat in the lotus position on the rock, closing his eyes. The text says how to open the Sea of Ki. You need to collect spiritual energy and direct it out. At that moment, when Oliver was deep in thought, a light breeze appeared around him, gathering energy into one. Behind the guy, unnoticed by him, stood Adelaide. She watched him, his meditation and improvement of strength. There was surprise in her eyes. "Since the day Oliver challenged me, he has changed a lot." She frowned as if trying to solve a riddle. "I first met him back then, 2 years ago. So why did he want to marry me as soon as he entered the heavenly kingdom?" The day, unnoticed by them, approached evening. The sun was already setting behind the horizon. The girl, sitting under a tree in the lotus position, was enveloped in a blue glow. Oliver, also sitting under the tree next to the girl, was improving his skills. His body was illuminated in red. Oliver opened his eyes suddenly and yawned loudly, folding his arms across his chest. Ida, who was sitting next to him, looked at him questioningly, her eyebrows slightly raised. Noticing the girl's gaze, Oliver awkwardly rubbed the back of his head and smiled brightly, revealing his teeth. The sun had already completely set behind the horizon. Night had come suddenly. The stars lit up in the sky. The air became colder. Oliver sat at the table in his chambers, hunched over, his body shaking and his lips pressed into a thin line, his fists clenched. "I have a feeling I'm going to transform again today." The door to Oliver's chambers creaked quietly, and Adelaide entered the room. The guy looked back and quickly got up from his chair. "Sister Ida, you're back already." Adelaide walked past Oliver and sat down on the chair opposite him. I watched you all day, and after sunset I went into town to take another look around. Oliver was surprised to hear the girl's words. All day? His mouth slightly open in surprise. Adelaide, without taking her eyes off Oliver, picked up the cup of tea that was on the table in front of him. She brought it to her lips and took a small sip. When I entered the store yesterday, I felt a faint demonic aura. The girl frowned for a moment and her eyes became stern. She put down her cup of tea and her hand rested on the table. She disappeared today. Oliver felt nervous. He felt the girl's gaze on him and felt awkward. Wasn't what she sensed yesterday my demonic aura? After I put on that bracelet, the demonic aura was suppressed, so she couldn't sense it. The girl glanced at the boy, then slowly stood up from the chair. Her movements were graceful. It must be the residual aura of that demon, so I decided to go around the entire city to check if there are any more traces of his energy. It's already late at night, so I'll go take a bath and go to bed. I'm still a guy, we can live in different rooms. Isn't it awkward for you to take a bath? The guy closed his eyes, awkwardly rubbing his neck with his palm. You once said that you would become stronger and marry me, so why are you so embarrassed now? Adelaide came closer to Oliver, looking up at him. Then I was young and stupid and sometimes I said all sorts of nonsense. Don't take it to heart. Oliver let out a laugh. All sorts of nonsense, huh? Ida's face changed in an instant and she lowered her eyes to the floor. What if I let you swim with me? Adelaide looked up at Oliver again, the boy's cheeks turning bright red and his eyes widening slightly. The girl slowly began to undress. She carefully took off each piece of clothing. Brother, please prepare hot water for me. As the night approached, a calm atmosphere reigned in the room. The soft light of the lamp gently illuminated the space. Adelaide, behind the screen, began to slowly undress. Oliver, sitting next to the screen, poured water into a barrel. The water quietly and softly gurgled. Ida slowly walked up to the wooden barrel standing nearby. Steam from the hot water rose into the air. She let go of her hair, and it fell softly onto her shoulders. The girl lowered her legs into the hot moisture, feeling the warmth envelop her, relaxing every muscle. Then she completely immersed herself in the barrel. Brother Oliver, tell me, did you study anywhere before entering the Heavenly Kingdom? Soft drops of water rested on her shoulders as Adelaide turned to Oliver. No, I didn't have that opportunity, Oliver replied, talking to the girl through the screen. Well, I thought so, but don't you want to learn more? I can help with that. Her palms slowly stroked the skin, the scent of herbs and oils wafting through the air. But personal training is prohibited. Oliver, with a slight smile on his lips, approached the screen. He looked behind it, leaning forward a little. How long do you plan on staring? Ida turned around sharply and looked at the guy indignantly. Her eyebrows furrowed sharply, and her lips pressed into a thin line. Sorry, I got a little nervous. The guy suddenly covered his eyes with his palms. Panic was noticeable in his movements as he hid behind the screen. I won't be your teacher, I just need to make sure that you won't hold me back when we catch the criminal. Is that understood? Steam was gathering around Adelaide. Don't worry, if anyone asks, I'll say I learned it from the scriptures. Oliver swallowed the lump in his throat, still embarrassed by his actions. Oliver was standing in the center of the room when suddenly his body started shaking. He felt a wave of heat run down his spine and noticed his tail slowly extending out of his back. Damn! I forgot about the transformation. Sister Ida, I'm feeling hungry. I'll go find a shop to eat some noodles. Adelaide raised her head in surprise when she heard Oliver's voice. The guy, feeling how his body continued to change, could no longer stay within the cramped walls of the room. Grabbing the door handle, he abruptly opened the door and ran out into the street. We need to hurry. The landscape around him changes. Trees fly past, and Oliver, who was just a man not long ago, feels like he has already become a snow-white puppy. The boy, who found himself in the body of a dog, carefully stepped along the soft forest path, his new paws quietly touching the ground and his ears perked up. What is that smell? How delicious it smells! A puppy's head poked out from the thick bushes, his large, expressive eyes widened in surprise as he looked ahead with interest. Found it! In a small clearing in front of the puppy sat a girl, comfortably settled by the fire. The fire crackled, and above it on a spit a fish was roasting. Next to her, curled up, sat a ginger cat. Noticing the puppy, the blue-haired girl smiled softly and took off her hat in greeting. Puppy, are you hungry? Oliver looked around, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. Suddenly stopping, He poked his paw into his chest in surprise as if asking, "Me? Yes, yes, I'm talking to you, baby." The girl pulled her hat down onto her back. "A collar? So you have a master? Then you shouldn't be wandering around in the forest at this hour. If you get lost, your master will be very upset." She leaned over to the puppy and with a smile handed him the fish, carefully skewered on a spit. The puppy smiled happily, looking at the golden crust of the fish. "Help yourself, you'll like it." The little animal, without thinking for a second, bit the fish with his teeth. His little teeth confidently held the fish, and joy overwhelmed him. But suddenly the puppy's attention switched. A ginger cat sat nearby, with a displeased expression on her face. She carefully watched the dog, showing her claws. "Well, how do you like my mistress's fish? Is it tasty?" The puppy, feeling that the cat's attention was completely focused on him, grinned. He firmly stepped on her paws and carefully poked his nose into hers. "Are you really jealous of your mistress?" She looked into his eyes with all her anger. They sparkled like two bright lights in the darkness. At that moment, she stretched out her front paws and showed her sharp claws. "I am a spirit animal, not some mongrel. How can I even be jealous?" At first, they circled each other, exchanging jabs and menacing glances. The cat hissed menacingly, while the dog barked, trying to take control of the situation. They pounced on each other. The girl, seeing this, sharply screamed, "Stop it!" She took a step forward, suddenly tripped over a stone that was hiding in the grass, and the girl flew down. At that moment, her dress caught on a protruding branch of one of the trees. With a sharp click, it was torn off her body. The animals stopped abruptly, their gazes instantly directed towards the girl lying on the ground. She was naked, her body writhing in pain. Oliver stared at the sight in amazement, his mouth open, and he let out a surprised woof, and a thin stream of blood flowed from his nose. However, the next second he was hit in the face by a ginger cat who meowed, telling him to quickly turn away, and she called him a pervert. Oliver, in his dog form, let out a long, quiet howl and closed his eyes, tears streaming down his cheek as he did so. The girl, who was still lying on the ground with one eye open, told herself that she should get rid of her stupid habit of trying to reconcile everyone. And then she sat down on the ground, covering her nakedness with a cloak that she had taken in advance because it gets cold at night. Looking at the puppy, she noticed that his nose was bleeding, and she asked worriedly what was wrong with Rim. Covering the dew with his paws, Oliver thought that this was called blood flowing, and he was still young, so he didn't see this often. Taking out a handkerchief, the girl began to wipe the puppy's white muzzle, saying that it was good that the bleeding had stopped, but it would still be better for him to drink hot water when he returned, and he thought that boiling water could cure all diseases. The ginger cat, her face dark with anger, meowed, telling him that she knew why his nose was bleeding, and therefore he didn't even dare think about it. And Oliver only asked with a grin what she would do to him. Standing on her feet, the girl quietly asked how things were at home now, and then she said that it didn't matter, because her father and mother didn't care about her, so she didn't care either, and the animals were chewing fish at that time. Oliver asked the cat what was wrong with her owner, to which she replied that she was being forced to marry the heir of another clan of beast tamers. Then the puppy asked if she had simply run away. The cat replied that she had no choice because her fiancé was so big and strong, but it didn't matter because she would soon be returned home anyway. Suddenly, the girl heard some rustling in the bushes. Digging through her cloak, she ordered whoever was in the bushes to come out, and then she took a whip from her cloak and swung it, thinking that it could have been her parents. But as it turned out, it was Adelaide who immediately realized that the girl was from the clan of Tamers, and therefore it was not surprising that there was so much demonic energy around. Oliver immediately froze when he noticed her. Adelaide also noticed the puppy and thought that now it was clear why she hadn't seen him. He had simply gone for a walk. She remembered her words about him not being allowed to enter the student's dormitory if he didn't have an owner. Another girl asked her who she was. Adelaide asked her if she should introduce herself first, if she was going to forgive him for something like that. Then the girl listened to her and said that her name was Lily, and she was traveling with her pet. Another one also introduced herself, saying that she was Adelaide from the heavenly realm of Lu Shui Peak. Hearing this, Lily suddenly jumped up to her with a joyful expression on her face and asked again. Oliver wondered how she managed to meet her fan in the forest. Lily, turning away with a red face, told the girl that she had admired her for a long time. Taking a knife out of her coat, she asked if the girl could leave her an autograph. And then she took off her clothes and asked Adelaide to leave her autograph on her back. Hastily throwing a cloak over the girl's shoulders, the other said that she would rather give her something of her things. Lily did not ask further, but only thanked her. And then Adelaide handed her a comb, which the other looked at with sparkling eyes, and then she jumped up and down joyfully with a comb in her hands. Oliver, in a panic, thought that it was time for him to leave here. But suddenly, when he was about to leave, Adelaide called out to him, causing him to freeze. He thought that he was wearing a demonic bracelet, so she couldn't sense his demonic energy. The girl crouched down to be closer to the puppy and touched his collar, asking the dog if he really had an owner. The puppy shook his head, to which the girl then said with a smile that then he must be often given gifts since he is so handsome. And then she tied some kind of cord around his collar. And then she stood up and told Lily that since this demonic energy was coming from her pet, then let's go. And she would also take this dog with her because she knew her. The girl sadly asked if she was leaving already. In response to this, the other said that she was staying at a flower house nearby. Then Lily exclaimed with a smile that she would go with her. But still leaving Lily, Adelaide returned with Oliver to her chambers. The girl's hands gently laid the puppy on the bed, to which he wondered why this was happening again. Adelaide said with a smile that since the puppy was here, she would not let Oliver disturb them. And then she said that she thought he wouldn't come today, and she hoped he wouldn't have any trouble surviving until tomorrow morning. And hearing that, the boy wondered if he was really that bad compared to the puppy. The girl, with a contented smile on her face, hugged him and noted that his fur was so soft and he didn't smell. Oliver thought that everything that was happening was so cute that it even made him feel sick. And then the girl picked him up in her arms like a child and carried him to bed. Putting one hand forward, she shot out power from her finger, causing a blue light to appear on the wall. The girl said that she closed all the doors and windows so that this guy would not come in. In a panic, Oliver thought about how he could get out of here before the morning, when she froze all the doors. And then he immediately thought about what kind of situation might happen the next morning. Upset, he asked himself why all this was happening to him. However, after that, he noticed that the girl's body was very soft, and his face turned slightly red. He pressed himself against the girl's soft chest, but almost immediately it dawned on him, and he asked himself what he was doing. But then the girl said that she thought the puppy was a loner, but it turned out that he loved hugs. The boy looked away shyly, thinking that he was attracted to Adelaide's body, and therefore he couldn't help himself. But fortunately, he was in the form of a beast, because if he were a human, he would have already died. And then he thought about what would happen if one day Adelaide found out that this puppy was him. Still pressed against the girl's body, he wondered if the puppy could possibly have bad intentions. And in general, he was the victim here, because even an ordinary person couldn't resist something like that. And then, having found an excuse for himself, he happily pressed himself against the girl. Smiling, the girl thought about what name she should give him. But you can only give a name to your pet. So she asked the puppy if he wanted to be her pet. The puppy looked away and barked softly, and Oliver thought that if he agreed, he wouldn't be able to leave the mountain, but he couldn't refuse, because it seemed like the girl would be upset if he refused. Adelaide said that she knew he was still young and did not want to leave his parents, so he might agree later. The girl continued to say something, but Hai didn't listen to her, but only thought that apparently everything didn't turn out so badly, and he barked happily. He thought about how Adelaide treated animals and people differently. She was always cold to the latter and did not let them near her. Smiling, the girl told the puppy that it was time to go to bed, because she still had to teach Oliver one technique tomorrow, and she hoped that he would not master it quickly. Hugging the girl happily, Oliver wondered if she really didn't trust anyone or if he was just paranoid. But suddenly he thought sharply that all this had distracted him from the really important matter. The door was still locked, they were holding him in their arms, and if tomorrow morning a naked guy turns up in the girl's bed, it would be the end for him. He thought that he was unable to destroy this technique, and therefore could not leave. He mentally prayed for help, and then thought about why he had to die now, and not in 6 months. He had not yet had time to enjoy this world. Several hours passed. The moon was shining brightly in the sky. Oliver still hadn't slept, and that's why he had huge dark circles under his eyes. Looking at the girl, he noticed that she had already fallen asleep, and therefore it was time to act. With a sharp leap, he jumped off the bed and landed on the stone floor. As he approached the locked door, he thought that there was only one thing left for him to do. His face took on a serious expression as he thought that his only option was to dig. Oliver began to actively dig a hole near the wall, thinking that he should be done in about an hour. But suddenly Adelaide's voice was heard behind him, asking what he was doing there, causing the puppy to freeze. He whined pitifully and turned around with tears in his eyes, wondering what he should do and why she wasn't sleeping. But then the girl said that she seemed to understand, and he was asking to go to the toilet, and therefore he would let him out. Oliver nodded vigorously and wondered if it was really that simple. Adelaide waved her hand, causing flashes of light to creep up her arm, and then the door swung open. And the next second, Oliver flew out of the room like a bullet, creating a gust of wind. However, the girl did not suspect anything, but only thought that the puppy had apparently been patient for a long time. She turned around and began to walk back towards the bed. But suddenly she turned back sharply, as she noticed a demonic aura. And then she quickly jumped out of the room and climbed onto the roof in a few jumps. Crouching down by the tree, Oliver, breathing heavily, said that he had finally gotten out. He folded his paws across his chest and said that it wouldn't be cool if he returned to human form right in the forest, but it would be better than dying. Putting his paw under his chin, he said that he needed to find that demoness and get some new clothes. And then after some time he found himself somewhere else, with lanterns shining around. Looking around, he asked where the breath that was here last time was. He remembered the words of Melanie, who asked him why he was asking her about this, because each of the demons could find an entrance, and then she said that apparently he had forgotten a lot, even his essence. She said that although the demon race and human race had reached a certain agreement, there were still those among the human cultivators who hated them, so the entrance could not be fixed at one point. But all the places where the passage opened were not that far from each other. Oliver sighed and said it looked like he would have to look. But suddenly he noticed how Dina passed right over his head. Flashing from above, she flew past him in the back, and Oliver noticed only her legs sticking out of the wall. And then the girl disappeared from this wall, and the guy happily thought that he had just walked out of the passage. Suddenly Adelaide appeared in the air, but the puppy did not notice her. It only seemed to him that her scent appeared nearby. Turning around, he winced as he noticed that she was flying straight towards him. And then he quickly jumped from his place and also entered the passage in the wall. With a graceful movement, the girl landed on the stone floor and noted that the demonic aura suddenly disappeared. And so she thought that, apparently, the entrance to the demon market was somewhere around here. Turning around, the girl, swearing quietly, said that this bastard was lucky only this time. Walking further away from this place, she told herself that someday she would definitely get to their world and know all its secrets. When the guy walked through the passage, he was immediately met by girls with joyful questions about what he wanted to play today. Oliver had regained his human form, and now he stood before all these women completely naked, and they only laughed, saying how funny he was. Scratching his neck and blushing, the guy said with a smile that he was also glad to see them all. And he told himself that it was good that he had entered the demon territory before the transformation. And then he imagined what would have happened if he had been so unlucky. And he immediately imagined Adelaide with a sword in her hand, ready to pierce him. And then the guy quickly ran away from the girls, not forgetting to say goodbye to them. A few minutes later, he ran to some building, where he burst in with a loud cry for Dina's sister to help him. The girl looked out from behind the counter uncertainly, and then looked at the guy, and her face became more and more surprised with each passing second. She asked him what was wrong with him. The guy awkwardly replied that he had suddenly returned to human form and had no clothes on him. The girl sighed tiredly, and the guy wondered why she was reacting like that. And then she raised her hand and put up 2 fingers, which instantly lit up with a red flame. And then she put her hand forward and clothes appeared on the guy's body. After looking at his new look, Oliver noted how cool it was. And then the girl told him that he should go to the demon market and buy himself a spatial artifact. Then the guy asked what it was. Then the girl explained that this was an item that allowed him to store other objects in itself. And a low-quality artifact would be quite suitable for storing several things. In the human realm, such a stone would cost about 10,000 spirit stones, and if he could get human things better than that bag, then perhaps he could exchange them for the stone. Oliver grabbed his chin thoughtfully, and then he told her with a smile that maybe he would do it another time. And then he asked her where the girl's sister was. Looking away, she replied that she was not home at the moment. As he was leaving, Oliver asked the girl to say hello to her sister, and that he had things to do now, in response to which the girl said goodbye to him. After leaving the room, the guy began to walk around the demonic market. Suddenly, he stopped and, folding his arms across his chest, he remembered that Adelaide had chased a criminal, and he had brought her to the demon market. But why did he come from the direction of the flower house? He said that he also didn't know if she had left, but fortunately the exit was now in a different place, so he was unlikely to run into her. The guy left the demon market and reached Adelaide's house, and then he knocked on the door of her room, calling her. As he continued calling the girl, he thought that he needed to be bolder. After a few knocks, the door finally swung open, the girl was sitting at the table, and Oliver exclaimed that he knew she was not sleeping. Holding a cup in her hand, Adelaide glanced at the guy and asked him how it happened that he went out for noodles and came back in new clothes. Oliver, explaining the situation, told her that he had been accosted in the shop by a street urchin, but he had helped him. But the man had gotten angry and thrown a bowl at him. But the shop owner had thanked him and lent him clothes, and he would return them tomorrow. The girl noted that this was an act worthy of a Taoist, and then she said that he did not have to sleep with her tonight. The guy asked if this would affect her plan to find the criminal, and he himself thought that it was even for the best. Adelaide said that a demoness came to the flower shop tonight, but she wounded her, and she escaped. She went in pursuit, but the demoness managed to hide in the demon market. The guy asked again in surprise, and the girl asked what was wrong. Oliver folded his arms and asked if this was the same criminal who was cutting people. But it was not the time yet, and he had wounded him in that skirmish, so why was he in such a hurry? The girl said that this could be precisely because the guy had hurt him, and that was why he dared to do this, because this is not forgiven. And then she said that it was late and it was time for them to go to bed. Bowing respectfully, Oliver wished the girl good night, and then he went out onto the balcony and looked at the street where people were still walking. He wondered why the criminal was so obsessed with his goal that he would even risk his life but not give up on his plan. He thought that all this was some kind of nonsense. He chuckled in annoyance and thought about how there was another one that didn't make sense. He leaned on the railing, covered his face with his hand, and wondered why the girl was so gentle with the puppy, but felt such disgust towards him. He sighed, rested his chin on his hands, and said that if she had treated him even a tenth as that when he was human, then maybe he wouldn't even have to die. But Adelaide wasn't particularly fond of people, and then he exclaimed that he had enough of thinking about it, because tomorrow he still had to train, so it was time to sleep. The next day, Adelaide and Oliver went to training, but there they met Lily. The girl said that she also wanted to go to training with them. Adelaide, politely addressing the girl, said that her clan and their sect were two completely different factions. Lily came to her senses and said that it was so, as if she had just realized it herself. And then she sincerely apologized for not thinking about it, but she just wanted to see each other again. But it was so difficult to do, and then she said that she would not interfere then, and hoped that they would meet for dinner. Adelaide thanked her with a gentle smile. And then the girl and the guy went somewhere into the forest. They walked past a river, and the girl asked the guy how far he had advanced in cultivation. Looking away and scratching his neck, he said that he had only broken through to the chi refining stage the day before yesterday. He smiled awkwardly and said that it was his fault that he had practiced so little, and he himself thought that since his energy and ki had the same aura, the girl should not notice anything. Adelaide replied that it didn't matter, because if he had reached the first stage of ki purification, he would already be able to learn the techniques, which is what they would do today. Turning to face him and standing in front of him, she asked him if he would be able to cross to the other bank, and then she asked him if he remembered the lesson from the outer sect, to which Oliver hesitantly said that he couldn't, and he had never been to class before. He wondered if the girl was going to teach him how to walk on air. Then Adelaide said that she would only show him once, so he had to pay attention. Today, they would learn the first style of the cloud step technique, boat floating on the water surface, and if he mastered it, he would be able to float in the clouds. Gracefully raising her leg, she began to tell, and said that on the right one needs to direct the UI to the legs. One needs to imagine that they are two fleshly boats, and the energy under them is a current. He should learn to control this so-called current, so that it forms a stable platform. And then she stepped into the water and said that after that you need to smoothly push the ki out of your body, like a leaf on the surface of a lake that rises and falls on the waves. The body should become like a leaf that moves with the flow of ki. Oliver thought about how the body of the previous owner comprehends the Tao dozens of times faster than the bodies of ordinary people, and therefore, he simply has to understand what he is being told. And then orange flashes burst from under his feet. Adelaide pushed off the ground and told the boy to remember that it was all about ease and control. And then she stepped onto the water and said that water is malleable, it can penetrate through stones, and his body should become like it. She stood firmly on the water and said that then the guy could walk on water. Then, with a small splash, Oliver also jumped into the water and stood on it. Standing steadily on the water, he exclaimed that the girl explained everything perfectly. Adelaide was somewhat surprised. She asked him if he already knew how to do it, but just didn't tell her. Oliver asked her what she was talking about, and then he himself discovered with surprise that he was standing on water. He spread his arms out to the sides and said that he really didn't know how to do it, and he himself thought that this body is capable of learning everything it hears. So why didn't its previous owner do it for 2 years? This time was wasted. Adelaide thought that she had been learning the first style for 7 days, but he was able to master it in an instant, so he wasn't even a genius, he was something more. Noticing the surprised expression on the girl's face, the guy panicked and thought that she was thinking about the same thing he was. And then he smiled and said that it seemed like he was just lucky, but he still needed to train a lot to reach the same level as hers. The girl said that the guy could study some more, and she could go to the hotel, and she herself was thinking that she should report such a gift so that he could be made an internal disciple. And then a sword flew through the air behind her. Adelaide stood on it to fly away, and the guy said goodbye to her. And then the girl's sword suddenly flew out of place, raising a huge wave. The guy, completely drenched in water, thought that he seemed to have made a mistake in his plan. As he walked ashore, he thought that soon everyone would find out about his talent. Therefore, it seems that I will have to look for an item to hide my aura in the demon market. And I will have to be even more careful. Adelaide reached her chambers after some time. She knelt on the bed with a glittering sign rising above her head. Suddenly, a voice was heard from this sign, which asked her what had happened to the student. The girl asked if her master could take one outer disciple from his sister, the head of Lu Shui Peak, to which the voice said that it was possible. But did he really have someone in mind? Adelaide replied that it was, and that it was a student named Oliver. The sign asked again, and then she said that she knew him and had even heard about his meetings with the girl. The girl, slightly blushing, became indignant and asked her master to stop listening to gossip, as it would only waste time, and she answered that this gossip was very interesting. And then it wasn't the teacher who asked how a girl with such an attitude would find a life partner. Turning away, Adelaide asked her master where her partner was. The teacher shouted at the girl to shut up, and then the sign began to dissipate into the air, and the woman said that she still needed to talk to her sister. And then with a soft thud, the sign hit the table. Adelaide sighed wearily. Half a month passed, and nothing happened in the flower house, except that there were more visitors. The house manager greeted the guests with joy, thinking that thanks to Oliver, things were going well again. Oliver and Adelaide were standing on the balcony. The girl said that she had seriously injured her last time, and that a long time had passed. However, it was still too early to relax. The guy asked her why she was so obsessed with the flower house. He said that the one they were looking for was a demon, so she could have gone to any other place. So why would she risk coming here again? Adelaide replied that the demoness was somehow connected to the flower house, and if she was caught, the truth would come out. Suddenly, a loud cat cry was heard above their heads. As it turned out, it was the already familiar ginger cat. And then the cat rushed down from the balcony, and Lily noted that Bubinchik detected a demonic aura. The girl said that this demon is very cautious, and it seems that she somehow suppresses her aura. Adelaide asked again, and the guy hearing this tensed up, and then he looked away in panic, thinking that it couldn't be him because there was a bracelet on his neck. And he is afraid that the criminal has already blended into the crowd, and therefore it is no longer possible to detect his location by the demonic aura. Lily exclaimed that one must not act thoughtlessly and involve ordinary people in this. Adelaide replied that everything was fine. When she killed someone, there would be an immediate surge of aura, and they would find someone else right away. She exclaimed that she would find her and grind her into dust. Meanwhile, Melanie was with a man, and she noted with a smile that he had already drunk a lot. She decided to take him upstairs to rest, with Oliver standing next to them. The guy quietly said that he hadn't seen Melanie for several days, but she was already accepting clients. And then he began to read the poem. The drunken years carry us away without wine, saying goodbye forever, like an expensive tart wine, and we are not given the ability to understand its taste. Adelaide approached the guy and asked him if he could write poetry, to which he only smiled awkwardly and said that he wasn't really that good at it. Meanwhile, the man clung to Melanie, happy that everything was fine at the flower house now. He asked her to sing his favorite song, and in the meantime, he led her into the room, Oliver watching them. The girl said that they still had a lot of time, to which the man laughed, and the girl looked over her shoulder straight at Oliver. The guy frowned and looked at her as well, but said nothing. The door slammed shut with a loud bang. The guy thought that the girl's aura was no longer the same as before, and why did he feel that she was familiar to him? The guy asked Adelaide if a demon would come here knowing they were here. Couldn't she just find the guy and knock him out and do it the old-fashioned way? The girl asked what the old-fashioned way meant. Then, with a predatory smile, the guy explained that this is when she uses a knife, not magic, and then no one can detect her demonic aura. The girl thought that if this were so, then many visitors would have died long ago, and this demon was very smart, and she chose the most crowded place, and therefore it would not be so easy to find her. Oliver asked if it wasn't more pleasant to kill a person right under everyone's nose. And then he quietly said that he seemed to understand where he had encountered this aura, but he hoped that he had imagined it. And then he said that he wanted to check something. The girl asked what it was, and Oliver, instead of answering, suddenly pushed off the ground. And he quickly ran somewhere, and he ran straight to that very door that had recently slammed shut. And through it, a dark silhouette was visible. Pinkov opened the door and the guy burst into the room, and he could immediately see a man lying on the floor in a pool of his own blood, and next to him was Melanie. The girl with a knife in her hands asked him what he was doing. But suddenly, from somewhere behind, Stones flew into her hand, causing her to let go of the knife. As it turned out, it was Adelaide. Melanie's body shook slightly. Tears came to her eyes and she called out to Oliver. The guy didn't say anything, but Adelaide hurried to run closer. But the next second, Melanie had already jumped out of the window. She ran quickly down the narrow street, pushing people aside, Adelaide jumping out of the window after her, ordering her to stop. Oliver took out some kind of bag, and from it he took out some kind of small green ball. Crouching closer to the man's body, he put the ball in his mouth and said that he didn't care about him, but he didn't want another life to be taken. Breathing heavily, Melanie ran faster and faster. Suddenly, Adelaide's cry was heard, asking where she was going. Lily and Adelaide were chasing the girl, and the second told the other not to lose sight of her, and she would go to intercept. A frightened Melanie turned around to look at the girls who were chasing her. Adelaide raised her hand and held out 2 fingers, which immediately lit up with a blue light. And then blue flashes appeared in the air, and she pushed off from the ground. She landed sharply and rose into the sky, flying over the other girl, and she turned in the air. And then she landed gracefully right in front of the one she was chasing. Melanie froze, realizing that she could no longer escape. Adelaide took out her blue sword and asked the demon if she really thought she could escape again. She cried out sternly that it was her time to die. The girl, in the same stern voice, called on the demon to surrender. Behind her ran Lily, who lifted her cat by the paws. And then, bending down to the ground, she suddenly launched her cat forward. Something exploded in the air above everyone else's heads, creating a ball of fog. And then a huge tiger's body, its eyes sparkling red, fell to the ground. Melanie stood there, stunned, her mouth wide open. The tiger, opening its mouth wide, let out a deafening roar, and the girl could not hold back a frightened scream. Lily happily exclaimed how cool it was. But suddenly Oliver appeared and asked Adelaide to wait. He stopped abruptly in front of her and shouted at them not to kill her. And then he said that first he needed to find out why she did it. And he himself thought that he couldn't yet admit that he recognized her as Mrs. Dina. Otherwise, he would be able to explain their relationship. Turning to the demon, Adelaide finally asked her what her goal was and where the real Melanie was. Melanie quickly looked away instead of answering. Then the girl, clutching the sword tighter, said that even if she didn't tell, it would be enough for her that she had killed dozens of people and justice would be done. Melanie asked again. And then she asked if she really thought that because she was human, the heavens favored them, and other races deserved only death. Humans have killed many demons for no reason, so what's the point of doing justice? Adelaide objected, saying that she had killed people after all. With tears in her eyes, Melanie screamed that they deserved it. Stepping forward, Oliver told Adelaide that this was his mission, and so he would handle it himself. She asked him if he could deal with this demon. Frowning, the guy replied that he could. And then he went straight towards the demon, and the girl said after him that she would keep an eye on him from here. Oliver, having already turned to the demon, asked her why she killed people. Dinah in Melanie's body thought that Oliver was now this woman's student, and therefore did not want to reveal his identity. She thought that his family was their benefactor, and therefore she could not put his situation in order, and suddenly purple flashes shone around her body. And then a long, fluffy foxtail appeared in the air, and Dinah appeared before everyone. Her cheeks were red, and tears were shining in her eyes. Then she closed her eyes and said that 2 years ago she saved a student in Zuo Yao County. Sighing quietly, the guy thought tiredly that he knew what was going to happen now. Baring her teeth, Dinah said that she had saved him from the robbers, given him gold and jewelry, and he had said that he wanted to go to the capital to take the exam, and she had thought that he was a man of honor, and that was why she had helped him. But her friends told her that he didn't study at all, but constantly hung around brothels. He spent all his time and all the money that she gave him on these fallen women. Her eyes glowed red and her body was shaking as she said that she then went to the flower house to find out the truth. And then she saw him having fun with this Melanie. He accused her of being a demon and even tried to kill him. Following the tip given by this man, Long Xiangxi found her and her clan, and for many hours they tortured her relatives and then killed them. But fortunately, a great master helped them, and she and her 3 sisters escaped. With tears in her eyes, she said bitterly that everyone else had died, and yet they were innocent. And then she angrily exclaimed that that was why she was killing people and let them die without honor. Wiping away her tears with her hand, she said that she had already said everything she wanted to say, and she still couldn't do it, and therefore they could kill her if they wanted to. Turning to Adelaide, Oliver asked her what she thought about it. Stepping forward, the girl replied that it was his mission, and therefore it was up to him to decide her fate. And then she stood with 1 foot on her sword that was hanging in the air. Lily jumped onto the back of her ginger cat, which was still enormous in size, and they also prepared to leave. Adelaide flew into the air in a bright blue flash, and Lily hurried after her. The guy turned to Dina and thanked her for helping him hide his identity. Still with red eyes from the hearing, she turned to the boy and said that she should be thanking the master. But suddenly a sharp feeling pierced the girl's body, and she opened her eyes in surprise. And then she staggered and fell right into the arms of Oliver, who stood in front of her. Looking up at the boy, she said in a weak voice that the same master who saved her and her sisters was from Oliver's family. The boy's eyes widened in surprise and his mouth dropped open, and he thought that now it was clear why she had said that his family was her benefactor. Dina, in the same weak voice, told the guy that her life was now in his hands. The guy, still hugging the girl, said that Adelaide would not forget if he just let her go, and therefore there was only one way to save her. The girl, clearly not expecting this, looked at him in surprise and asked in confusion what kind of method this was. When he came face to face with her, the guy asked her if she would become his pet. Meanwhile, the manager of the flower house sighed, glad that it was good that no one died, and behind her, some guy was carrying the same man who was almost stabbed to death today. The flower house manager fell to the floor and hugged Adelaide's legs and said that she was so glad she was there, otherwise they would have to go through those horrors again. Adelaide looked at the pool of blood that the man had left behind, and she thought that she couldn't believe that he had survived that much blood loss. And the woman noticed that Oliver had also returned. Waving his hand to the girl, the guy said that he was finished. And then, turning to the woman, he said that he had dealt with the demon, and therefore she would not bother them anymore, and he also sent people for Lily so that she would not be harmed. Now the flower shop manager rushed to hug the guy's legs, thanking him for his help. After a few seconds, she finally got to her feet and said that she had prepared something for them as a reward, and therefore she would now send someone for it. Adelaide asked the guy again what it meant that he had tamed this demon, and then she said that the guy was still too soft-hearted. Oliver said that he was well aware that this demon had blood on her hands, but that was only because she was the first to experience betrayal, and these people were bad. The girl objected, saying that these people were not bad, but they were not good either, and even if they had taken the path of evil, it was not for the demon to judge. Frowning, she asked the guy again what he did with the demon. Showing the girl the red bracelet on his wrist, he said that this demon was now his spirit pet. And then he looked at his bracelet with a smile and said that now she would spend her whole life atoning for her sins. After a moment of silence, Adelaide turned around abruptly and said that now that the mission was accomplished, they must return to the heavenly kingdom to get their points. After this, Oliver breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that, fortunately, the girl had not told him anything. The next day, Lily, sitting on her pet, was preparing to go on her way. She anointed Adelaide and Oliver with her hand, saying that her parents already knew where she was, and therefore it was time for her to leave. The girl and her cat burst into tears as they said goodbye to the girl and the boy. And then she galloped away, raising a cloud of dust behind her. Adelaide told the boy to come with her, and she had already completed her mission, and therefore she needed to return to the heavenly kingdom by evening. Sighing, the guy agreed. And he himself thought that because of Dina, the girl became even colder towards him. But in any case, after completing 4 missions, he was going to leave the heavenly kingdom, and therefore this was even for the best. The next day, Oliver had already reached the heavenly kingdom, and now he was walking around the Palm Pavilion. Alice, who was walking next to the guy, asked if it was true that the guy had returned yesterday with Adelaide. The guy noted that the girl already knew this, to which she happily noted that she was, after all, the editor-in-chief. And then she said that she promises that if he tells her anything else, she won't write about it. And then she said that, unlike others, she does not think that Adelaide and Alexander are an ideal couple, because the girl is not interested in him at all, and therefore Oliver has a chance. The guy noted that she had already told him about this last time, to which she said that if there was something in Adelaide's eyes, she would have seen it by now, to which the guy, with an awkward smile on his face, said that he had only helped Adelaide with her mission. And then he thought about how he remembered that in the game, his character was constantly pestering Adelaide, and that's why she decided to be with Alexander. Could it be that her love line is connected with the advances of a non-player character? And it was he who pushed her towards Alexander. The guy thought that he was already tired of the fact that he could not remember the details of the game. As he passed the doors, the guy noticed that they had already arrived. Alice asked him to tell her if he remembered anything else, to which the guy did not agree, but did not refuse either. And then he went into his room and went to his bed, on which the blanket lay strangely. The guy plopped down tiredly on the bed, but suddenly he jumped out of bed in fright, and someone's eye appeared under the blanket. Having landed on the floor, the guy immediately reached into his clothes to get a weapon and attack the uninvited guest. But suddenly he blushed a little and made an idiotic expression, realizing that there had been some person on his bed all this time. As it turned out, it was Beatrice, who had already crawled out from under the blanket. There was practically no clothing on her body, and she noticed somewhat sadly that Oliver had been gone for so long. Blushing even more, the guy stepped back and, screaming a little, asked the girl what she was doing in his bed. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, the girl simply replied that she had waited for him for so long that she had fallen asleep, and then she asked him how his mission had gone. Frowning, Oliver told Beatrice to get up and leave his room. Otherwise, people would think up all sorts of things, and he thought that this Alexander was too persistent. He had already used this trick on him so many times and still did not give in. Was it really necessary to irritate him so much? The girl called the guy affectionately and extended her thin hand towards him. And then she pressed herself against his chest and asked him why he was so rude to her, whether she had done something wrong. Her soft breasts pressed tightly against the guy's chest, and she asked the guy if there was anything she could do to fix it. However, Oliver only waved his hand, causing the girl to fly behind him and hit the floor. Lying on the floor, Beatrice called out to the boy. Frowning, Oliver told the girl that he didn't want to waste his time on her. And then he said that he would be honest, and therefore he would say that he knew what she wanted to do. Beatrice became flustered and asked again, and she herself wondered how he knew this. Smiling, the guy scratched the back of his head and told the girl not to worry so much because he knows that she likes him, but it's not time yet. His hand, a clenched fist, shook as he wondered if the girl really thought he would tell about her affair with Alexander, or that he was dealing with demons. He just wanted to scare her. Turning away, Beatrice quietly said how stupid the guy was, and she herself thought that she was so scared because she really thought that he knew everything. The guy said that he was very tired, and it was time to sleep, and therefore she would talk next time, to which the girl objected that she was not dressed yet. But then she flew head over heels out of the guy's room. She frowned and glared at the closed doors of the guy's room as all the passers-by were staring at her. With his back to the closed doors, Oliver thought that he had already refused the girl several times, but she kept giving in. Apparently, they were not going to stop until they had his blood. Putting his finger to his chin, he frowned and said that since Alexander had gone against him, he shouldn't regret it later when he ruined everything for him. After some time, night fell on Jushi Peak. Sitting on a tree branch, Oliver said that he doesn't remember exactly where the cave in the game is, but it was there that Alexander made a deal with the demons. And clearly people don't come here often. Alexander hides well, and therefore those around him consider him an honest and righteous man. But in reality, he cooperates with the dark forces, using their gifts. Otherwise, he would never have become the main disciple of Lu Shui Peak. And then he got indignant, saying that now he realized that the legend of the immortal swordsman is just a piece of shit full of bugs, and the developers didn't try at all, and that's why his character dies so early. And it doesn't matter that all his powers were sucked out. His route still ends at the very beginning. Suddenly, Dina appeared in front of him, illuminated by a pink flame. She said she felt a faint demonic energy. The guy asked her if she could identify its source. The girl replied that they, demonic foxes, sense energy much better than other demons, and therefore she can handle it. Then the guy told her to get to work, and the demon's body dissolved into pink smoke. Having gone around the guy, this pink smoke quickly flew forward. The smoke was in the shape of a fox, and it flew forward quickly, cutting through the air. As Oliver followed him, he reflected that Adelaide had taught him how to move quickly both through trees and on water. And if he fully masters this technique, then he will not need support at all. Looking back, Dina told the guy that the energy was coming from behind the waterfall, and then she stopped in front of a waterfall, and the guy landed on a rock, noting that the cave was a good place to hide. Turning back into a human, she said that it could be dangerous, and therefore she should go first, because no one would be able to detect her, even if someone was there. Oliver told her to be careful, and the girl said that she was ready to sacrifice her life for him. And then she, turning into smoke again, flew behind the waterfall. Flying over the water, she told the guy that there really is a cave behind the waterfall, but the demonic energy that comes from there is quite weak. She turned back into a human and said that it seemed like there were only echoes of energy here. Oliver told her to check everything out, in case there was anything unusual there. Looking around, Dina noted that this must be the very place where Alexander traded with demons. But there was no one here. Suddenly, she looked down and noticed something. The girl lowered herself closer to the ground and told the guy that she had found something. She began to take out this something and noted that it was definitely left by demons. And then she turned into a pink house again and flew back, but this time with something in her paws. Dinah and Oliver made it to his room, and the guy sat down at the table to examine their find. As it turned out, it was some kind of small box with gold and malachite fragments. The guy scratched his chin and wondered how he could give this box to him. And then he pressed the button that was on the lid. The lid suddenly swung back and a bright pink light burst out of the box, causing the guy to fall from his chair onto the floor. Dina was also surprised but seemed to understand what it was. Hugging the guy, who had already gotten to his feet, she happily announced that this was a demonic artifact. Hugging him from behind and pressing closer, she said that it was an immortal glow. Oliver, hearing this, asked again and said that it sounded familiar. The girl said that she would not confuse this energy with anything. And then she said that when she was a child, the Demon King and the Dragon King had fought. And it was the former who used the power of the immortal radiance, which almost completely protected him from the Dragon King's attack. And she said that she never thought that she would find such a treasure in a small cave in the Heavenly Kingdom. Breaking away from the guy, she exclaimed, saying that it seemed like heaven had blessed the guy because his luck was amazing. Oliver said that this artifact has almost absolute protection, but there are conditions for its use. He began to vigorously close and open the lid of the box, and then, with an awkward smile, he asked Dina what these conditions were. After apologizing, the girl said that she only knew what this artifact was. The guy asked her how she knew so much, to which she happily hurried to remind him that she had her own small shop in the demon market, and therefore she had seen countless weapons and medicines. And then she said that the demonic foxes, when they were considered one of the main forces in the clan of demons, and therefore they had seen a lot, to which Oliver said with a smile that he believed her, and then he said that they needed to figure out how to use this artifact. And then he asked why the Demon King left such an important thing in the cave. Dina replied that she didn't know, and that she only found this box there. And then she remembered that there was some ash there too. The boy sweated his chin thoughtfully, and the girl said that she heard that the Demon King was attacked by immortals and seriously injured. So, is it possible that he died, and these ashes are all that is left of him? Continuing to look at the box, Oliver said that at the moment the Demon King is not dead yet, because there will be many events related to him in the game. Leaning closer to the guy, Dina asked him what he was talking about, to which he only smiled and said that it was all nonsense. Frowning, he thought about keeping a closer eye on Alexander and finding out what he was up to and what kind of deal he had made with the Demon King. Suddenly, someone knocked on the window. The girl hurried to turn into a flash of light and hide in the bracelet. Opening the window, Oliver discovered that there was a small blue bird sitting on it. This bird had a piece of paper in its beak. Having unfolded this piece of paper, the guy replied that it was an invitation from Adelaide. After reading this, the guy threw the paper into the air and it immediately caught fire. And then Oliver hurried out of the room. The Misty Forest is located on Lushui Peak and is quite difficult to reach because there are almost no people there. Oliver quickly ran through the water to Adelaide, who was standing on a rock. She tucked her hair behind her ear and told the boy with a smile that today she would teach him to soar in the clouds. The guy asked her if she had really decided to teach him the next step so quickly. In response to this, the girl said that tomorrow she was leaving on a mission, and she would be gone for at least half a month, and maybe longer. Somewhat surprised by such a time frame, the guy asked if this mission was really connected with demons. In response, Adelaide asked him if he was interested in her mission in particular. The guy then said that at his current level, he could only take one entry-level mission, and so when he could take more difficult missions, it would already be in the immortal realm. Hearing this, the girl only snorted irritably and looked away, but the guy did not understand what this meant. He thought in confusion about why he felt so awkward. Did she want him to go with her? Holding up 2 fingers in front of her, Adelaide said seriously that she would do the same as before, but with some minor changes. And therefore he must watch carefully, and she must still go to the master to say goodbye, and therefore she would not be able to control his success. Luminous blue lines began to shine around the girl, and she said that the cloud steps were not just about physical strength, but about the flow of air between heaven and earth, and one had to feel it, realize the slightest breath of power, like playing a zither, and use it to become one with heaven and earth. We must not forget that the body is not meant to break through into the air, but to merge with it, to become part of the flow. As she climbed higher and higher along these luminous lines, she said that one must become like a cloud, just as free and unlimited. Standing in the air in front of the guy, she said that when the body and mind unite, forgetting about everything in this world, then you realize that the air under your feet is solid, and your body is light as a cloud. Then she stepped back onto the ground and concluded that this was all cloud steps. Approaching the guy so that they were face to face, she asked him if he understood everything, to which he answered in the affirmative. Dina, who was still wearing the bracelet, exclaimed that she understood everything too, And then she mentally asked him whether Adelaide was obliged to teach him such things. And then she said that Oliver was interesting to her. But she could not see anything like love in her eyes. Was it really just the sympathy of a genius for a genius? Turning around, Adelaide said that her mission would take place in Kunming. And then her body was enveloped in blue light, and without saying goodbye, she rose into the air and flew away. A pink light burst out from the boy's bracelet, and Dina appeared right in front of the guy and called him. Coming face to face with him, she said that Adelaide had told him the location of her mission. And then she asked him if it wasn't too obvious that she wanted him to follow her, to which he replied that it was even good, since he needed to take the second task as soon as possible. The girl blushed a little, became indignant, and exclaimed that she was talking about the wrong thing. Smiling cheerfully, Oliver said that he understood what she was talking about, but he simply admired Adelaide, and he himself thought that it was she who would kill him in the game. And then he said that tomorrow they should go to the Palm Court and see if there were any suitable quests there, because Adelaide was a great teacher, and he wanted to learn her fencing techniques. Dina said that she would also like to adopt her skills, but first the guy needs to master this technique, and there is no need to be greedy. Exclaiming that he had already learned this technique, Oliver placed his palm on the girl's waist, and then he lifted her into the air, holding her close to him, and red lights sparkled around them, and the guy asked her how she felt about it. The girl was surprised in response to this and asked him how he had mastered this technique so quickly, to which the guy grinned and said that he was a genius. The girl asked him how he wasn't ashamed to say that, and Oliver told her to get used to it. They would be together forever. And then the guy lowered himself and Dina to the ground and asked her about the grade. The girl chuckled and said that she rated it a 99, and it seemed that she had no choice but to acknowledge his talent. The next day, Oliver went to the Palm Court, and the old man, slamming his sign on the table, said that he had a mission there. Taking the tablet in his hands and looking at it, the guy asked if there were any lower-level tasks here, to which the old man, pushing his glasses up his nose, said that the guy had already reached the stage of forming a foundation, but still only completed tasks of the lowest level. Did he really not shave? That he would be laughed at for that? With a smile on his face, Oliver replied that the previous mission was also a low level, but it turned out to be more difficult. And in the end, he received not only 2 points, and he thought that he needed to look for an artifact that concealed the cultivation level. The old man put his finger to his lips and quietly told the boy not to scream like that. And then he approached the man and said that he would not tell anything about his mistake if he gave him 4 points. Otherwise, everyone would know that the pavilion elder was already too old and made a mistake that almost killed the student. The old man, covering the boy's mouth with his hand, exclaimed that he would give him another point. And then the old man threw his arm over the guy's shoulder and asked him about how difficult it was for him to work here. And in the meantime, everyone else began to pay attention to them, but still thought that Oliver was to blame for this commotion, for throwing down a challenge. Oliver stepped back and said that although this was not enough, he agreed, and the old man breathed a sigh of relief. And then, with a grin, the guy asked the man to help him get a worthy reward for the task. Tired of manipulation, the old man finally agreed. The guy went outside, and he saw 2 girls who were hurrying to Alexander, and one of them said that it didn't matter how quickly they got there, because the guy's heart was occupied by Adelaide. Hearing this, the boy frowned and his face darkened. And he thought that this was very timely, because he had long wanted to see the main character of this game. But suddenly, he thought about the fact that Alexander knew that his blood was good for cultivation. Did the Demon King really tell him about it? However, it seems that the Demon King does not know about his true identity. Otherwise, he would have been exposed as a demon spy long ago. This means that they have no useful information, and the Demon King has just started to carry out his plan, and it turns out that he was simply late to the cave and could not find out where he was hiding. After a while, the guy reached a crowd of Alexander's fans. The guy thought that he had many fans, but in his heart there was only Adelaide, and this flower has a heart, but it does not need water for love. Suddenly, he noticed that Adelaide was there too. However, he noticed how cold she was, and therefore admired the fact that Alexander could still smile at her. And Dina asked him if he wanted her to eavesdrop. The guy asked her if she was afraid of being noticed, to which she replied that he was wearing a suppressor bracelet, which perfectly hid her energy as well. And besides, she is his pet, and therefore, unless she decides to show herself, few people will be able to notice her. Only the elders and heads of the sect can notice her. Then he approved of this and told her to come back immediately if anything happened. Dina flew up to Alexander as a disembodied spirit, who, with a smile on his face, told Adelaide that he hoped they would quickly complete the task. Adelaide said that he was so hardworking that he immediately took on a new mission after finishing the previous one, and then she asked if he was sure that he needed her help. Alexander said that he wanted to break through as quickly as possible, and that was why he took on a new task so quickly, and Dina wondered if he really couldn't see that the girl didn't want to talk to him. Adelaide said she hoped he would return safe and sound. The guy thanked her for her care, and he himself thought that he never dared to think that someone like Adelaide would take care of him. And if he wins the competition in 6 months, they will become even closer. Dina said that the guy didn't have a single chance, and then decided to return to the owner. Returning to him, she told him that Adelaide and Alexander were exchanging pleasantries. But the girl was not particularly happy with this. And besides, the guy lacked both eloquence and intelligence. Then Oliver thought about what the NPC had done to Adelaide to make her side with Alexander. Dina asked the guy if it was time for them to leave. Turning around, Oliver said that this time they had teammates and they would meet them at the foot of the mountain. But now he needed to buy some things. The small shopping street was in full swing, and, as it turned out, Oliver was heading exactly there. And then, he walked around several stalls and bought something in each of them. He already had a whole bag of discounted and expired goods that he bought for next to nothing. He said with a smile that he was curious to see how much he could exchange at the demon market. After some time, a girl with short hair stood at the foot of the mountain, and on her back was a huge sword. Someone called her and she turned around to see who it was. Oliver ran out from behind the bushes, dragging a huge bag behind him, which surprised the girl. And then he folded his hands, made a fist in his palm, and introduced himself. In response to this, the girl spat out the stem that she had been holding in her mouth all this time. And then she also introduced herself, saying that her name was Kimberly and that she had heard a lot about him. She took out a book and said that she had read several stories about him and Adelaide, and she even collected them. And the guy, frowning, thought that he even knew who wrote them. With a cheerful smile, Kimberly showed the guy the book and asked him if he liked it. And Oliver suddenly blushed deeply. As it turned out, these were books with intimate content. Continuing to look at the pictures, the guy said that he and Adelaide were just studying together. Kimberly laughed loudly and said that she thought highly of the guy and was looking forward to seeing the top disciple of the Heavenly Kingdom defeated. Oliver sighed heavily and thought that he had met another madman. And then he said that it was time for them to move out. And Kimberly happily agreed with him. 2 days later, they arrived at the gate, and some white pieces of paper were falling from the sky, from which something had been cut out. These pieces of paper thickly covered the ground, and a white cloth hung on the gate. Kimberly said that out of the 35 members of the Wang family, about 20 had already died, which was a real tragedy. But Long Xiangxi was too busy to deal with such matters, and so this matter was handed over to the students. Oliver, hearing this, said that the last time he was on a mission, it was simply written down. The girl said that she heard that the Demon King died, causing the rest of the demons to go out of control and become even more dangerous. The guy shuddered and asked where she got such information. The girl replied that from many people, but these are just rumors, and this time Adelaide and Alexander's mission is to hunt demons. She said that it was too early for them to do such a thing, given their strength, and then she knocked on the gate. Oliver wondered if those ashes were all that was left of him. Then who did Alexander make a deal with? And how did he manage to do it at all? Opening the door, the girl asked him why he was hanging around there. And then she opened the doors wide, from which a white fog immediately burst out. Kimberly covered her face with her hand and replied that it was very cold here. A poor old man came out to meet them, and he asked them if they were looking for someone here. Folding his hands in a welcoming gesture, Oliver said that they were disciples of the Heavenly Kingdom and had come to sort out their problem. Then the man waved his hand and invited them to come in. Kimberly asked the guy what he had in the bag. Walking through the estate, Oliver replied that he could get weapons from the market there cheaper, to which the girl remarked that he was very prudent. They passed the maid girls, and the boy exclaimed that he was just trying to be prepared for anything. Meanwhile, one of the girls was very pale. There were dark circles under her eyes, and her eyes were looking down anxiously. Having escorted them to the door of the room, the man said that for now they could rest here, and he would go for the master. Oliver looked after the man silently. Sitting down on a chair, Kimberly noticed that all the maids they met along the way had black marks, and if they do nothing, many will die. Oliver said that on the way here he read the information that the Palm Pavilion provided them, and it said that the owner and his wife lived here, as well as their children. But the wife had been bedridden for 6 months. The daughter had rarely appeared in the last month, and the youngest son had recently died. He asked what kind of ghosts this family could have angered. Taking out some kind of compass, the girl said that first they must determine where the negative energy was coming from. The compass needle began to spin quickly, and then she suddenly stopped in a certain direction. And as it turned out, the arrow pointed at Oliver, causing his face to twist. The girl asked in surprise why the compass pointed at him. Oliver began to break out in a cold sweat and thought about the bracelet he was wearing. Oliver and Kimberly stared at each other. No one said anything. Pretending to be calm, the guy asked if her compass was broken, and he himself mentally threw himself into Dina's arms, saying that everything was lost, and she said that she, as his faithful pet, would die with him. Kimberly smiled and punched the compass and said that cheap is cheap. The arrow was still pointing at the guy, and the girl said that it was what it was since she had bought him for pennies anyway. And at that very moment, someone entered the room and the compass needle changed its direction. A man who entered the room, who was apparently the gentleman, apologized and said that he had to give his wife some medicine before she fell asleep. Kimberly and Oliver exchanged silent glances. Frowning, the girl noted that the compass was now pointing towards the master. Oliver thought with disappointment that this man not only didn't emit a demonic aura, he could barely even keep his spirit in his body, so this was a complete fake. Putting the compass back into her bosom, Kimberly told the man that everything was fine. And then he sat down on another chair and said that he was sure that the masters were already aware of the situation. He said that his family had always been merciful, and therefore he did not know who they could have offended so much that they would take revenge on them like that. Oliver asked if he would like to show them to the young lady since his wife was asleep. Mr. Wang, hearing this, only frowned and remained silent in response. The guy asked him if there were any problems with that, to which the man replied that there really were problems and they were related to his daughter's condition. Kimberly said that they should look at her anyway, because they were here to help, and if it was a curse or demons, she should know what they were dealing with. And then the man decided to take her to his daughter. Walking ahead, Mr. Wang said that his daughter had been living in this courtyard since she fell ill. Oliver quietly remarked that at this time of year the peaches were not in bloom, and therefore it was strange, and the girl agreed with him. In the courtyard, the quiet steps of a man and two Taoists were heard, and someone's gentle voice was singing a song. The Taoists and the man stopped in the courtyard and someone's figure was visible in the doorway. The girl's body was hidden by a dark crown that hung in the passageway as she continued to sing the song. She opened her eyes and peered out from behind the curtains. Lightly touching her face with her hands, Mr. Wang turned to the maids and asked them if she was sick again, to which they replied that she had been singing all day. The maid burst into tears and said that they were very scared. The man responded by sending them to help in the yard. And then he turned to the masters and said that his daughter had long since gone mad and he could not watch this. Then Kimberly said that since she was also a woman, she could go alone and check on the young lady. And she went to the girl's room. Oliver told her to be careful, to which she told him to check everything here. Maybe he'll find something. Then the door closed with a quiet bang. Kimberly asked the lady how she was feeling and said that she was there to help her. But the girl didn't answer her, but only gracefully waved her hand to the side. As it turned out, the girl was too carried away by the dance, which is why her almost naked body was gracefully writhing. Kimberly called her again and thought about how she couldn't tell if she was possessed or not. She touched her shoulder and asked her if she wanted to drink some water since she had been singing for so long. And then the young lady slowly turned her head to look at the girl, her eyes sparkling with a pink light. Suddenly, Kimberly felt a strange sensation in her legs. This made her frown and wonder what was going on. And then she fell to the floor because her legs suddenly became weak. The young lady came closer to the girl and she, blushing, cried out for her to stop. The lady's eyes were glowing red and Kimberly kept trying to shout to her. Madame Wang raised her hand, taking her hair in it, and the Taoist thought about how she couldn't move and wondered what they were going to do to her. The young lady's hand reached out to the girl and she told her that someone was controlling her and therefore she must resist. She slowly touched the girl's collar. Kimberly's body shook and she thought that she couldn't say a word. She could barely squeeze out a call for help, and she thought to herself whether she would really have to give up her innocence to a woman. Meanwhile, Oliver stood under the peach tree. He asked whether the flowers of this tree had always been so red. He thought about how he used to fly past these houses when he was still playing, because he felt something familiar. Suddenly, he heard Kimberly's call for help and turned around. And then he immediately jumped up and ran. With a sharp kick, he broke down the door of the room and burst into it. He was about to call Kimberly, but then a strange grimace crossed his face. A strange picture appeared before his eyes. A young lady was sitting on his partner. He waved his hand and told Dina that this was her turn, and Dina immediately appeared before him, engulfed in pink flames, and her outstretched finger burned even brighter. A pink arrow suddenly shot out of her finger, and this arrow hit the young lady right in the forehead, causing her eyes to roll back. The demoness immediately caught the girl falling to the floor, and the guy ran to his partner. Running up to her, he immediately asked what happened, and Kimberly just thought about how shameful it was. Dina waved her hand towards them, causing a red cloth to fly towards them. The fabric immediately wrapped around the girl's body, hiding everything that was supposed to be hidden. And then the demoness said that the girl's body seemed to have become numb, and therefore the guy should help her. And she exclaimed with a smile that the guy was so stupid that he didn't understand right away. Kimberly noted that Oliver's spirit pet's aura was much stronger than his own, so why was it serving him? Oliver, not understanding anything, scratched his head. Dina whispered in his ear that the girl in front of him was almost naked, and he was looking at her crystal clear, to which he blushed and objected, saying that he just wanted to help. Kimberly said that she had been under an illusion for a long time and therefore could not move, and then she thanked the guy for saving her. Oliver replied that it was not difficult for him, and then he began to wrap her in cloth. He lifted the girl onto his shoulder and said that he would carry her to the sofa and ask Dina to help her change. After some time, everything in this yard became quiet. Young Mrs. Wang was already lying peacefully in her bed, covered with a blanket. Mr. Wang, leaving his daughter's chambers, asked Oliver if she was badly hurt, to which the guy replied that she was fine. And then the man said that he hoped that he would put in a good word for his daughter with her. The guy told the man not to worry and said that it was their work, and they needed to figure out what was going on so they could help them. And then he said that it seemed that an evil spirit had entered the girl and that the power was based on lust. Mr. Wang exclaimed that their family had been pure all these years. So why were they being punished like this? Dina, who returned as a barely noticeable smoke, said that she checked the house and there was an evil aura in it. Turning into a human, she said that, however, she could not find the source of the aura. Oliver touched his chin and thought, and then it dawned on him, and he said that there were too many mirrors in this house. He thought about how there was a quest in the game before, and it was on the border of Kunming, and that's why this place was so familiar to him. The plot was that there was a mirror demon who was killing people everywhere. He loves peach blossoms and fine things, and women, and the first step in the solution is to break all the mirrors except one, so that the spirit will come there. Oliver thought it was a coincidence, since Adelaide was the one who completed this quest in the game. However, this time she is on a mission with Alexander, so he must deal with everything himself, and at the same time see how strong these demons are. And then he asked Dina if she had found many mirrors in the house, to which she answered in the affirmative. Mr. Wang asked if it was all because of the mirrors that his wife was constantly buying. Oliver and Dina looked at each other, thinking that this was a hint. And then the guy asked the man about when his wife started buying mirrors. Meanwhile, someone lowered his bloody blade. As it turned out, it was Adelaide who was cutting down the demons with sharp attacks. She finished, and then told Alexander that their mission was over. Alexander said that, as expected from her, everything ended even without his participation. And then he winked at her and said with a smile that then they could proceed to the next mission. Turning away, Adelaide said that she would first look into a nearby town, where there was also another task, and see if help was needed there. Folding his fan, the boy said that he would go with her then, but the girl didn't care. Meanwhile, the rays of the setting sun illuminated the gates of the Van estate. Oliver said that the mirror demon knows that they have come for him, but he still targeted Kimberly, and it seems like he's gotten even stronger after absorbing so many people. Dina asked if the demon wasn't afraid that they would break all the mirrors and he couldn't hide. The guy replied with a smile that not everyone is as smart as they are, and the girl exclaimed that she was going to get angry. And Oliver thought that, in fact, he should care too much about this task, because it does not require any special efforts. There are only 2 stages in the mission, and breaking the mirrors is the first step. And the second stage is somehow related to the demon's peculiarity, and that is lust. But even Adelaide couldn't kill him. But what was Mrs. Wang's role in this, and why did she buy so many mirrors? Suddenly, Kimberly came up to him and said that she was already feeling better, and the illusion dissipated after the young lady fell asleep. Blushing a little, she thanked him again for his help. The guy said that there was no need to thank him because they were comrades, and then she said that she noticed that he was using a normal sword, which was not suitable for fighting demons. Oliver, smiling awkwardly, said that she was right, and that he couldn't afford to buy a good sword, so he walked around with this one. The girl said that she came from a family of blacksmiths, and therefore he could give her his sword so that she could make it better. Oliver was a little surprised that she came from a family of blacksmiths. Looking away, the girl said that she would understand if he did not want to give her his sword. But then Oliver, with a joyful smile, handed her the sword and thanked her from the bottom of his heart. And Dina noticed that her master was very lucky. Kimberly took his sword and then she left. Suddenly, Dina appeared next to the guy and said that she knew the girl's last name, to which the guy asked if she knew it too. Placing her hands on the boy's shoulders, the girl said that this family was famous for its members being able to create a divine weapon, even with a beginner-level cultivation level. The girl's tail wrapped around the guy's body, and then he noticed that she was overdoing it. Dina pressed her cheek against her master's cheek and exclaimed that she could not help herself, and could not even imagine why his body attracted her so much. Besides, she is his spiritual pet and is always there, and if he finds himself a wife, she will still not leave him. She has nothing to be ashamed of. The guy yawned and said that he probably needed to get used to it. And then he said that they should agree that she was forbidden to take human form when he was in the shower, because it would only interfere. The girl laughed quietly and said that there was nothing she could do about it. And then she said that he could either terminate the contract so that she could go kill Adelaide, or he could get used to the company of his pet. And then she whispered to him as he was leaving that, in fact, sea monks live with their pets. Oliver teased her with a smile, saying that it seemed like his pet had been craving his body for a long time, which made the girl blush. And then she told him not to make fun of her because it was unfair. And then she, saying that she was going to bed, returned to his bracelet. Night had already fallen, and Adelaide and Alexander reached the gates of the Wang family estate. The guy said that the demon's aura wasn't too strong, and they seemed to be able to handle him themselves. Suddenly, someone approached them from the left, and the two noticed that Adelaide and Alexander were in front of them. The girl with pink hair asked Adelaide if she could take them with her, since she wanted to learn from her so much. As it turned out, this girl's name was Nancy, and she was the granddaughter of the master of Juyang Peak. She thought about how she immediately decided to follow Adelaide when she learned that she came to this city on a mission, and she was also glad that Alexander was here. Adelaide said she didn't mind. The guy who was with Nancy turned to her happily, and they thought that this task was worth it. Alexander said that the girl has many admirers, and he himself admires her, and he would like to spar with her when they return. Approaching the door, the girl said that there were still 5 months until the competition, and therefore she would prefer to wait. And then she knocked on the door, and then the door slowly swung open, and the same old man who had met Oliver and Kimberly appeared from the door, and he asked who they were looking for. With her hands folded in a polite greeting, Adelaide said that she was a disciple from the Heavenly Kingdom. The servant greeted the new arrivals, saying that their comrades had arrived this morning. Meanwhile, Oliver had already come to the mistress of the house's bedroom and said that he was very sorry to disturb her peace at such a late hour. And then he asked her why the woman decided to buy mirrors. After clearing her throat, the woman asked if there was something wrong with the mirrors. Smiling, the guy replied that he was just curious because there were more of them here somewhere. And the woman said that she simply dreamed of a fairy who said that if she bought mirrors, her husband would be able to earn a lot of money. The man replied that that was exactly what happened, and he made a lot of money, but they also lost a lot. Oliver then asked the woman if she remembered what had happened before the dream, and she replied that she had been to a temple in the south of the city to decide on her daughter's wedding. Hearing this, Oliver folded his hands in a polite gesture and said goodbye to the woman. And then he walked out the door, thinking that he would need to check out this temple. The servant approached the boy and said that his comrades were waiting for him in the front room. Oliver thought that it seemed like everything was like a game again now, and he followed the servant into the front room. Entering the room, Oliver greeted Adelaide. Turning around, the girl noticed that it turned out that he had taken this mission, and then she asked if he had managed to find out anything. The guy replied that he was just about to go to the temple in the south of the city. Adelaide replied that she would go with him then. Alexander, who was behind the girl, said that he would then stay here. Oliver wondered if Alexander should stick closer to Adelaide, if he was up to something. And then he told Melanie to stay here and keep an eye on the man, and if anything happened, to report it to him immediately. Alexander noted that this guy was still clinging to Adelaide. However, this was good, because he almost got what he wanted. But the girl took this mission, and therefore he needed to get rid of her as soon as possible. Oliver and Alexander stared at each other, their gazes lacking warmth. Noticing that Oliver was standing still, Adelaide asked him if he had changed his mind about going to the temple. And then they galloped away together across the rooftops. Nancy asked Alexander if he was the loser who was always bothering Adelaide. Nancy's companion said that she even addressed him by name, so who else could it be? The girl irritably noted that this idiot had interfered with Adelaide and Alexander's joint journey, to which the guy replied that this idiot had not advanced beyond stage 1, and therefore his rank would be kicked out later. Alexander said that they needed to be more lenient since they were from the same sect. And besides, since this guy had taken on the task, it meant that he had already broken through to the next stage. The girl said that it didn't mean anything anyway, he was still a loser, and she noted that Adelaide really didn't like Oliver before. But this time she called him by name, which meant they became closer. Alexander replied that Adelaide had simply helped a weak comrade last time, and therefore there was no point in getting ahead of herself. And the guy thought that Adelaide was his woman. No one would dare take her away. Her spiritual body belonged only to him. Nancy said that when Oliver returned, she would take the chance and challenged him, and then he embarrassed himself in front of Adelaide. While the others were remembering Oliver, he sneezed, continuing to walk forward. Adelaide turned around and told him to go back if he caught a cold, because she didn't need a burden. After some time, they landed on the ground near the entrance to the temple. Oliver kept a decent distance from the girl, and in his mind he prayed not to turn into a dog today. Otherwise, the consequences will be simply catastrophic. Suddenly, Adelaide stopped, and Oliver, shuddering, also froze in place. Turning around, the girl asked the guy why he was walking so far. Oliver looked away and said that he was simply studying the area carefully and therefore walking slowly. The girl said that she didn't expect him to go to Kunming for his next mission and thought they wouldn't see each other for a while. She asked him about how his training had gone since she left, and the guy asked her if she really wanted to know about his progress, to which Adelaide simply replied that of course she wanted to. Oliver folded his arms and said he had fully mastered the technique. Adelaide's jaw dropped slightly in surprise, as she had not expected such quick progress. Coming closer, she asked him why he had not made the same progress before, since he had managed to learn this technique so quickly. Smiling, Oliver scratched the back of his head and answered only that it was better late than never, and he himself thought that he himself did not understand what was in the head of the previous owner of the body. It seemed that this character, according to the plot, should not have brains. And then he said in his heart that he couldn't let the girl down since she was teaching him herself, and he thought that the main thing was to learn to move quickly, so that he could immediately get away when he had completed all 4 tasks. Coming even closer to the guy, Adelaide asked him if she was right in that he wanted to get closer to her to do dual cultivation to become stronger, since she had a yin physique. Oliver frowned, wondering where the girl got such thoughts from, and it seemed like there had been a misunderstanding on a planetary scale. Smiling, Adelaide noted that the guy didn't seem to think so. The human subconscious couldn't be fooled. And then she said that they needed to go to the temple quickly. Frowning even more, Oliver thought that the girl was the one who fished for his character in the game, and therefore he simply wouldn't dare. And then they went inside. Everything around was covered in darkness, and the light came only from a few candles. On the altar of the temple there were 3 statues, one large, resembling an adult, and next to it 2 smaller ones resembling children. Adelaide noticed that the temple was well kept, so someone must be looking after this place, but there was no guard here. Oliver, having examined the statues, noticed that the smaller statues had mirrors in their hands. Adelaide asked the guy if he was sure that this was all the work of the mirror demon. The guy replied that it definitely had to be him, but he didn't understand how he was connected to the victim. The guy thought that he couldn't just say that he had played the game and remembered the plot a little, and then he asked the girl if she felt a demonic aura. Adelaide responded by noting that she really didn't feel anything, and then said that it must all be because of the incense. Her sharp gaze turned towards the altar as she said that was exactly what was strange. And suddenly some black shadow flashed in the passage, heading straight towards Adelaide. Reacting quickly, Oliver turned around and shouted at Adelaide to be careful. As it turned out, some kind of monster was flying towards the girl. Its mouth was wide open, and in the darkness of the visitation its green eyes were shining brightly. The monster hit the floor with a loud bang, but Adelaide managed to react and jumped up, dodging the blow. The girl waved her hand, and a sword glowing with blue light appeared in her palm. Exclaiming that it was a spirit python, Adelaide rushed towards the monster to strike with her sword. The girl exclaimed that this demon was equal to a 3rd-stage human cultivator. Standing aside, Oliver thought about the fact that his sword was still with Kimberly, and therefore he couldn't help. The spirit's black tail filled the room, its body was covered with spikes, and its scales were covered with dark smoke. Noticing this, Oliver panicked and thought that it was impossible that this snake had reached the core sphere. And then the boy's eyes lit up a bright yellow as he assessed the python, and Oliver exclaimed that there was something wrong with this python. It was emitting an aura that was almost at the level of a nascent stage cultivator, and it seemed to be a nascent soul demonic realm. Hearing this, Adelaide stopped short and froze in midair, and the monster decided to take advantage of this situation. His tail flew straight at the girl. The monster struck her with its tail, causing Adelaide to fly backwards, hitting the wall. The girl sank to the ground, breathing heavily, her entire body covered in wounds and blood. The python, its jaws wide open, rushed forward to finish off Adelaide. But at that very moment, Oliver appeared in front of Adelaide, shielding her with a body that wasn't his. Standing in front of the girl, he screamed loudly, causing his body to begin to emit energy that glowed with a bright light. The flash of energy grew brighter and brighter, causing the monster to fly away. The doors of the temple were destroyed, and now there was a huge hole in the building, with various debris lying on the street. Touching his chest from which the light was coming, Oliver said that he had found the immortal radiance before he came here, and he thought that if Alexander had taken him earlier, they would have had big problems now. Oliver put the immortal glow somewhere in his pocket, which is why the glow was no longer visible, and then he turned his gaze to Adelaide, who was behind him. The girl, who appeared to have lost consciousness, lay on the floor of the temple. Oliver, coming closer, knelt down in front of the girl and asked her how she was. But suddenly the guy felt something he had never felt before, and so he froze. Looking at the girl's body, the guy's gaze became blurry. Oliver's whole body went into a frenzy. His eyes turned red, and fangs appeared in his mouth, and he thought that he wanted to bite her. The guy's gaze fell on the girl's neck, which was completely open to his bite. Under the influence of instincts, Oliver leaned forward, taking the girl by the hands. He pressed himself to her neck. His whole body continued to tremble slightly, but the guy's sharp teeth stopped millimeters from the girl's skin, without touching it. Coming to his senses, the guy wondered what he was doing. He clutched his head and thought that the desire had arisen and surged so suddenly that he could barely restrain himself. But the next moment, the same monster that Oliver, it seemed, had failed to kill, reappeared in the hole in the wall of the building. Rising to his feet, the boy grabbed Adelaide's blade, which was lying on the floor, causing it to tremble in response, not wanting to be in the hands of a stranger. Noticing this, Oliver told the sword to calm down if it did not want its mistress to die. Hearing this, the sword nevertheless calmed down, which could not help but please the guy. And he ran forward, thinking that despite everything, this python was still stronger than him. But still, the guy was protected by the immortal radiance, so the monster couldn't harm him, and besides, he had Adelaide's sword. With his sword in hand, Oliver jumped up to pounce on the monster. The guy only thought that he couldn't lose. After a while, the monster's body lay lifeless on the ground in a pile of temple rubble, and Oliver thought that he was going to die. He thought about how he never imagined that he would make a breakthrough right during the battle. He said that the soul transformation realm of demons is equivalent to the surrender of core formation in humans. However, as a human, he was still weaker than Adelaide. At this stage of improvement, it would be much more difficult, but the chance of survival would also increase. Returning to the girl, the guy wondered what he should do now. Returning Adelaide to the Wang family was not an option, since she was unconscious and wounded, and it would be difficult to explain. Oliver said he doesn't want to reveal to everyone that he has the immortal glow. But then, in a bright flash, Melanie appeared in the form of a fox spirit. Turning into a human, she exclaimed, saying that Alexander had begun to act. Melanie jumped back in disgust from the monster's corpse and noticed that the guy had already dealt with the demon. Oliver was glad to see Melanie now and asked her if she would take care of Adelaide while he was away. Melanie immediately waved her hands, saying that even though the guy was her master, she was constantly hunting and killing demons, and therefore she did not want to touch her. But then the girl's fingers touched Adelaide's chest, leaving behind glowing traces. Oliver asked her why she was touching the girl like some kind of pervert, to which she replied that Adelaide had reached her limit and was ready to break through, but her condition could cause problems. Surprised, the guy asked how this was possible at such a moment. Melanie said that every time a cultivator breaks through, he faces his inner demons and defeats them, increasing his limit. And now Adelaide can't do that. If it doesn't break through soon, it will remain stuck at its current level forever. The guy exclaimed that he couldn't allow that, and Melanie just smiled and said that it was a great opportunity, because then the girl wouldn't know that he was a demonic wolf and therefore wouldn't kill him. But Oliver replied that Adelaide had helped him and taught him, and therefore it was wrong. He should help her. Melanie blushed a little and said that there was something she could try, even though she was against it. Having said this, Melanie took a deep breath, as if preparing herself for this, and Oliver thought that apparently this was something unusual. And then the girl said that it could be said that this was pair cultivation. Frowning, the guy said that it was like Russian roulette. When Adelaide woke up, she would kill him. Melanie pulled the guy's cheeks and said that was why she didn't want to talk about it, and the guy said it was outrageous. Rubbing his bruised cheeks, Oliver asked the girl if there was another way. Melanie replied that there were other options, for example his blood, as the heir of the demonic wolf clan, could help people break through. Smiling, the guy replied that his blood would help both her body and her mind, and he himself thought that since his blood was so useful, it was no wonder that Alexander wanted his blood so much. Melanie said she doesn't recommend this method because if he loses too much blood, it will take him a long time to recover. Pointing the blade of the sword at his palm, the guy replied that he would return to normal sooner or later anyway, and in any case, he was glad that the girl was with him now. And then he cut his wrist. And then he lowered his wrist right over Adelaide's face, who was lying on the ground. A thin stream of blood dripped onto the girl's face, falling into her slightly open mouth. Melanie noted that Oliver was too kind to Adelaide. He would soon leave the heavenly kingdom, so why bother? Instead of answering, Oliver put his bloody finger to the girl's lips, saying that maybe his blood would help her. And Melanie began to greedily drink the blood that dripped from the guy's wrist, and some drops fell on her chest. And then the girl pulled back, ecstatic from the effects of the blood. The guy told the girl to calm down because it was just wolf blood, not an aphrodisiac. Melanie replied that it was even better, and she wasn't the only one who thirsted for his blood. The moon shone brightly in the sky while everything around was silent. Oliver sat on the floor, leaning against the post, while Adelaide lay on the floor. After some time, Adelaide opened her eyes, and then she quickly straightened up, trying to clear her throat. After a while, she noticed that she seemed ready for a breakthrough. She noted that she could not have imagined that a breakthrough would come so soon because of the python. The girl sat down in a meditation pose, thinking that, unfortunately, this place was not suitable, and a shining energy flowed from her body. Melanie appeared next to Oliver again, shouting in his ear that Adelaide had woken up. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, the guy asked Adelaide if she was feeling better now. Still meditating, Adelaide replied that she felt like she was about to break through. Standing up, Oliver told the girl not to worry, he would protect her. However, when he stood up, his legs gave way. Noticing this, Adelaide asked if the guy was okay. Smiling, Oliver replied that he had only sat on his feet, but he was thinking about the fact that he had lost only a little blood, but his head was already spinning. Melanie exclaimed that he should not forget about Alexander. Oliver told her that he remembered everything and they would return as soon as Adelaide broke through. And then the guy stood in front of the girl like a reliable wall. Blushing slightly, Adelaide looked up and noticed the boy was protecting her. Oliver was thinking that he hoped the girl didn't suspect anything. Melanie told the guy that they needed to go back now and then everything would end. And then she noticed that she had completely forgotten to say that Alexander was somehow connected with the mirror demon. Oliver looked at Melanie with a face twisted in surprise and asked again. She said she forgot to say something else. And then she exclaimed that young Miss Wang was still in danger. Oliver's face twisted again and he asked her what she had said. The guy thought about how in the game Adelaide didn't know what Alexander really was like, and in the end he deceived her and made her leave the sect. He thought that he should tell her about it, but he was afraid that she would misunderstand everything, and therefore, it was better to catch him red-handed. Adelaide's body shook slightly from the tension, and beads of cold sweat began to roll down. Oliver wondered why Alexander had agreed to this task at all. He wondered if all this was really to his advantage. Half an hour later, Adelaide was still sitting in the meditation pose. The energy that surrounded her body had died down a little. Opening her eyes, glowing yellow, Adelaide said that she had broken through to the first stage of the soul's birth. Oliver responded to this by congratulating the girl with a smile. Getting to her feet, Adelaide thanked the boy for his protection, and she thought that he didn't seem to really understand how important this moment was to her. Looking at the corpse of the monster that was still lying on the floor of the temple, the girl asked if he had killed the monster. Oliver replied that he had merely borrowed her sword, which was very worried about its owner, and besides, he had improved his skills recently. Adelaide replied that she understood, and she frowned, thinking that even with her sword, the guy was only at the foundation formation level, which meant that he was hiding something. Noticing the girl's frown, Oliver thought that she definitely suspected. Melanie assured the guy that there was nothing to worry about, and when he got stronger, he would say that they were pretending to be a tiger. Adelaide moved even closer to the monster's corpse, walking over the bloodstains, and then, with the same frowning face, she raised her hand above her body. Purple smoke began to emerge from the python's head, and after a few seconds, a small purple stone floated through the air towards the girl's palm. Adelaide explained that this was the core of a demonic python, and it could be used to enhance weapons. And then she handed it to the guy, saying that since he killed the monster, this stone belongs to him. And Oliver asked the girl if he could choose a purple crystal from a python. The girl replied that the most that could be obtained from such a beast was a blue crystal, which meant that this one was stronger than its relatives. Poking the stick at the python's head, Oliver said that Madame Wang said that she started buying mirrors after going to this temple, so what does that have to do with the python? Adelaide suggested that this python could have been a pet of the mirror demon, fed with a human essence to reach its current level, which would explain a lot. Oliver, hearing this, frowned, considering that it did not sound very truthful. But then the girl asked him where his pet, the fox, was, who loved to cut off men's penises. Raising his hand with the bracelet, Oliver replied that she was here, and then asked what was wrong. The girl replied that she was afraid that this fox had bewitched him. Melanie asked the guy why she thought the girl's words were full of contempt, and Oliver couldn't help but agree with her. After some time, Oliver and Adelaide returned to the Van estate. The servant accompanied them with all his body, saying that the other masters had already gone to bed, and therefore he would lead them to their chambers. Looking around, Oliver noticed someone's figure near a wooden pole. As it turned out, it was Kimberly, who thought that they were finally back, because she was already very sleepy. Running up to Oliver, the girl exclaimed that he had not warned her that he would continue to carry out the task, and therefore she had to speed up. Oliver replied that Adelaide had arrived and suggested they take a look around, and besides, he didn't want to disturb her. Kimberly greeted Adelaide, who was standing next to the boy with a happy smile, and then she immediately took out a sword, saying that she made it especially for the guy, and if he didn't like something, he could tell her right away. And then, with one sharp movement, she pulled the blue blade from its sheath. The girl said that this sword is endowed with the attribute of water, although the sword was originally fire, and therefore she had to tinker. She made some changes, and therefore the current level of the sword is rare. Flying closer, Melanie asked the guy if this was the same heiress of the Lee family that everyone was talking about. She noticed that it was still an ordinary sword, but with the attribute of water. Compared to Adelaide's sword, it was 2 times weaker. Oliver enthusiastically noted that if this sword was only 2 times weaker than Adelaide's sword, then it was already an incredible blade. Taking the sword in his hands, the guy thanked the girl from the bottom of his heart. Somewhat sheepishly, Kimberly replied that it was just her thanks and she was glad he liked it. Adelaide watched this conversation with furrowed brows, and then she walked away, saying that she was going to bed. Adelaide followed the servant to her quarters, while Oliver and Kimberly watched her go in silence. Kimberly asked why Adelaide was so upset. After some time, Oliver also reached his chambers. In human form, Melanie, lying on the bed, turned to her master, and then she asked him how long he was going to admire his new sword. Lovingly pressing the sword to his cheek, Oliver replied that he simply couldn't stop. And then he asked if it would be too much if he gave the crystal to Kimberly and asked her to melt it down. Melanie asked about whether he hadn't brought a lot of human things with him. So why didn't he go to the demon market today? And she said that there was a master swordmaker from the demon clan, for whom melting a demon core was a piece of cake. The guy approved of the idea, saying that this was what was needed. It was night outside, but the demon market was still quite lively. Pulling back the curtain in the hallway, Melanie peered inside and called out to her sisters. 3 girls immediately appeared behind the counter, happy to see their sister. They immediately ran up to her and began asking her about how many handsome guys there were in the human realm, whether she was as handsome as the prince, and whether it was true that all human cultivators hated demons. Melanie, smiling, just told them to stop chatting. Oliver, leaving the room, told Melanie to rest while he went for a walk, and the guy walked through the market, deciding to first find a forge. After some time, he reached the room and asked if anyone was there. At the call, a demonic red dog turned around, who was a blacksmith named Sebastian, and the guy said with a smile that he needed to melt the purple demon crystal. Rubbing his eyes with his gloved hand, Sebastian replied that it would cost 50 medium spirit stones. Oliver placed a bag of all sorts of things from the human world in front of him and asked if he could pay with it. Sebastian's eyes immediately lit up and he replied that it was certainly no problem. Taking a red ball of wool from the bag, the demon asked if he could keep this treasure for himself. Oliver, thinking that he didn't even know that something like that could be exchanged for 50 spirit stones, replied that of course it could. And in the meantime, other demons began to gather at the passage. And then they started shouting, offering the guy various things. As it turned out, there was quite a crowd outside the door and everyone was shouting, offering something. Oliver exclaimed that he would be back soon, so they needn't worry. He had enough for everyone. And then he commanded them to stand in line and get their things ready. The demons obediently stood in line, which made Oliver laugh. And then he told them with a greedy face not to worry, because he would now look at everything. 10 minutes later, the guy exchanged his bag of things for 4 bags of other things. Oliver exclaimed joyfully that he was now rich. Then he looked into the bags to assess his catch, and he immediately took out a vessel that could absorb everything, including enemy attacks and the energy of heaven and earth. Oliver reverently held it to his face and thought that it was just perfect for storage. The guy also received the flag of the 5 elements, which can use the power of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, and with its help you can build formations for both defense and attack. There was also a 9-turn golden pill, which greatly increases the level of cultivation and even allows one to cleanse the brain and bones. The Void Destruction Pill helps cultivators break through barriers and has a miraculous effect on reversible Void Stage Masters, especially valuable at the core formation stage. There was also a dissolving powder that would cleanse the body of impurities and condense the vital force. The Underworld Bead absorbs the surrounding Qi Yin and spiritual Qi energy, transforming it into the practitioner's energy. The regeneration pill is used to restore the damaged limb and also promotes overall regeneration of the body. The Ghost Breath Talisman conceals the cultivator's key. Oliver exclaimed triumphantly that he was now even too rich because he was able to get even the talisman of ghostly breath. Sebastian approached the guy with a sword in his hands, saying that everything was ready. Smiling, the guy said that this was already not bad and thanked him. Looking away, Sebastian asked the boy if he could ask him for one thing. Oliver, hooking the vessel onto the belt of his trousers, replied that he could certainly do that. And then Sebastian handed him May, saying that he hadn't played for so long, and then asked the guy if he could leave him. Oliver agreed, thinking that no dog could resist a sword, which made him feel ashamed, since he was also a canine. And then the guy took the ball in his hands, getting ready to throw it, in response to which Sebastian stood at the ready and began to actively wag his tail. Sebastian stuck out his tongue in anticipation and began breathing heavily, anticipating the fun. Oliver sent the ball flying with a sharp wave of his hand, and Sebastian quickly ran after it, barking loudly. Oliver scratched his neck and thought that, even though they were both canines, he would never warm up behind a ball. But suddenly his tail appeared behind the guy. Oliver's eyes widened in surprise and desperate realization. Now all his attention was focused on the ball, which seemed to shine, beckoning him to it. Meanwhile, Sebastian had already reached the ball, shouting that he couldn't help himself, and the guy rushed to intercept him. The next day, Oliver returned to the Van estate and met with his comrades. He said that first he and Kimberly had to break the mirrors to prevent the demon from escaping. Raising an eyebrow, he mentally asked Melanie to let him know if Alexander made any moves to distract Adelaide. Adelaide told Nancy and her companion that they would then go together, to which the girl agreed. Alexander asked Adelaide why she shouldn't join them in case something happened. And he said that then he would stay here and look after Madame Wang, so that everyone could rest easy. Adelaide considered this decision to be correct and did not argue, but Oliver thought that this sly fellow was definitely up to something. And then Alexander went back to the house when everyone else went on. Alexander turned around and thought that everyone had finally left, and now he would be able to absorb the essence of the mirror demon to increase the chances of breaking through to the next stage. And Adelaide would not even know about anything. And turning back, he entered the room. While the man was unaware, Melanie was flying next to him in the form of a fox spirit. She thought about how there were always scandals, intrigues, investigations. The only thing missing was melon seeds. Meanwhile, Alexander sat down in a meditation pose, and then his spirit left his body and quickly flew somewhere. With a barely noticeable flash, Alexander's spirit entered the mirror. Everything in the estate was calm, but loud sounds were heard. As it turned out, these were the sounds of breaking mirrors. Nancy noticed that they had already broken all the mirrors, and her companion was finishing off the mirror with his hammer. But then, feeling something, the girls looked somewhere, with a surprised expression on their faces. Rushing forward, Nancy noticed that the sound was coming from the direction of Alexander's room, and it seemed that he had caught the mirror demon. Oliver also rushed there, thinking that it looked like they would have to place the abode of lust. Adelaide ran quickly, with each step getting closer to the door of the room. She jumped up easily and, kicking open the door, burst into the room. Standing on the floor, she noticed that Alexander's body was lying on the floor unconscious. Melanie quietly returned to the bracelet on Oliver's hand. She asked the owner if she had done the right thing by pushing the guy to the ground, to which Oliver called her and said that he would receive a reward that evening. Adelaide began to carefully approach Alexander, calling him by name. Alexander's eyes were rolled back so that his pupils were not visible, and a blush played on his cheeks. Nancy's companion noticed that the man's soul was outside his body, and that he appeared to be fighting a mirror demon. Oliver noticed that the guy was right, but he definitely wasn't fighting in the mirror. Turning around, Nancy glanced at the mirror in which she saw something. Coming closer and getting a better look at what was in the mirror, the girl screamed in fear. Putting the mirror behind her back, the girl with a blush on her cheeks thought about what Alexander was doing. Adelaide asked her what was wrong and then ordered her to show her. Still hiding the mirror from prying eyes behind her back, Nancy replied that there was nothing there. Adelaide extended her hand and, more menacingly, ordered her to show it again. Nancy handed the girl a mirror with a shaking hand, saying that Alexander must have some reason. Looking in the mirror, Adelaide saw that Alexander's spirit and the demon were committing indecent acts with the young Mrs. Wang. Adelaide's face darkened, but she said nothing. Noticing this change in the girl's mood, Nancy, trying to correct the guy, exclaimed that all this must be part of the plan. Kimberly, covering her face with her hands, asked what kind of plan it was that required doing such things. Adelaide raised 2 fingers which glowed with a bright white light, and then all the mirrors, obeying an invisible force, broke. The mirror demon looked around in panic and shock, sensing the changes. Alexander's spirit flew out of the mirror in Adelaide's hands, and with a bright flash, he entered the body still lying on the floor. After a couple of minutes, Alexander slowly opened his eyes. As he rose, he put his hand to his chest, not understanding why he had gone back so abruptly. Adelaide approached him with a stern face and asked him if he wanted to explain something to her. The man looked at the girl in panic, wondering why she was here. And then, looking around, he finally noticed that there were people standing on all sides of him, surrounding him. He noticed disgust on everyone's faces, and Alexander thought that this should not have happened. But suddenly he frowned, clutching the fabric of his clothes at his chest, and noted that it hurt. Cold sweat was running down his face, and Alexander thought that the worst thing was that the connection with the mirror demon was broken, and therefore his soul suffered, and he was so close to the stage of core formation. Adelaide told the guy what she saw him doing in the mirror, and then she warned him that as soon as they returned, she would tell the master everything and he would be punished. Getting to his feet, Alexander mentally constructed the girl's words about how she had seen everything. He asked the girl to listen to him, and then said that he only wanted to subjugate the mirror demon. The girl replied that she knew because she saw him sucking out his essence, and then she said that the mirror demon had absorbed countless people, and he decided to take advantage of this to break through to the next stage. Adelaide remarked that it was almost the same as being a demon, and he knew it himself. Alexander clenched his fists in irritation and thought that he had missed the chance given to him by the elder, and Adelaide hated him. How did this even happen? Adelaide approached the bed of young Mrs. Wang, and then she sat down on the bed, and the girl told the others not to protect her while she dealt with the mirror demon herself. Oliver and Kimberly responded immediately, accepting the order. Adelaide sat down in a meditation pose and held out a mirror, telling them to watch the mirror and not let the demon use the light to escape into the pond outside. She sternly warned the boys that the surface of the water could become an excellent hiding place for the demon. Oliver folded his hands again in a respectful gesture and accepted the instructions. He thought that the plan had worked, and just like in the game, Adelaide would be the one to destroy the mirror demon. It seemed that some key points could not be changed, and therefore he had to complete all the tasks as soon as possible and escape. Adelaide began to meditate, and her spirit left her body. And then he entered the mirror that Oliver was holding in his hands with a bright flash. Kimberly exclaimed happily that she could see Adelaide fight with her own eyes, a chance that would come along very rarely. In the mirror space, the mirror demon stepped back, frowning. Adelaide flew into the mirror space and began to swing her sword, causing the demon to try to dodge. The demon ran forward desperately, hoping to escape from this trap. However, instead of exiting through the mirror, he seemed to hit a barrier. Cold sweat began to run down the demon's face as he realized he couldn't get out. And then Adelaide, swinging her leg, struck the demon on the cheek. From this blow, the demon flew to the floor with a loud scream, raising clouds of dust. Adelaide aimed the tip of her sword at the demon's neck, and in response the demon begged for mercy. Adelaide asked him whether the python that had attacked them was her pet. Lying on the ground, the demon, instead of answering, continued to beg the girl for mercy, and then she repeated the question. And the demon still confessed that that python was his pet. He guarded his house, which was that temple, and he said that he was born from that bronze mirror. And then he again began to beg for mercy, saying that he told the hedgehog everything. Adelaide asked him if he, the one who killed so many people, really hoped that she would let him go so easily. Tears began to flow from the mirror demon's eyes as he began to beg even more desperately. And then from the mirror that Oliver was holding in his hands came a loud, piercing, pain-filled scream, and the guy recoiled back at the sight. Kimberly admired how Adelaide did not doubt, but seconds. Oliver thought that when Adelaide found out his true identity, she would most likely kill him on the spot. And then two spirits flew out of the mirror, the spirit of Adelaide and the spirit of young Mrs. Wang. Adelaide's spirit entered her body in a bright flash, so that she also sat on the bed. And the spirit of the young lady finally returned to her body, which was lying on the bed. Opening her eyes, Adelaide told Oliver that he could now return to the heavenly realm to complete the task. A few moments later, young Miss Wang also woke up and slowly opened her eyes, trying to cough. Getting up, she asked what had happened to her. Adelaide leaned over to the girl and told her with a soft smile that she had just been sick, but it was all over now. Watching this, Oliver thought that although Adelaide was like the goddess of death when it came to demons, but when it came to the defenseless, she was always kind. So shouldn't he pretend to be weak and helpless? Mrs. Wang believed this explanation, not remembering at all what had happened to her. Master Wang thanked everyone for their help and invited them to dinner, but Adelaide declined, citing that she had a task she had to complete. The girl said that she had not yet completed her mission, and therefore the others should go first. Alexander said that in that case he would go with her. Adelaide responded to this by saying that he had behaved unworthily, and therefore he should return home and go into seclusion to rethink his actions. And then she folded her hands in a polite gesture, saying goodbye to her comrades. After some time, Oliver returned back to the heavenly kingdom. Sitting in his room, he again began to sort through the bags with his earnings and list everything he found there. Melanie sat at the table and carefully wrote everything down. Oliver held some brown spheres in his hands and told the girl to write down that he found some 15 strange pills. Melanie noted that it was better to separate these pills by potency. Otherwise, he might not be able to handle it if the effect was too strong. Leaning back on the sacks, Oliver told Melanie to take a little for herself and sell the rest with moderate effect. And he noted that they could get a few thousand silver for it, and then they could buy Melanie a few dresses, because he knew she liked them a little. The guy happily exclaimed that he received 4 points for the second task, and also medium-quality stones and these treasures, and therefore a bright future is just around the corner. Melanie asked the guy what he meant by a bright future. Oliver replied with a smile that it meant getting rich and prospering. Melanie obligingly praised the owner, and then reminded him that he had promised her a reward, but seemed to have already forgotten, and the guy said that she could take whatever she wanted. Melanie replied that she was his spirit pet, and if he became stronger, then she would too. So why would she need these trinkets? Leaning towards the guy's neck, the girl said that all she wanted was his life essence. And then she pushed him to the floor and Oliver told her not to get too carried away, but he didn't object. Pressing herself against the boy, Melanie said that she wouldn't even dare. Because she couldn't even imagine that her master would weaken due to lack of blood, she just wanted to try. The guy now definitely agreed, saying that she had already helped him out many times so it wouldn't hurt him. Melanie didn't respond to this but only smiled playfully, looking into the guy's eyes. And then, opening her mouth wide, she reached for his neck. The girl pressed herself against the guy's neck and began to drink his blood. After a while, she looked up from her work, her fangs stained red. And Melanie made another satisfied sound. Pressing herself against Oliver again, she said that her master's essence was truly delicious. The boy replied that he was beginning to think that all demonic foxes were real fox spirits. Looking into the guy's face, Melanie replied that it was true. Fox spirits are the best of all, because they take care of their owners and warm them in winter. Oliver told her to stop chatting, because he was very tired after the children's days, and therefore he needed to rest, because tomorrow he would have training again. Taking out her fan, Melanie sweetly wished goodnight to her master, and she began to fan him slowly while Oliver fell asleep, sprawled on the bags. Meanwhile, somewhere in the bamboo forest, a battle was taking place. It turned out it was Adelaide who was fighting the demons, and she said it was the end. And then she lunged forward towards her opponents. The demons did not expect such speed from the girl, and so they simply froze, their eyes and mouths wide open. And the next moment, everything around was illuminated by red flashes. Landing on the ground, Adelaide left behind a trail of sword strikes that cut her opponents to pieces. A few drops of demon blood fell on the girl's menacing face. The demon, who had not yet been cut down, asked the girl what they had done to her. Adelaide only replied that all demons must die. A huge green monster appeared behind him, raising its fist to strike. His blow landed on the ground as Adelaide was too slow to react and dodge and jumped to the side. But then 2 sparkling balls flashed in front of her face. And above the treetops one could see a thick cloud of smoke that burst out of these balls. But Adelaide had already flown out of this cloud of smoke a moment later, breaking herself with her feet on the ground. As it turned out, she couldn't open her eyes, and so she noticed with irritation that something had gotten into her eyes. Standing in a stance, she pulled out her sword again, causing everything around her to glow blue. And Adelaide said that even if a demon could talk like a human, he was still a demon, and all demons should be wiped off the face of the universe. The demons did not stand still, but ran forward with loud cries. A whole crowd of demons ran towards Adelaide as she swung her sword. After some time, all the demons were already dead, and one of them was wounded. And he told the girl not to be so arrogant, because their master had already turned his gaze on her. Instead of answering, Adelaide shot up, flying over the demon, and with a sharp swing of her sword, she cut off his head. And then she landed calmly on the ground, clicking her heels. After some time, it was already dark and night had come. But the light was burning in Alexander's chambers. The man stood in front of the mirror and reported to the elder the latest events, which were strange. He complained that all the opportunities that the elder had given him had been wasted. And if it had been an isolated incident, one could believe that it was a coincidence. But when everything happens at once, it is hard to believe. The black figure in the mirror asked the guy how Beatrice was doing. Alexander replied that she was also unsuccessful. He said that Oliver was obsessed with Adelaide, driven by lust. And although Beatrice was incredibly beautiful, he did not look at her when she threw herself at him. And lately he had distanced himself from Adelaide and broken through to the next stage. The figure in the mirror thoughtfully replied that he understood everything. Covering his face with his hand, Alexander continued by saying that on top of that, he was injured during the mission, which further delayed him from reaching the golden core stage. But the worst thing is that Adelaide has already broken through to the 4th stage. And at this rate, the gap between them will only increase, and his chance of becoming her partner in the Tao will completely disappear. The elder exclaimed that the guy must definitely do this. Her jade spirit body would help him achieve immortality. He must win her trust by any means necessary. Alexander replied that it was easier said than done, since he could not control who she liked, and the elder replied that he would help with that. He told the guy to come back in a while and not to forget about the back door, because no one should see him. And then he would give him pills that would restore his strength, because the body is the basis of self-improvement. Alexander folded his hands in a respectful gesture and accepted the order. It was already night, but the lights in people's houses were burning brightly. Melanie sat on a tree branch watching one of the houses. After some time, she noticed with a grin that Alexander, dressed in a black cloak, came out of his chambers. The girl's body began to dissolve into orange smoke, and, turning into the spirit of a fox, she carefully followed Alexander. Melanie flew almost closely behind Alexander, who did not completely fail to notice, but only looked around anxiously. Melanie noted that this guy was sneaking around like a thief. He was clearly up to something. Finally, Alexander reached some doors. Melanie did not leave him alone. The guy opened the doors to enter some courtyard. Melanie thought that here they were, and therefore she needed to keep them even closer. But when she tried to enter the courtyard, some invisible wall stopped her. Rubbing her bruised cheek, Melanie noticed that there was even a barrier here. The door slammed quietly, and only now did Melanie notice that this was the door of the Star Pavilion, the residence of the head of the sect. Having decided how to tell her master about this, Melanie flew back. There was a light in the windows of Oliver's chambers. He was leafing through some book and someone asked him what he thought, and isn't it pretty good? Oliver turned to the girl and asked her what it was. Alice snatched the book and said that it was a draft of the Mystical Chronicles, and it could be said that he had been given a great honor. Opening the book again, Alice cleared her throat and began to read Mystical Chronicles, issue 138. Oliver slammed the book shut, slamming his hand on the table, and said that it would be better for the girl not to do that. Covering his face with his hand, he said he was so ashamed that he was ready to dig a hole and bury his head in it. Alice asked what was wrong because it was just a mixture of truth and fiction. The girl exclaimed that she had collected their story bit by bit and turned it into an article so that everyone could enjoy this masterpiece. Oliver replied that everyone might like it, but Adelaide would definitely kill him. Alice replied that despite her stern appearance, Adelaide would almost never attack her fellow students. Looking at the girl, the guy asked again about the almost never part. Getting up from the table, Alice said that it was time for her to go to bed. Winking at Oliver, she said that he was already a rising star in the heavenly kingdom, and therefore he should not forget them when he became rich and famous. And then the girl, having said goodbye to the guy, left his room. Oliver sighed in irritation and asked why everyone liked to gossip so much. Melanie flew up to him from behind, putting her hands on the guy's shoulders. Feeling the touch, Oliver turned around and took Melanie's hand. Snuggling up to the guy, the girl said that she had good news, and therefore she deserved a reward. Oliver replied that he must first find out what the news was, and then they would discuss the reward. Pulling back, Melanie said that she seemed to have found the location where the Demon King was hiding. It was already night outside, the moon was shining clearly in the sky. Oliver closed the doors with a shudder, and then, sitting down at the table, he told Melanie to tell him everything. In response, Melanie said that she followed Alexander and saw him making his way into the Star Pavilion, and he kept looking back, afraid that someone would notice him. Oliver exclaimed that the Star Pavilion was the sect leader's house. Could it be that the Demon King was hiding there? After thinking about it, Melanie responded by saying that she believed that the leader of the sect was the Demon King. The only question was how he was able to replace him. Oliver asked her why she thought so, and the girl replied that the Star Pavilion was surrounded by barter, which affected everyone who was not a human. It might be to protect the leader, but the girl felt like this barrier was meant for demons and other races. Melanie noticed that, in addition, the head of the sect had not appeared in public for a long time. And if he is in seclusion, why should he let Alexander in? And besides, if you remember those ashes from the cave, then everything becomes clearer. Oliver responded by saying that it needed to be thought about carefully. Melanie asked him what he would do if it turned out to be true. The girl suggested telling Adelaide about this because she hates all demons and will do everything possible to eliminate their king. The guy replied that they weren't that close of a relationship, and so she might start to suspect him. But at least they now knew that the sect leader and the demon king were somehow connected. The guy said they needed to gather more evidence first before telling Adelaide about it. He also wants to understand that the demon king has fallen asleep, and although he missed most of the game's plot, he remembers that his first goal was to possess Alexander and become Adelaide's partner. Melanie pouted and reminded him that it was now time for the reward. Patting the bed, Oliver said that today he would only have a sip, otherwise his head would spin again for half the day. Melanie smiled happily and said that her master was so kind to her. 2 days later, Adelaide had already completed the mission and reached the residence of the master of Yan Yang Peak. The girl quietly entered the room, addressing her master, and then she bowed respectfully, greeting the master. The woman lying on the bed turned around and smiled, noting that she had already thought she would be gone longer. And then the woman began to sit on the bed, while Adelaide talked about how she had broken through to the golden core step, and therefore was able to get there faster. Sitting on her knees on the floor, she said that all the demons in the indicated places were killed. The woman replied that this was what was to be expected from her student. Pulling the girl by the cheeks, she said that she wanted to check whether her dear student had lost weight, to which the girl objected, telling the master to behave decently. The woman just laughed, saying that Adelaide looked as stern as she once did. Then the girl asked why the master was so carefree now, and then noted that she was increasingly beginning to think that her stories about the past were just fiction. The master replied that it was all a secret. And then she took out a book, saying that while she was gone, new gossip had appeared, and she had become fascinated by these mystical chronicles. And she noticed that there were so many piquant details, and then said that the girl could take the book for herself. Handing the book to Adelaide, the woman said that she especially liked the part about her and Oliver. Noticing that she and Oliver were pictured on the cover, Adelaide blushed slightly, and then she hid the book in her bosom. And then the girl asked the master about transferring Oliver to their peak. The master replied that it was easy as pie, and since her student was so interested in someone, then she was too, because a girl rarely showed such interest in someone. Looking away, Adelaide replied that the guy was very talented. His potential was even greater than hers. Holding out her hand, the woman said that she was even more interested then, and therefore she wanted the girl to bring him here so that she could play with him. Getting to her feet, Adelaide asked the master to stop scaring the other students, and then said that she was returning to her chambers. After some time, Alice again found herself at the door of Oliver's chambers. Opening the door, the guy told the girl that he had nothing more to tell, and besides, over the past months, she had come to him 7 or even 8 times, and therefore everyone was already looking at him strangely. Alice said that she came to tell you that Adelaide had returned. Oliver asked her how she managed to always keep up with the latest news. The girl replied that a good journalist does not reveal his sources. And then, approaching the guy, she said that she was just collecting material for a new issue. Alice asked Oliver why he didn't go and take the chance to step up, since he liked Adelaide before. But in response to this, the guy only slammed the door, wishing the girl good night. Alice, however, was not upset and exclaimed from behind the door that she wished him luck. Oliver sighed wearily and noted with relief that she was finally gone. But suddenly he felt something strange in the area of his heart. The guy's whole body suddenly felt hot, and Oliver couldn't understand why this happened. At that moment, the bracelet on the guy's hand flashed like a bright flash, and Melanie flew out of it. Oliver looked at the girl with confusion, asking her what was going on. In response, Melanie joyfully exclaimed that her master was about to break through again. Instead of answering, Oliver clutched the clothes on his chest, which was in the area of his heart, and sweat ran down his face. And then he turned into a puppy again. Sitting down next to the owner, Melanie told him not to worry, because she had already put up a barrier around this room. And the girl, smiling, told Oliver to calmly concentrate on the breakthrough. Oliver's body began to tremble slightly. His paw again covered the area of his heart. A muffled sound came out of his mouth, but in his thoughts he thanked Melanie. But suddenly Oliver felt a change and his eyes widened in surprise, and a few moments later he fell exhausted to the floor. Worried, Melanie asked the owner what was wrong. Oliver answered with difficulty, saying that he was succeeding, that he could not break through, that something was stopping him. The girl asked what was happening, whether he had taken anything today or done anything unusual, why the breakthrough had suddenly started. And then she noticed that Oliver's irises were red. Oliver staggered to his feet, and Melanie cried out, asking him to tell her something so that he wouldn't frighten her. But Oliver seemed not to hear her. His eyes turned even redder and a growl escaped from his throat. The girl panicked and thought, Could this really be a rejection of Ki? She slowly reached her hand forward to touch her master's fur. But before she could do so, Oliver reacted and lunged forward to bite Melanie, causing her to pull her hand back. And then Oliver, his eyes wild, ran out of the room. Melanie called out to her master, asking him to come back. After some time, Melanie had already turned into a fox spirit and followed Oliver, who was still running somewhere. She asked him where he was going. After some more time, Oliver finally stopped, breaking with his paws on the stones. Melanie, who was following him, said that if he had started to experience Ki rejection, then she should have had it too. Suddenly, a bright flash appeared in front of Oliver. The guy was thinking about how much pain he was in and how he couldn't believe that he had done this to Melanie. And then his attention turned to the light in front of him. Wanting to know what that glow was ahead, Oliver ran forward again. He ran among the trees, through which something was shining with a bright light. And suddenly, in this light, some dark silhouette became visible. As it turned out, it was Adelaide, who had already noticed Oliver. Oliver, however, under the influence of his instincts, ran forward, his eyes still glowing with an angry red light. Melanie was worried that Adelaide would now reveal the true nature of her master. However, the girl only sat down and stopped the puppy with her hand, which was running so quickly towards her, and then with a smile asked him what was wrong with him. Oliver thought about how he couldn't concentrate. He wanted to bite someone. His teeth were itching. Adelaide noticed with a smile that the puppy had once again become a simple dirty dog, and then she raised her hand and squeezed it around the dog's neck. The girl lifted the dog off the ground, continuing to smile tenderly as Oliver continued to kick in her arms. Oliver found himself pressed against the girl's chest, and Melanie noticed that everything there was so soft and elastic. And then Oliver finally calmed down and closed his eyes, relaxing in Adelaide's arms. Noticing that the dog had calmed down, Adelaide praised him and told him again not to worry. Melanie, watching all this, wondered if this was really possible right in the middle of a breakthrough. She wondered if it was possible that her master had smelled the jade spirit and therefore lost control. But that didn't make sense. And then she thought that she would have time to deal with it later. And for now, her master was safe. Adelaide asked Oliver if he missed her so much that he went crazy. Adelaide felt that the puppy's body was unusually hot, and Oliver made a plaintive sound in response. The girl gently touched the dog's forehead with 2 fingers to check its condition, and she noticed that he was in a state of breakthrough. The girl crouched down to the ground again, lowering Oliver to the ground, and she said that then she would guard him until he finished. Adelaide thought that since Oliver had protected her during her breakthrough, it would be fair if she did the same for this dog. Oliver continued to cling pitifully to the girl. Tears were in his eyes, and the girl's hand stroked his head. Adelaide told him not to be afraid because he was not alone, and she was not going anywhere. Oliver continued to happily cuddle up to the girl's chest, while she continued to stroke his head. Melanie thought that she was beginning to think that her master had planned all this just so that Adelaide would feel sorry for him. Some time passed. Adelaide was still sitting by the tree. Melanie also lay down on the ground and fell asleep. Adelaide was dozing, leaning against a tree, and Oliver was lying peacefully on her hip. Melanie woke up rubbing her sleepy eyes. Yawning, she thought that she was so sleepy, but she needed to check on her master. And then she noticed something that surprised her and made her wake up completely. As it turned out, she noticed that Oliver had grown bigger. And then she thought that she had never seen anything like that before. And then Oliver woke up. His eyes turned blue again. He slowly turned on his side, trying to find the source of the sound that had woken him up. And then he came face to face with Melanie. Oliver stepped back and asked Melanie what she was doing, why she was so close, and what was wrong with her face because it was as if she was looking through a fisheye. Melanie happily told him that she had noticed that he had grown and that he seemed to have broken through to the core formation stage. Oliver began to look at his body, and Melanie exclaimed that it was like missing an entire stage of transformation. Not understanding what was happening, Oliver jumped to his feet to run away from Adelaide. But before he could run far, Adelaide woke up. The girl noticed with a smile that he had woken up and that everything seemed to be fine with him. And then she patted him on the head, which Oliver was only glad about. Adelaide checked Oliver's condition again and noticed that he had managed to overcome the breakthrough. And then she began to lift him off the ground again, causing Oliver to suddenly begin to nervously slide from side to side. Having brought the dog to her, Adelaide said that spiritual beasts always feel weak after a breakthrough, and therefore he will stay with her for now. Turning around, Oliver began to beg Melanie for help, saying that he could not stay with her. He had already been through this, and she could not see him in his human form. Melanie waved her paw in response and said that Adelaide's chambers were located next to her master's residence, and therefore she could not take such a risk. And then she wished her master good luck with a smile, which made his face twist. Oliver thought bitterly about what would happen to him when he was transformed back. However, the expression on her master's face did not move Melanie at all, and she merely said goodbye to him. After some time, Adelaide and Oliver reached the girls' chambers. The girl sat at the table and told the dog that first they would clean his paws and then go to bed. And then the girl carefully wiped Oliver's paws with a towel. Pulling his paws towards him, Oliver noticed that Adelaide was talking to him like a mother to a child, which was clearly not normal. After finishing wiping Oliver's paws, Adelaide put the towel back into the water in the bucket, and then she picked the little dog up again and carried him away, saying that it was time for them to go to bed. The girl carefully laid Oliver on the bed. As Adelaide began to undress, she asked if spirit beasts needed glandular expression. She said that she thought this little one had never secreted any, so if he got too excited, he might splash everything here to visit the territory. Hearing this, Oliver immediately felt fear, not understanding what the girl intended to do with him and his glands. Oliver, hiding under the blanket, thought that this sounded too ominous, and besides, he was already a grown man, and therefore his back door belonged only to him. Adelaide just laughed quietly at the dog's reaction, covering her mouth with her hand. And then she continued to change, throwing the clothes off her shoulders. And then she changed into a nightgown, tying the straps behind her neck. Adelaide then threw her robe over herself, noting that her robe was still so comfortable. Wrapped in a blanket, Oliver watched the girl, admiring how she looked in such simple clothes. The girl took a book from the table and headed towards the bed. She crawled under the covers and opened a book. And then she told Oliver that she would read him a bedtime story, and then they would go to bed. Looking at the cover of the book, Oliver noticed that it was a mythical chronicle, and so he wondered why Adelaide was interested in gossip at all. The girl, as if reading the question in the dog's eyes, answered that it was not the master who told her to read this, and the guy in response thought about whether she could inadvertently read his thoughts. Opening one of her eyes, Adelaide began to read. This time the story will be about how Oliver challenged his classmate, and Adelaide did not resist. As Oliver listened to this, he thought in panic that this was a very exciting beginning. Adelaide, however, continued reading and only laughed. Looking at the dog, she noted that these stories had Alice's style. She had a pretty good imagination. Oliver's body shook slightly as he wondered if Adelaide understood what she seemed to be saying. The girl said that the dog had already reached the stage of core formation, and therefore was no longer a puppy, so he would definitely be able to listen. Adelaide stroked the dog's head and remarked that she had not expected him to be able to climb so high, and Oliver barked in response, as if asking what she meant. And then Oliver thought that he was not so young, but he still had plenty of strength, and if he needed to act, he would not just stand there, but just listening was embarrassing. And then the girl asked the dog if he remembered that guy, her junior classmate. And then she said that he had also almost reached the core formation stage, but nevertheless, she did not expect that his progress would be so fast, and it would not be long before he surpassed her. As Adelaide continued reading, she noticed that this part was very well written. It said that at first Adelaide wanted to refuse Oliver's help, and she said that she could deal with the demons herself, and therefore it was better for him to return to the heavenly kingdom. Taking the girl by the hand, Oliver said that he couldn't do that, because she had already saved him twice, and this was a kind of gratitude. Adelaide didn't want things to go too far, so she decided to leave, but then Oliver pulled her closer to him. Raising the girl's face, putting his finger under her chin, he said that although he was her younger, he was also a man, and the girl asked him about that, and so what? With their faces unusually close, Adelaide couldn't escape Oliver's strong arms. There was some unusual scent coming from him, and the girl knew that it was proof of his feelings. As soon as Oliver's lips touched hers, she found herself trapped. Oliver, who had been listening to all this, held out his paw and thought that Adelaide didn't need to read all this. Putting the book down, Adelaide noticed that it was quite cold today, so she picked up the dog again. She asked him what was wrong with her character, and then exclaimed that it was completely unlike her. Oliver thought irritably that since she already knew everything herself, it was time for her to stop reading. Having pulled Oliver to her side, Adelaide picked up the book again, noticing that it was so embarrassing. And then she said that the master told her to read it, and therefore she cannot help but read it. And the girl's attention was again directed to the plot of the book, and she began to laugh. Her face was covered with a blush. The girl continued reading, and read that Oliver then took off Adelaide's outerwear, and in the moonlight the girl became even more beautiful. The girl blushed and exclaimed, telling the guy not to be so self-confident. Leaning closer, Oliver asked the girl why she was refusing his company, since she knew that he would not leave her alone, to which she replied that this was her task, and she must complete it herself. Grabbing the girl by the waist, Oliver asked her why she was interfering with his tasks then, to which she replied that she was simply helping all the younger ones, not just him. Oliver said that it would be better for her to think about something else right now. But before Adelaide had time to read what it was about, she had already slammed the book shut. Her face was red, her eyebrows were furrowed. She closed her eyes and smiled, noting that the book was well written after all. Adelaide waved her hand and noticed that she felt a bit hot. Oliver pressed himself against her again and made another questioning sound. Lying down on her side, Adelaide said that she was tired and that they needed to sleep already. The girl laid the dog down next to her and then wished him good night. Oliver thought that he wouldn't be able to sleep in such a situation. He thought desperately that he could never sleep like that. It was still night outside. Oliver still fell asleep and in his sleep turned back into a human. The guy slowly opened his eyes. Realizing his situation, his eyes widened. Lying on the same bed with Adelaide and so close, Oliver felt his heart beat faster, but it was from fear. Melanie flew up and told her owner not to worry, and then she said that Adelaide wouldn't wake up anytime soon. Hearing this, Oliver fell back onto the pillows with relief, and then he slowly pulled his hand out from under Adelaide's head. As he lifted it up, he noticed that his hand had gone completely numb. Melanie, in response to this, asked again and only smiled. Then she touched the guy's hand, which made him feel uncomfortable, and he told her not to touch it. Turning into a human, Melanie asked the guy with a smile if it wasn't fun. Oliver replied that they needed to leave quickly. Leaning over Adelaide, Melanie said that the girl would not wake up until sunrise because she had cast a small spell, and therefore there was no need to rush. The guy didn't listen to her and lowered his leg to get out of bed. Closing her eyes, the girl noticed that her master was completely naked. She said that she wasn't surprised at all that the heir of the Demon Wolf clan had so much energy, and the guy only grabbed the curtain. Covering her nakedness with a curtain, Oliver tied it around her hips and asked Melanie if she hadn't seen enough yet. In response, the girl exclaimed that, "Of course not, because this body is a real treasure." And then she ran out of Adelaide's room. The girl asked the owner if he wasn't worried that Adelaide would discover the curtain was missing in the morning. Oliver continued running forward and stopped around the corner before the turn. He peered out carefully and made sure there was no one there. And then he finally answered, saying that it was better this way than for someone to see him naked, and then he would definitely end up on the front page of the Mystical Chronicles. Melanie responded by saying that the headline would be, "A Naked Man in Women's Clothing. Is this a decline in morals or a lack of morals?" Continuing to walk forward, hiding around corners, Oliver noticed that Melanie was simply impossible. Looking around the corner again, the guy made sure that everything was clean there, and then he ran quickly in a straight line. Oliver quickly ran into his room and immediately climbed under the covers. Shivering, he noticed that it was indeed chilly outside, and then Melanie climbed under the blanket to her owner. She said she wanted to warm his bed. Oliver lay down on the bed, snuggling up to the girl, and noticed that the girl was so warm. And then he asked her if she could turn into a fox, because she was so fluffy and comfortable. Smiling, Melanie replied that she could do that, and then she immediately turned into a red fox. The boy pressed himself against the fox, noting how soft she was. He ran his hand over the fox's belly, running his fingers through her fur, and then he said he was interested in something, and Oliver asked Melanie why she didn't smell like a fox. After this question, Melanie turned back into a human. Her face was displeased, her eyebrows were drawn together. It seemed like she could explode at any moment, and, unable to bear it any longer, Melanie kicked the guy in the stomach, exclaiming that he had to leave. And then she shouted in annoyance that she was a spirit beast from the Fox clan and not some ordinary animal. And then she exclaimed that there would be no more warm beds for her master. The next day came. The sun was already shining brightly when Oliver woke up. The guy was sitting on the bed in a meditation pose. He thought that yesterday he had broken through to a new stage, and therefore it was time to understand what had changed. A spiritual fire was burning brightly in his belly. Energy coursed through his veins. As Oliver meditated, he could hear the wind rustling the grass and the ripples on the running water. The stage of the birth of the soul differs from the previous two. It is more reminiscent of a deep and harmonious connection with nature and the universe. Soon Oliver opened his eyes, blue lights shining in his eyes. Then he came out of the trance state completely and swung his legs off the bed. And then he left the room, thinking that a new day brings him new opportunities. Looking forward, he saw Kimberly and Alice standing in front of him. He immediately wondered what Kimberly was doing at Lu Shui Peak. He waved his hand and called out to the girls, greeting them. Kimberly noticed that Oliver had finally woken up, and Alice said that she had just been wanting to do a joint interview. Oliver replied that she had already written a lot of nonsense in that issue of the Mythical Chronicles, and therefore it was time for her to stop. Alice replied that true stories don't sell as well because a combination of fact and fiction is exactly what people want. And besides, it's not that easy to sell magazines these days. The guy noticed that Kimberly wanted to discuss something important with him, so he asked Alice to reschedule the interview. Alice turned and walked away, waving her hand. Oliver turned his attention to the other girl and asked her why she was looking for him. And then he noticed that Alice was still there, watching from the corner of her eye. Realizing that she had been noticed, the girl said again that she was leaving, and she herself thought that a new topic for the issue had appeared: love triangle. And this should definitely break all records. Oliver turned back to Kimberly and asked her where she left off. The girl replied that it was nothing special. She just sent a message to her father after the guy saved her, and so he invited him to dinner to thank him personally. She folded her arms and told the boy that if he agreed, she would submit 2 requests for passes so that the 2 of them could leave the mountain together. Oliver asked the girl if they could just leave the mountain. Kimberly replied that her family had quite close contacts with the cult, and therefore they would have some privileges. Folding his arms across his chest, Oliver thought that this was a good opportunity to go to his clan. It would take him a long time to help, so it would be best to solve the issue of Task 3. Kimberly said that if a guy thinks it's too much, he doesn't have to agree. Her dad likes to make decisions for others. But Oliver, smiling, exclaimed that he would go. Hearing this, the girl rushed to hug the guy, saying that she was very happy. Meanwhile, Adelaide was watching all this. She saw Kimberly getting close to Oliver, who was smiling happily. Adelaide's eyebrows drew together, but she remained silent. She turned around and walked away without saying anything. Suddenly, Melanie appeared next to Oliver and told him that Adelaide had just looked at him and abruptly left. Melanie said she thought she wanted to talk to him about something, but then something got her really upset. Hearing this, Oliver felt fear wash over him. Adelaide's bad mood was not something good for him. Oliver grabbed Kimberly's arms, pushing her away from him, and said that he needed to meet someone, so he would leave her. The girl was not upset and replied that everything was fine. She also had things to do. Oliver folded his hands in a polite gesture and said goodbye to Kimberly. Melanie told the owner where Adelaide went. As it turned out, Adelaide headed towards the river, whose water shimmered brightly in the sun. With a sword in her hands, the girl quickly ran across the water, using techniques. She ran through the trees in a bright flash, cutting them down with her sword and leaving only stumps. Oliver and Melanie hid behind a tree and watched the girl. Melanie pointed to Adelaide's hands, saying that they were shaking, which made it clear that she was truly upset. Oliver said that he remembered her movements. Noticing something strange about the gentleman, Melanie asked if everything was okay with Rome. Smiling, the guy replied that he was just thinking about learning a few new techniques, since it was useful to have many skills. Melanie told the guy that he needed to go and asked if Adelaide was looking for him, and if so, for what reason. She tapped his head with her paws and exclaimed that the girl was currently practicing her sword skills, and he, instead of coming to her, was busy studying martial arts, if he wasn't sick. So what was it then? To which Oliver replied that he just wanted to learn faster so he could escape quickly. And then she said that she herself knew how Adelaide despised all kinds of demons and monsters. He said that he just didn't want to die by her hand. And at that moment, Adelaide finally heard something. She turned around abruptly, asking who was there. Oliver immediately stuck his head out from behind the tree and, waving his hand, said that it was him. Adelaide coldly asked him what he was doing there. Coming closer to the girl, the guy replied that he saw her come to the doors of the hostel and then suddenly disappear. And so he followed her, because it seemed to him that she was looking for him. Turning away from the guy in an offended manner, Adelaide told the guy not to flatter himself because maybe she wasn't looking for him. Oliver told her that Kimberly just came to ask him about going down the mountain because her father wanted to thank him for saving her life. Adelaide breathed a sigh of relief, and then she noticed that the guy didn't smell like perfume. Frowning, she asked him if he had come to her chambers at night. Hearing the question, Oliver immediately tensed up, not knowing what to answer. The guy felt under pressure and thought that the girl's feelings were too strong. Adelaide asked him again, her voice sounding a little harsher. Oliver waved his hands, smiling awkwardly, and said how he wished he could get in there, while he himself wondered in panic if he still smelled of perfume. Adelaide began to move closer, telling the guy not to move, causing him to flinch. Having closed the distance, Adelaide began to sniff the guy. Suddenly, the bracelet on the guy's hand flashed pink. Melanie appeared and said that it was not her fault, and then she asked Adelaide not to take it the wrong way. Adelaide looked at the girl, as if expecting him to continue. Putting her hands on the owner's shoulders, Melanie said that she would no longer use the same perfume, because she knew how much she did not like demons. Oliver confirmed uncertainly, wiping away beads of sweat. Melanie thought it was a good thing they had similar perfumes. Adelaide noted that the guy clearly hesitated with his answer. Was it just her imagination? Oliver looked away, unable to bear the girl's piercing gaze. Finally, Adelaide said that she was looking for Oliver to see when he planned to take the third mission, and she said that her master advised her to take a rest, so she wants to take him and the other junior students on the next mission. Oliver's mood immediately improved when the suspicions ended, and he replied that he understood. And then he said that he would do it right after he returned from Kimberly's family. Adelaide frowned again and irritably asked the guy if they had really become so close after one task. The guy awkwardly scratched his head and replied that it wasn't quite like that, and that she had simply invited him and he couldn't refuse. He approached the girl and whispered to her that his main goal was her family's blacksmithing skills, and he could not miss such a chance. Blushing slightly at her misunderstanding, Adelaide turned away and exclaimed that he was shameless. Oliver replied that this was too straightforward, and that he needed a new good sword because his sword was not very good now, and the difficulty of the tasks would only increase, so there was no way around it. Sighing, the girl said that that was all she wanted to say, and so he could go. But Oliver didn't leave, but only awkwardly scratched his head again, looking away. The girl asked him why he was still here, and then she sighed tiredly, causing Oliver to look at her again. Adelaide took up the sword again and told the boy that since he wasn't leaving, then he should spar with her. Oliver did not refuse and, smiling, agreed. The girl said that since he had been watching her for some time, he should have understood everything by now, given his talent and speed of learning. Smiling awkwardly, Oliver replied that although his head remembered and understood, his hands didn't quite do it, and he thought that the girl knew that he was following her. Adelaide extended her hand and sword towards Oliver, telling him to take her sword. Looking at the sword, the guy asked if he was sure he could take it. Frowning, Adelaide asked him if he hadn't taken it before, and Oliver nevertheless accepted the sword and asked the girl if she really wanted to train without a weapon. In response to this, Adelaide crouched down and reached her hand towards the ground. Taking a branch from the ground, she said that the branch was enough for her. Oliver thought that his cultivation was now almost at the same level as Adelaide's, so he hoped that he wouldn't lose too quickly. Otherwise, he would be very ashamed, since she was only using a branch. Melanie reappeared and said that her master had better hide his aura. She said there was no point in leaving too much evidence that could link him to the baby. And then she reminded him of the talisman of concealment that he had bought at the market and advised him to use it. Adelaide watched this silently, wondering what the two were whispering about. She stared hard at Oliver again, causing him to flinch when he noticed it. Melanie said that she just wanted to tell the gentleman to give it his all, and since she was no longer needed here, she would go. And then Melanie, in a bright flash, hidden the bracelet on Oliver's wrist. Finally, through the talisman that was under the clothes on Oliver's chest, Melanie told him that from now on, he needed to be extremely careful and hide his aura, otherwise breaking through too quickly could attract unnecessary attention. The boy folded his hands in a polite gesture with the sword in his hands and, smiling, he told Adelaide that he asked her to guide him. The girl did not answer this but just jumped up and ran forward. She bounced off the ground and flew straight towards the guy, the skirts of her clothes and her hair fluttering behind her. Finally, getting closer, she swung her weapon, the stick, causing a bright streak to shine in the air. However, Oliver managed to react and also swung his weapon, which described a shining arc in the air that met the girl's blow. Adelaide told the guy to focus and not lose concentration, and then she flew back, and then waved her hand in the air, sending a bright flash at Oliver. However, the guy managed to dodge this blow, jumping to the side, and the blow only hit the ground. After running some distance, Oliver turned around and skidded to a stop with his feet on the ground. And then, he ran towards Adelaide, who had already landed on the ground. The boy quickly turned around to strike with his sword and rushed forward with a cry, holding the sword in front of him. Adelaide, not expecting such a level, was somewhat surprised and looked at the guy with wide eyes. But the guy's blow didn't hit the girl because she managed to react and, pushing off the ground, she jumped into the air doing a somersault. Adelaide spun in the air and landed on the ground, her heels hitting the ground with a thud. A smile played across her face as she noted that the guy was truly a genius. Oliver didn't stop, making no more attempts to strike, and the blade of the sword hit the ground. Oliver folded his hands again in a polite gesture, thanking Adelaide for such a valuable lesson. Adelaide said that within a few days, her master would transfer him from the outer peak of Lu Shui to the Yanyang Peak. This news shocked the guy, and he immediately wondered how this was possible, because there was not even a hint of this in the game, and he just wanted to escape. Noticing the guy's reaction, the girl irritably asked him if he really didn't want to which he replied with a smile that that wasn't the issue. And then he said that he was just a little shocked. And besides, he had a water spiritual root, so how could he go to Yanyang Peak where the fire element prevails. To this, Adelaide replied that the master would transform his spiritual stone, so he had nothing to worry about. And then she continued by saying that from now on, he would train hard with her and her master, and so a great future would certainly await him. The girl exclaimed enthusiastically that a genius like Oliver was simply necessary for the Yan-Yang peak. After some time, Oliver and Kimberly reached the girl's family's estate. Sitting at the table, Kimberly said she never imagined they would be released for 20 days. And then she exclaimed that now they could eat and drink whatever their souls desired. Looking around, Oliver was surprised to find that there were a lot of weapons there. Looking at this weapon, he said that it was now obvious that the girl was from a family of blacksmiths. Laughing, Kimberly replied that the storage was simply full at the time, and there was nowhere to put the weapons, so they were left outside. And over time, everyone got used to it. Throwing some shuriken, Kimberly said that any poor quality weapon was simply thrown into the yard. After a while, a woman approached them, and Kimberly greeted her mother. The woman, whose name was Vanessa, also greeted her daughter. Not noticing her father next to her mother, the girl asked where he was. Coming closer, Vanessa, stroking her daughter on the head, replied that he was busy with something, but would be free by dinner. And then she asked if it was difficult in the sect, to which the girl replied that everything was fine. It was just that the tasks were a little tiring. And then she exclaimed that as soon as she completed one more, she would be able to get a pass that would allow her to return home whenever she wanted, and the woman replied that she was glad. Oliver rose from his seat and, folding his hands in a polite gesture, greeted the lady. Smiling, Vanessa also greeted young Master Oliver. And then she invited the guys to sit down and talk. Sitting down at the table, Vanessa said that she and Kimberly's father had been spending a lot of time forging lately, so they might have been a little careless, and then she apologized for it. Oliver replied that everything was fine and that Kimberly had already told him a little about how difficult the craft was. The woman said that they initially wanted to thank the guy for saving their daughter at dinner, but her husband is prone to rather extravagant behavior, and so she decided to express gratitude in advance so as not to scare him off. Smiling, Kimberly noted that her father was quite strange, and the boy would soon see it for himself. Looking away, Vanessa told the guy that his aura was quite impressive, and then the woman sighed heavily, and Kimberly confronted her about why she was sighing like that when she looked at her. Vanessa then asked if Oliver had a wife, and then noted that her daughter had also reached marriageable age. This statement shocked the young people. Oliver just stared at the woman, and Kimberly blushed deeply. And then the girl cried out that she and Oliver were just studying in the same sect. So what kind of wedding could we talk about? The woman looked at her daughter, asking her what was wrong with that, and then said that everyone in the area already knew her character, and therefore no one even tried to become related to their family. And then she laughed, asking if she had really said that out loud. And then she said she was just joking, but then she pointed out that Oliver is close enough to Kimberly, so does he want to marry her? Sweat ran down the guy's face, and he, not knowing what to answer, thought that if the mistress of the house was so unusual, then what kind of person was the head of the family? After some time, the head of the family returned, and having taken Oliver into his care, he exclaimed that from now on they would be brothers, even though they had different blood. Oliver smiled wryly and asked if this would upset the family hierarchy. The man replied that this would not disturb anything at all, because his family was known for its hospitality, especially to those who saved their daughter. And then he exclaimed that their daughter had been saved by such a handsome and courageous young man. Oliver scratched his neck awkwardly and said that he just happened to be there at the right time, and he wondered if Kimberly's father was always this energetic. Vanessa leaned over to her husband and quietly told him that if he and young Master Oliver really did become brothers, then Kimberly would have to call him uncle, and then nothing would work out. And then Kimberly's father laughed out loud, saying that he was just joking then. And then the man took out a jug of wine, offering the guy a drink to celebrate their acquaintance. As he poured the wine into cups, he said that the wine was about 10 years old, and they had originally wanted to save it until their daughter's wedding. But today was a special day. Taking the cup, Oliver replied with a smile that he was only glad, and he himself thought about what was so special about this day. And then the man and the boy clinked their cups. The man began to drink the wine, and his whole body began to tremble. The man slammed his cup down on the table and exclaimed that it was still a wonderful wine. Melanie noticed that Oliver had already drunk 7 or 8 cups, and therefore he was starting to get drunk. And then she suggested that he find an excuse to leave, and the guy agreed with her. Oliver turned to the man with a flushed face. But suddenly he took out some small leather bag. He put his hand into the bag, taking out something glowing with a golden light, and then he banged it down on the table with something. And the man said that he had forged this dagger that afternoon, and that it was a modest gift made with all his heart. As it turned out, there was a small dagger lying on the table. The blade was perfectly sharpened, and on it was depicted the figure of a dragon. Looking at the dagger, Oliver immediately wondered if it was really these people that Kimberly's father had forged the dagger for him. And the guy immediately thought that this was such a hospitable family, and therefore he wanted to be friends with them. Melanie approached the dagger that lay on the table and could not hold back a cry of admiration. Turning to the owner, she told him that they were now rich, and then she explained, saying that the quality of this dagger was much higher than the sword that Kimberly made for him back then. It almost reached the divine rank. It was a real treasure. After some time, it was already evening, and lights began to be lit in the estate. As Kimberly walked down the hallway with Oliver, she awkwardly noted that her parents could be a little too friendly sometimes, and she told the guy not to take their words to heart. Oliver replied with a smile that everything was really okay. It was just a gift that her father had given her. It was too valuable, and he felt like he didn't deserve it. Pressing herself against the guy and placing her hand on his shoulder, the girl replied that she was their beloved daughter, and therefore giving her savior a dagger was a mere trifle, just right for them. And then she said that she was bringing the guy to his room because they had been traveling a lot for the last 2 days, so they needed to rest. She said there was nothing planned for tomorrow, so he could look around here if he wanted. Oliver responded with gratitude and said that he had not rested like this for a long time. Winking, Kimberly said it was nothing. She herself had spent quite a lot of time in the heavenly kingdom. Finally, they reached a small house where the lights were already burning. Entering his room, Oliver admired it, saying that it was so beautiful here. He thanked the girl for her hospitality and then said that he really should rest. Kimberly just smiled back and said that was nice. And then she quickly ran out of the room. She blushed and thought that she was ashamed even to look Oliver in the face. And yet she had written to her parents in letters asking them not to do anything shameful. As she walked away from the room, the girl thought about how it annoyed her that her parents didn't care what other people felt. Oliver stood with his ear pressed to the door, trying to hear if Kimberly had left. And then he put his hand into the bag he saw on his belt. After some rummaging, he pulled out a mock doll. Approaching the bed, he threw the doll onto it with a dull sound. And then Oliver ordered the doll to turn into him. Steam burst out of the doll, and then Oliver's double appeared, lying quietly on the bed. After telling the doll to lie still, Oliver told Melanie that it was time for them to go. Appearing next to the guy, Melanie asked where they were going. The guy replied that they should go to his hometown. In response to this, Melanie noted that it was a full 10 days journey from here to the clan of demonic wolves, and this was on the fastest beast, and therefore they simply would not be able to return in time. Upset, Oliver asked how he would then know the way to transform from a man into a beast. Melanie responded by asking him if he had hit his head so hard that he had forgotten so much. The guy scratched his nose, looked away and replied that that was exactly how it happened. He really did hit his head. In response to this, a sympathetic expression appeared on Melanie's face, and then she exclaimed that she knew where his aunt lived, and therefore she could take him there, to which Oliver replied in a panic that that would be great. After some time, Oliver and Melanie reached the demon market. Melanie said it was another demon market, and Oliver's aunt lived in the floating flower pavilion. Oliver asked the girl what this pavilion was like. Stepping onto the boat, the girl replied that it was a place to have a drink and enjoy music. Hearing this, the boy immediately exclaimed that she should not tell him that his aunt runs a brothel. The spoon floated away from the shore, and Melanie replied that everything was not like that at all. The girls there only perform. They do not give away their bodies. His aunt only sheltered them. And then, turning to the boatman, she said that they needed to go to the floating flower pavilion. Smiling, Melanie began to look around and said that this demon market is open to humans as well. So quite a few craftsmen come here to relax. And then she sadly closed her eyes, about to say something else about people, but suddenly fell silent. Not hearing what the girl said, Oliver asked her about it. But Melanie only pointed to the side in response, saying that they were almost there. And she pointed her finger at a tall building in which everything was illuminated. The Floating Flower Pavilion is the most famous music venue in the demon market and is a favorite spot for many of the demon girls who perform here. Melanie and Oliver got off the boat, and the girl paid the boatman generously. Tilting his head back to look at the building, the guy noticed that it was such a majestic building. And then they went to the entrance, walking up the white steps. The maid who stood at the door, seeing Oliver, immediately fell to her knees greeting His Majesty. Melanie told the maid that they needed to see the chief. Raising her head, but still kneeling, the girl replied that His Majesty's aunt had said that as soon as they arrived, she was to take them straight to her. And then she stood up, opening the door to let the guests in. Oliver and Melanie followed the maid through the bright, spacious hall, which was filled with the hubbub of conversation. The maid led the guests further down the hall and they climbed the stairs. The girl knocked on one of the doors, telling her aunt, "Stop, His Highness has left." And then the maid immediately jumped back from the door, pressing her hands to her head, which somewhat embarrassed the guy. But a moment later, someone kicked open that very door. A woman with short red hair flew out of the room and immediately pounced on Oliver, exclaiming that he had not yet forgotten his beloved aunt. She pulled the guy by the cheeks, saying that her nephew had not changed at all, and was still just as handsome and stately. And then she quietly asked him how his love affairs were, whether he had hooked on her, which made the guy ask again. And then the woman explained that he himself told her that he met some beauty and fell in love with her at first sight, so much so that he decided to get her at any cost. But then she hit him on the head, exclaiming that she was actually angry that he hadn't visited her even once in 2 years. Oliver scratched his head, wondering if his aunt was talking about Adelaide. And then he told his aunt that he had joined a sect, and therefore could not leave it without permission, and today everything worked out thanks to his friend. And then he said that nothing mattered anymore about that beauty. Oliver's aunt grabbed his hand and pulled him into the room, saying they could talk inside. Oliver immediately turned to Melanie, asking her if she would go with them. Melanie responded by hesitantly going off to her place and asking if she could go with them. Oliver's aunt turned around and exclaimed that of course she could. Entering the room, the woman sat down on the bed and asked her nephew if he was being bullied in the sect. And then she noted that, although there is a truce between humans and demons now, they still do not trust them. She asked the guy if he was afraid that he would be exposed. Oliver replied that he had a bracelet that suppressed his demonic aura, and that he couldn't escape yet, no matter how much he wanted to, because first he needed to get a pass by completing all the tasks. Hearing this, the woman asked the guy how many tasks he still had left to complete, to which he replied that there were only 2 left. Turning her gaze to Melanie, who was standing next to Oliver, Oliver's aunt thanked him for taking care of her nephew. Smiling, Melanie simply replied that it was not a debt, and then the woman asked them what connected them, and Oliver replied that Melanie was his spirit pet. Oliver's aunt narrowed her eyes suspiciously, and her eyebrows drew together. And then she asked the guy how things were going with his cultivation. In response, Oliver placed his hand on the talisman that was still on his chest. The talisman glowed brightly, releasing the energy that had previously been hidden by the talisman. The woman's eyes widened slightly, and she noticed that the boy had already reached the nascent soul stage. And then she asked him why he had become so diligent since he had not practiced at all at home. Hearing the question, Oliver hesitated a little with his answer and looked away, thinking that he could not say that Adelaide would soon kill him. And then he answered with a smile that he had simply grown up and had some free time, so he decided to train. Leaning on the table that stood on the bed, Oliver's aunt asked him what he wanted this time. The boy looked away a little awkwardly and replied that he couldn't control his beast form. And then he said plaintively that he had once hit his head, and the woman, worried, asked him where exactly and wanted to look. Covering his face with his hand, Oliver said that everything was fine now, but apparently he had damaged something, and that was why some of his memories were blurry. A look of genuine concern came over the woman's face, and she asked the guy how he had managed to get into this mess. But then there was a knock at the door, and everyone present turned their attention to it. The maid who came to the door told the woman that Lauren had arrived, and Oliver asked in amazement if Lauren, Adelaide's master, had really arrived. Oliver's aunt closed her eyes and told the maid that she could not refuse to receive it now, and therefore she should go away. Melanie and Oliver immediately exchanged glances, suspecting that there was something between the women. The maid entered the room and told the woman that Lauren said that if they didn't let her out, she would make a scene. Looking at the girl, Oliver thought that this was blackmail and how banal it was. And then he asked his aunt whether he should leave, to which she responded by telling him not to worry. Although she knows about her, she doesn't know about him. And then, with a sigh, she told Oliver and Melanie to stay in her room for now, while she went and dealt with Lauren. And the woman got out of bed and went to her chambers. As she left the room, she told the maid not to let anyone into her chambers. Oliver's aunt came out into the street. A boat was slowly floating on the lake, and in it was a figure in a dark cloak. Looking down, the woman asked if it was really necessary for her to meet her before she got off the ship. Lauren replied that it was a must and then asked her to help her down. Taking Lauren's hand, Oliver's aunt told her that she was going too far. Lauren replied that she even liked it. And then she stepped onto the pier, hitting the wood with her heel, and the demoness asked her why she had come here this time. To which the woman replied that she had come, of course, to drink flower wine. Meanwhile, Oliver and Melanie obediently sat in the room, as the boy's aunt ordered them to. The guy carefully opened the door, looking out, and immediately he noticed the women. Lauren was showing another some treasure, and Adelaide was walking behind them. Oliver noticed the girl and his back immediately broke out in cold sweat. While Lauren was babbling about the treasure, Oliver's aunt noticed her nephew peeking out from behind the door. And then she turned to Lauren, asking her if it would be a hindrance to her student that most of her employees were demons because, as far as she remembered, she hated demons with all her heart. Lauren glared at the girl, who simply said that everything was fine. And then Adelaide said that she came with her master to relax, and besides, there is a peace treaty here, so she doesn't care. Oliver and his aunt immediately thought that this girl was even talking so seriously about rest. Putting her hands on the demoness's shoulders, Lauren said that they needed to go to her room quickly, to which she said that she didn't remember her room being here. Turning to Adelaide, Lauren told her to go for a walk, as she needed to discuss something with a friend. And then the woman rushed forward, hugging the demoness. Oliver's aunt blushed and asked what she was doing, and then exclaimed in irritation that everyone was looking at them. And this was true, although it seemed that the woman's loud screams attracted more attention. Unable to bear it any longer, the demoness hit Lauren on the chin, pushing her away from her, and she cried out for her to control herself. Blushing, she said that they had not been partners in the Tao for a long time, so she needed to behave decently. Lauren replied with a smile that since she didn't want to embarrass herself like that, they should go to their room. Blushing, Melanie asked her master if he had heard anything too. She was very shocked by the fact that Oliver and Lauren's aunt had previously been Tao partners, and she asked if that was possible since she thought that Tao partners had to be of different genders. Oliver replied that according to one treatise, after reaching a certain level, gender does not matter. Joint practice is aimed only at a breakthrough. Melanie asked the guy where he found this treatise, to which he replied that he read it in the sex library. And in response to this, the girl exclaimed that her young master was so smart. And then she looked out from behind the door again and said that she really wanted to know their story, in response to which the guy muttered that the gossip had started again. Melanie asked the gentleman what gossip was, to which he replied that it meant that she liked to listen to talk about others. Blushing and looking away, Melanie said that all girls were like that. After a while, Lauren and Oliver's aunt finally disappeared into the room. Lauren quietly wanted to start a conversation, but the words just wouldn't come to her mind. And then she hugged the demoness from behind and asked her when she would forgive her. To which the woman replied that she had apparently forgotten that people and demons cannot be together. Smiling weakly and holding the woman by the shoulders, Lauren said that it was like that before, but now everyone lives in harmony. In response to this, the demoness objected, saying that her student would argue with this because, as she had heard, she was very cruel. And if she continued to kill, then there would not be a single demon left in the area. But then Lauren asked if she really thought she didn't know who Oliver really was. Oliver's aunt looked up at the woman in panic. Lauren, running her hand under the hem of the other woman's dress, said that if she wanted her to keep it a secret, she should stop acting so cold. Trembling slightly with a flushed face, the demoness asked the woman how she knew about this. Lauren said that when the guy was still a baby, she held him in her arms, and one time was enough to remember his aura. She knows it very well herself. Meanwhile, Lauren's hand was creeping further and further under the hem of the other woman's dress. The demoness put her hands to her lips to hold back the sounds that were bursting out of her mouth. And after some time, Lauren took out her fingers, which were covered in a viscous, transparent liquid. The woman raised her hand and looked at the moisture on her fingers with a grin. Oliver's aunt cried out in response to this, asking whether she had really decided to blackmail her with this. Lauren responded that, unlike her body knows what it wants. Looking down, the demoness sadly replied that she had already told her that once she chose the side of the humans, everything between them ended. And then she quietly said that she knew that she had already made her choice and nothing could be changed. So she wanted to ask her for something. She cried out that the woman should stop teasing her, because she knew perfectly well how she felt about her, and was using it to hurt her, and that would only make her hate her more. Hearing this cry from the soul, Lauren looked at the demoness with a sad look, and then she quietly said that she really was guilty. But in life there can only be one partner in Tao, and for her it is she, and vice versa. Reaching out her hand towards the woman, she asked her to give her another chance. Meanwhile, Oliver was lying on the bed and asking why everything was taking so long, how much longer he had to wait. Melanie, who was sitting on the edge of the bed, replied that they would have to endure it a little longer, because when you meet old friends, there is always something to talk about. Hearing this, Oliver, with his eyes closed, asked if he should sleep then. But suddenly something shook the entire building, causing Oliver to literally jump out of bed. A column of smoke appeared in the air and someone screamed that they were demons. People ran away from the explosion site in panic, wondering how the demons got there in the first place. The girl quickly ran away, but suddenly someone's hand pierced her chest. And then the body of the unfortunate girl went flying and hit the building with a dull thud. Frowning and getting out of bed, Oliver asked what was going on. Melanie decided to look out the window to see what was going on, and there were still screams coming from the street. Turning over her shoulder, she told her master that they were under attack below. Lauren couldn't help but notice this attack, and she asked how they were able to get into the floating flower pavilion. Oliver's aunt asked her how she knew about it and whether she was blaming her for it. Lauren didn't answer but just waved her hand, and a flash of energy shone from her palm, transforming into a sword. The woman jumped over the window frame and said that she would go and have a look. In response to this, the demoness shouted after her to continue. Meanwhile, Melanie asked the gentleman if they should help, to which he, sitting down on the bed again, replied that Lauren was here, and therefore they did not need help. And then he said that he didn't want Adelaide to notice him, that she was wandering around somewhere nearby. Leaning back on the bed, he told the girl not to worry, and she didn't argue with Rim. Lauren climbed down and reached a hole in the ceiling. Looking at the hole, she thought about how they dared to destroy her beloved's pavilion. Meanwhile, Oliver's aunt had also come down and stood next to Lauren, and the maid ran up to them, begging for help. But before she could stop, something pierced her chest. Someone came closer with a quiet laugh. As it turned out, it was the 8th demon of death, and she, returning her hand, which was all covered in blood, greeted Lauren. The woman's face darkened and she said that she had come for her. Oliver sat up on the bed and said that he still needed to take a look, because suddenly a fight would start and he could learn something. Melanie tried to stop the gentleman, but he exclaimed that the more he learned, the better. Meanwhile, the 8th demon of death said that it was extremely difficult to get into Lauren's heavenly kingdom, and so she kept waiting for her to crawl out of there. And then she asked about what it was like to meet an old love. Lauren just snorted in displeasure and said that it was none of her business. The demon asked the woman where her student with the jade spirit body was. And after this question, Lauren jumped up and rushed forward. Getting closer, the woman swung her sword but did not manage to hit the demon, who had already evaporated. The demon ended up behind Oliver's aunt. The demon's hand fell on the woman's neck, squeezing it. Glaring sharply at Lauren, the demon said that if she took one more step, she would kill her. Oliver, standing on the balcony, watched all this, and therefore could not help but notice that he was captured here. Gritting his teeth, he noted the demon's speed, which was unusually great, since it was able to dodge Lauren's attack. However, Oliver's aunt was not at all frightened, but only smiled. And the next moment, her body turned into smoke and evaporated from the spot. The demon asked how she could move since she was holding it. In a puff of smoke, Oliver's aunt came down behind Lauren. Her body once again took on material form, and the woman simply quietly dissipated. Turning her gaze to Lauren, she asked her if she wanted to play with them. Lauren pointed the rest of her sword at the demon and asked her if she had any last words. Taking this as a yes, Oliver's aunt smiled again, and her body began to emit glowing smoke. The glow became brighter and brighter, and someone's black paws became visible in it. As it turned out, Oliver's aunt had transformed into her animal form, her black fur standing out against the golden ratio, and her eyes glowing red. The 8th demon asked if they really thought she was stupid enough to fight them alone. And then she screamed a call, and some people in the crowd began to emit black smoke. They raised their hands to tear off the skin of the people's faces, which served as their camouflage. And then, shining with her red eyes, she screamed furiously, responding to the call. Lauren smiled and said that even so, no matter how many there were, the result would not change. Adelaide, who was not in the building at the moment, noticed that columns of smoke were coming from the pavilion. Noticing this, she briefly summed it up by saying that something had happened, and then she hurried back and rose up, pushing off from the ground. Meanwhile, Lauren and Oliver's aunt entered into a battle with demons. Watching this, Melanie was amazed by this power, and then, turning to the owner, she said that she could only count on him, because as soon as he became stronger, so would she. Watching the fight, Oliver finally understood what a master's fight looked like. There was not a single unnecessary movement in it, and he said that it seemed to him that he was beginning to understand what the joy of improvement was. Gritting his teeth, he confidently said that he would definitely become stronger. Meanwhile, Melanie noticed that someone's figure was quickly approaching the scene of the battle, and the girl, having learned who it was, immediately hastened to draw her master's attention to it. As it turned out, it was Adelaide, who was rushing to join the fight. At the sight of Adelaide, Oliver immediately fell onto the railing, as his arms weakened. Running closer to the master, Adelaide cried out that she would help now. Lauren smiled and asked her why she couldn't sit still, since she rarely rested anyway. In response, the girl cried out that she must destroy all the demons. And then, accelerating even more, she burst into the battlefield. Lauren also continued to swing her sword, cutting the demons in half. The 8th demon's face took on an expression of surprise and panic. And there were reasons for that, because Adelaide swung her sword so furiously. Oliver's aunt, in her beast form, bit the demons in half, causing blood to flow in all directions. After some time, the tip of the sword was directed again, but the demon and she could not do anything and only froze. Lauren asked her if the Nameless One had sent her to kill her. Instead of answering, the demon only fell to the ground. Her legs weakened and unable to support her weight. Sitting on the ground, she asked the woman how she dared to mention the great demon king. Frowning, she asked the woman why she even thought she would answer her. Lauren's face darkened as she frowned and replied that if she kept quiet, she would kill her. In response, the demon only growled that they would all die sooner or later, and then she raised her hand, which curled into a red flash. However, her attack was not directed at Lauren but at herself, and with her own hand the demon cut off her own head. Her head rolled across the floor, leaving behind a trail of blood. Stopping, the head suddenly spoke. The words were quiet and abrupt, but one could still hear what it said, that the destruction of the entire heavenly kingdom was only a matter of time. As it turned out, the head rolled straight to Adelaide's feet, and she, unable to bear to listen to this nonsense, said that she was talking too much, and then her sword mercilessly plunged into her head, shutting her up. After that, Adelaide said nothing, but simply looked at her feet, her face darkening with anger. Oliver, who was watching all this, began to break out in a cold sweat from fear. He thought that in the game, the death of a character looks about the same, so he needs to get out of this sect as soon as possible. Oliver, wearily clutching his head, said that as soon as he returned, he would immediately take on the task. Adelaide's blade was stained with blood, so the girl shook it slightly, causing drops of blood to fly to the sides. And then the girl asked the master if these demons had really come for her. Oliver's aunt returned to her human form again. Kicking the dead demon on the head, she began to wail, asking how they seemed to have gotten here when the entrance was protected by a special barrier. After kicking the demon on the head, the woman asked him if he was still alive. Lauren told her student that she just wanted her to rest, but who knew that they would end up in such a situation? And then she said that we need to return to the heavenly kingdom and tell the leader about this. Turning around, the woman told Oliver's aunt that she was going away again, and even she knew how long it would be before they met again. The demoness turned away and said that she didn't really need to meet with her. Turning away, she said that they would find a way out themselves. Lauren sighed sadly as she watched the demoness walk away. And then she also turned around and walked away, telling Adelaide that it was time for them to go. The girl wanted to follow, but something caught her attention on the balcony above. She looked closely, hoping to notice something. But, noticing nothing, the girl walked away, catching up with the master, while Oliver and Melanie pressed themselves to the floor. Melanie noticed that Adelaide just looked up at the third floor. Did she really notice them? Oliver replied that the girl had a keen sense of smell, but they had hidden their presence well, so everything should be fine. Oliver's aunt appeared nearby and said that they had already left, and therefore they could stop peeping. Getting up from the floor, Oliver said that Adelaide had accompanied him on his last 2 missions, and if she knew he was here, he wouldn't even know what would happen to him. Oliver's aunt turned towards the courtyard and screamed, attracting the attention of the servants. And then she ordered them to take out these freaks and burn them. She then turned and walked into the room, telling Oliver and Melanie to follow her. Pouring tea into her cup, Oliver's aunt told them to close the door behind them. And then she told the guy that Lauren knew who he was. This news couldn't help but frighten Oliver and Melanie, and they immediately asked again. The woman explained that when he was still a baby, she held him in her arms, and therefore was able to remember his aura. Then the guy asked why she didn't expose him to Adelaide. The woman replied that for her sake Lauren would not reveal his identity, and therefore he could rest assured. And then the woman said that he asked her about how to control her transformation, which is actually very simple. She raised her hand and touched the tip of her finger to the guy's forehead, in response to which he stared at her with a surprised look. From the woman's finger, circles of energy spread across the boy's forehead, and she told him that when he wanted to transform, he should simply concentrate on that desire. Taking her finger away from him, Oliver's aunt said that every time he reached a new stage, it would be better to return to his animal form. In response, Oliver just smiled broadly and thanked his aunt for her help. And then he approached her and asked her in a quiet voice why she didn't walk Lauren home. And Melanie, noticing this, quietly laughed. However, the aunt only became angry and exclaimed that only she could call Lauren by her first name. However, she didn't say anything further about swearing and exhaled, and then asked why she had to see her off. In response to this, Oliver, covering his smile with his hand, noted that he saw how she was stealthily looking at her, and her gaze was full of love. Getting angry again, the woman hit the guy on the chin, causing him to fly into the air, and she screamed that he didn't understand anything and that they were basically feuding. And then she asked the guy if she was right in noticing that he had given his blood to someone. Scratching his bruised head, Oliver asked his aunt how she had figured it out. The woman replied that she had checked his body. Turning to Melanie, she asked her if she had drunk the boy's blood, and then she noticed that Adelaide was drinking it too. Oliver asked her how she could understand this too, in response to which the woman only walked up to Melanie and lifted the sleeve of her clothes, exposing her arm. She slowly ran 2 fingers over the girl's forearm, her fingers glowing with a not very bright light. The woman took her fingers away and some kind of drawing began to appear on the girl's hand. A few moments later, a drawing of a wolf's head, bearing its fangs, appeared on Melanie's forearm. And then the woman asked Oliver if he didn't know that whoever drinks his blood gets his mark. And then she noticed that he must have hit his head hard. But then she said that giving a little blood is not so scary, but he himself had felt weak for a long time. She said that his blood had healing properties and would help others with their cultivation, but he shouldn't give it out to just anyone because it was too dangerous. And besides, he could die if he lost too much blood. Melanie was a little scared for her master, but he just put his hand on her shoulder, saying that Melanie was a spiritual pet, and therefore he should take care of her. Having brought the girl to himself, the guy said that Adelaide had helped him, so he decided to repay her kindness, and therefore there was nothing wrong with it. Melanie quietly told the owner to stop, and the guy exclaimed that he understood everything and remembered what his aunt told him. While the guy was still imagining the girl for himself, Melanie asked him if Adelaide would reveal him if her mark appeared. Oliver's aunt sat down on the bed and asked him if he finally understood. But then she said that if he didn't give her too much blood, there would be no mark, but otherwise it would clearly appear on his hand. And she said she hoped her dear nephew would not do anything that would lead to his premature death. Closing his eyes, the kilo guy noticed that he didn't want to die. Last time he had to take a similar step, and he thought that he really made the right choice when he decided to descend from the peak. Melanie turned to the gentleman who was still holding her in his arms, and she asked him to let her go, because she felt a little awkward. Oliver's aunt told him to complete the tasks and leave the heavenly kingdom. Recently, demons have been gaining power again, and the whereabouts of the Demon King remains a mystery, and it is unknown what he is planning. The woman said that after the last war between humans and demons, the spirit tribe was in a difficult situation, and Oliver's father did not want either side to take advantage of his power, so when the opportunity to leave appeared, he should immediately return home. With a serious expression on his face, Oliver thoughtfully replied that he still had 2 more tasks to complete anyway. The woman told him to be sure to keep everything concerning his blood a secret. She reminded him that to everyone else, he was just a walking bag of blood. Hearing the part about the bag of blood made Melanie perk up a bit, and Oliver, noticing this, jumped away from her in fear. But then, calming down, Melanie exhaled, her face turning red, and Oliver thought about something that his aunt had made him think about and asked him about. Oliver said he had a feeling that someone had known about his true identity for a long time. However, this someone still hasn't exposed him. Why doesn't he do it? Isn't it easier to expose him and then take the blood? Hearing about the guy's suspicions, his aunt did not immediately become alert and fixed her sharp eyes on him. And then she asked her nephew to tell her more about it. Raising his finger, Oliver began to talk about how the top disciple of Yanyang Peak, Alexander, was constantly sending his disciple Beatrice to seduce him. So it was obvious that they wanted to take his life energy, and although it wasn't blood, she knew that whatever they took from him would improve their cultivation. In addition, he sent Melanie to follow him and discovered that the wounded Alexander had gone to the head of the sect at night, and not long ago they had discovered the presence of demons in the heavenly realm. Then the guy reached into the bag hanging on his belt to get something. He took out the Demon King's artifact from the bag, the Immortal Radiance. A bright flash shone on his hand, and the guy thought that he should not speak too precisely, otherwise it would arouse suspicion in the ant. The woman asked the guy if he really thought that the energy they felt belonged to the Demon King, and then she asked him if he wanted to say that Alexander was somehow connected to him, to which the guy responded by saying that these were just his guesses. Then his aunt asked him if he had told anyone else about it. The guy nodded and replied that he hadn't told anyone about it yet. He put his hands behind his head and pouted, and said that after all he had no evidence and he was only a weak outer disciple, so no one would believe him if he told him this. Closing her eyes, the woman decided that he had done the right thing, and then she told him not to tell anyone about this for now. The main thing now was to complete the tasks and get a pass to leave the mountain, and she would take care of the rest. Oliver didn't argue with this but simply agreed. A few hours later, dawn had already broken and the morning sun began to illuminate the walls of the Kimberly family estate. Oliver had already reached his chambers. The doll that had replaced him that night had acquired its original form. Having put the doll in the bag, Oliver looked around and noticed that no one had come to see him yesterday. And then he quickly jumped up, falling onto the bed. And the guy fell onto the soft bed, and the blanket flew straight at him, covering him. Yawning widely, the guy said that now he could finally take a nap. And so he finally closed his eyes, anticipating the much-desired rest after a sleepless night. However, the next moment there was a knock on the door, which made the guy open his eyes. It turned out to be Kimberly, who asked with a smile whether he was awake yet or not. Oliver quietly replied that he was almost awake, and then bit the blanket, desperately thinking about how incredibly unlucky he was. Standing outside the door, the girl said that Lily from the Beast Tamer clan had come, and she told her that he was here too, and she wanted to see him. Hearing the familiar name, Oliver immediately sat up on the bed. He immediately remembered that awkward girl who fell with every step she took. And of course, he couldn't forget this girl, whose naked body he accidentally saw when he was in the form of a dog. The guy got out of bed and stretched, responding by saying that he would come soon. Hearing this, Kimberly turned around and walked away, saying that they would also have breakfast. Lily sat in the guest room, waiting for Kimberly and Oliver to arrive. Finally, the two arrived and the boy greeted Lily, saying that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. He asked the girl if she had come for the weapon. Lily replied that that was true. She wanted to improve her whip, and she also ran away again because of the wedding. Oliver wasn't very surprised by this news, but Kimberly looked quite shocked and didn't understand how the girl could talk about it so calmly. Lily said that during her last visit home, she decided to meet this man. But after that, she finally decided to do it. Otherwise, she would have to suffer every day. Oliver replied that, as far as he knew, the Tamer clan had excellent tracking skills, and the girl's parents knew her energy best, so it would not be difficult for them to track her. And therefore, it would be easier to talk to them and explain everything. But suddenly, Kimberly spoke up, screaming that if she didn't love, she shouldn't get married. She had to fight to the end. She couldn't allow herself to be controlled. Lily thought for a moment and replied that she thought so too. But as Oliver had said, she couldn't hide. In response, Kimberly exclaimed that she knew the solution. If she got married right now, the problem would solve itself. Lily and Oliver looked shocked by this proposed solution to the problem. Oliver sat down on the chair next to him, and Kimberly exclaimed that if she got married, she wouldn't have to marry that guy for money. As Oliver poured himself some tea, he thought that although there was some truth in what she said, it was like killing 3,000 enemies while inflicting 2,000 wounds on herself, and it seemed like she was out of her mind. The girl asked Lily if she had anyone in mind, like someone she had feelings for, which would be even better. Lily blushed, raised her hands and said that there was nothing wrong. Kimberly, upset, said that the situation was then complicated, and it seemed the only way out was to pretend to get married and then get a divorce when the arranged marriage fell through. Oliver didn't intervene in the conversation, but merely observed all of this. Suddenly, Kimberly's gaze turned to him, appraising him from head to toe. Oliver asked the girl why she was looking at him like that. And then, the realization hit him hard on the head when he saw a sly smile on the girl's face. Jumping up from his chair, he asked her how it was fashionable to joke about such things, to which Kimberly replied that he was simply too petty. The guy asked Lily why she was forced to marry for convenience, because first she needed to understand the symptoms of the disease, and only then begin treatment. Looking down, Lily replied that she knew that. She sighed and said it was a long story, and then began her story. There are many types of beast tamers, all of which used to work separately. But recently another one appeared, and it began to gradually absorb the others. Those who submit to them become their vassals, and those who refuse find themselves exterminated by their entire families. To counter them, many tamer clans began to form various alliances, and the Lily clan chose to marry the Yin clan. Covering her face with her hands, the girl said that the son of this family was simply a nightmare. She said that he was constantly on drugs. There was not a drop of reason in him. She was not even sure if he would live until winter. She also sent her cat Belle to ask the other spirit animals about him. And the things they were able to find out about this guy are just horrific. He hangs out with some girls every day, and who knows if he picked up anything from them during his partying. After listening to the girl, Kimberly got angry and exclaimed, asking how her parents even agreed to marry her off to such a person, as if they specifically wanted to ruin her life. Looking sadly at her feet, Lily said that her parents were just scared. Closing her eyes, she humbly said that nothing could be done about it. But then Oliver said that even if there was no other way out, one could not sacrifice one's own daughter's happiness. He said parents should protect their child and not use him as a bargaining chip. Oliver said that if the enemy really rises, even father and son could become sworn enemies. Gritting her teeth, Kimberly exclaimed that she completely agreed with the guy. Lily turned to Kimberly and asked her what she would do in her situation. What would she do if one day her parents had to sacrifice her to save the entire clan? In the midst of her emotions, Kimberly wanted to exclaim something, but then her face took on a confused expression. And then she quietly said that she didn't know. She said that if she were in the same situation, she would probably have to come to terms with it too. Oliver said he thought it was better to find a solution than to accept such a terrible fate. He said that when you are under pressure, it is boring to resist. It is better to destroy the enemy in the bud than to allow him to grow and become even stronger. Lily responded with resignation that they were already too strong. Jumping up from his chair, the guy asked why all the tamer clans had not united, since they were faced with such a threat. But suddenly a realization flashed through his mind. The guy sat back down on the chair and laughed quietly, resting his elbows on his legs. Not understanding anything, Kimberly asked him why he was laughing. And the guy said that he just suddenly realized how naive he had been when he talked about uniting against a common enemy. And then he noticed that it seemed like all the beast tamer clans were secretly competing and never really united. And then he continued, saying that since everyone has their own interests, it is natural that there is no solidarity, and Lily confirmed his words. And then she said that, although they are all tamers of beasts, each clan is like a separate sect. Everyone wants others to suffer in order to gain a higher position. And alliances are formed not only for the sake of survival, but also for the sake of victory in the struggle for influence. Oliver said many people simply want to take advantage of the situation to stay in an advantageous position, which is entirely human nature. And then he told the girl that she had to convince her parents that this marriage would not save her clan. Lily replied that it was not something she could explain to them in a few words. But the guy objected, saying that they would believe it. And he himself thought that, although he doesn't know how it will begin, he knows how it will end. Eventually, all the beast tamer clans will be destroyed. And behind all this will be the right hand of the Demon King, Sally. A maid came into the room to tell Kimberly that there were people from the beast tamer clan at the door, and they wanted to come in. The maid said that the guests said that they were from Lily's family. Lily sadly said that she didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Kimberly exclaimed that if she didn't want to see them, she wouldn't let them in. But the girl replied that she could not hide forever, and therefore they had to go in. Then Kimberly turned to the maid and told her to let the guests in. A few minutes later, a young man entered the room and introduced himself as Harry, Lily's cousin. The guy said that he came on the orders of the head of the family to take his sister home. Kimberly greeted him politely and said that her parents were busy forging and therefore would not be able to greet him. Sitting down next to his sister, the guy replied that their clans had been friends for many years, and therefore there was no point in bothering them over such a trifle. Finally, Harry noticed Oliver and asked who this impressive young man was. Smiling, Kimberly introduced the guy, saying that he was not a cult brother. Harry greeted Oliver with his hands folded in a polite gesture. Oliver returned the greeting with a smile on his face, also folding his hands in a polite gesture. And after Harry told his sister that it was time for them to go home, Belle began to meow loudly. Lily asked her brother how he could force her to marry that guy, since she was his sister, even though not by blood. The guy replied that her fiancé's family had already promised that they would keep an eye on him, and she would become the mistress of the house. This guy would be under her control, and therefore why wouldn't he do it to her? Then Lily asked him if he would allow his own sister to marry such a man. Indignant, Harry replied that he would have done so. If it were for the sake of his family, he would even sacrifice himself. Lily didn't expect such an answer, and so she froze in shock. Oliver asked the guy if there was really no other way out. Harry replied that they had no choice but to enter into this alliance. The guy asked Harry if that clan was weaker than their clan. Looking away, Harry quietly agreed with this. Oliver said that 1 + 1 = 2, but it seems that it is also possible that 1 + 1 is less than 2. Throwing up his hands, he said that that family doesn't even amount to 1. And so why do they believe that this union is really similar? Isn't it just another load of ballast? Harry frowned and looked at his feet, unable to say anything. And Oliver continued by asking if they would save the Yin clan if they failed, and then said that if they did, then someone would take advantage of their weakness. Standing up from his chair, Harry replied that there was some truth in those words, but his clan didn't have time to think. They had to act immediately. And then he would tell his sister more firmly that they were leaving. Tears welled up in Lily's eyes as she begged Harry not to do it. And then, blushing, to everyone's surprise, she said that she was already in love with someone else. And then she finally got up from her chair with tears in her eyes. The girl walked confidently towards Oliver, which gave him an unpleasant premonition. Lily clinged to the boy and exclaimed that she was in love with Oliver. Embarrassed, The guy whispered to the girl that they had not agreed to resolve this issue this way. They wanted to do it logically, in response to which the girl asked him if he really wanted to destroy her love. Harry, frowning, watched the couple. And then he told his sister not to create problems for Mr. Oliver. He clearly did not approve of her behavior. Turning to his servants, the boy told them to come in and escort his sister. Several people entered the room, their feet tapping on the floor. But Oliver stepped forward, shielding Lily with his body, and told them not to come any closer. Some man told him not to force them to use force. Lily then cried out, asking Harry who had told him that Oliver did not agree. And then she looked defiantly at Oliver, and he only hesitated, not knowing what to say. Then the girl decided to take matters into her own hands and grabbed the guy's clothes in her hands. And then she sank her lips into his in a hot kiss. Oliver blushed and thought about what this girl was doing. A look of surprise appeared on Kimberly's face as she watched all this. Harry's face became even harder and darkened with anger. The girl turned to her brother and asked him what he would say now. He just told her to stop fooling around and putting everyone in an awkward position. Oliver came forward again, saying once again that he believed that this marriage was just an illusion and empty promises. He said that if they feared destruction or absorption, then armed resistance was a much more sensible approach. Harry replied that this was no longer possible. The enemy was much more cruel than he could imagine. Oliver thought about it, thinking that at this point in the game, Adelaide had already been in 15-man raids, and Sally was one of the bosses. And if Adelaide was able to do it at the soul birth stage, then he too would be able to defeat Sally. Oliver asked the guy if there would be a chance of winning if Adelaide joined. The guy replied that the sects and clans of beast tamers kept apart, and she wouldn't help them. He said that unless it involved demons, she had no reason to get involved. And Oliver said that he meant that with Adelaide's support, they would have a chance, but that didn't mean she would agree. And he himself thought that all this was connected with demons. Harry said that if she decided to help them, their chances would increase significantly, and Oliver exclaimed that he would go with them. Kimberly spoke up, noting that in 13 days they would be returning to the Heavenly Kingdom. Oliver replied that these 13 days would be quite enough for him, and he himself thought that in one night it was possible to pass the dungeon if he chose the right team and was not afraid to take risks. And if he helped the clan of beast tamers, then they would be very much obliged to him. Moreover, the strong become even stronger when faced with equals, and it is time for him to continue his development. Harry thought that Oliver had a very weak aura. It seemed that he was only at the second stage, but what enthusiasm, and therefore it was a pity that he lacked abilities. Harry said that he understood that he and Lily were friends, but that was no reason to risk their lives. They had to deal with the problems of their clan themselves. Oliver noticed that Harry apparently considered him unworthy due to his weak energy, and then suggested testing him in battle. Frowning, the guy replied that he just wanted to warn her. Oliver, going out into the yard, said that not everything is as it seems, and therefore they should go out and have a sparring match. Harry only sighed tiredly in response, and then he ordered 4 of his servants to fight Oliver, otherwise they would show disrespect. Lily tried to stop Oliver, saying that he didn't need to try so hard for her, she was naive. Turning around, the guy replied that he couldn't just leave her like that and that he would be fine. After these words, the girl's heart began to beat faster, and a blush appeared on her cheeks. Looking at his back, she thought that he was so handsome and brave, the very embodiment of perfection. 4 of Harry's servants surrounded the boy, preparing for a sparring match. Kimberly exclaimed that they would be the judge, water everything was fair, and then she told them to start. After her signal, Oliver grabbed the hilt of his sword, pulling it out of its sheath. He thought it was time for him to try the technique he had seen from Lauren. Finally, Kimberly gave the signal to begin the fight. Harry watched the duel, not expecting anything interesting. But after just a couple of minutes, his face was distorted with shock. As it turned out, Oliver dealt with everyone at once in just a few moments with one blow. Cold sweat ran down Harry's face as he stared at his servants in disbelief. Oliver said that he didn't expect them to be so weak, but he managed to stop in time, and therefore they are simply unconscious. Harry asked again, not believing that the guy considered his people weak. Smiling, Oliver replied that he even thought the guy was trying to play a joke on him. Lily exclaimed that they were all on stage 3 and therefore should have lasted at least a few rounds. Oliver smiled smugly and said that it was awkward. While Oliver was picking his nose, Harry looked at him, thinking that he must be hiding his power. At such a young age, he already has incredible power and a great future awaits him. Picking his servants up from the ground, Harry told them to thank Oliver for sparing them since they had lost, and all 4 immediately began to thank Oliver for his mercy. The guy, feeling proud of himself, replied that it was just sparring, and therefore there was no need to thank him. Harry said that if Oliver still wanted to go to his clan to see everything in person, that would be very welcome. Oliver replied that the more people the better, and in any case he would be glad of advice. Lily approached the guy and thanked him for his help, to which he replied that it was normal to help friends, and then he asked her not to do such tricks with kisses anymore, otherwise his heart wouldn't be able to take it. Lily turned away in embarrassment, saying that she panicked and didn't know what to do. Kimberly exclaimed that if Oliver was going, then she would go too. Meanwhile, Melanie was following someone. As it turned out, the girl was following Adelaide. Then Melanie landed on the ground in front of the girl in a bright pink flash. Taking human form, she addressed Adelaide. The girl asked her why she was looking for her. Melanie replied that her master wanted to ask her for a favor. Then the girl asked why he couldn't come himself then. Melanie replied that he was now heading to the clan of beast tamers, but Adelaide interrupted her, asking what business it was of hers. The girl replied that her master said that demons were involved. In response to this, Adelaide asked where he got such information, and then she told her to tell her everything she knew. Adelaide and Melanie reached the gazebo that stood nearby. After a couple of minutes, Melanie finished her story. Nodding, Adelaide said that she would go with her. This news made the girl happy, and she happily asked again, and asked whether she should not inform her master about this. Taking up the sword, the girl replied that there was no need for it, because it was their duty to fight evil. Therefore, there is not a second to lose. It's been 2 days since Oliver left Kimberly's house. The bell that carried its owner quickly rushed along the road. Kimberly and Harry sat in front on a huge eagle. Oliver thought that if he had calculated everything correctly, then Melanie should have already met Adelaide. She would definitely be interested in everything related to demons. The guy hoped that Adelaide wouldn't do anything to Melanie. Lily turned around and informed Oliver that they still had half a day left to drive. Meanwhile, Lily's clothes were fluttering freely in the wind, causing Oliver to look inside. The girl's cape fluttered, revealing her back and below. Oliver cursed quietly under his breath and looked away, thinking that it was good that he was still holding himself together. If someone else had been here, everything could have been different. Oliver lowered the hem of his cloak, fully concentrating on the task at hand. A few hours later, evening came and Adelaide and Melanie stopped for the night in the forest. Adelaide waved her hand using a fire technique. A fire lit up in front of her, and turning around, she told her companion that she too should rest. Melanie glanced awkwardly at her feet and replied that she was fine. Adelaide told her that she was Oliver's spirit pet, so she wouldn't do anything bad to her. She had nothing to be afraid of. Melanie sighed and didn't answer, but just sat down tensely on the stone. Sitting down opposite her, Adelaide said that she wanted to ask her something. Without further ado, she immediately asked whether she and Oliver had been to the floating flower pavilion a few days ago. Melanie couldn't find anything to say in response. She only looked away even further. Then the girl asked if she had guessed correctly. Cold sweat ran down Melanie's face as she frantically tried to think of what to say. Smiling, Adelaide said that this pavilion was a place of entertainment, so she hoped Oliver had a nice rest. Melanie waved her hands, saying that her master was not having fun, and anyway, it was she who brought him there, and they themselves were going to the market, where people can go, so there was nothing strange there. Adelaide frowned again and noticed that her suspicions were confirmed, and he went there. Melanie waved her hands in panic and screamed that it was she who brought him there, and that the gentleman was not to blame for anything. She fell to her knees and said that she had not returned to her clan for so long, and she missed it so much. Adelaide replied that she was not interested in that at all. She was not interested in something else. She asked why, when the demons started wreaking havoc, they didn't come out to stop them. She grabbed the other girl by the chin. Pulling her closer, she asked harshly if they were really so afraid of death. Shaking her head, Melanie replied that neither the gentleman nor the coward. Adelaide did not calm down and asked what the reason was then. Melanie thought that she never thought that she had actually noticed them, and then she began to pray to the heavens to choose them from such a monster. Adelaide folded her arms and said she had a minute to come up with a decent excuse. Stamping her foot threateningly, causing Melanie to scream, the girl announced that time had begun. Melanie rose from the ground and reached into her sleeve to get something. She took out a small chest from there, saying that it was a gift from her master. And she remembered how Oliver had given her the chest so that if anything happened, she could give it to Adelaide, because he thought she had noticed them then. And then she could say that they had gone to the market for a gift for her. Adelaide stared at the chest with some surprise. She reached out to open it and look at the contents. Inside was a small hair clip topped with a delicate white flower. There was a note underneath the pin. Adelaide took it out and began to read. The note contained a message. "Sister Adelaide, thank you for teaching me that technique. I wanted to return to the sect and give this hairpin to you personally, but because I promised to help Lily, I'm afraid I won't be able to make it in time. This is just a small token of gratitude. Please accept it." Adelaide took the hairpin out of the chest and looked at how it shimmered in the moonlight. A slight smile played across her face, and Melanie noted that it seemed she had managed to get out of it. Melanie immediately perked up and offered to help the girl put on the hair clip. Adelaide shyly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, smiled, and replied that she needed help. Melanie came closer and carefully secured the clip in Adelaide's hair. Smiling, Melanie began to tell him that the gentleman had spent a long time choosing and had said that this hairpin would best suit her image, and she thought that her gentleman knew how to choose gifts. Suddenly, Adelaide raised her voice again and asked Melanie what she thought of Long Xiangxi. Hearing this terrible name, Melanie stopped, but her hands did not tremble. Her face darkened, and after a short silence she asked the other whether she wanted to hear the truth. Adelaide frowned slightly and looked at the girl next to her, replying that of course she wanted to hear the truth. Then Melanie told him that Long Xiangxi had destroyed her clan without even trying to figure out who was right and who was wrong, simply trusting the words of people. A tear of pain and resentment ran down the girl's cheek. She said that they did it even if it could not protect people for long. Even though they protect people, such an unprincipled organization that passes death sentences without investigation will one day turn their swords against humanity because of the decision of some important person. Melanie replied that she will wait for that day. Adelaide didn't answer, but only frowned even more. Melanie turned away from the girl and began to wipe away her tears, asking her to pretend that she had never heard it. With tears still streaming down her face, Melanie said she was finished and the pin looked really good. Suddenly, Adelaide's hand fell on Melanie's. Looking up, Adelaide said that she understood how she felt. Her expression softened, and then she said that she, too, was an orphan. It was already daytime. The sun was shining brightly over the Lily family estate. Harry, who was leading Oliver, Lily, Kimberly, and his men, said that they had arrived. Turning around, Harry invited everyone to come in, following him. He said that the Chin clan's house was built on a mountain, and this was just a gate at the foot of it. They had always been the most peaceful among all the beast tamers. They passed green meadows and rice fields where people worked. Harry said that more than half of their inhabitants were engaged in agriculture. Despite their desire for peace, their clan is roughly in the middle in terms of strength. Although they are not as strong as the war clans, they are much richer. One of the men working with a rake looked up and noticed that Harry had already returned, and then he invited him to his place for dinner. The guy smiled and replied that he couldn't today, but he would come by next time. Kimberly turned to Oliver and quietly asked him why this Harry was so two-faced, so cold with them, but smiling all the time with others. Oliver smiled and replied that although they had only interacted with him a few times, he could definitely say that he was a good person. They climbed higher and higher, walking along a stone road and approaching the estate. There was a man standing in the main hall of the estate, pacing nervously back and forth across the room. Harry, entering the mansion, called out to his uncle, causing him to turn around. The boy waved to his uncle, telling him that he had brought his cousin. When the man heard this, his face immediately brightened. He smiled and exclaimed that they were finally back. The man quickly ran past his nephew and the guests, running straight towards his daughter. He lifted the girl underground, exclaiming that she kept running and running. Did she know how worried he was all this time? However, instead of a warm greeting, Lily slapped her father in the face, telling him to stop touching her and calling him an old pervert. The man fell to the floor as the girl screamed that the one who was pushing his own daughter into the abyss was not her father. Placing his palm on her bruised cheek, the man asked her when he had ever done something like that. And was she really saying that he wanted his daughter to marry that sick man? Oliver and Kimberly gave the man the middle finger and asked him in unison as if he didn't understand it himself. Lily walked quickly into the house, telling her father, whom she called Sean, that she had nothing more to discuss with him. Rising to his feet, Sean asked Harry to introduce his guests to him. The boy replied that these two were disciples from the heavenly kingdom. Waving his hand at them, he said that they had come to help them fight off the enemy attack. Oliver and Kimberly introduced themselves and greeted the owner. Hearing Oliver's last name, Sean asked if he was from the same family. And then he said that the road was long and therefore he asked them to rest in his house. Kimberly quietly told Oliver that these hospitable people do not even treat them disdainfully because of their status. Oliver thought that if he could establish a relationship with Lily's family, they would definitely repay him, given their sense of duty. After all, the more allies he had, the more likely they would help him when Adelaide attacked him. Sean and the others had already moved into the mansion. Harry raised his voice, telling his uncle that he had thought long and hard on the way here and had come to the conclusion that his sister's wedding was a mistake. The man asked him what he meant. The guy replied that he agreed with Oliver that sometimes 1 + 1 does not make 2. Especially since their family will be stronger than the groom's family, they will only be a burden. If Lily marries that guy, his family might start blackmailing us, and they'll only be hurting themselves. Sean's face darkened and he frowned, thinking. Harry asked his uncle to think about it again. Finally, after a couple more minutes, Sean jerked to his feet. The man exclaimed that they were right, which meant there would be no wedding. Oliver stared at the man in shock, not believing it was that easy. Sean closed his eyes and scratched his chin, thinking that since the engagement was broken, there would be no union. Hearing this, Oliver immediately hurried to raise his voice, attracting the man's attention. Giving him a thumbs up, the guy said he was very strong, and he himself thought that he really needed Adelaide's help, even though he was afraid to be near her. But he had gotten into a very sticky situation from which he could not get out. Harry told his uncle that Oliver had fought 4 of his warriors at once and defeated them in the blink of an eye. He really was very strong. In response to this, Sean laughed and exclaimed that it seemed like a true hero had come to the rescue in the most difficult hour. This was a great success for his family, and therefore it should be celebrated. The next day arrived and the sun was shining brightly over the estate. Melanie, who had already arrived, patted Oliver on the shoulder, urging him to wake up. The boy reluctantly woke up and noticed his spirit pet next to him and wiped away his drool from sleep. He took her hand and told her to warm him up, because he was so cold in this room. Melanie told the guy that Adelaide had already arrived. Breaking out in a cold sweat, the boy turned his head and noticed Adelaide sitting on a chair. The guy forced a smile and greeted the girl. Frowning, Adelaide said that she wanted to know how to warm the bed. Let them show her. Melanie hurried to turn into a fox and said that her master loved animals very much, and that was why he asked her to lie down with him sometimes. Oliver picked up Melanie. The guy made a sad face, saying that he had loved furry animals since childhood. Hearing this explanation, Adelaide breathed a sigh of relief. She looked away shyly and said that she understood him perfectly, her cheeks blushing a little. Adelaide imagined herself basking in soft, white fur. She smiled and said that she liked them too. This expression on the girl's face caused shock in Oliver and Melanie. Adelaide said that not long ago she met a dog and fell in love with him at first sight. She blushed again, saying that perhaps this was her destiny. Oliver's eyes widened as he asked about the fell in love at first sight part. The girl said that she even wanted to make him her spiritual pet, but they had already been seeing each other for some time. She ran her hand across the table, turning to face him, and said uncertainly that she didn't know if he would agree. And she said, embarrassed, that she hoped that he would still agree. Melanie, through a spiritual connection, asked the gentleman how it happened that she was his spiritual pet, and he was Adelaide's. Oliver frowned, looked away, and replied that he would rather die than become her spirit pet. Adelaide continued, telling the guy that she has recently even been jealous that he has his own pet. But this little dog even warmed her bed. When she returns to the heavenly kingdom, she will definitely ask him if he wants to enter into a spiritual contract with her. Oliver noted that when it comes to dogs, Adelaide becomes a different person. Even people do not evoke such warm feelings in her. The guy told Melanie that she could rest for now. Melanie began to argue and returned to the bracelet on the guy's wrist. Oliver reached for his cape, thanking Adelaide for coming and trusting his judgment. The girl replied that she had heard about the situation among the beast rebukers, but Anton thought that these were internal affairs and that other sects should not interfere. But since it is connected with demons, they cannot stay away. She asked the guy how he knew they were involved, and Oliver winced. He quickly began to say that this was simply his assumption. Adelaide crossed her legs and asked again, and then she asked to tell about it in more detail. Oliver turned away and said that he felt a little awkward getting dressed in front of her, so he would turn away. Biting his clothes, he immediately began to think about what he should say. Finally, he said that his first assignment turned out to be much more difficult than he was told at the pavilion. To be honest, he shouldn't have gotten it at all. The second task was also extremely strange. That mirror demon was a creature associated with the Taoist temple, and it was located quite far from the Wang house. So why did the demon choose it? As he slipped his arm into the sleeve, he thought that he would first tell about what seemed strange to him, but if he went into too much detail, it would arouse unnecessary suspicion. Oliver continued by saying that the girl had just taken the back in the spring throat, so he also decided to go on a mission next to him, which could have been foreseen by someone. And then there was an attack by demons on the floating flower pavilion. Although he can't quite put it all together yet, he has a feeling that something is clearly wrong. Oliver moved closer to the table to sit down. He sat down and finished by saying that, as he had said earlier, it was just a guess. Oliver said that it can be assumed that there is someone who wants to harm them and is setting up these events. He asked her if she thought it was possible, and he thought that he should first hint to Adelaide that the head of the sect could be the Demon King, and only then tell her everything they did. Adelaide, after a pause, said that only the elders and those in the mission pavilion, as well as the head of the sect, knew about the missions. She asked him if he meant to say that there was a traitor in the heavenly realm who was connected to demons. Oliver thought that she was quick to catch on. The girl continued, saying that she had the body of a jade spirit, and if someone took possession of it, it would greatly help him in cultivation. But then why would that someone need Oliver? Smiling, Oliver replied that, as she herself could notice, he was a quick learner. Maybe he also had some kind of special body, and he himself thought that this conversation would in any case arouse the girl's suspicions. But if he didn't take a risk, then nothing would come of it. Adelaide said that when they returned to the sect, she would ask the master to examine her carefully. Rising from the table, she asked the guy if this made him think about demons. She said that a cultivator should not ignore his own intuition, but trust his feelings. She opened the doors, saying that they first needed to talk to the head of the Chin family and find out about the internal conflict of the beast tamers. Oliver breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that it was a good thing she didn't start asking more questions. They left the mansion and reached the gazebo in the garden. Lily's cat, Bubble, was playing with the fish in the garden pond. Turning around, the girl noticed Adelaide and Oliver, who was following her. Lily greeted the girl, saying that she was so happy, to which the girl responded in kind. Lily said she never thought Adelaide would come to their aid. Adelaide replied that it was not yet known whether she could help them, and then asked the girl if she would go with them to talk to the head, to which Lily replied that she and her father had not yet made peace. Following Adelaide, Lily asked her if she could accompany her while she was there. Adelaide did not object. Oliver thought that if this were the modern world, Lily would most likely be the head of the Adelaide fan club. Lily happily thanked the girl, to which she only smiled, and the guy thought that it was good to have such devoted fans. Lily stepped forward, exclaiming that she would take them then. But as she took a step, Lily tripped over a stone in the road and began to fall forward. The hems of her clothes got caught on some stick. Oliver leaned forward to stop the two girls from colliding, but he didn't make it in time, and they fell to the ground with a crash. It turned out that Lily ended up on top of Adelaide. Adelaide's face was pressed tightly against the girl's chest, causing her to blush. Adelaide asked the girl if she was okay. Almost naked, Lily began to apologize nervously. She immediately jumped up and ran to her clothes, which were lying on the ground. Crouching down to pick up her clothes, the girl said she was just a little nervous when she saw Adelaide. Adelaide looked down and blushed, saying that it was okay, everything was fine. Sitting on the ground, she asked the girl if she was hurt. Putting on her cloak, Lily smiled and replied that she was safe. Belle came up to Adelaide and affectionately rubbed herself against her leg. Adelaide sat down, trying to be closer to the animal, and told Lily that it was not the spirit pet that was so cute. The girl replied that since Adelaide herself had praised her, she could now walk with her head held high in front of her friends. Oliver thought bitterly that Adelaide was probably the only one who didn't have any warm feelings for him. So why was he so unlucky? Getting up again, Adelaide said that they needed to meet with the head of the family as soon as possible. Lily said that she would go with them then. Adelaide smiled in response and did not try to dissuade her. They finally got to Sean and he stared at his daughter, thinking that his sweet little girl was still mad at her dad. Lily, feeling her father's gaze, told him to get down to business and not disgrace her. Turning to Adelaide, Sean said that he had heard about her and was very happy to finally meet her in person. Adelaide asked the man not to waste his time. The man did not argue and gave her a thumbs up. Adelaide asked him what he knew about that clan of beast killers. Sean replied that there was little information. They came and went like the wind, always acting very covertly. Unlike other clans, they have no settlements at all, which is not typical of beast tamers. In addition, instead of negotiations, they prefer violence and capture. Those who survived have already submitted to them, and now it is almost impossible to meet them. Oliver thought that the clan that Sylvia belongs to actually has a base. Hints in the game can be obtained from Longxiangxi themselves. The guy thought that because of his intervention, the game's plot went in a different direction. Adelaide can no longer gradually go through minor missions to get these clues. Thinking that it was all his fault, Oliver sighed heavily. Adelaide turned to him and asked what had happened. Hearing this question, Oliver realized that he had said it out loud. He smiled and said that his spirit pet had certain connections in the demon world. Perhaps it was worth sending her out to investigate. Adelaide agreed with this, saying that they would do so then. Now many are already cooperating with the demon clans, so this is a good way to find out the news. Oliver raised his hand with the bracelet and asked Melanie if she understood. In his mind, he conveyed to her that she could just go for a walk and return late at night. Melanie asked him if she didn't need to gather information, to which he replied that he was already giving her everything. He said that he would explain everything to her later, but now she had to go, and Melanie did not argue. She instantly flew out of the bracelet, turning into the spirit of a fox. Adelaide suggested that Sean wait for Oliver's spirit pet to return and then continue the discussion. Standing up from her chair, she turned to Oliver and asked him if he had plans for the evening, to which he replied that he did not. Smiling weakly, Adelaide told him to come with her then. Oliver and Adelaide headed for the exit. Lily jumped up from her seat and wanted to say something. Finally, she asked if she could go with them. Sean asked her irritably where she was going and then ordered her to sit down. Lily asked him what he wanted from her. The man replied that he just wanted to talk to his daughter. Would she really mind? Lily, in response to this, frowned and again called her father by name, saying that he had no heart. She raised her nose and said that it was too late to apologize and turned to leave. Oliver followed Adelaide as she led him through the garden. Suddenly, the girl stopped in place and called Oliver. Before the guy could answer, the girl turned around and pointed the tip of her sword at him. Frowning, she exclaimed that it was time for him to explain what had happened in the floating flower pavilion. Oliver asked the girl to put away the sword and said that he would explain everything to her. The girl finally lowered her sword and ordered him to speak. Oliver started talking about how Melanie told him about a demon market where people could go, and he decided to take a walk there with her. The hands that were behind his back were clenched into fists, shaking. The guy thought that he was insanely scared. Adelaide asked the guy incredulously if that was all. With the point of the sword at his throat, Oliver smiled and replied that she had already asked Melanie about this, so she knew everything herself. Or did she not believe him and think that he was hiding something? Then Adelaide asked him why he didn't come out and help when the demons attacked. Oliver responded by saying that he wouldn't change anything anyway. He said that given his current level, he had no chance of defeating those demons. He would only be in the way. He knew very well that when meeting demons, you need to immediately engage in battle. But he believes that there is no point in going to certain death. Adelaide replied that this in no way justified his cowardice. Then the guy asked her if it was wrong to be afraid of death. He tried to take a step forward, but the girl screamed at him to stay put. Oliver obediently remained standing, but took the blade of the sword with 2 fingers. Pulling the blade aside, he said that if the practitioners in this world had no sense of self-preservation and rushed at demons without thinking when they encountered them, then they would all have died long ago. Wouldn't that only benefit the demons? Adelaide was irritated, but could not find a way to respond. After a couple of minutes, she lowered her hand and her sword dissolved into blue flames, and she said that the guy was right. But then she still noted with disbelief that she still didn't believe him. Suddenly, Oliver extended his hand, slamming his palm against the wall next to Adelaide's head. He placed his hands on either side of the girl, encircling her, and moved closer to her. Raising one eyebrow questioningly, Adelaide asked him what he was doing now. Oliver asked the girl why she and her master Lauren came to the floating flower pavilion. He exclaimed that now it was his turn to ask questions. The girl did not expect that now their roles would change. Her eyes widened in surprise. She looked away and started to say something, but the words did not leave her lips. Oliver continued, saying that he saw with your eyes how Lauren flirted with the owner of the pavilion. There is clearly something between them. He said that he remembers how she hates and despises demons. So why are she and her master so close to them? Adelaide quietly replied that she was simply accompanying the master while she saw her old friend. Oliver walked away from the blushing girl and mockingly said that he didn't believe her either, just as she didn't believe him. So they were now even, Adelaide exclaimed, asking the boy how he could say that. Turning around, Oliver asked her with a smirk where this double standard came from. The guy started to walk away, saying that he was a little tired, so he would go and sleep. But when Melanie returned, he would call her. The girl tried to stop the guy, but he did not listen. Oliver walked around the corner without a trace of emotion, while Adelaide watched him go. The guy stopped, making sure he was out of sight, and hit his back against the wall. Clutching his heart, the guy thought that his heart almost jumped out of his chest. He thought that since Melanie explained everything to her, they would not interrogate him. But it turns out that Adelaide is even more suspicious than he assumed. Covering his face with his hand, he thought about how he needed to finish with the tamers as soon as possible in order to return and take on a new task. The sooner he got permission to leave the mountain, the sooner he would return home. A few hours later, night fell, and the stars twinkled brightly in the sky above the mansion. Everyone gathered in the hall, and Oliver said that Melanie had received the information and had already told him everything. He said that the place where this clan is hiding is not far from the Chin clan settlement. The reason they couldn't be found is because there is a special barrier installed there. Adelaide crossed her arms and asked if this information was accurate. Melanie replied that it was all true. She had used her three sisters to gather information, and she herself was thinking that she hadn't found out anything, but she was very good at lying. Oliver said that if they went there tomorrow to explore, they would be able to see everything with their own eyes. Adelaide told Sean that in order to avoid internal conflicts between the beast tamers, only she and Oliver would go there, and if the matter turned out to be too difficult, they would return and discuss the next course of action. Lily timidly asked if she could come too, and Sean slammed the table, shouting for her to stay home and stay out of the way. The girl replied that she could not sit idly by. Adelaide smiled and said that Lily could join them as a private citizen. She said that she just didn't want to involve the Beast Slayer clan in this, because if she and Oliver failed, it could lead to an escalation of the conflict. Lily nodded her head quickly and smiled, saying that she understood everything perfectly. Adelaide continued, saying that until they were sure that everything would work out, she had to keep the fact that she was a beast tamer a secret. The next day, the sun was shining brightly in the sky, illuminating the green grass and the stone door in the mountain. Adelaide walked softly across the grass. Oliver and Lily followed her. They came to these stone doors so that they were much larger than them. Adelaide asked if they had come to the right place, to which Oliver nodded and replied that everything was correct. The guy dropped down to the grass and, running his hands along the stone walls, began to look for the switch. Finally, he felt a convex hexagon in the wall. Taking hold of it, the guy began to spin it, trying to remember how many times he needed to spin it to the left and how many to the right. Under Adelaide's suspicious gaze, Oliver pressed his ear to the wall, trying to hear the clicks. There was a click, and Oliver stood up, hoping that everything worked out. And he thought that it was good that he had played the game himself and not hired someone. After a few moments, the stone doors began to open to the sides, revealing a dark room inside. Lily asked Oliver how he knew the password. Oliver replied that sometimes it was useful to have connections, so he was told that this could open doors, and he tried it, and Adelaide frowned even more. She irritably noted that the information from Melanie was really top-notch. Not only did she find out the location, but also the password. Oliver laughed and exclaimed that he said he had the best spirit pet. Adelaide smiled and looked at the guy warily. Melanie mentally told the guy that he should come up with a new excuse because Adelaide was suspecting him more and more, to which the guy replied that he was thinking about it. Could she really suspect such a bright and harmless guy? Adelaide decided to get back to business again, saying that since the door was open, it was time to get down to business. As she walked inside, she said that they would resolve the rest of the issues later, if they survived, of course. Oliver followed her, replying that they would do so, and Lily followed them as well. Oliver thought with resignation that after this matter he was finished. Lily looked around and couldn't hold back her admiring cry. In front of her was a bamboo grove that towered high up. The girl said that she could not even imagine that there was another space inside. Adelaide ordered her to stop and then said that she felt someone's aura 50 meters away. Oliver asked the girl whether they would attack head-on or act stealthily. The girl responded by saying that there were only 3 of them, and they were all human, so they would just go around them. Oliver said that this was the only way to the mountain. If they don't pass here, they'll have to go through the entire bamboo grove. Adelaide said that then they needed to proceed carefully to find out what they were capable of and who they were. The guy thought that in the game, except for the key NPCs, everyone is an enemy, but it's better not to say anything to Adelaide, otherwise she's already looking at him strangely. Meanwhile, those same 3 people were standing nearby and discussing something. Adelaide, Oliver, and Lily crept closer to them quietly and emerged from the grass to look at them. Looking at the men, Adelaide noticed that they were people from the clan of Beast Slayers. Lily also did not stand aside and said that these were the clothes of the Lai clan. She noted that she did not expect them to join them. They seemed to have no pride. Adelaide said that all these people were only at stage 3, so she could deal with them alone. Oliver told the girl that it would be better to eliminate the leader first, so as not to waste energy on every little thing. The girl agreed with the guy, and 3 figures quickly passed over the heads of the men from the Beast Slayer clan. Adelaide, who was leading the others, looked ahead and noticed something. She grabbed her sword, telling Oliver that he was right and there really was a demon among them. Oliver exclaimed that she shouldn't rush just because she felt a demon. He thought that Sylvia was at the general level, which was equivalent to the human soul nascent stage, and Adelaide had not won the game with the help of Alexander and several healers from the heavenly realm. The guy turned to the girl again, saying that out of only 3 they couldn't take such a risk. Finally, listening to the guy's words, Adelaide stopped and landed on the ground, breaking with her feet. Turning around, she asked him what he was proposing then. Oliver ordered Melanie, who was sitting in the bracelet, to scout out the situation, thinking that Sylvia would not notice her. So this was the best option. Melanie immediately flew out of the bracelet and flew forward. Oliver smiled at Adelaide, telling her that he had said she could be useful, but the girl remained silent in response. Looking into the jug, Oliver said that while Melanie was on reconnaissance, they could look for something useful. The guy shook the jug and a small ball flew out onto his palm. Looking at this ball, a smile appeared on the guy's face and he exclaimed that it was perfect. He handed it to Adelaide, telling her to eat it before the boss fight. Adelaide asked again, confused. Scratching his neck, the guy replied that it meant the most important one. That's what they say in his homeland. Taking the ball between her fingers, the girl asked him what it was. Oliver answered her by saying that it was the golden pill of 9 turns. This news surprised the girl, and she asked him where he got such a treasure from. The guy replied that he had exchanged it with an alchemist from a demonic clan. Adelaide's face darkened and she frowned, asking how he had the courage to trade with demons. Oliver replied that he was buying high-level pills from demons at low prices and then using them for himself. Wasn't he following the will of the heavens? And he himself thought sadly that she already knew that he had already been to the demonic market, so there was no point in hiding. Lily and Adelaide just looked at the guy silently with an emotionless expression on their faces. Oliver shook the jug again and another pill, this one yellow, fell into his palm. The guy threw this pill to Lily, saying that this one was for her. He said that it was ideal for cultivators from the foundation formation stage to the core formation stage, helping to restore and strengthen spiritual power. Lily looked at the pill uncertainly and said that she wasn't sure she could take such a valuable thing. Oliver smiled smugly and exclaimed, telling her not to worry because he had many like that. Hearing this, Adelaide remarked in a menacing tone that it seemed like the guy had been to the demonic market more than once. Oliver, having collected himself, replied that since he had made Melanie his spiritual pet, he should use her opportunities to the fullest. Oliver waved his arms in a swaggering manner and exclaimed that he had risked his life to take everything that was most valuable from the demons, so that none of his brothers would play games with the demons. He turned back to Adelaide and asked her if it was true that his Melanie was so useful. Adelaide remarked that she didn't think he was that shameless, to which the boy replied that a man only lives once, so why worry about the little things? After some time, Melanie appeared in the sky, disguised as a fox. Still hovering in the sky, she turned into a human and began to land. When her foot touched the grass, the girl exclaimed that there were so many people. She said that she didn't have time to count them all, but in total there were about 500 of them. There are wounded among them, but most are just chatting and eating. It will be very difficult to get there. Adelaide noticed that there were too many enemies. A frontal attack was not an option, and she asked Melanie if she had found their leader. Melanie replied that she had found 3 people who fit the description. I think one of them was named Sylvia. She asked Adelaide if she knew one, and then she described it, saying that it looked very sinister and that her spirit pet was a huge scorpion. Upon hearing this description, Adelaide immediately exclaimed that this was the one they needed. Oliver glanced at Adelaide and thought that it seemed she did know about Sylvia after all. Adelaide turned and walked forward, saying that if this was really the case, then they could not act rashly. They needed to go back and discuss everything with the head of the clan. After some time, Adelaide, Oliver, and Lily returned back to Lily's family estate. Adelaide revealed that Sylvia is the right hand of the Demon King Winston. During the last war between the species, she managed to escape unharmed, but no one has seen her since. The girl said that she did not expect that after so many years, she still has not given up her evil plans and is trying to come back. Sean noticed that in just 2 months, the demons had gathered several hundred people. He said that they could never defeat such a force alone. Oliver responded by exclaiming that, as they say, together is more fun. He asked why they didn't join forces with other clans and sects to fight Sylvia together. Sean responded by exclaiming that the Beast Slayer clans were too disunited and did not trust each other, and if they brought in outside allies, then after victory, their clan could become an outcast. Lily said that now was not the time to bring up old grievances. She sadly noted that Sylvia was becoming stronger every day, and all the contradictions simply did not matter. Because their survival was at stake, there was no time to waste. Then Oliver went on to suggest another option and said that they could surround them. This proposal surprised everyone, and Sean asked the guy what he meant. The guy replied that they first needed to unite with weaker clans, for example with the clan that wanted to form an alliance with them not long ago. When someone wants to play but doesn't have enough players, they can say, "There are 3. We need 1 more," to attract the others. Lily noticed that it was such a clever manipulation. Oliver looked past the girl and enthusiastically replied that that was exactly it. He said that they would gradually attract the weak clans, and then the rest would only have 3 options. They will only be able to join them, surrender to the mercy of the enemy, or fight alone. Those who haven't joined yet probably just don't want to bow down to anyone. And if they do resist, then they can even be respected for it. While everyone present listened to him with their mouths open, he asked them what they thought of the plan. Sean slammed his armrest loudly and exclaimed that they would do just that then. Standing up from his chair, he said that the Beast Tamer clans had been divided for too long, and it was time to put aside their grievances and unite again. Oliver also stood up from his chair and told Sean that he would have to deal with Lily's marriage matter, since the girl's escape had offended the clan. Sean agreed and, looking at his daughter, said that it was his fault, so it was up to him to solve this problem. Adelaide said that she would send a message to her master to come help, and since they were Lily's friends, they were not considered outside forces. Sean folded his hands in a polite gesture and thanked them in advance. Oliver was scared when he heard about Lauren because she knows who he really is. Suddenly, Melanie spoke up, saying that the woman would not give him away. Turning into a human, she told her master that Lauren was just teasing him a little. Meanwhile, Lauren was in someone's mansion. Someone asked Lauren about what she heard, that Adelaide left the cult and went somewhere far away this time. The woman, pouring tea, asked why she had not reported this to the task pavilion. Lauren lazily replied that maybe she had gone on a date and didn't want to tell them about it. Then Lauren's interlocutor asked what kind of date it was that required leaving the peak and whether it was someone from another sect. Lauren only smiled in response and replied that it was just a disciple from the outer sect. The woman replied that some outer sect disciple was too offensive to her. Lauren asked her if she wanted to know the guy's name. The woman simply replied that there were too many outer sect disciples. Scratching the back of her head, she said that even if she told her, she would hardly remember him. Standing up, Lauren told the woman that it was time for her to go back. In response to this, the woman became indignant, saying that she had not even drunk tea. Lauren told her that she had just suddenly remembered what she needed to do, so she would stay for tea another time. And then she hurried out of the mansion. Frowning, Lauren thought that there were no people in the heavenly palace that her older sister couldn't remember. Suddenly, a small figure of Adelaide appeared in front of Lauren, and she said that she needed the help of her master. Lauren told the student to wait a bit. She needed to return to her quarters. However, instead of her chambers, Lauren hurried to a small building in the middle of the courtyard. She flew to her through the air and, raising the wind, began to land. Hiding behind the curtains, Lauren asked the girl what had happened. Adelaide said it was about the Beast Tamer clan. It had something to do with demons. Lauren said that she had just returned from the elder sister of the sect leader, and then she reminded the girl that she had once said that he was somehow connected with demons. It seemed that now it became clearer to her. The woman said that she mentioned one outer sect disciple, and she suddenly said that there were too many such disciples and she couldn't remember his name. But she can't forget the name of a single person she's ever heard of. Lauren told Adelaide that it was better to discuss it in person and not to talk about it here. The girl replied that the master needed to appear as a private individual. Smiling, Lauren replied that she knew that. After chatting a little more, they ended their conversation. Adelaide waved her hand, erasing the image of her master, turning it into nothing but smoke. Adelaide told Oliver, who was standing nearby, that she thought it was just the usual demon stuff, but it turns out it has something to do with Sylvia, so he can opt out if he wants. Then the guy asked why he should retreat. The girl asked the guy if he was the one who said that if you can't win, it's better not to take unnecessary risks. Oliver looked away suddenly, awkwardly, thinking that he hadn't expected his words to come back like a boomerang so soon. And then he muttered for the girl to stop making fun of him. Oliver said that he himself decided to get involved in this, and not to bring it. If he retreats now, he will no longer be able to live in this world. His name will be disgraced. Adelaide replied that otherwise, if he died, the cultivator world would lose a rising star, and his death would only benefit the demons. Oliver didn't know what to say, but just froze with an awkward smile, thinking that she was exaggerating a little. Meanwhile, Boobencheek, meowing pitifully, tried to squeeze into the room. Finally opening the door, she ran into the room, Lily chasing after her pet, screaming at her not to run like that. As it turned out, Boobencheek was running as fast as she could towards Adelaide. The cat jumped up, asking to be put on the girl's lap, and she only happily picked her up. At the sight of this, Oliver sighed with relief, thinking that he was saved, and Adelaide could torment him even longer. Looking at the cat who was so actively caressing, Oliver thought that she must have smelled Adelaide's jade body. Bellflower raised her head and looked into the girl's eyes, letting out a quiet meow. Adelaide just smiled at her and stroked her back with a gentle movement of her hand. Lily began to apologize to the girl, saying that she didn't know what was wrong with her. Adelaide just smiled and replied that there was nothing to worry about, and her tail stood up like a bell. The cat's whole body began to shake, and suddenly she let out a loud meow. Watching this, Oliver suddenly remembered how he himself had caressed Adelaide in the form of a dog. His imagination began to delve into this memory, substituting for him in the form of a dog, him in the form of a man. The next day arrived and the sun shone brightly between the mountain peaks. Oliver stood with his back against a tree. Adelaide stood next to him, as if they were waiting for something or someone. Oliver wondered when he met Lauren, what he should call her, master, aunt, or something else. But then he came to his senses and told himself to stop thinking about such things. A female voice was heard above their heads asking him what he was doing there. As it turned out, it was Lauren, who was descending from the sky. She slowly sank to the ground. Adelaide ran up to the master. Lauren said she didn't expect Sylvia to be involved in this case. She hadn't seen her for decades, didn't even think she had died long ago. But suddenly Lauren's gaze fell on Oliver and she screamed loudly, pointing her finger at him. Oliver's mouth dropped open in fear, worst-case scenarios running through his head. The woman simply asked him his name and said that Adelaide was constantly talking about him, even asked to transfer him to her peak. The girl said that his name was Oliver. Lauren smirked, repeated his name and stepped closer. Suddenly she said that she knew someone with the same last name, but she was a demon. Cold sweat ran down the boy's face and his face was distorted with horror. But the next moment the woman only laughed quietly, covering her mouth with her hand. She then headed towards the house, saying that she needed to discuss the details with the head of the Chin family. She walked forward slowly and suddenly waved her hand, and a blue color came from her fingers. And following this gesture, Lauren's spirit flew out of her body and headed back. Flying up to Oliver, Lauren told him to come to her when he was alone. Oliver still couldn't utter a word, he just froze in horror. Adelaide noticed that her master had stopped and Oliver had suddenly stepped back. Lauren told the guy not to worry. Her student couldn't see her. Adelaide asked the guy why he was looking at the master like that, to which he replied that she just had such a powerful aura, so he was a little shocked. Smiling, the girl assured the guy that he would reach that level too. Oliver grinned and replied that it might take him hundreds of years, but Adelaide told him that he could get over it much faster. A few hours later, night fell and the stars shone brightly over the rooftops. Oliver climbed out of his chambers and flying over the fence headed somewhere. Hiding behind a tree, he looked around to make sure there was no one there. Suddenly, Lauren appeared behind the guy and, calling him nephew, told him not to be afraid. They were alone here. Oliver waved his arms and again flinched away. The woman asked him why he had become so fearful, and then she told him that she had held him in her arms when he was little, and he had plenty of courage then. Oliver asked her why she didn't reveal his true identity to Adelaide, and if it was because of his aunt. In response, the woman asked him why she should do this at all. Lifting his chin with one finger, she said that her favorite student liked him very much, so how could she ruin her happiness? Leaning closer, Lauren exclaimed that she was not some unfeeling old woman. Oliver recoiled from the woman again, jumping back a few steps and asked again. Lauren said that she herself didn't understand it yet, but everything was still ahead. She laughed, scolding herself for being so old that she couldn't control what she said sometimes, and then she asked the guy to forget about it. Oliver thought that what he needed then was to be hit over the head and lose his memory. Lauren said that in such matters, mutual consent is important, so she will not force anyone. She just feels like she is hiding too much in her heart. And in pursuit of self-improvement and the fight against demons, she can waste her happiness, because she is still a child with a very difficult fate. Oliver lowered his head, agreeing with the woman's words. He sadly noted that she was an orphan whose parents were killed by demons. He muttered that he was sorry that he missed so many plot points and therefore knew so little about her. But her hatred of demons is justified. Lauren looked up and said that she raised her, so Adelaide was like a daughter to her, and she wants to have a happy life, even more than exterminating demons. She looked sternly at the guy and said that he had to protect her. Oliver replied that he didn't think she needed her protection, since she was much stronger than him. Lauren replied that the strong one is the one who is not afraid of death. After some time, Sean went to the Yin estate to apologize for canceling the wedding. The head of the Yin family punched his fist and exclaimed that this apology would not change anything. Sean apologized again and said that he had indeed done wrong in relation to the alliance between them. But it is also impossible to forcibly bind together friends of young people who do not have mutual feelings. He said that his daughter had already run away from home several times just to avoid getting married. If they really sent her away from Yin's house, it would bring her and everyone else unnecessary suffering. The Yin leader exclaimed that they apparently thought that their clan was not equal to their clan. Sean thought with glee that the man himself knew what kind of person his son was. And then he said that today, he came not only to resolve this misunderstanding, but also to discuss more important matters. Frowning, the man exclaimed that the most important thing to him was his son's marriage. Young Master Yin suddenly coughed and said that even if the wedding fell through, Lily still didn't want to even see him. Making a sad face, he said that he himself was well aware of the rumors circulating around him, and therefore her actions were completely understandable. Mrs. Yin told her son that his health had improved greatly and asked him not to say such things. The woman exclaimed that the girl herself was giving up her happiness. An irritated Sean just rolled his eyes but remained silent. The mother gave her son some tea to soak his throat, to which he merely asked how this tea would help him, as if he would immediately be cured by drinking it. And then Sean heard the guy say that he would rather live alone for the rest of his life. Unable to bear it any longer, Sean shouted at them to stop, and he asked who they were putting on this whole show for. Hearing this cry, the entire Yin family immediately turned their surprised gazes towards the man. Harry walked up to his uncle and told him not to forget why they were here, but the man was already really angry. He shouted that he came here to save them. The head of the Yin family pointed his finger at the man and shouted at him to watch his words, since he was the one who decided to break off the engagement. He asked him how his son could now propose to another girl, to which Sean replied that if it weren't for his permissiveness, which is why his son grew up to be such a person, then everything would have been different. He shouted that his mind had gone crazy when he decided to marry them, and it was good that his daughter had turned out to be smarter and had run away. Harry tried to update him, but he continued by saying that if his daughter married such a mama's boy, she would have an unhappy life. Finally, Harry gave in and thought that it was too late to stop him now, and how tired he was already. Chief Yin stood up and shouted that Sean had no conscience at all. Sean responded by saying that when life and death are at stake, none of that matters. And then he asked if they would agree to an alliance, saying that this was the last time he would ask. The man replied that they agreed, but they needed guarantees. To which Sean asked whether they really considered his daughter's freedom a worthy guarantee. He said that they themselves were well aware of their situation, because if they did not enter into an alliance, they would simply be swallowed up, and they would see who would laugh last. Sean turned and walked towards the exit, telling Harry that there was nothing more for them to do here. But then Chief Yin shouted, stopping them. Turning his head, Sean asked him through gritted teeth what else he needed. The man asked if their clan always stopped halfway, because they had asked them a question and he had not yet given an answer. In response to this, Sean exclaimed that then he was listening. Finally, Chief Yin said that he agreed to the alliance. When Sean heard this, a shocked expression appeared on his face. Looking at Harry, he asked him if he had misheard, and the boy assured him that he had not. The man then laughed loudly, telling Chief Yin that he liked his courage and that they were ready to form an alliance. Then Chief Yin carefully asked what about the wedding. In response to this, Sean frowned again and asked him what wedding he was talking about. After such a useful conversation, Sean returned to his estate, where Oliver and Lauren were already waiting for him. Oliver laughed after listening to Sean's story. Lily asked him what made him laugh so much, clearly puzzled. Oliver replied that he simply had not expected that it would be so easy to form an alliance, and it was not his father who had described it in such a way that it was impossible to contain his laughter. Sean smiled and said that he didn't think his hot temper would be of any use to him. If they had tried to negotiate politely, it would never have ended. The guy said that the Yin family was in a difficult situation, so they agreed so easily. Lauren said that a start had been made. All that was left was to attract other clans to their alliance in the near future. Sean's face turned serious again and he said she was right. Lily said that she had already sent a negotiator from their clan, so they would know everything soon. Sean grabbed his head and said that this battle would be difficult, that he could not even imagine how many lives it would take. Lauren replied that a battle was inevitable, and it was better to fight than to meekly await one's death. Lily also enthusiastically exclaimed that the best defense is a good offense. Endless attempts only strengthen the enemy. They must take up arms and fight for their honor. 8 days later, the snowball theory was successfully tested in practice, and they all headed to those stone gates. Through persuasion and trickery, Lily and the other beast tamer clans finally formed an alliance. Oliver opened the door again, but now there were many more people standing in front of it. Turning to the crowd, Lauren told them that today the fate of all the beast tamers was being decided. Now they still had a chance to retreat. Sean asked her what kind of retreat they were talking about, and then he told her to lead them. Other young people shouted excitedly that they could not just leave without a fight. There were sounds of a crowd that was ready to join the battle and fight to the very end. Lauren just smiled and said that then all they had to do was fight until the very end. They went inside where they were met by various demons. The bear of one of the beast tamers struck the demon with its huge paw. Other animals also fought, and the tamers also rushed at the zombies in a crowd. Oliver reminded Adelaide to take the pill, to which she said that she had already taken it. A demon ran up to them, asking them where they found time to talk. Adelaide rose higher in the air as Oliver engaged in combat with the demon. However, Adelaide was not going to stand aside. Pushing off from the bamboo, she headed towards the demon, exclaiming that she was his opponent. The demon held his sword out in front of him, meeting the tip of the girl's sword with it. Oliver pushed off the ground and ran forward, shouting to the girl that he was leaving this demon to her. The boy flew through the sky watching as animals and people fought with demons. The demon who fought with Adelaide swung his sword and said that he did not expect such an honor. Rushing forward, he exclaimed that if he won, she would become his wife and he would take care of her every night. Adelaide just snorted in displeasure. She gracefully took up the sword. Blue flashes shone around her. These blue flashes flowed along the sword, rising to its tip. At this sight, the demon's face froze in fear and sweat began to stream down his face. This blue light enveloped the demon's body, gathering into a ball and tearing the demon's body into pieces. Adelaide swung her sword, black blood dripped onto the ground, and she spat out that he was a worthless thing. The body of the dead demon lay on the ground, and Adelaide moved on. Oliver also met with the enemy. The guy dodged the attack, saying that it was really dangerous. The demon pointed a weapon at the guy, asking him where he came from, so small, and even dared to challenge him. Oliver thought that he was only emitting a stage 2 aura. He was too smug. Mockingly, the guy told the demon that he would pull his eye onto his ass, to which he began waving his arms and shouting that he would still look at it. And then he gritted his teeth and rushed forward. But suddenly Adelaide appeared behind him, and the demon could not help but notice her appearance. The same blue light gathered around them again as Oliver stood quietly to the side. There was also a slight look of surprise on his face. A few moments later, the demon's body also lay motionless on the ground. The weapons scattered. Adelaide approached Oliver and asked him if he was okay, to which he replied that everything was fine. The guy thought awkwardly that he hadn't even had time to properly fight yet, and she had already won. Adelaide went ahead, telling the guy that 2 of the leaders were already dead, while Oliver thought that if she became his wife, he could just relax and do nothing. Oliver ran up to the girl and asked her if she would teach him the Moon Sword of Water Veil technique. He thought it was a very useful skill. The girl replied that when he could change his water spiritual base to fire, then they would talk about it. Then the guy noticed that the name of the move didn't sound like something that was suitable for the element of fire. Adelaide said that this name was just a set of random words. There was no hidden meaning in it. She went ahead, throwing out that she just didn't know how to come up with names. Oliver laughed and followed the girl, saying that it was no surprise. Many writers were stumped when it came to the final title. But suddenly the demon, who had been lying on the ground all this time, reached out and took the weapon in his hand. Noticing something strange, Oliver turned his head to look at it. Without thinking twice, Oliver turned around and threw his sword forward. The demon had already managed to get up from the ground when suddenly a sword flew into his throat. A powerful fountain of blood flowed from the newly formed wound. Finally, now clearly dead, the demon fell heavily to the ground. Oliver raised his fist and cried out joyfully that the danger was over. And then he said that they needed to find Lauren's mentor. Meanwhile, Lauren was somewhere in the middle of a stone desert, and in front of her stood a huge scorpion. On this huge scorpion sat a woman. The scorpion's eyes glowed with an evil red light. Lauren greeted Sylvia, saying that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and she thought that she had run away with her tail between her legs and would never show up in these parts again. Sylvia replied that where there is life, there is always hope. Otherwise, she would be listening to this lecture now. Lauren chuckled and noted that demons were indeed resilient. Sylvia responded by noting that the woman had aged and had not been so talkative before. The woman said that everyone grows old. Only Winston, like a fool, will strive for immortality all his life. And then she asked if there was any point in this because sooner or later he would get tired of it anyway. In response to this, Sylvia exclaimed that their master had his reasons. Lauren asked him what those reasons were, and then said that she had simply been brainwashed and she didn't even realize it. And in the meantime, Oliver and Adelaide appeared behind her. Sylvia, noticing the young people, asked Lauren if they were really her students. She asked her if she hadn't taught them to respect their elders. In response to this, Oliver made a disgusted face and asked her if she really wanted him to call her auntie. This comment angered Sylvia and she asked again, but Lauren just laughed quietly. Holding the scroll in his hand, Oliver said that he had read out of boredom this demonic doctrine, or rather, the teachings of the sect led by Winston, and it turned out to be complete nonsense. Throwing the scroll on the ground, he said that most sects try to describe themselves as great, bright, and truthful. This is done in order to attract and deceive the persecutors, to guide their faith and actions, to control and manipulate them. Frowning, Sylvia asked the guy suspiciously where he was going with this. In response to this, he said that he was not finished yet, and then continued by saying that if we take, for example, point 3, where it says that all beings are born in sin and must atone for it in order to be freed, isn't that such a sublime thought? But science and psychology say that people's morality and sins do not arise from birth, but are formed in the process of socialization. Pointing his finger at Sylvia, Oliver exclaimed that this doctrine was created only to brainwash and justify murder. He said that as far as he knew, before the war between their species, humans had never oppressed demons or taken over their lands, but it was the demons who attacked first, so the humans could only defend themselves. Sylvia didn't know what to say. Oliver continued by saying that Winston had created this doctrine only so that demons could kill innocents without hindrance, and so he wanted to ask her something. And he asked her whether demons were evil by nature, or whether they killed under the guidance of this teaching. Sylvia bared her teeth and asked the guy what he wanted to say with all this. Folding his arms across his chest, the guy said that since demons are evil from birth, they don't need this doctrine at all. And if it's the other way around, but they still follow it, then it's obvious that they've been brainwashed, in which case he needs help to get out of this psychological captivity. Lauren looked at the guy with a frown and said that he wasn't even confused. With his hands folded in a respectful gesture, Oliver told her that they, humans, do not kill innocents and always find out the reasons for what happened. This is what distinguishes them from demons. Lauren chuckled slightly and remarked that the guy was quite funny. Suddenly, Sylvia told the boy that whatever he said was useless. She said that people need to be kept under control. They need to obey. She exclaimed furiously that their master could not be wrong. In response to this, Oliver tiredly scratched his head and sighed, saying that there was no chance. Lauren said that she said that there was no point in even trying to reason with demons. If there was any humanity in them, they wouldn't be in this situation. Turning to the young men, she smirked and told them to step aside and not get in the way. Adelaide asked her master if she really needed their help. Lauren walked towards the Scorpion and Sylvia, telling the girl that they just needed to watch, and then she could perhaps check what they had learned there. Adelaide did not resist, but Oliver exclaimed, asking whether it would not be easier to defeat Sylvius with 3 of them, since she also looked quite strong. Instead of Lauren, Adelaide answered, she told the guy that this was the teacher's order. Coming down to earth, Sylvia told Lauren that decades ago she was just as arrogant and hadn't changed with age. But did she really think she hadn't changed at all over the years? Sylvia raised her hand, pointing her finger at the woman, and commanded the Scorpion to kill Lauren. The Scorpion immediately took off and, jumping over its owner, flew forward. With its red eyes flashing, the Scorpion swung its tail to strike the woman with its spike. Lauren stood calmly in place, not even making any attempt to dodge. With a sharp movement, the spike passed through Lauren's body and dug into the ground. However, the next moment, Lauren's body dissolved into a blue glow. Sylvia leaned forward a little to get a better look, not expecting this turn of events at all. A look of pure surprise crossed her face as she wondered how Lauren could have disappeared. But suddenly, Lauren found herself right in front of Sylvia's face. She swung her sword right in front of the demoness's face. As it turned out, this blow hit the Scorpion, cutting it into 2 halves. And Lauren, flying through the space between the 2 halves, found herself right in front of her opponent. The woman mockingly asked the other what she had been doing all that time. Oliver, as he had been ordered, sat to the side and drew 2 halves of a scorpion and blood between them. Adelaide approached the boy and asked him what he was drawing, and then noticed that the master said that she would later check what they had learned. Oliver, without looking up from his drawing, replied that he was capturing key moments of the battle. He looked up, smiled, and said it was better than relying on his memory. Adelaide did not consider this a worthy argument, but said nothing. Waving her hand, she asked him what the science and psychology he was talking about were, since she had never heard of such things. Oliver looked away awkwardly and began to explain, saying that psychology is, as the name suggests, the science of the psyche of living beings. People tend to have psychological and mental problems quite often. Adelaide replied that this was obvious, and then she asked him what science was. Oliver smiled awkwardly and replied that by science he meant astronomy and geography. Finally collecting his thoughts, he said that he liked to invent new words. He thought that they sounded mysterious and inspired respect. The guy pointed to the side, exclaiming that Lauren was winning, thinking that it was time for the girl to stop asking him questions. Meanwhile, Lauren and Sylvia continued to fight. Lauren swung her sword, but her opponent managed to dodge it by leaning back. Lauren, following the sword, continued to fly forward. Sylvia planted her feet on the ground, stopping herself. Looking up, she noticed the tip of a sword in front of her, pointed at her. As it turned out, it was Lauren who was faster than her. Sylvia, hanging her head, said that she was wrong when she called her old. Now she lost. Lauren responded that she didn't think she was capable of admitting defeat. Sylvia's lips twitched again. She snorted and said that people don't change. And then she raised her hand and loudly snapped her fingers. The two halves of the scorpion that had been lying on the ground turned into purple light and disappeared. Meanwhile, the ground beneath Lauren's feet suddenly began to crack. And the next moment, a scorpion spike shot up from the ground and headed straight towards Lauren. Before he could reach her, Lauren dodged him by jumping up and placing her hand on the ground. With a couple of quick jumps, she was back on her feet a few meters away from the scorpion. Smiling, she said that she now understood why Sylvia had been so calm. Adelaide, watching from the side, exclaimed that she would help her master, and she ran forward. Sylvia, rising to her feet, told Oliver that he was not of interest, so they would definitely meet again. She smiled and said that she would come to him. And then a big explosion thundered. When the explosion died down, all that was left was a lot of smoke that obscured the entire view. When the smoke cleared a little, a depression in the ground finally became visible. Oliver, feeling something was wrong, thought that he definitely didn't want Sylvia to come to him. Lauren clicked her tongue in irritation and said that this scorpion only knows how to run away. It was no wonder the Demon King chose her. He has an unusually disgusting taste. Adelaide asked her if they would pursue her, to which the woman replied that none of them had the technology to move underground, so they simply would not catch up with her. She said that if you look at the situation from the outside, the three main commanders have already been defeated, so there is no point in them continuing the battle. Lauren looked at Oliver and smiled, telling him that he was finished. She told him that this scorpion could very well sneak up on him in the middle of the night and kill him. Oliver's face twisted in fear again, and he asked the woman not to scare him like that. Lauren said that even though she hadn't won, she was still too strong for them, and if Sylvia really came, he would be in a hopeless situation, so she would say goodbye to him in advance. But then she said that if he became a non-student, she would appoint Adelaide as his bodyguard and would be there herself if anything happened. Smiling, she told him to consider it a small gift. With a smile on her lips, the woman argued with him about whether he understood what she was talking about. Oliver didn't answer, wondering what he was supposed to understand from that. Adelaide said that he was now welcome at Yan Yan Peak. Smiling, she told him to try not to die, because as soon as they returned to the Heavenly Kingdom, they would immediately take on the third task. Oliver sighed heavily and agreed. Noticing that the guy was not cheerful, the girl asked him if he really didn't want to. Oliver became excited and exclaimed that of course he wanted to. That was all he had ever dreamed of. And that becoming a disciple of the inner sect was the goal of any disciple from the outer sect. Still looking incredulous, Adelaide asked the boy again. Finally, Oliver beamed a bright smile and assured her that he was glad. After some time, Oliver, Adelaide, and Lauren returned to the Chin estate and said that after Sylvia's escape, the organization fell apart, and those who did not have time to hide were taken prisoner. They did nothing about the internal affairs of the beast tamers, leaving everything to Sean's discretion. Lauren told Sean that she hoped their clan would visit the Heavenly Realm more often in the future, but for now, it was time for them to go. Sean folded his hands in a polite gesture and replied that he didn't even know how to thank them for everything they had done for them, and if they ever needed his help, they were welcome to contact him. Smiling, Lauren said he was being too kind, and then she left the Chin family to return to the Heavenly Realm. Lily told her father not to forget that all of this was only possible thanks to Oliver. Sean laughed and exclaimed that he remembered everything perfectly well, and that she had nothing to worry about. When the guys had already left, Sean wondered if his daughter had fallen in love with this Oliver, since she was constantly talking about him, and then he could marry her off to him. Lauren, Oliver, and Adelaide had already left the mansion and were walking through the forest when the woman suddenly said Sean's name. She laughed, asking who gave him such a name. What came over his parents? Adelaide answered that she did not know. Looking at Oliver, she asked him what he would say. Oliver smiled and repeated Sean's name, which meant animal, thinking that he had no idea what his parents were thinking, and that game creators were known to have strange minds. Lauren asked the guy what mountain sounds like the name Sean. Oliver looked away and said that it was Mount Inshun, but he himself hoped that there was no such mountain in the game. Frustrated, he thought that he would need to be more careful with his words in the future. Lauren exclaimed that she didn't expect her student to be not only talented, but also strong and smart. Had she really found an unlimited diamond? 3 days later, they had already returned to the Heavenly Kingdom. Lauren immediately went to her friend to take Oliver as her disciple from the outer sect. While Adelaide and Oliver sat waiting, the woman asked if she had changed her mind. Lauren's friend replied that he was just a disciple from an outer sect, so she could take him away. Approaching Oliver, Lauren told him that she had already decided everything and registered him as a master, so there was no need to change the dorm. And tomorrow, she was waiting for him at classes. She said that Adelaide would teach him first, and if she needed help, she would help. And Oliver joyfully exclaimed in response. Yawning, Lauren told Adelaide to give Oliver the tour while she went and rested. Adelaide did not argue, but agreed and stood up from her seat. The girl left the room, and Oliver ran after her. He happily told the girl that now she could teach him without hiding it. Adelaide said that first he needed to transform his water spiritual base into fire. Oliver nodded, not contradicting the girl, and asked how he could do this. Instead of answering, Adelaide looked at the guy and said that she would come to him tomorrow. After a while, it was already dark, but the light was on in Oliver's room. Alice leaned through the window and asked Oliver where Kimberly was while he was polishing his sword. Oliver told her that they were originally together, but at some point she received a letter from her parents and was forced to return. Frowning, Oliver repeated once again that she had received a letter, remembering that day. Oliver then asked Kimberly if everything was okay because he noticed a strange expression on her face. The girl replied that her parents were asking her to return urgently. The letter stated that the matter could not be delayed. Oliver told her that the fewer words, the more serious the matter, and therefore she must go quickly, and he would take care of everything here. Kimberly apologized to the guy, saying that she couldn't fight next to him. She had to go. Lily, who was there that day, told the girl that she would ask her cousin to send a spirit beast to take her home, in response to which she received thanks. Oliver told Alice that he felt like he should contact Kimberly and let her know that he was back. He thought about what he was wondering what happened, because during the game he did not go through her personal tasks, and therefore knows little about her life. Could it be related to demons? Alice, smiling, asked the guy if he had finished his business. Frowning, Oliver suspiciously replied that he had already finished, and then asked why she was asking. Climbing through the window in the room, Alice replied that she needed fresh details about Mrs. Adelaide. Her readers could not wait for the next issue to come out. She climbed onto the table and asked the guy if it was because of her that he transferred to another peak. She asked the guy if he and Adelaide would now share a room, and then she exclaimed that it was so romantic. Jumping up from his chair, Oliver asked the girl why she had climbed in there. She started to explain so that the guy would tell her everything. Alice went further. However, the guy did not listen to her requests and threw her out into the street through the window. Oliver, gritting his teeth, exclaimed irritably that there was nothing between him and Adelaide, and then he closed his window, slamming the shutters loudly. After a few more hours, Oliver turned into his animal form. He thought that after his aunt's hint, he was really able to transform without any problems, and therefore why shouldn't he take a walk, especially on such a warm and dark night? He immediately came to his senses, thinking that it would be good if he met Adelaide today. Oliver went into the forest, thinking that the day after tomorrow he would definitely need to take the third task. Suddenly he heard some noise from the side, and he looked there in fear. Without thinking twice, Oliver decided to hide and jumped behind a tree. He peered out from behind the wooden table cautiously to see who was here so late. As it turned out, it was Beatrice and Alexander. Oliver thought that he had not seen them for a long time. He squinted suspiciously, wondering if they had really decided to go on a date so late. Alexander told Beatrice that Oliver had moved to Yan Yang Peak and become Lauren's apprentice, so it would now be difficult for her to get close to him. Beatrice began to apologize, saying that it was all her fault because she couldn't cope faster. Alexander put his hand on the girl's shoulder and told her not to worry, because it was he who had suddenly changed dramatically. Smiling, he assured the girl that she would always be the most important thing to him. Tears came to Beatrice's eyes and she cried out that for his sake she would try again. Alexander answered her that it was not worth doing this yet, and then told her that in half a month there would be a holiday in the Heavenly Kingdom, and by that time he would already have thought of something. She just had to follow his orders. Alexander smiled and thought that if he said a few kind words, Beatrice would be crazy about him. Women were so easy to manipulate. As expected, Beatrice smiled happily and exclaimed that she would do everything that he told her. Oliver, gritting his teeth, thought that this impudent deceiver and brainless flirt still wanted to get the essence of his blood. Oliver thought irritably that Alexander was the main character. He himself should develop by leaps and bounds. Oliver thought about Alexander's words about the holiday in half a month, thinking that the guy could already come up with a plan to get rid of him. Suddenly, Oliver realized that because of his interference in the plot, he did not know what would happen in 2 weeks. There were quiet footsteps behind Oliver, but he didn't hear them. It turned out to be Adelaide, and she reached down and stroked his head, asking him what he was doing there. Alexander frowned and turned around when he heard a familiar voice. Oliver stared at Adelaide in panic, wondering how she had gotten here. Noticing the frightened expression on the dog's face, Adelaide stood up abruptly to find out what he was looking at. Finally, she noticed Alexander and Beatrice standing to the side. Alexander stared at Adelaide, also wondering how she had ended up there. Noticing Alexander's expression, Beatrice asked him what was wrong. Adelaide told the dog that they should go and say hello, but Oliver wondered if the girl really wanted to play out this jealousy scene. Adelaide approached Alexander and asked him who was next to him, if it was his Dao partner. Smiling, she said that she never thought she would meet them here at such a late hour. Alexander asked again in surprise, while Beatrice looked pleased with this assumption. Alexander immediately began to justify himself, saying that there was nothing between them, they just decided to take a walk. Beatrice was silent, but she stared sullenly at the boy. Oliver held back his laughter, thinking that this idiot still didn't understand women. Adelaide hurried to say goodbye so as not to interfere with their walk, but then Alexander began to say something. The girl asked him if he wanted to tell her something, but in response, the guy only lowered his gaze and said that it was nothing, and he wished her good night, while mentally trying to tell the girl that between him and Beatrice there was only a business relationship, and he needed only her alone. Adelaide hurried away happily with Oliver. Alexander stared after her in amazement, his mouth slightly open. The girl exclaimed, telling the dog not to lag behind, and smiled brightly. Alexander couldn't take his eyes off her and thought only about how beautiful she was. Beatrice bit her lip and frowned as she watched Alexander. She thought indignantly about what was so special about this girl. She was just an emotionless doll. Baring his teeth and frowning, Alexander thought that he had to conquer Adelaide at any cost. He turned to Beatrice with a sad face and told her that she was the key to his plan. Looking at her pitifully, he said that he really needed her help. Blushing, Beatrice asked again about the key detail. Coming closer, Alexander stroked her cheek, saying that he could trust this only to her. Beatrice asked the boy, "Is she really that important to him?" Pressing the girl to himself, the guy replied that it couldn't be otherwise. Alexander grinned vilely and thought that he had seen her gaze, and if he wanted to, she would be completely his. Adelaide and Oliver reached the sect's residential areas. Looking at the girl, Oliver wondered whether he should walk to her dorm or run away right away. Adelaide suddenly stopped and sat down, stroking the dog's fur. She smiled and noted that he had grown again. She tilted her head to the side and said that soon she would not be able to lift it, so what should she do? When Adelaide stroked Oliver's head, he couldn't help but stare at her. Not a few moments later, he pulled himself together and began shaking his head to shake off the spell. He thought that she would be the one to kill him. So why was he reacting to her like that? Was there something wrong with his head? But then Oliver thought about the fact that he had already changed a lot in the course of events. And so he happily assumed that Adelaide would not kill him at all. Oliver began to rub against the girl's leg, thinking that maybe when the girl found out his true identity, then he would become her favorite dog, and then she wouldn't have the heart to kill him. Adelaide watched the dog with a smile, wondering what he was thinking about now. Winking at the girl, Oliver thought that, if you look at it from this side, Adelaide seems much sweeter and more graceful. Adelaide finally got to her feet and told the dog that it was time to go, to which she received a joyful bark. Oliver wagged his tail and stretched out, thinking that as soon as the risk of death was significantly reduced, it immediately became easier. After some time, Adelaide and Oliver reached the girl's chambers and she opened the door, letting the dog go first. When he entered the room, the girl sat down again and hugged the dog, pressing him to herself, and she exclaimed that she missed him so much and how nice he smelled. Oliver, looking quite pleased, thought about why the girl started sniffing him, and also why she had warm hands. Adelaide exclaimed that it was late, and that they should go to bed, and she went inside, slamming the door. The girl carefully carried the dog to the bed and laid him on the blanket, and then she began to take off her outerwear. Exposing her beautiful, soft body, the girl told the dog not to dare run away anywhere today. Staring at the girl with her tongue hanging out, Oliver thought that being in the form of a beast wasn't so bad after all, and becoming her pet was even better. Adelaide went to the hanger and hung her outerwear on it. Looking at the dog, she said that it was time to sleep. A few hours later, it was already late at night, and there was not a sound in the sect. Oliver, lying next to Adelaide, could not sleep, thinking that he was wide awake. He thought that it was simply impossible to fall asleep here, and he stared at the chest of the girl he was pressed against. Finally, Oliver pulled himself out of the girl's embrace and jumped off the bed. Squeezing through the crack in the door, he ran out of the room and away. Feeling movement nearby, Adelaide woke up to notice that the dog had run away again. Frowning, she got out of bed and pulled her outer garments back on. Oliver ran away from the girl's chambers, thinking that he was still too worried about Alexander's words that he would do something in half a month. This freak looked too self-confident. The mission with this holiday in the game could be skipped, and therefore, he does not know anything about it. He sighed and thought that if he just locked himself in his chambers and didn't go out to anyone, that would reduce the risks. Adelaide, hiding behind the wall of the building, watched the dog. She wondered where he was always going. Whether he was really returning to his home, whether he really didn't like sleeping with her. Oliver had already reached the forest, and the girl was still secretly following him. Finally, the girl noticed that this road led to Yan Yang Peak. Wagging his tail, Oliver reached the doors of the dormitory where his quarters were located. He made his way through these doors, and Adelaide followed them out of her hiding place. The next day, Oliver went to the mission pavilion. He stood leaning against the wall with his arms folded across his chest, waiting for someone. Looking around, he wondered why Adelaide hadn't arrived yet, since they had agreed that they would receive the third task together today. Looking in the other direction, the guy noticed Alexander. Coming closer, Alexander congratulated the guy on the fact that he managed to become Lauren's student herself. Oliver thanked the guy. Alexander asked Oliver if he had come for a task, to which he replied that everything was correct. Then Alexander asked the guy in response if he would mind going in together. Scratching the back of his head, Oliver replied that he couldn't, because his master had told him to do this task with Adelaide, so he had to wait for her. He awkwardly apologizes to Lauren in his mind for using her as an excuse. But then Alexander said that he had heard that Adelaide had left the Heavenly Kingdom that morning. He asked if there had been some misunderstanding, and said that Oliver should find out about it. And Alexander himself thought that Adelaide had sympathy for this guy. But it seems that she considers him just a classmate, and therefore his chances of winning her over are quite high. Oliver froze in shock, not expecting this, and asked again. Alexander, heading for the door, said that if he did not believe him, then he could wait further. But it was time for him to go. Oliver said goodbye to him and wished him a good assignment. Alexander walked into the mission pavilion while Oliver stood awkwardly outside. When Alexander disappeared from sight, Oliver turned around abruptly, wondering why Adelaide had left without saying goodbye, and if something had happened. As he walked away from the task pavilion, the boy thought that he should ask his mentor about this. Alexander kept watching Oliver, who was now walking away. After some time, Oliver reached Lauren's residence and opened the door to her room. Using instant movement, the woman appeared right next to the guy and asked him what happened, causing him to step back. Oliver told the woman that he and Adelaide had agreed to do the third task together, but today she went alone. And then he asked her if she knew by any chance where she went. Lauren asked the guy if the girl had really left without saying anything, to which Oliver replied that that was true. Lauren scratched her head in thought and noted that Adelaide rarely left without warning. So was it really something urgent? And then she said that even if that was the case, she always tells her when to leave the peak. But suddenly, remembering something, Lauren looked at the guy again and he asked if she understood. The woman said that perhaps it was somehow connected with her parents. Something similar had happened once before. She said that when the matter is somehow connected with her parents, the girl loses her mind. Clinging to the guy, Lauren told him to go to the pavilion and find out what mission she was given. Oliver replied that he felt like they simply wouldn't give him one, since he and she were on completely different levels. Lauren then handed the boy a gold-plated token and told him to take it if he wanted to find Adelaide. Oliver took the token from his mentor, who told him to show it to the caretaker. Oliver began to examine the token while the woman told him that, if anything happened, he should say that she had told him to take the task. Oliver folded his hands in a polite gesture and thanked the woman, saying that he would go to the mission pavilion right away and find out everything. Following this, Oliver jumped up and started running away. Folding her arms across her chest, Lauren noted with a chuckle that he had agreed without even thinking, and she noticed that he was quite interesting. Oliver ran into the mission pavilion like a quick shadow, raising a strong wind behind him. Walking up to the counter, he slammed the token on the table in front of the man, and then he firmly stated that he wanted to take on Adelaide's task. Still in shock, the man asked the boy if he knew what level this quest was. The guy replied that it didn't matter, and then he demanded that they give him his assignment, because his mentor told him to take it, and it was her token. Taking the token with the task in his hands, the man noted that everyone around him was so stubborn. Adelaide also said that her master had ordered it, and he asked if she really wasn't afraid of death at all. Oliver didn't answer, but quickly snatched the token from his hands. Without looking at the token, Oliver ran away, thanking him for his assistance, and the man shouted after him, asking him where he was going in such a hurry. The guy didn't stop and had already reached the exit, while everyone around him looked after him in shock. Stroking his beard, the man muttered that what was to be was to be. And then he looked at this task in his registry, which was of star level. While packing, Oliver told Melanie that he had almost packed everything, and then he asked her if she needed to take anything with her, to which she replied in the negative. Taking the token in her hands, the girl said that this was a star-level mission, 3 points higher than the previous heaven-level mission. She said that from this one can conclude that this is a mission with a very high risk to life, and Oliver, hearing this, dropped the bracelet. And then he asked the girl again about the level of this task. Melanie repeated, saying that this was a star-level mission. And then she said that she heard that on such missions, only those who had reached the nascent soul stage had a chance to survive. Oliver sat down, clutching his head, and he thought that for some reason he had a bad feeling about this. Melanie asked the guy what happened and then suggested that he change the assignment if he was so worried. But Oliver no longer heard her, but only thought that perhaps he could not change the fate of the NPC. He panicked and thought that perhaps he was simply destined to die. It might not be Adelaide that kills him, but something else. After Oliver breathed his last, he wondered if things were really that bad. Melanie tried to smile and asked the guy what happened. She noted that the tasks could be refused or replaced, so there was no need to worry so much. Sighing, Oliver finally straightened up, rising to his feet. He frowned and thought about how Adelaide had survived until the very end of the game. So if he stuck close to her, he definitely wouldn't die on this mission. Grabbing his hand, the boy exclaimed that a real man does not retreat in the face of danger. Meanwhile, Adelaide had already reached the place where she had to complete her long-term task. Oliver and Alice were walking down the street of the sect, and the girl asked the guy if he was going to catch up with Adelaide, to which he asked how she knew. The girl said that her informants saw his skirmish with Alexander today, and they say that as soon as he said something, Alexander's expression softened. But it's a pity that the informants were far away and couldn't hear. Oliver didn't respond to this but only grimaced in displeasure. The girl asked him what he had told Alexander, and then said that the readers had already started to complain that there had been little news lately, and that they were demanding a new issue of the Mystical Chronicles. Instead of answering, Oliver just pushed off the ground and flew up, saying that it was time for him to go. Alice shouted after him not to be greedy. Stopping on a branch in the forest, Oliver told Melanie that 2 more tasks and he would finally be able to leave the Heavenly Kingdom. Melanie responded by saying that they would definitely cope with everything. After some time, closer to night, Oliver reached the inn of Wufeng County. Adelaide sat at the entrance to her chambers with a cup of tea in her hands and looked at the starry sky. She took a sip of tea and memories of a sad, bloody past immediately appeared in her head. The demon lifted little Adelaide by the neck and smiled, baring his teeth. The demon asked her if she knew what death was. Feeling something to the side, Adelaide opened her eyes and looked away. She immediately drew her sword to meet the uninvited guest. As it turned out, this uninvited guest was Oliver. He recoiled from the blade of the sword and exclaimed that it was him. Adelaide put the sword away and it disappeared in bright sparks, and she asked the guy why he was there. Oliver replied that he had taken the same assignment as she had. Adelaide didn't answer. She just frowned and stared somewhere ahead. Jumping off the railing, she asked the guy if he knew that this was a star-level task, to which he replied that he didn't know when he took it. Oliver scratched the back of his head awkwardly, smiled, and said that he only found out recently. Adelaide said that for anyone who has not reached the core formation stage, this is a mission of certain death. Then the guy asked her if this meant that his chances of dying were high. Turning around, the girl exclaimed that he should leave, since he understood everything himself, to which the guy replied that she had not taught him many techniques, and he needed to learn. And he himself thought with excitement that, in addition, the girl is the main character, and she has impenetrable plot armor. Adelaide turned around again, looking at the guy, and she told him that now was not the time for jokes. As she walked away, she told the guy that he didn't need to worry about her so much. Still smiling, Oliver said that he wasn't worried about her at all. He smiled and said that he simply wanted to be with her in difficult times, and when she was nearby, it seemed that the task was easier to complete. Turning back to look at the boy, Adelaide stared at him, again saying nothing. Entering her chambers, the girl told the guy that he should get some sleep. Folding his hands in a polite gesture, Oliver exclaimed that he was relying on her then, wondering why she was doing this to him. Having disappeared into her chambers, Adelaide slammed the doors with a loud sound. Oliver mentally asked her if it was really necessary to be so angry, but he still went to his chambers and walked through the quiet lands of the district. Melanie appeared next to him in the form of a fox spirit and asked him if he thought something was wrong with Adelaide. Oliver replied that the mentor said that this case could be somehow connected to the destruction of her family. He suggested that it reminded her of the past, and now she is depressed. Opening the door slightly, he said that the girl was always calm and collected, and only such things could throw her off balance. After hearing this, Melanie said that now she understood why she had spared her then, and even said that she understood her. Flying up to the guy who was sitting on the bed, she said that, if you think about it, she was still luckier than Adelaide. At least she had 3 younger sisters alive. Oliver leaned back and lay down on the pillow, saying that he was a bit tired. Melanie exclaimed in irritation, asking him how he could even sleep in such a situation. Turning into a human, she asked the guy if they should prepare somehow, since this was a star-level task after all. Oliver replied that she herself saw how depressed Adelaide was, that she even drove him away. He couldn't just go to her, console her, and continue discussing tactics. He continued by saying that there were no other things to do anyway, so the best solution would be to rest and recuperate. Melanie said that the girl was very upset and that she was afraid that something might happen. Oliver pulled her towards him, saying that everything would be fine. They were already tired today and it was time to sleep. Blushing, Melanie exclaimed that he wasn't hugging her hard enough. It was making it hard for her to breathe. Oliver replied that then she could turn into a fox. It would even be more convenient. The girl looked away and quietly said that she didn't mean it that way. The guy asked her what she was talking about then, to which she nervously replied that she was talking about nothing. After some time, morning came. The sun was shining brightly over the roofs of the houses. Adelaide was already standing at the door to Oliver's chambers. Frowning, she thought that the dog had definitely gone into Oliver's room that night, but why? Oliver came out of his chambers and met the girl, and together they went into the forest. Looking at Adelaide, Oliver noticed that there had been such a heavy atmosphere around her since the morning. He mentally asked Melanie if he was to blame for this, to which she replied that he had done nothing shameful. Then he wondered if the girl was still worried about the task, and he noticed that he was also starting to get nervous because he had never seen her like this. Walking ahead, Adelaide told Oliver that she was warning him for the last time that he could die on this mission. He needed to think again. Turning around, the girl asked the guy if he really wanted to go with her, since refusing the task would not entail any punishment. Smiling and folding his arms across his chest, Oliver replied that he understood perfectly, finally understanding what she was worried about. Adelaide was surprised by the guy's stubbornness, but decided not to argue with him anymore. She went ahead again, saying that they needed to get to a settlement that was 2.5 kilometers away, so they needed to hurry, and the guy happily ran after her. After some time, they finally reached the entrance to the settlement. They decided to assess the situation and looked at the village, hiding in a tree. Oliver asked Adelaide how they could find the demons here. The girl thought that all the villagers had a normal aura. They were all people, and the wanderers were people too. Without waiting for an answer, Oliver called the girl. Adelaide asked the guy if he felt demons nearby. The guy replied that he didn't feel it, but maybe they should ask Melanie. She has a very sensitive perception, and he himself was thinking that he didn't feel anything, although he was a demon himself, which meant that either the enemy was so strong that he was hiding his aura, or there was something wrong with this task. After getting out of the bracelet, Melanie exclaimed that she didn't feel anything, so there were no demons nearby. Taking out the task board, Adelaide said that the task clearly stated that demons were spotted here. This is a star-level mission, so there can be no mistake. Oliver asked her who was in charge of these tasks anyway. Jumping down from the branch, Adelaide replied that it was usually Long Xiangxi who approved them after investigation, and they received some of the information from the sect's informants. She wondered again if there really was a demon here, and if so, why couldn't she feel anything? But one way or another she had to find them and turn them into ashes. Oliver jumped out of the tree after the girl. Looking at her, he noticed that she was now very worried. Standing up, the guy exclaimed that he then suggested that they come in case they found new clues. Adelaide clenched her fist so that it shook with tension and quietly clicked her tongue. But then they still headed towards the entrance to the village. There were many people on the streets of the village, and conversations and hubbub could be heard everywhere. Oliver called out to Adelaide with an apple and a banana in his hands. Running up to her, he told her that he would ask the aunt who sells fruit. She said that nothing strange had happened in the village lately. And since there are so few people here, everyone will quickly find out about any oddity. Looking a little disappointed, Adelaide looked away. Oliver suggested that she talk to the village elder. They were from the Heavenly Kingdom after all. If they said this, they would definitely meet them halfway. The guy offered the girl a banana, telling her to eat it because they reduce stress levels. Adelaide agreed with this plan of action and peeled the banana, while Oliver handed the apple to Melanie. After finishing their fruit, Oliver and the girls headed to the village elder. When they had walked a little further, the villagers all turned to look at them with strange expressions on their faces. After some time, they reached the modest dwelling of the village headman. A maid met them and told them to follow her, and she began to see them off. She led them to the reception hall and stopped while the others entered the room. The maid asked them with a smile whether they would like to have some tea first. She told the guy that their master was no longer young. It was difficult for him to walk, and therefore she asked him to wait for him a little, but Oliver replied that everything was fine. Adelaide, looking around the room, thought that here too she did not feel a demonic aura. Everything looked normal, like any wealthy person. But everything is so calm that it's even somehow suspicious. Finally, an elderly man with a long beard entered the hall. The man greeted the guests and apologized for being late. Oliver noticed that although the old man was leaning on a cane, he moved quite dexterously. It seemed that he was just playing a role. Melanie asked the guy what it meant to play a role. The guy replied that it didn't matter, and looking suspiciously at the old man, said that he was somehow bothering him. Oliver told Melanie to be on her guard, while the old man sat down on a chair. The headman told the guests to sit down and shouted to the maid to serve tea. Soon a maid appeared with a tray on which stood 3 bowls, a teapot, and a gaiwan. Adelaide asked the village chief if anything strange had happened in the village lately. Scratching his beard thoughtfully, the man replied that there were, of course, some oddities, but first they should try their tea, which had only recently been harvested. Adelaide took the bowl in her hands and asked again what these strange things were. She brought the edge of the cup to her lips and took a sip of tea. The village chief said he didn't think that was what they were looking for, but Old Man Wong had recently given birth to a calf with one eye, and a few days later it died. Adelaide asked the man to try to remember everything unusual that had happened over the past 6 months. The elder thought again and scratched his beard, but suddenly he waved his hand, spilling the tea that was in the cup. Adelaide jumped up from her seat and asked the man what he was doing. Oliver mentally told Melanie to leave, run to his aunt, and tell her that he was in danger. Melanie did not argue. She quickly fluttered out of the room and flew away. Meanwhile, Adelaide's sword appeared in her hands. Frowning, she looked at the village chief and asked him who he really was. The old man smiled predatorily and asked the girl if she had forgotten him, addressing her as baby. The man noticed that the fox had managed to escape. What unreliable comrades she had. Hearing these words and intonation, Adelaide immediately realized that it was the same demon from her childhood, Larry, and she asked him if it was him. Suddenly, the girl's whole body began to tremble, and the sword fell from her hands, clanging on the floor. Oliver, noticing this, asked the girl if she was okay, while she did not understand what was happening to her. Looking at her shaking hand, she noticed that her strength was leaving her. Oliver wondered why he didn't feel anything then. Larry, unlike the headman, said that he heard that the little girl who managed to do it has now become the famous Adelaide. A purple fire glowed around the man's body, and he told her that he had wanted to meet her for a long time. Larry's disguise faded, revealing his true form, and he said that he even leaked the information on purpose, knowing that once she saw the mission, she would definitely show up. He grinned and exclaimed that the great Adelaide, having met the murderer of her family, could not even move. Oliver bent down and picked up Adelaide's sword, which was lying on the floor. He pointed his sword at the demon, exclaiming that if he took another step, he might not receive mercy, while he thought that this guy was too strong, so much so that neither he nor Adelaide could sense his aura. Adelaide, standing behind the guy, told him that he didn't need to risk his life for her. He should leave. Ignoring the girl, Oliver exclaimed that all demons do is wreak havoc everywhere. Larry just laughed in response to this and said that apparently everyone had forgotten about him a long time ago. He exclaimed, "A weakling like you dared to point a sword at me?" Oliver replied that very soon, when he beat him to death, and then he would regret his words. And he himself thought that he could not die, because Adelaide had impenetrable armor. Sooner or later there would be a chance when they could escape. Adelaide turned to the boy again, telling him not to worry about her and to just leave because he couldn't defeat him. Oliver cried out, asking the girl how she could say such things. How could he leave her? A purple fire glowed around Larry's body as he laughed again, saying that no one would leave here. He chuckled and said, "If you don't pull the weed out by the roots, it will bloom again in the spring." Then she miraculously managed to escape. It was his mistake, but now he will fix everything. Larry jumped up, his hand outstretched, and lunged at the girl. Oliver grabbed Adelaide by the shoulder and pushed the girl away from him so that he could take the blow himself. He thrust his sword forward, meeting the demon's blow. Oliver rushed to attack first and swung his sword. But Larry was not so simple and easily dodged the blow with an ever-present grin on his face. As the demon moved forward, he told Oliver that he didn't expect him to have such fast reactions. Pulling his palm back, in which the light shone, the demon said, "But one reaction is not enough to defeat me. You must simply let yourself be killed, and then I can finally have fun with the girl." Oliver stood firm, taking blow after blow. The guy thought that this freak relied only on strength, and he had a hell of a lot of it. Finally, Oliver took out a small blue bead from his pocket that absorbed the surrounding demonic power or spiritual energy, turning it into the owner's power. He thought, if things go this way, then his power will become mine. Larry said that this guy has a lot of interesting things. It looks like he's in for a pretty big catch today. Oliver suddenly waved his hand, sending the bead flying. The bead rose into the air and hovered above Oliver and Larry's heads, and it began to suck the energy out of the latter. Noticing this, Larry shouted that it was a good thing, so he would kill the guy and take it for himself. Oliver clicked his tongue in irritation and thought that this idiot had now completely lost his mind. Oliver exhaled and held the sword out in front of him again, mentally reciting the Moonlight Lotus technique. The guy pushed off the floor and flew towards the demon with bright flashes. Larry grinned and said that, although this bead had absorbed most of his demonic energy, he had wandered the world for many years and had learned to rely on more than just it. Such treasures should only be possessed by those who were able to realize their full potential. Throwing his hands behind his back to strike, Oliver told the demon that he was talking too much. And swinging his sword, Oliver struck at his opponent, but he put his hands in front of him, taking the blow. Oliver noted that thanks to the energy absorption bead, his strength had indeed increased. Suddenly, Adelaide's voice was heard screaming to warn the boy about some demon hand. And at that very moment, a huge purple hand emerged from Larry's chest and reached out to the guy. Adelaide ran forward and pushed the guy away, taking his place. And thanks to this, the hand passed along the girl's side and did not pierce the guy. The girl's body flew back, hitting the floor with a dull thud. The demon's hand entered back into his chest, and he noticed that the girl had the body of a jade spirit. Today was truly his lucky day. Adelaide lay on the floor in a pool of her own blood, the clothes on her side torn open, revealing a terrible wound. Oliver became furious at this sight and angrily shouted the demon's name. The bead, which was still hanging in the air, suddenly lit up with a bright flash, and the light from this bead flowed softly into the guy's body. Feeling a surge of strength and energy, Oliver, emitting incredible power, screamed loudly. He again rushed forward to attack his opponent. Oliver's strikes were even more precise and fast, and most importantly, aggressive, but the opponent still managed to dodge. Larry grinned and told the guy that he couldn't even touch him, so he should just give in and save them some time. But when Larry turned around, he didn't find Oliver, only the chaos of the battle. Realizing it was a trick, Larry quickly turned around. But the place where the wounded Adelaide had previously lain was now empty, with only a black pool of her blood. Larry reasoned that the girl could not survive with such wounds. He again took the form of a decrepit old man and, going out into the courtyard, said that he was sorry that he had not been able to obtain the body of the jade spirit, and that such a treasure was wasted. Turning to his servants, he told them to bring these two to him, whether alive or dead. He chuckled and thought that even the dead body of that girl could be useful. All that was left was to expand the territory under his control, using this village as a stronghold, and wait for the return of the Demon King. And then he would finally be able to overshadow that Sylvia and become the right hand of the Overlord. Reveling in his future triumph, Larry laughed out loud. Oliver, hiding behind a cloak that made him invisible, ran quickly through the forest. He carried Adelaide on his back, trying to keep her awake. The girl rested her head on the guy's shoulder. Her eyes were closed. Oliver exclaimed that they were almost there. Looking at the girl, the guy noticed that she had already lost consciousness, which meant things were bad. The wound needed to be treated urgently, otherwise she would lose too much blood and fall into a coma. The guy thought that during the fight with Larry, he didn't think that he could defeat him. He was on a completely different level compared to those he had faced so far. Reaching the cliff, Oliver braked sharply. Looking down, he thought that if he jumped from here, there would be a ledge below that connected to a cave. You could say this is one of the game's bugs. He thought that they should wait there, and that way he could heal Adelaide and lose the pursuit. Without further thought, Oliver pushed off the ground, jumping down. After flying a little, he landed on the very ledge that led into the cave. Without hesitation, he quickly ran into the cave, hiding from pursuit. Throwing his cloak off his shoulders, Oliver lowered the girl to the ground. He told her not to worry, it was safe here. He carefully examined the wound on the girl's side, nervously noting that a lot of blood was coming out. Looking at the girl's face, he thought that she couldn't die, because she was the main character. However, the pills can only heal shallow wounds, and such wounds in the game disappeared only after rebirth. But can she be reborn? Surely such damage can only be cured in a sect. Oliver grabbed his head, thinking that he couldn't let her die. Otherwise, the plot would simply break off. There had to be a way out. Finally, it dawned on the guy and he realized that he was the way out of this situation. Without thinking twice, Oliver cut his wrist with his fingernail, drawing blood. He lowered his hand over the girl's face, thinking that his blood should save her. Blood slowly flowed from the wound, straight into Adelaide's mouth. Oliver watched this, mentally telling her to drink and drink more. She would definitely survive. After finishing feeding the girl blood, Oliver placed 2 fingers on her neck to feel for a pulse. He noticed with a smile that Adelaide's pulse had stabilized. Everything was working out for him. But the next moment, he felt his head spinning. He thought excitedly that his aunt had apparently not lied when she had said that loss of blood could kill him. Looking at the girl's body, Oliver thought that he must have gone crazy, since he was saving a girl who, according to the plot, was supposed to kill him. Oliver wondered if Melanie had made it to his aunt and how sleepy he was. After a few hours, the crevice was quiet. Only the wind howled between the walls. Oliver was still sitting next to the unconscious Adelaide's body. Looking up, the guy noticed that it was already dark. Larry still hadn't found them, so it's good that he remembered about this ledge. Looking again at Adelaide, Oliver called out to her, asking her if she could hear him. But the girl did not respond and continued to lie on the floor of the cave unconscious. Oliver mentally apologized for what he was about to do. The guy took off his jacket and laid it on the ground next to Adelaide's body. And then he began to take off his shirt, revealing a strong male body. Carefully lifting the girl into his arms, he transferred her from the cold stone floor onto his jacket. Oliver collected various branches that were scattered across the cave floor and broke them apart, making a fire. With a couple of quick movements, he lit a fire, and the cave was illuminated by the light of the fire. Dark circles appeared under the boy's eyes from lack of blood, and he again apologized in advance for what he was about to do. The guy's hand reached out to the girl's body, but before she touched him, Oliver flinched. Oliver inserted one of the sticks into the girl's mouth, saying that it was in case she suddenly bit her tongue, although he had no intention of doing anything of the sort. Then Oliver grabbed the collar of the girl's clothes and opened her shirt on her chest. With a couple of quick movements, Oliver tore Adelaide's dress, peeling the tattered clothing from her body. Covering the girl's lower body, Oliver began to assess her wound and noticed that at least the bleeding had stopped. He thought that if she drank some more of his blood, then the bones and flesh would most likely recover as well. Oliver sat back down by the fire, thinking again that she was the one who should kill him, but he still followed her and defended her with all his might. The guy wondered if this was really the main character's power, Oliver muttered, saying that it seemed like some things couldn't be changed and that one day she would still kill him anyway. This is the main character's ability to make useless NPCs like him follow her unconsciously and get closer to her, even though you don't want to believe it. The guy got to his feet, saying that he needed to look around the area in case he found something edible. But then he again felt a strong dizziness, which made it difficult to walk. But still, he slowly walked forward, holding onto the wall with one hand. Stepping out onto the ledge, Oliver looked down and was surprised to notice how high he was. Scratching his head, the guy said that he was unlikely to rise back in his condition, although he had found the perfect shelter. But now there was a non-illusory chance of dying of hunger. He looked into the cave at Adelaide and thought that if he left her, he would survive. After some time, morning came, the sun was shining brightly, illuminating the mountain peaks. Oliver cut his wrist again to remind the girl of his blood. This gesture made the guy feel even more sick, and the dark circles under his eyes became even brighter. Looking at Adelaide, Oliver noticed that she looked better after the night, and the wound on her waist had almost healed. He sat down heavily on the ground, leaning his back against the wall of the cave. Clutching his head, he muttered that his head was spinning badly. He remembered his aunt's words again that loss of blood could kill him, and the boy wondered if he would really die like that. Feeling unwell, Oliver asked why Melanie hadn't returned yet, whether something had happened to her, and her master was dying here. Suddenly, the guy's gaze fell on Adelaide's bare neck. Oliver opened his mouth and quietly said that just one sip of her blood and he would feel better. Coming to his senses, Oliver covered his mouth with his hands and thought that things were bad. As soon as his head started spinning, it became more difficult for him to control himself. In his condition, being near the owner of the jade spirit body was clearly not the best choice. The guy thought that he just needed to get some fresh air to calm down. Leaning against the wall again, Oliver trudged towards the exit, his head spinning and his legs barely able to support him. After taking a few steps, Oliver gave up and fell tiredly onto the floor, deciding that it would be better for him to just sleep. Another day passed. Oliver again lit a fire closer to night. Finally, Adelaide slowly came to her senses and felt severe pain. She slowly opened her eyes and looked around, not understanding where she was. The girl moved awkwardly and opened her wound again. Feeling the pain from the wound, the girl slowly rose to sit up. Oliver, barely holding on to consciousness, noticed that the girl had woken up and a white tail was visible behind his back. Noticing Oliver's condition, Adelaide called out to him worriedly. The guy's body was shaking, but he told the girl not to worry about him. He would not let her die because the main character must live. Reaching forward, Adelaide also fell flat on the floor and began to cough. Oliver cut his wrist again, letting out his blood. He slowly crawled closer to the girl and extended his hand to her, telling her to drink and that it would make her feel better. Without thinking twice, Adelaide leaned down and ran her tongue over the guy's skin. Pulling back, she noticed that it was so warm and sweet. What was it? Oliver began to feel even more sick, and he said that he would not let her die, and he himself thought that he was talking nonsense, but immediately forgot what he had said. Adelaide raised her head and asked Oliver if he was a dog. Feeling a little irritated, Oliver said nothing, and his ears became dog-like. Smiling, the guy said that she herself understood that he was not her dog, and even in such a situation she was joking. But he himself was thinking that he had no control over himself at all. Adelaide lay down on the floor again, thanking the guy. Oliver also sank down on the floor next to her, and they both passed out. Meanwhile, Melanie reached the floating flower pavilion. The girl screamed that she needed to see the mistress and it was urgent. The maid standing at the entrance quietly asked what business she had come for. Melanie cried out for her to just say it had to do with Oliver. Having opened the door, the maid replied that then she needed to follow her. The lady ordered to report everything connected with the young master. The maid took Melanie to the door of the woman's chambers and informed her mistress of who had come to see her. Having received permission to enter, Melanie rushed inside. She fell on her knees and begged the woman to help her, because the young master was in danger. Getting up from the sofa, Oliver's aunt asked what had happened. Melanie replied that her master and Adelaide had gone on a mission but had been ambushed, and he had immediately realized that the situation was hopeless, so he had sent her to her. The woman frowned and asked the girl what level this task was. Melanie answered hesitantly that it was a star-level task. Hearing this, the woman cried out in irritation, asking how he even thought of taking on a task of such a level. She held up 2 fingers in front of her, and a blue flash appeared in front of her. The light formed into an image. The woman contacted Lauren, who shyly asked if she had finally decided to talk to her. The demoness's body shook with anger and she bit her lip. But, unable to bear it, she yelled at Lauren, telling her that it wasn't the students who took the star-level task. How dare she even call herself a mentor after that? She exclaimed that even her nephew's spiritual pet had come to ask for help. Lauren asked again in surprise about the star-level task. The demoness continued to press and reproachfully asked the woman if she really didn't even know what they had taken for the back ones. She exclaimed that she was personally going to look for her nephew, and she could do whatever she wanted. The woman waved her hand, shattering the image of Lauren, and she called out to Melanie, and then she ordered her with all seriousness to lead her. Night fell. Adelaide woke up again and hoarsely asked for water. Oliver woke up with a start and asked the girl what she said. Turning over onto her back, Adelaide still asked weakly and quietly for water. Suddenly, the couple noticed that he had a white tail and ears. Gathering his last strength, Oliver concentrated and returned his body to its previous appearance. Adelaide called the guy again, saying that she was so thirsty. The guy asked her if she was awake yet. Then, in the middle of the silence of the cave, Oliver's stomach rumbled. Sitting down on the floor, Adelaide noticed that the guy seemed hungry, and she said that he didn't look very well. Thinking that the girl was so beautiful, Oliver put his hand on her forehead. Removing his hand, he smiled and said that, fortunately, she did not have a fever. Oliver stood up and said that he would go get some water. There was a small spring in this little cave, so they were lucky. The guy stood up abruptly, and the lack of blood made him feel even more dizzy. But Oliver still went forward, leaning against the wall of the cave, and told Adelaide to wait for him here. Smiling, the girl sat closer to the fire and thought about how warm it was here. She touched her side with her hand and felt that everything was fine with it. Looking down, she noticed that the wound had already completely healed, but the girl could not understand why this happened. After some time, Oliver returned to the cave with a bowl filled with water in his hands. Laughing, the guy repeated that it was good that they had water nearby. Otherwise, they would have died. Oliver bent down to hand the bowl to Adelaide, but she stopped him. Frowning, the girl got the guy to drink and tell her that he had cured her. Oliver replied that even if he answered that it was not he who cured her, she still would not believe him. The girl agreed to this, and then the guy held out his wrist to her, showing the wound on it, and he said that she drank his blood. Oliver said he knew he couldn't hide it. Carefully taking the girl by the shoulders, he sat her closer to the wall, so that it would be more comfortable, because she needed 2 more days of rest to fully recover. Sitting down next to her, Oliver said that he was a little tired, and perhaps he would not be able to look after her so well anymore. Adelaide looked down tensely and said nothing. Oliver decided to break the silence, saying that he felt a bit awkward about it, and then asked if she had any questions. He would answer them all. Avoiding the guy's gaze, Adelaide asked him if he was that dog. Turning away from the girl, Oliver replied that it was true. He was of the demon race. He said that he knew that she hated magicians and people like him, but she didn't have to worry because she wouldn't have to kill him, because he would die soon. Hearing this, Adelaide covered the guy's hand with her own. Looking at the girl, The guy said that he did it of his own free will. There was a voice in his head that said that he had to protect her, not let her die. By the time he realized what had happened, he had already lost a lot of blood. Closing his eyes and leaning back, the boy said that his aunt said that he had a special body, and even a small loss of blood could affect his health, so he felt that he would die soon. However, he is glad that she survived, because the heroine who stands guard over the order should not die. And he is only a secondary character created to help, and his death will not change anything. Tears ran down Adelaide's cheeks and she said that she didn't understand. Touching the girl's cheek, Oliver asked her if she was crying because of him. Covering the boy's hand with her own, Adelaide replied that she didn't want him to die. She leaned closer to the guy and pressed her lips to his. Oliver, kissing the girl, thought that kissing the main character before death is the most an NPC can dream of. Maybe he came to this world to fulfill this wish? Finally, breathing heavily, the young people pulled away from each other. Placing her hand on the boy's cheek, Adelaide asked him if he knew that she had the body of a jade spirit. Oliver blushed and muttered that he knew. Looking away, the girl said that if you lie with such a person, you can be cured. Taking the girl by the shoulders, Oliver pushed her away from himself and said that he had not saved her for this. The girl replied that she knew it. She began to pull off the rest of her clothes, saying that he had risked his life for her. Throwing the clothes aside, the girl said that she just wanted to repay him in kind. Taking off the rest of her dress, she told the guy that his body was also special. She said that if they became partners in the Tao, it would be beneficial for both of them. As Oliver stared at her, Adelaide blushed even more and said that, besides, she could not let him die. She hugged the guy and said that he had been deceiving her for so long, and she could only punish him if he survived. Leaning towards his ear, she quietly asked Oliver why he wasn't doing anything. Oliver raised his shaking hand. Adelaide asked him if he didn't know how to become a partner in the Tao. The girl laid the guy on his back on the stone floor. Oliver replied that he didn't know. Adelaide leaned forward again, replying that she didn't know either. Looming over the guy, she told him with a red face that they would think of something. Adelaide closed her eyes and lowered her body. Shuddering at the sensation, she threw back her head and exclaimed that she would not let him die. It was morning again, and Adelaide was lying next to Oliver. Finally waking up, she sat up and called out to Oliver, who was still not awake. She reached out and touched his wrist to feel his pulse. Adelaide noticed that the guy's pulse was very weak. There was a clear lack of blood and yang energy. The girl exclaimed, asking why this happened, because after that night he should have felt better. Suddenly, Melanie flew into the cave in the form of a fox spirit and called out to her master, turning into a human. She landed on the floor and asked Adelaide what happened to the master. Leaning closer, she asked why he looked so weak. Lauren and Oliver's aunt arrived after Melanie. The aunt immediately called her nephew, but he did not respond. Adelaide helplessly asked Lauren if there was nothing she could do to save him. Taking the girl by the shoulders, the woman pulled her to her feet and told her not to worry and to let her have a look. Melanie asked Oliver's aunt if everything would be all right with her master. Tears welled up in her eyes and she said she could feel him getting weaker with each passing second. The demoness's gaze fell on Adelaide. She took her by the wrist and pulled her towards herself, while the girl did not understand what was happening. The woman ran 2 fingers over the girl's hand, which glowed red. This action caused the dog clan pattern to appear on the girl's skin. The woman, frowning, said that her nephew was so attached to her that he was ready to sacrifice himself to save her. She asked if they owed her anything. Lauren and Adelaide looked away guiltily, without answering. Breaking the awkward silence, Lauren said that they needed to save him first. The demoness said that she would take care of his treatment herself, and they should go and kill this creature. After some time, Lauren reached the entrance to the village where everything happened. She noted with a grin that the demons had become smarter. With a wave of her hand, she tore apart the magical curtain that hung over the entire village. Larry's subordinate, kneeling, said that they had searched the entire area but had not found the 2 fugitives. The man raised his head and asked if they should continue searching. Larry, in the guise of an old man, replied that the girl was seriously injured so she would not last long. Turning around, he said that the guy was quite strong, so he most likely carried her somewhere. But Larry still said that nothing could be done, and then he said that he even felt sorry. Sitting on a chair, he said that the dead body of a jade spirit contains only 1/10 of the energy of a living one. But suddenly a loud explosion was heard somewhere at the entrance. Larry's subordinates ran around the mansion screaming that they were under attack. Meanwhile, Larry's disguise began to fade, revealing his true identity. Larry was clearly surprised by this turn of events. He did not expect that his disguise would not work. Frowning, he noticed that this was clearly no ordinary opponent. The other demons also lost their disguises and lined up in ranks, ready to fight. Lauren's figure appears from the smoke of the explosion. Larry immediately recognized the woman, stood up and asked her if it was her. Lauren, frowning, said that her student was seriously injured and almost died. The woman said defiantly and harshly that she had come here to take revenge. A chill ran down Larry's spine, and he thought that the first swordsman of the Heavenly Kingdom had come to kill him with her own hands. Before the demon could react, Lauren had already moved forward, cutting the demons in her path into small pieces. Moving closer, she grabbed Larry by the neck, squeezing it tightly. Without any effort, she lifted the demon's body off the ground, causing it to make a dull sound and grab her hand. Looking at the demon with her sharp gaze, Lauren noticed that she knew him. He was from Winston's retinue. Larry said that although she had managed to catch him off guard today, next time would be different. He wanted to say something else, but before he could, a sword was thrust into his head. Lauren asked the already dead Larry if he really thought anyone wanted to listen to his chatter. She nonchalantly tossed the demon's body aside, saying that she hoped Oliver was okay. She looked up sadly, muttering that if he died, Millie would never forgive her. Oliver's Aunt Millie touched her nephew's forehead with her finger. From this touch, Oliver took on the form of a white dog. Taking her nephew in her arms, Millie turned to Adelaide and said that she had now seen with her own eyes that Oliver was a representative of the demon race. She asked, "Can demons and humans be together?" Adding that she had to find the answer to that question herself. And then the woman told Adelaide to ask her mentor to extend Oliver's leave. She would take him for treatment. Melanie asked if he would be okay. Millie closed her eyes, exhaled, and replied that nothing was known yet. But it was time for them to go. Melanie agreed with the woman and raised her hand up with 2 fingers raised, using her ability to move them. White flashes of light danced around Millie. Finally, Melanie, Millie, and Oliver disappeared from the cave, leaving Adelaide alone on her knees. Several days had passed. It was night outside, but the light was always on in the windows of the floating flower pavilion. Melanie, sitting next to her master, removed the towel from his forehead to change it. Turning to Millie, she noted sadly that 5 days had already passed. Meanwhile, the gentleman still hadn't come to his senses. Millie exclaimed that it was his own fault. If they hadn't arrived in time, he would have died altogether, she warned him. But he ignored all her words. Melanie noted with concern that now Adelaide knows that Oliver belongs to the demon race. And who knows what will happen to him when he decides to return to the Heavenly Kingdom. Millie closed her eyes, shook her head, and told her not to worry. Adelaide wouldn't do anything to him. She said that they say that foxes are natural seductresses and are very good at understanding human relationships. But it seems she doesn't understand anything yet. Melanie looked questioningly at the woman, but she only turned away and told her to call her when Oliver woke up. And in the meantime, she would go and take care of business in the pavilion. Adelaide, meanwhile, sat with Lauren, meditating while incense burned nearby. Lauren ran a stick with a ball on the end along her side and said that she wasn't going to question her because she was a smart girl, and if she made such a decision, it meant she thought it through well. But she noticed that society would not accept a union between a human and a demon, and so she had to be prepared for it. Without looking the woman in the eye, Adelaide replied that she understood everything. Scratching the back of her head, the girl said that she would take responsibility for him. In response, Lauren only laughed quietly, covering her mouth with her hand. Adelaide asked her why she was laughing. Did she not believe her? Smiling softly, Lauren looked at the girl and said that she had once said the same words to her wife. The woman looked away bitterly and quietly said that, unfortunately, she had let her down. Looking back at Adelaide, she saw that it was too late to fix anything. "But you're stronger than she was when she was young, so she can handle it," Lauren said. Alexander, sitting in his chambers, noticed that Lauren and Adelaide had returned, but Oliver was not with them. What happened to him? Beatrice asked if it was possible that he had died. She said that if this was really the case, then she would not be able to obtain his blood, and then all efforts would be in vain. Alexander said that the death of the disciples of the Heavenly Kingdom on missions is announced to the entire sect. But Adelaide has been back for several days now, and there is no news. After thinking about it, the guy said that perhaps there was something more hidden here. He frowned, closed his eyes, and said that besides, a few days ago Lauren left the sect in a hurry. Most likely Adelaide was in danger. He tried to find out about this in the task pavilion, but they refused to tell him anything. This was probably Lauren's order. The guy told the girl to come back. He needed to rest. Beatrice bowed her head and said that she would go then. In silence, the girl headed towards the exit door and already opened it. But then suddenly Alexander's hands fell on her waist. Pulling her close, he said that he had one more thing he wanted to talk to her about. He said that he had been keeping his distance from her lately to avoid suspicion. Adelaide and Oliver were just steps to their happy future together. Feeling the guy's breath on her neck, Beatrice smiled and blushed. She replied that she understood everything. Finally, Alexander let her go, and the girl stepped over the threshold. Turning around, she told him that she would always be there when he needed her. Beatrice smiled radiantly and wished him good night. Smiling tenderly in response, Alexander also wished her good night. After some time, Alexander opened the doors of his chambers to leave them. Stepping out the door, he quickly scanned the entire area to make sure no one was following him. Having made sure that there was no one nearby, he left his chambers and walked away somewhere. And at that time, someone was sitting on a tree branch. Looking at the guy's retreating figure, Lauren noticed that he was secretly meeting with a student in the middle of the night. She smiled and said that he was also acting so suspiciously. Something was really wrong with him. Raising her hand, she summoned a small paper man. Sending the figurine of a man flying after Alexander, she said that caution never hurt. Succumbing to the influence of the wind, the paper man flew up to the unsuspecting Alexander. With a soft, dull sound, it attached itself securely to his clothing. And then the little man began to dissolve. Lauren said she hoped her older sister was okay and not being taken into custody. Having reached the door of someone's chambers, Alexander, still looking around, knocked on the door. The boy told His Excellency that it was he, to which he received permission to enter. Entering inside, Alexander approached the woman who was sitting on a chair and knelt down in front of her. Elder sister Lauren, the head of the heavenly kingdom, sitting on a chair and holding a cup of tea in her hands, asked the guy what brought him out at such a late hour. Turning to his master, Alexander raised his head and said that he wanted to ask something. The woman asked him if he wanted to know where Oliver was now. Staring at the floor, Alexander replied that everything was so. The woman said that she was gradually beginning to understand why people loved the art of tea so much, because every time she made tea, it seemed that she entered a state of complete harmony. There is no place for struggle and rivalry in it. All worldly feelings and desires disappear. From the choice of tea leaves to the temperature of the water. Absolutely everything. Every movement is carefully thought out and unique. She noticed that people are really amazing creatures. They have so many interesting things. Alexander, not understanding what the woman was getting at, just silently looked at the floor. Someone in the woman's body noticed that she was carried away by something, and all apparently because he took possession of this human body, then involuntarily succumbed to its influence. Closing his eyes, he said, "As for Oliver, he took on a high-level mission similar to the one Adelaide did, and then he was injured by my subordinates." Alexander raised his head and asked if he had really been killed since he never returned. The woman replied that everything was just the opposite. One of his subordinates even died at the hands of Lauren. Rising from his seat, the demon in the woman's body said that he thought Oliver simply had other things to do. Coming closer to the guy, she touched his back, right in the place where the paperman was. Having taken it off, the demon said that next time the guy needs to be more careful, he shouldn't come to him for such trifles. Not expecting that there was something on it, Alexander asked what it was. The demon replied that someone had used the shadow paper technique on him to eavesdrop on their conversation. Most likely it was Lauren. She had suspected him before. Alexander, still kneeling, asked if she had really heard everything they had just discussed. The demon told him that she only heard what he wanted, so he need not worry. With a sly grin, Alexander asked him if he should kill her. He only replied that her death was only a matter of time, but he still did not have full control over this body, and the guy also needed time to become stronger, and therefore he needed to be patient. Lauren, sitting on a tree branch and feeling that her little man had been destroyed, said that the woman was more cautious than she expected. However, she still has no evidence that the sect leader is the Demon King. The woman jumped from the branch and landed quietly on the ground. Raising her sharp gaze, she said that then she would find another way. Finally, morning came, and the sun shone brightly over the floating flower pavilion. Bringing the spoon to Oliver's mouth, who had already woken up, Melanie told him to never do that again. She said he had no idea how long he had been unconscious. Oliver asked the girl if she knew how many times she had repeated this phrase since he woke up. Melanie got angry and shouted that she would repeat it 1,000,000 times. She didn't mind. She exclaimed that she was so worried about him that she could neither eat nor sleep. Every day she looked after him, afraid that he would suddenly stop breathing. Oliver noted that if he died, she would no longer have to be his spiritual pet and would be free. Melanie put the cup of medicine on the table and told him never to say that again. Turning around, she walked away, saying that if he didn't appreciate her kindness, then he should drink his own medicine. When she met Millie, she told her that she was leaving. Watching Melanie leave, Millie asked her nephew if he had upset her in any way. Oliver scratched the back of his head awkwardly, smiled, and replied that, apparently, that was what happened. The woman said that Melanie was very devoted to him, so he shouldn't upset her. Millie informed Oliver that his sister was coming to visit him. The boy looked at his aunt with a face full of bewilderment. Looking away, he thought that he had a sister. Nothing was said about it in the game. Millie asked him, puzzled, why he was so surprised. Oliver didn't answer this, but only asked why his sister was coming. Holding her head and frowning, Millie replied that he had almost died after all, and she had of course notified the family. His father had a lot of things to do, so he had sent Charlie to check on him. Oliver eagerly picked out his sister's name from the conversation, and the woman said that she was already downstairs. She felt a presence. The girl with red hair turned to the maid and said that she was looking for her aunt, to which she politely replied that she should follow her, immediately recognizing her mistress. The girl said that now she understands why her aunt doesn't come back home, and it's because there are so many beauties here. If she had no choice, she would have stayed here too. But now, she has to look at her father's sour expression all the time, so she doesn't even remember when she ate normally. Having brought the girl to the room, the maid opened the door, letting the mistress inside. Seeing Millie, Charlie asked her where her brother was. Instead of greeting her, Millie remarked with a warm smile that she was still as restless as ever. Millie opened the curtain that hung in the passage and told the girl to come in. When the girl entered, Oliver immediately recognized her. His face turned much whiter, and he quietly asked why it was her. Charlie rushed to her brother, examining his face, and said that she needed to take a good look at him. Her brother's face had to be flawless. As it turns out, Oliver knew her, because Adelaide had once faced the dungeon's toughest boss, Charlie. She was the one players least wanted to see in the weekly quests. Looking at the girl with surprise, the guy thought that he never expected that she would turn out to be his sister. Previously, when participating in raids, all he did was communicate in voice chat, completely ignoring the plot. But then everything falls into place because she has a blood feud with Adelaide because of the murder of her brother. Smiling, Oliver assured his sister that he was okay. Charlie put her hands on her hips and said irritably that she was told that he had given his blood to a man, and she asked him if he had really lost his mind. Oliver replied that they were in a difficult situation. If he had not saved her, she would have died. Charlie replied that she didn't care about it. After all, it was just a human. If someone from their tribe was on the verge of death, people certainly wouldn't help them. Millie intervened in the conversation, grabbing Charlie by the ear. She told her not to dare talk like that about her future daughter-in-law. Hearing about her future daughter-in-law, Charlie asked her brother if he really went to the Heavenly Kingdom for his wife. Oliver replied that he only wanted to improve himself, but he was thinking that the character in the story was actually looking for a wife. Charlie came closer to the guy and exclaimed that she would not let him marry. They say that daughters-in-law treat their husbands' younger sisters badly, and she does not want that. Confused, Oliver asked her where she got it from. The girl replied that this is how they write in human novels. Putting his hand on his sister's shoulder, Oliver began to calm her down, saying that this was being done to attract readers and that it was fiction. To which the girl replied that even if this was true, she would not back down. She confidently declared that if such a day came, she would kill her daughter-in-law with her own hands. And then she told her brother that her father asked her to find out when he would return home. Oliver replied that he had one more mission to complete in the Heavenly Kingdom, and as soon as he finished all his business, he would immediately go home. Charlie said again in an irritated tone that she had told him not to go to the human cultivator's abode. They always had such strange rules. Millie said that this stubborn girl just can't get rid of her hatred for people. Turning to her aunt, the girl said that Lauren had wiped her feet on her, but even without that, she hated them anyway. Turning again to her brother, she exclaimed that he knew that she never joked, and therefore if this human daughter-in-law hurt him, she could not hope for mercy. But if she truly loves him and cares for him, she will cast aside her prejudice against people and reconsider her attitude towards them. Oliver thanked the girl, thinking that he did not expect that his sister would love the hero so much, but her words evoke warm feelings. Perhaps this is what is called a blood connection. 3 days later, Oliver and Melanie finally got ready to leave the floating flower pavilion. Standing on the boat, Oliver folded his hands in a polite gesture, saying goodbye to his aunt, and he told her that he was returning to the Heavenly Kingdom. Millie, who saw him off, wished him luck. Charlie, who was also seeing him off, asked him why he was in such a hurry. In response to this, Millie hit the girl on the head and told her not to detain her brother. The boat pulled away from the dock, Charlie waved, and Oliver said he would miss her. Turning to his aunt, Charlie told her that he was coming home. Millie replied that she hoped that was true, as things were not going well now, and she shouldn't wander around just anywhere. The girl replied that she knew this, so she would take a walk around the market and return immediately. Still distrustful, the woman asked him if she was lying to her, to which she said no. And then the girl quickly ran away, hastily saying goodbye to her aunt. Millie sighed and noted that the girl always did everything her own way, but she could manage without her. Charlie, however, was thinking that she would definitely not return home because her brother had suffered only because she was not there. Entering one of the shops, she took out some kind of ball and placed it on the counter. Turning to the owner, she said that she wanted to buy something. The owner noticed that in front of him stood a pearl of night color, a truly priceless thing, and he asked the girl what she needed. The girl replied that she needed a pass to the heavenly kingdom. In an apologetic tone, the owner said that, unfortunately, it was not available. Charlie said irritably that his shop had everything, so there was no point in wasting his time. The owner looked away and said that he really didn't have one. And where could he get something like that? Suddenly, in a quiet tone, Charlie asked him if he knew who she was. And then she said loudly that her name was Charlie. Hearing this name, the owner began frantically rummaging through his things, telling the girl to wait a second. Finally, with shaking hands, he handed her the pass. With a happy smile, Charlie snatched the pass and turned towards the exit. The owner sank down onto the counter in relief and muttered that the demon princess herself had come to see him. After some time, Oliver returned to the heavenly kingdom and began his studies. Putting her hand on the guy's chest, Lauren noticed that he worked out quite a lot. The guy asked her what she wanted to teach him today. Lauren, saying she needed to check something first, raised her hand to the guy's face. She poked his forehead with her finger, and the skin beneath her finger glowed brightly. Removing her hand, the woman noticed that he didn't even need her help to transform the water root into a fire root. She smiled, and noticed that it seemed like Adelaide had resolved this issue during their dual cultivation. The guy blushed at these words and said nothing. Lauren told him that there was nothing to be embarrassed about, because it was natural for people. Beaming, she asked him if she should invite Adelaide to train together, as the two of them would progress faster. Oliver put his hands out in front of him and replied that it wasn't worth it. She already had a lot to do. And then he thought sadly that he had not seen Adelaide since he returned. But suddenly Adelaide's voice was heard nearby, calling the master. Sitting down on a rock, Lauren told Oliver that Adelaide would teach him for now. She said that she would watch from the sidelines and if help was needed, she would tell me. Adelaide asked the boy if he had fully recovered, to which he replied that he was now fine. Looking away, he stammered that she shouldn't force herself to teach him. Then he simply couldn't do otherwise. Frowning, Adelaide asked the boy if he meant that he was a demon and should stay away from him. Oliver replied that it was possible to say so, because she hated demons and magicians, and he also hid it, and she does not like being deceived. Smiling softly, the girl told the boy that she didn't hate him. Holding the sword in her hands, she said that he still needed a good blade, and the winner of the Heavenly Kingdom tournament would receive the Sunflame Dragon Sword. She said that now their next goal is to win this sword. Oliver thought about the fact that during the break in the tournament, Adelaide killed his character. But now their relationship has changed. Will she kill him now? Noticing that the guy was deep in thought, Adelaide called him, but he did not respond. Oliver continued to reason, thinking that he didn't owe her anything, and even on the contrary, he saved her life several times. But after the fourth task, it was better for them not to cross paths. Her aura of the main character was too dazzling. Suddenly, he noticed that Adelaide held out her sword to him. Still not understanding what was happening, Oliver took the sword. The girl said that the Sunflame Dragon was extremely capricious, but since he and the Moonshine were twin swords, if he strengthened the connection with one, the likelihood of taming the other would increase. Oliver looked at the sword suspiciously, noticing that he had felt the sword's power before. However, now he feels nothing at all. Adelaide said that he wanted to protect her then. That's why he listened. But now that she is safe, he no longer accepts him. Oliver stared at the sword and frowned, thinking what a snob he was. Adelaide continued, saying that if he could unlock the power of the moon's glow, then the sun flame of the dragon would also obey him. Oliver asked how he could tame the sword, whether he needed to hit it a couple of times. But suddenly Adelaide reached out and took the guy's hand. She smiled and said that she would help with that. And suddenly a blue flame appeared around them, consuming them. Lauren watched as Adelaide and Oliver dissolved into the blue flames. Stretching and yawning, she said that now she seemed able to get some sleep. Meanwhile, Oliver found himself in some desert, and he immediately wondered where he was. He looked up at the sky and covered his eyes with his hand, noticing how bright it was. Suddenly, he noticed a blue light next to him, but he didn't notice Adelaide. But then the light answered with Adelaide's voice, saying that it was she. Oliver thought that when you are alone for a long time, even fire seems beautiful. Adelaide told the boy that she had merged with the moonlight. Unfortunately, she will not be able to fully manifest herself in this space, so he will have to go through the test himself. Looking around, Oliver replied that he understood everything, but he had a question about what exactly he needed to do, what the test was. Smiling, Adelaide replied that she didn't know. When she took the test, everything was different. Now she can only be next to him and nothing more. But suddenly she spoke again. Oliver asked her if she remembered anything. The girl replied that there was a legend about twin swords, and she thought that knowing this legend could help in passing the test. Once upon a time, Moonlight and Solar Flame were lovers. Sun Flame was the greatest blacksmith of antiquity, and Moon Radiance was his wife and also an excellent blacksmith. The human emperor of that time turned to the Solar Flame to create a divine sword to fight the demons. Being human, he readily accepted this task. But all attempts to create such a sword were doomed to failure. After many failures, the Moonlight suggested sacrificing a human to create the perfect divine weapon. Finally, during one of the attempts, the Moonlight jumped into the furnace, and the next moment the Solar Flame followed it, and thus the divine swords were created. Adelaide said she hoped this story would help him. Oliver looked around again and suddenly noticed something on the horizon. Oliver asked Adelaide if the wall had been there before. The girl replied that she wasn't there, to which the guy, warming up, replied that that's exactly where they needed to go. Finally, he got up and ran without wasting a second. The sun sank closer and closer to the horizon, and Oliver continued to run through the desert. Night fell, the moon came out, and Oliver still had not reached the wall. Frowning, he asked why it seemed to him that the distance to the wall was not decreasing, even though he was running forward, and it was still moving away. And this was not an optical illusion. The next day, Oliver again did not reach the wall. He began to think that they would never reach it. Sitting down on the sand, he said he needed to think. The guy reasoned that, apparently, the goal was not to reach the wall. Standing up again, he asked what the Moonlight wanted to say by this. The guy thought that this might somehow be connected to history. Oliver fell on the sand, noticing that there were no clues, no monsters. What to do then? Looking at the sky, he noticed that he was very thirsty. But suddenly, having said this, he realized something and quickly sat up. Turning to Adelaide, he asked her if they could stop the test at any time. She replied that everything was correct, to which the guy told her that he understood everything. He exclaimed that the Moonlight wanted to test his resolve, namely how long he could hold out in this desert without water. Moreover, she wants him to keep moving towards the wall and not stop. He stood up again and stretched, saying that such a test was more difficult than fighting monsters. It's hard to even imagine what would satisfy the Moonlight, since she herself decided to sacrifice herself for the sake of creating the sword. The guy moved forward again, thinking that he himself was interested in this, as far as his strength was concerned. Even if it is not for the sake of the sword, then let it be a test for himself. Moonlight, sitting on the throne, grinned and noted that the guy's head was working, and they would see if he was worthy of Adelaide. After a while, Oliver, already completely exhausted, crawled along the sand, asking for water. He carried his body heavily, saying how thirsty he was. Adelaide worriedly told him that there was no need to strain himself so much. If it doesn't work now, they can try another time. Oliver replied that it was better to continue than to go through this test and endure this torment again. Adelaide exclaimed that 3 days without water in the desert was too much. The boy replied that he thought that if he gave up now, the Moonlight would no longer accept him, to which the girl replied that the Moonlight was deliberately tormenting him, since this had not happened when she had passed the test. Suddenly, a female figure appeared next to them. Adelaide noticed with surprise that it was Moonlight. Moonshine poked Adelaide's cheek, telling her that she cared about her. She exclaimed that due to a desperate situation, she had to become this boy's partner, and he only benefited from it. She told Adelaide that she had a special jade spirit body, and training with her was a real treasure for any practitioner. Adelaide said that if he hadn't saved her then, she would already be dead. She is indebted to him, and it was she who benefited from this, not him. Oliver, looking at the Moonlight, frowned and thought that when he tamed her, she would pay for it. Looking at the guy, Moonlight said that she thought this guy could last a couple more days. The boy's face twisted in horror as he thought about 2 more days of this torture. He fell exhausted onto the sand and his spirit left his body. Adelaide noted with concern that the Moonlight had scared him to death, so she might as well end this test and accept it. Moonlight, without a shadow of guilt on her face, asked if he had already died. Frowning, she exclaimed that Adelaide had never loved anyone so much, so she would accept him. The embarrassed girl exclaimed that she did not love him at all, but was simply worried about his life. Moonlight brought her hands to Adelaide, soothingly saying that she didn't love him. She could deceive herself as much as she wanted. Smiling, she told her not to worry. If he won the tournament of the Heavenly Kingdom, she would definitely make the Solar Flame choose him as its master. Looking at the guy, Moonlight frowned again and told the guy that he was lucky today, but he shouldn't even think about offending Adelaide, otherwise he'll end up with extra holes in his body. Then she exclaimed that if he cheated on her, she would file away his entire jade core, causing the guy to shudder. Smiling, the moonlight asked him if he was afraid, and then she said that he was doing the right thing. Finally, a bright light shone in the bamboo forest again. Lying face down on the ground, Oliver found himself on green grass. Lauren noticed that they were finally back. Having noticed the guy, she asked him why he looked like that, while Oliver asked the teacher for water. After this, Lauren, Adelaide, and Oliver returned back to the cult. The boy lowered his head into the well to quench his incredible thirst. Adelaide patted the boy on the back and told him not to rush or he would choke. Alice stood around the corner with a grin and watched, thinking that there was a sensation brewing here. After emerging, Oliver told the girl that he really thought he was going to die. Adelaide handed the boy a handkerchief to wipe his wet face. She said that now that the moonlight had accepted him, all that was left for them to do was prepare for the tournament. Oliver smiled wryly, but did not contradict the girl. Suddenly, his face took on a worried expression, as he thought that he hoped that she wouldn't be angry with him after all. Humans and demons were so different. Finally, the holiday of the Heavenly Kingdom arrived, causing fireworks to sparkle in the air. People walked through the streets of the sect, laughing and talking loudly. Alice was at Oliver's room. She asked him if he would go to the square. Through the closed window, the guy replied that he was feeling unwell. Then the girl asked if she should call a doctor. Lying under the blanket, Oliver replied that there was no need to call a doctor. He just wanted to get some sleep, and she could go have some fun herself. Alice did not argue, but replied that if anything happened, he could call her if he needed anything. Hearing the girl's steps receding, the guy sat up on the bed. Melanie crawled out from under the blanket, noticing that Alice had left. Oliver said that today's celebration would certainly not pass without incident. Alexander and Beatrice said that something would happen during it, so now he would not leave his room, and they would not dare to enter here. Melanie said that Alexander's cultivation level was currently lower than her master's, so why don't they strike first? The guy replied that Alexander was somehow connected with the Demon King Winston, and he needed to understand why he was hiding in the Heavenly Kingdom. Meanwhile, Lauren told Adelaide that things weren't so simple with the head of the sect, and that she hadn't found any convincing evidence yet. The girl said that she was uneasy about something. Lauren replied that she was also uneasy. Lauren asked her student where Oliver was now, to which she replied, "This morning he said he wasn't feeling well and didn't want to go out." Then the woman asked him whether she hadn't even visited him, to which the girl replied that he said that he didn't want to see anyone today, not even her. Then Lauren suspiciously noted that it would be better if there was someone nearby. Did the guy know something? Or did he feel that he was in danger today? Then she finally said that he couldn't be left alone today, and she ordered Adelaide to go to him right now, because no one knows what might happen tonight. The girl asked the master if she wanted them to be nearby, but not to interfere. Smiling, Lauren replied that that was exactly what she wanted. There were already several tents with lights on in the sect square, and on the street in front of them there were people happily laughing and chatting. Approaching one of the tents, a couple of men bowed with cups in their hands, greeting the leader. The head, sitting at the table, lazily raised her cup, responding to this greeting. After some time, Alexander and Beatrice, who was walking behind him, also joined this celebration. They stood in front of the sect leader and also bowed, greeting her. The woman told Alexander that recently, strange behavior of spirit beasts has been increasingly noticed in the mountains, and as the senior disciple of the peak, he must not let down his guard and must conduct the ceremony properly. Alexander raised his gaze and looked at the demon king in the body of the sect leader and replied that he understood everything. Finally, Alexander and Beatrice walked away from the tent of the head of the sect. While she watched them go, she gave a disdainful smirk, mentally wishing them luck. Noticing Lauren, the sect leader turned around and noted that there was still half an hour before the ceremony began, and she asked why she was there. Smiling, Lauren replied that she had simply decided to take a good seat, and that there were always so many people around the head of the sect that if she came later, she would have to sit in the back. The woman didn't say anything to this, but simply waved her hand to the side and laughed, telling the other to look at Elder Wu. Lauren obeyed and turned around, noticing a table where drunk men were already sitting, and she said that this was a great place, right in front of the center, so they would have the best view of the performance. Covering her mouth with her hand, Lauren quietly said that the elder was going to drink too much again today, and sitting next to him was a real punishment. She had no desire at all to smell his fumes all evening. Demon King Winston, in the body of the sect leader, looked at Adelaide, noticing that she still didn't like to smile. The girl apologized to the head and said that she would try to improve, but there was still no trace of a smile on her face. Lauren chuckled and noted that she had a student who was too serious. It was even boring. Meanwhile, half an hour had already passed and the beginning of the ceremony was announced, and everyone was asked to hurry. One girl went against the crowd. She reached Oliver's chambers and knocked. Oliver, who was still sitting in the room, asked who had come. The girl answered in a familiar voice, which made the guy immediately jump up and open the doors. Having let the girl inside, the guy quickly closed the doors. Turning around, he asked the girl what she was doing here, and in such a state. Adelaide, who was unrecognizable, replied that she had come to protect him. The guy's face immediately turned purple, and an embarrassed blush also appeared on the girl's face. Melanie, who had been sitting in the same room all this time, spoke up and said that she would keep watch outside. Turning into a light haze, she emerged from the room through the locked doors. Adelaide said that she had to leave the doll in her place to accompany the master. Tonight she would stay with him, and the mentor would watch over the sect leader. There were too many people at the festival. He might run into trouble, but as long as she was around, he could rest easy. Oliver asked the girl if she really thought he didn't go to the party on purpose. She replied that he had good intuition, and therefore it was possible that he had learned something. But then she continued, saying that he didn't have to explain anything to her. She already believed him. She looked away shyly and said that they were partners in the Tao, so she would always be on his side. Oliver covered his red face with his hand, thinking that Adelaide had been so kind to him that now he felt guilty. He thanked the girl for believing him and said that she was right. They were partners, and he had to be honest with her. And so he admitted that it seemed to him that something would happen today, and so he decided to wait it out here. Beatrice has been hunting him for a long time. It seems that she suspects the value of his blood, but she has no proof that he is a demon. Besides, not long ago, demons had infiltrated the heavenly realm, and he began to suspect that she had something to do with it. Oliver mentally addressed Beatrice, saying that if she really was connected to the demons and wanted to destroy him, then she couldn't blame him if he killed her first. Raising her sword, Adelaide retorted that it was unthinkable for the disciples of the heavenly kingdom to conspire with demons. Walking through the doors again, Melanie suddenly said that Beatrice had arrived. Adelaide drew her sword, saying that the hunter is the one who hunts, so she would go and meet her. Oliver quickly stopped her and said that the fact that she was connected with demons was just his guess, so they needed proof. He handed her a pill, saying that it was a concealment pill, which would allow her to hide her presence, disappearing without a trace. The effect lasted for half an hour, during which time no one would be able to sense her. He told her that if she saw everything for herself, they would no longer be able to get out of it. Adelaide did not argue. Beatrice knocked on the door and asked Oliver if he was there. She said that today was a full moon, and the spirit beasts in the mountain seemed to be going crazy, so she came to warn him of the danger. Oliver opened the door and, smiling seductively at the girl, said that he was very pleased that she cared about him so much. He asked her if she wanted to come in, to which she asked him if she could come in. Oliver folded his arms and replied that nothing bad would happen if she drank some tea. Beatrice entered the room and the door closed, while Alexander stood in the bushes, watching this. Stroking his sword, he said that he would use a special strategy tonight, so capturing it would be easy. Oliver sat Beatrice down at the table and told her that she was becoming more beautiful every day, while Adelaide hid on the beam in the ceiling. While Oliver was pouring tea, Beatrice asked him why he was being so polite today, since he usually avoided her. Oliver replied that he thought she had something to do with Alexander, which was why he avoided her to avoid awkwardness. Looking at her flirtatiously, the guy asked not whether there was something between them. Beatrice looked away, hesitated, and replied that they were strangers to each other. In response to this, Oliver moved forward, ending up close to the girl, and he said that then he would be more open with her. Meanwhile, Adelaide gripped the scabbard of her sword so tightly in anger that her hands began to shake. Melanie, who was nearby, noticed that this act of the gentleman would cause a real storm of feelings. Beatrice happily thought that Oliver was avoiding her because of Alexander. The guy asked her if everything was okay. Beatrice didn't look away, but just smiled and touched the guy's cheek with her hand, asking him if he was serious. And suddenly, at the sight of this picture, tears began to flow from Adelaide's eyes, which surprised her. Oliver, without a second thought, quickly picked up Beatrice in his arms and lifted her up. Smiling seductively, he said that it looked like they were in for a very long and frank conversation. Blushing, Beatrice asked the guy if they were in too much of a hurry, but she was thinking that this guy hadn't changed at all, and before he had only pursued Adelaide because of her beauty, so he couldn't pass her by. Oliver asked the girl if she herself didn't want to take possession of him, and then he said that if this was all too fast for her, then they could stop. Beatrice laughed and said he was such a fool, while Oliver carried her to the bed. With a quick movement, the guy threw the girl right onto the bed. He towered over her, grabbing her wrist and pinning her to the mattress. Looking down at her, he asked her if she was happy with everything. Beatrice looked at him coquettishly, thinking that she hadn't expected him to be so assertive. What a pity that today he would perish from her charms. And then she exhaled and pink smoke flowed from her mouth and went straight to Oliver's face. The smoke began to fill the boy's lungs and his eyes began to roll back. Finally, he lost consciousness. His body went limp, and with his eyes closed, he fell onto the mattress. Turning the guy over onto his back, Beatrice said that although he was attractive, her heart had long belonged to Alexander. She ran her hand over his cheek, saying that today his life would end. But she did not want him to go to the next world with a grudge. Before she died, she would give him a night that he would remember forever. And then she threw off her outer garments, remaining in only her underwear. She began to pull the clothes off the unconscious Oliver, taking off only his outer clothing, exposing the guy's torso. She climbed on top of him and ran her fingertips over his bare skin. Meanwhile, everything around began to fill with red-black, ominous smoke. Beatrice leaned over, her face directly above the guy's face, pink smoke streaming from the guy's mouth. Suddenly, she noticed with surprise that she simply could not control herself because it was so delicious. Having absorbed a little of the guy's soul, she met him in some other space. Running up to him, she begged him not to blame her. Oliver asked the girl why he should be offended by her. Clinging to his chest, Beatrice said that his life energy was priceless, and if she gave it to Alexander, he would immediately agree to marry her. But then she felt something cold on her neck. Waking up from her dreams, the girl was surprised to notice that there was a sword at her throat. Recognizing the sword, she turned around and saw Adelaide in her true form behind her. Beatrice, not understanding anything, turned around in confusion and looked at Oliver. But suddenly Oliver opened his eyes and grinned. Beatrice drew back in fear, exclaiming that she had put him to sleep. She was absolutely sure of it. Melanie came up behind her, took the girl by the chin and said that such cheap tricks would not put her master to sleep. And she, stupid, did not even realize that she had fallen into an illusion. Adelaide, still holding out her sword, asked Beatrice what it meant that she wanted to give Oliver's life energy to Alexander. Beatrice exclaimed that she hadn't said anything like that, they had just imagined it. Adelaide replied in a harsh tone that she was not going to listen to her excuses. No matter whether she confessed or not, the outcome would be the same. Melanie asked her about who would dispute Adelaide's words, even if she had misheard. Beatrice exclaimed that this was all lynching. She begged the girl to think it over again. Even if she tried to extract Oliver's life energy, she could only be expelled from the heavenly kingdom. Melanie noted that the girl was well informed, to which she replied that she knew all the rules perfectly well. They could not do anything to her. Oliver, who was already dressed, asked the girl what the punishment was for killing a comrade, to which Melanie answered, saying that it was the destruction of the spiritual foundation and the destruction of the roots of cultivation. Leaning towards Beatrice, Oliver told her that she was trying to take away his life energy, which was the same as killing him, so Adelaide was not committing lynching at all, but ridding the heavenly kingdom of a threat. Beatrice exclaimed that he did not die in the end, he was fine. Then Oliver, frowning, asked her, "Isn't attempted murder considered a crime?" He asked Adelaide what a fair punishment would be, to which she replied that death could be avoided. But suddenly she lunged forward, hitting the girl in the chest with a palm that glowed blue, and said that death could be avoided, but not punishment. As it turned out, from this impact, one of the 3 internal cores of Beatrice crumbled into pieces. The indignant girl screamed that Adelaide had destroyed her spiritual foundation and deprived her of the opportunity to cultivate. She threatened her that she would definitely die a painful death. Adelaide didn't answer, but just looked coldly at the girl. Melanie noted with a grin that it made no difference. Death was death. They would all die someday. Beatrice screamed desperately that she would definitely complain about them all to the head. Adelaide calmly told her that she would let her go, but she would have to wait. Beatrice hissed that Alexander would definitely avenge her, to which Adelaide told her that he sent her to take Oliver's life energy. He probably has a backup plan. Shaking her head, Beatrice asked the girl why on earth she should tell anything at all. Adelaide just smiled and said that she didn't owe her anything at all. Oliver then commanded Melanie that it was her turn. Melanie waved her hand and took on the form of Beatrice. Beatrice was surprised to see that it was a demon, and then she screamed that they were brave enough to conspire with demons to frame her, and she asked them why she had taken on her form. Oliver asked her what their suspicious Alexander would think when he found out that their plan had worked, but she had not returned. Beatrice screamed loudly, begging Alexander to help her. However, no one responded to this call, and everyone in the room stood over the girl with disgust on their faces. Beatrice asked desperately what they had done. Melanie, in the guise of Beatrice, said that since she does bad things, she needs to be prepared for the worst. She burst in here without preparation and did not even notice the protective barrier. Beatrice tried to crawl away and hissed that they would all soon come to an end. Melanie asked the gentleman what he thought of her appearance, to which he replied that it was perfect. Then, Melanie headed for the door. Oliver told her to take care of herself. Turning around, Melanie smiled at the guy and told him not to worry. And then she left Oliver's chambers, entering the quiet night. Adelaide quickly blew out all the candles in the room. Alexander was standing on the roof of the neighboring house, so he quickly noticed that Beatrice had left. Looking at her, he wondered if the deed was done. Melanie, in the guise of Beatrice, suddenly ran and quickly turned the corner. Alexander, noticing this strange behavior, wondered what she was doing. He thought that she probably wanted to find a place to hide after killing a man, which was quite reasonable, and he pushed off the roof and flew forward. Smiling, he thought that he couldn't wait any longer. He needed to get Oliver's life force as soon as possible. Adelaide told Oliver that she would then return to the master, and he needed to hide Beatrice somewhere while Beatrice lay tied up on the bed. Meanwhile, the performance was in full swing on the stage near the site. The masters sat at the table drinking and eating, talking loudly and laughing. Lauren sat at the table with the head of the sect, with Adelaide sitting next to her. Suddenly, the sect leader told Lauren that she heard that her new disciple was about to get a pass to leave the mountain. Smiling, Lauren said that he was a real genius, and she asked where he was on such a beautiful evening. The head replied that he said he was feeling unwell, and so he decided to rest in the room. Lauren said that she couldn't even imagine what was wrong with him, and she told Adelaide to bring him here. Looking at her student, she noticed that her eyes flashed an unnatural pink light. Lauren told her that he had already become an inner disciple, but he still hadn't greeted the sect leader, and the rules were the same for everyone. After this, Adelaide stood up from the table, agreeing with her master. She quietly moved away from the table to fetch Oliver, while the head watched her go. The woman asked Lauren if Adelaide had anyone in mind. Lauren responded by saying only that girls grow up and can't be held back. And then she asked the woman if she had anyone suitable, to which she said that she could not decide anything for her. After all, she was her student. Lauren smiled and said that if there was someone, they were very lucky, because becoming her partner would help them progress much faster. The chief's eyes flashed an ominous blue light as she said that this was truly a stroke of luck. Alexander, meanwhile, was still running after Beatrice, who had already reached the forest. Frowning, he asked where she was going. Melanie turned to look at the guy as he wondered how she could be faster than him. Finally, a cliff appeared ahead. Thinking that this was what she needed, Melanie stopped right before the extreme cliff. Alexander, landing after her, shouted, saying that they had agreed to meet somewhere else. Beatrice asked the guy why he hadn't told her before that Oliver's essence was so good. Coming closer, Alexander said that they had an agreement that he would give her the essence and she would become his woman. Beatrice replied that she no longer needed such a man once she received such an essence. These words angered the guy, and he asked not what she was saying. Melanie, in the guise of Beatrice instead of answering, pushed off the ground towards the cliff. She said goodbye to Alexander in a gentle voice, and he angrily asked her, "What is she doing?" But the girl's body was already flying at high speed towards the cliff. She shouted for him to catch her if he could. Gritting his teeth, Alexander said that this stupid woman, without completing all the missions to obtain a pass, would not be able to leave the sect. He said that since she had taken away from him such an opportunity to rise, then when he caught her, he would make her experience all the torments of hell. Oliver, meanwhile, closed the doors of the chambers and secured the lock on them. Running up to him, Adelaide grabbed his hand and told him to follow her. She pulled him along with her. Oliver asked the girl if she was real, to which she replied that they had already swapped. Oliver told the girl that he wanted to take Beatrice away from here, but he couldn't because she didn't have a pass. So he left her with the mentor for a while, to which the girl replied that it was safe there for now, and the master would help them figure everything out after the banquet. Smiling, she told him that she originally wanted him to take advantage of this situation to fake his death and escape, but then realized that if he showed up at the banquet, they would be able to find out Alexander and the leader's true intentions. Suddenly, a bright pink light shone in front of them, causing them to stop. Melanie appeared in front of them in her current form and said that she was finished. Adelaide asked her how it went, to which she replied that there was no need to worry. Alexander had already taken the bait. He had seen her jump off the cliff and was now furiously looking for Beatrice to get even with her. Adelaide told her to stay with her mentor for now and watch Beatrice while they went to the banquet to meet Alexander. Alexander returned to the chief and said that he had already completed the patrol and everything was calm. He sat back down at the table, thinking that Beatrice had already absorbed Oliver's essence, so the guy should have died by now and let someone else find his body. But suddenly Adelaide arrived and Oliver came with her, which shocked Alexander. Lauren waved at the students, beckoning them to come over. Oliver, folding his hands in a polite gesture, bowed in greeting to the chief. The woman noticed that the young man in front of her was very well-mannered. Lauren smiled happily and exclaimed for him to come to her. Today's performance was so interesting. Alexander, still in shock, watched Oliver, not understanding why he was still alive. He looked at the head whose body was the Demon King, but she had a calm expression on her face. He gritted his teeth and tilted his head, wondering why he wasn't dead. So Alexander continued to stare at Oliver across the table. Oliver turned his head and asked him why he was looking at him like that. Alexander smiled falsely and replied that he was simply jealous of his talent and beauty. Oliver laughed and said that he couldn't compare to his elder brother, and he heard that he had many treasures and was the disciple of the sect leader, so the one to be envied was him. Alexander asked who told him that he was a disciple of the head of the sect. Oliver grinned and replied that many people had told him that they had often seen him visiting the chief at night. Squinting, he noticed that this was no secret to anyone. Lauren asked the head with a smile whether she really wanted to make Alexander her student. This is such an event. Winston thought that this Alexander was too unreliable. How many people had already noticed? And yet he had said that no one would understand anything. But he, with a smile in the guise of the leader, answered the woman that she had indeed insisted on this several times already. But the question of personal apprenticeship still needed to be thought over, and one should not believe rumors. And then he thought that today there was such an opportunity to attack Oliver, but Alexander ruined everything again. He is simply not fit for serious matters. Lauren asked Oliver when he would begin his fourth mission, to which he replied that he would begin it in 3 days, but he did not yet know what it would involve. Raising the cup, Lauren said that the great meeting of the Heavenly Kingdom was about to begin, and that 4 tasks had to be completed to get there. The difficulty of the 4th mission was higher than the previous 3, so it lasted about a month. She told Adelaide that she would accompany him, which the girl did not argue with. Lauren set the bowl down on the table, running her finger along its edge. She got up from the table, saying that she was already tired and it was time for her to go. Lauren bowed to the head of the sect, saying goodbye to her, who also showed her a polite gesture with her hands. Lauren's students stood up after her and began to follow the woman away from the stage. Alexander fell to his knees before the head of the sect and exclaimed that Beatrice had escaped. Winston, in the body of the cult leader, looked at him furiously, asking the guy if he wanted to attract even more attention. Alexander was immediately taken aback and sat back down in his seat, apologizing for being careless. The woman stood up from the table, telling the guy to come to her and not to forget about secrecy. Adelaide, who was following Lauren, told her that she felt that something was wrong with the leader, to which she replied that she had not been her leader and mentor for a long time, and she needed to remember this when the time came to act. She should not hesitate. Adelaide frowned slightly but still did not contradict her mentor. Melanie appeared from the side, exclaiming that Beatrice had woken up, but was still not calming down and wanted to run away. In the silence of the hallway, Lauren said nothing but only looked forward, a blue light shining around her body. And the next moment she found herself in her chambers right next to Beatrice. Beatrice was surprised to see Elder Lauren come to see her. In a cold tone, Lauren asked the girl, "Will she confess herself or does she need help?" The girl exclaimed that she did not wish harm on anyone. She simply lost her head for a moment. Lauren raised her hand, a bright light shining on her palm, and asked her if she realized what she could do to get the truth out of her. The girl's face was distorted with pure horror, and a shudder ran through her body. She fell to the floor, smashing her fists against the floor and breaking it, exclaiming that she would tell everything. And then she said that Alexander told her to seduce Oliver and take his life force for her own use. She rose from the floor again, tears streaming down her cheeks as she crawled closer to Lauren, begging her for mercy. Since her spiritual foundation was already destroyed, she couldn't harm anyone. Lauren looked at her coldly, saying that a person who sincerely reels from her mistakes does not ask for mercy, and therefore she should think about her misdeeds some more, and when she really realizes everything, then she will spare her. After these words, the woman turned around and left Beatrice behind. She walked out of her chambers and waved her hand, locking the doors. Lauren said that no one could open that door now except her, and today she deliberately mentioned the 4th task to provoke the demons. She told her students that they would be secretly protected, but that they themselves also needed to be extremely careful, and the young people bowed respectfully. Meanwhile, Charlie had already reached the sect, but still couldn't find her brother. Suddenly, she noticed someone's figure in the distance. She came closer and asked the man if he happened to know Oliver. Forcing a smile, Alexander replied that he knew him. After this, Alexander frowned and clicked loudly. Charlie immediately distanced herself from him, assuming that the man was in a quarrel with her brother. Her eyes lit up with rage, and she thought that this was even good. First, she would see what this guy would do next, and if he wanted to harm her brother, then she would kill him. She then asked the guy if he could help her find Oliver. Alexander asked her, confused, why she needed him. Charlie began to babble excitedly about how she had heard that he had become Lauren's apprentice, and that she had wanted to meet him at the banquet to talk, but had not even seen his shadow. Her cheeks turned red as she asked how could she not admire him, since he became the disciple of the elder herself, even though he was only in the outer sect. This only made Alexander even more angry, and he thought that he couldn't allow Oliver to get another girl whose head he turned. Finally, he turned around and, scratching his chin, told the girl to follow him. Charlie thought slyly that whether he lives or dies depends only on him. So they walked through the quiet forest, Charlie following Alexander at some distance. Alexander chuckled and thought that if some disciple from the outer sect went missing, it wouldn't be a big problem. Finally, Charlie asked the guy where they were going, because there was no one there at all. Alexander told her that Oliver liked to cultivate at night. Charlie again exclaimed in admiration that he was so diligent, and therefore it was not surprising that he became Lauren's student. Alexander gritted his teeth and hissed that sometimes efforts are not important. It is enough to draw a lucky ticket and success awaits him. The girl asked him if Oliver was simply lucky. The guy whispered back that he was just a lucky piece of shit. Charlie asked him what he said, to which he merely said that they were almost there. Alexander waved his hand towards the cave and said that Oliver was deep in the cave and she should hurry. Charlie said that she was afraid of the dark and asked the guy to take her there. Alexander smiled and replied that he would gladly do so, but he thought that she herself had decided to enter the tiger's den. They entered the cave together and walked quietly on the stone. Charlie's eyes lit up with bright lights as she watched Alexander intently. Noticing that Charlie had stopped, Alexander asked her why she had stood up. Pouting, the girl noticed that it was not at all light inside, as he said. She exclaimed that she was coming back, but then Alexander's hand began to glow with purple lightning. He jumped up to attack the girl, and he screamed that she would not be able to come back. He exclaimed that such a one as she should worship him, and that she was blind if she paid attention to such a non-entity as Oliver. The guy's hand almost touched Charlie's neck, but she pulled back, and her body was engulfed in flames. Alexander swung his hand, but his blow missed its target. Charlie disappeared in the bright light of the fire. The guy was surprised by this. He was dumbfounded when he noticed that she was missing. Charlie, standing in the fire, appeared behind the guy and said that she thought he was pretty good at pretending, but she didn't expect him to have so little patience. Alexander shuddered when he heard the girl's voice behind him. He quickly waved his hand behind his back, but the girl returned again, and he asked not about whether she knew everything from the very beginning, to which she replied that even the last scoundrel should be able to hide his emotions. An irritated Alexander exclaimed that if she wanted to talk, then he was not at all against it, because she would soon die anyway. Charlie kicked him in the chest, pushing him away and asking him if he was serious. The guy's body met a stone wall, a bright explosion shining on his chest. The fire began to recede, and blood began to pour from Alexander's mouth. Charlie exclaimed joyfully that in the heavenly kingdom, those who could kill her could be counted on the fingers of one hand. Alexander fell heavily to the floor. The girl noticed that this time it was he who was unlucky. Coming closer, she noticed that it was such a pity, because she hadn't even warmed up, and his strength had already left him. Were all the disciples of this sect such weaklings? Alexander, pressing his hand to the wound on his chest, asked her in amazement if she was really from the kingdom of heaven. He shouted, asking her who she was, to which the girl replied that some people considered her quite famous. The girl introduced herself by saying that her name was Charlie, and she asked him if he had ever heard of her. Alexander asked again, to which the girl noted that it seemed he had heard, and she came closer. The boy thought that those who belonged to the heavenly kingdom could not help but know her. She is the princess of the Demon Wolf clan, a ruthless killer. Suddenly, the boy's eyes widened when he noticed the similarities in the names Oliver and Charlie. Raising his head, he asked her how they were connected. Charlie exclaimed that he was not her favorite brother. The girl slowly sat down, leaning on one knee in front of Alexander. She noted with a grin that now he knew everything. She raised her hand to his face, exposing her sharp nails, telling him that he understood that she would not leave him alive. Alexander screamed desperately, asking not how she dared to kill in the heavenly kingdom. In response to this pathetic gesture, Charlie only laughed. She said that when he brought her here, he also didn't think that anyone would be here looking for some outside student. Leaning closer, she said with her eyes shining with madness that she actually thought exactly the same thing. What a coincidence. She raised her hand again, with clawed fingers, sparks of fire dancing between them. Alexander's face twisted in fear. His body went limp, and he fell to the ground. And then he said that he was the peak's main disciple. She couldn't kill him so easily. Charlie, with the same grin, waved her hand, illuminating the cave with her fire and asking him if he really thought she wanted to listen to his nonsense. She bounced off the ground, moving even closer to the guy, and her hands hit Alexander's chest, fire passing through his body. The guy lost consciousness from this blow, and his blood started flowing out of his throat again. A little later, Charlie pulled her hand out of Alexander's flesh. There was blood on her fingertips. The girl stood over the lifeless body and loudly dispersed. Turning around, she giggled and said that it was for her brother. And then she quickly jumped towards the exit of the cave, leaving Alexander's body with a torn chest behind. Alexander was still alive. He slowly reached out his hand to his wound, muttering that he couldn't die here like this. But soon his body went limp. His hand fell powerlessly to the floor. Winston, in the body of the head, was sitting in her chambers and drinking tea, when suddenly the mug from his hand fell to the floor, breaking into many pieces. The demon looked at his shaking hands, feeling that something was wrong. He hurried to get up from his seat and leave the room to understand what had happened. Charlie had already made it back to the sect and asked the maid where she could find Oliver, to which she pointed her hand in the direction and told her to just go there. Charlie put her arm around the girl's shoulders, kissed her on the cheek and thanked her, calling her beautiful. Charlie walked further, looking at the doors with anticipation and trying to figure out where her brother lived. Suddenly, Alice, passing by, noticed the girl looking around. She approached her and asked her if she was looking for someone. Charlie immediately replied that she was looking for Oliver. Alice looked the girl up and down, immediately noticing her resemblance to Oliver. Alice asked Charlie if she was related to Oliver. Charlie replied that she was lucky if she looked even a little like him, to which Alice said that she really was his sister, and she asked why he didn't tell her that he had such a sister. Charlie introduced herself to Alice, saying her name and that she was Oliver's older sister. She said that she had recently joined the cult to find her brother, and she asked if she knew which room he lived in, to which Alice pointed with her hand, saying that it was very close. Alice went ahead, telling the girl that she would walk her home, and Charlie thanked her. After some time, she stopped at the door to Oliver's room and said that these were his chambers. Alice waved goodbye to Charlie, saying that she would leave her there and that she still had to write the countdown. Charlie thanked her again. Humming a soft tune under her breath, Charlie knocked on her brother's door. Oliver opened the doors almost immediately, asking who it was. Screaming with joy, Charlie pounced on her brother with hugs, practically knocking him off his feet. Taking the girl by the hands, Oliver began to shake his head, not believing that his sister had come to him. Before he could tell her to come in, Charlie had already entered the room. Oliver closed the door and with a forced smile asked the girl how she ended up there. Charlie began to explore her brother's room, looking at everything around. This gave Oliver a headache, but he had no choice but to remain silent. The girl again pounced on her brother with hugs, saying that the demons had set up an ambush outside, and she couldn't help but worry about him. That's why she came. Oliver asked her if her identity had been revealed. The girl said that she always works cleanly and neatly, so there is no need to worry. Running her finger down his neck, she smirked and said that she had already gotten rid of one of his enemies. This didn't calm the guy down at all, and he asked again in surprise. He immediately hurried to find out who she had killed, to which the girl replied that she had not asked his name, but he was tall and strong, and his face was somewhere around a 6 or 7. This description gave Oliver nothing, and he asked her how she could kill a man without knowing his name. The girl exclaimed irritably that she had not wanted to touch him in the first place, but he had other intentions because, having learned that she was looking for her brother, he wanted to kill her. Oliver closed his eyes and asked his sister if she even remembered where she killed him. Moving closer, Charlie asked her brother if he was angry. Oliver exclaimed that she should first answer where and when she had killed the man, to which she, a little pouting, replied that it had been in one of the caves on the back ridge, about 16 minutes before. This news shocked and frightened the guy to the depths of his soul. He wondered if this was all because Adelaide wouldn't stab him in the Sky Kingdom tournament now. Is everything spiraling out of control and his fate is sealed? Clutching his head, he thought that they had decided to kill him in a different way so that everything would go according to the original scenario. While Oliver considered his possible outcomes, Charlie watched her brother sadly. Oliver clenched his fist, thinking that he needed to finish the 4th task as quickly as possible and run away. He grabbed his sister by the hand and asked her not what she had done with the body, whether there was anything left of it. Charlie hesitated with her answer, which made Oliver start begging for death. He asked her if she had just left him to rot in the cave. Charlie, arms folded across her chest, turned away and said that she would not clean up after the man she had killed. And Oliver thought with irritation that she was expecting his approval. He put his hand on her shoulder and said that he was just surprised and she could kill people anywhere but inside the Heavenly Kingdom. And then he asked her to bring him to the body as quickly as possible. Charlie pushed her brother's hand away with a sharp movement of her hand. She agreed to take him to the body and asked him irritably why he was so tense. Turning around, she asked him why he needed it at all, but then immediately said that she would not argue. If it was necessary, then it was necessary. Puffing with anger, she walked up to the door and threw it open loudly. Oliver sighed and wondered if there was anything in this world that could scare this girl. After some time, Charlie was leading her brother along the same path in the forest that Alexander had led her along before. She pointed her finger forward and said that this is where she killed him. Oliver took a small bottle from his pocket and blew on it, starting a fire. They entered the cave together, looking around for the body. Charlie, still irritated, asked her brother when he was even planning to come home. Oliver sadly replied that if he stayed alive, he would definitely return. Charlie screamed again furiously about how the man wanted to kill him, and it was all just a matter of time. She just wanted to protect him, but he didn't seem to appreciate it at all. Oliver responded to this tirade by saying that first they needed to find the body and then they would discuss it. Charlie said they were almost there, it should be very close. But suddenly, when they reached that place, the girl's face was distorted with shock. As it turned out, in the place where the body should have been lying, there were only traces of a battle and a pool of blood on the floor. The girl exclaimed that the body had disappeared, but how could this have happened since he was definitely dead? Oliver interrupted his sister, quietly telling her to calm down. Charlie looked at her brother in confusion and quietly called him. She came closer and exclaimed in a guilty tone that she knew it was her fault. If she knew, she would have burned his bones to ashes, to which Oliver said that nothing could be fixed. He needed to keep his cool. First, he asked her if there was a chance that this man was not dead. Grabbing her brother's hand, Charlie exclaimed that it was absolutely impossible. There was no way he could have survived because she had killed him. Then the guy said that there was only one thing left. Someone had taken the body. And then he said that the more difficult the situation, the better for them. Charlie said she didn't understand, to which the guy told her that there was no one in the cave when she killed him. But it was only half an hour later and the body was gone. This means that this person was keeping some kind of secret, and his death activated some kind of signal due to which the body was found. Oliver looked at his sister and asked her if he could ask her a question. And then he asked her how many people in the sect could identify her. Charlie replied that no one could identify her. She used a special artifact of their clan, so everyone who talked to her would forget about her after the first dream. Coming out of the cave with his sister, Oliver remarked that it was good then. Turning to her again, he told her that she needed to leave the heavenly kingdom immediately. Instead of answering, Charlie just threw herself at her brother again with hugs. But then she jumped away from her brother again and screamed that she would not leave. The boy was almost deafened by his sister's scream, but she continued, saying that she had come especially for him. Oliver angrily told her that she had made a mistake, and if he made another wrong move, all would be lost. Charlie smugly exclaimed that as long as she was next to him, no one would be able to lay a finger on him. Oliver was about to object, but then an idea occurred to him. Turning fully to his sister, he said that he would soon take on a fourth mission, and if she wanted to protect him, then this was her chance. Charlie happily asked if she would protect him, to which he also happily told her that if he had such a protector, he would be able to sleep peacefully, and they were both happy with this compromise. 3 days later, Oliver arrived at the mission pavilion. He walked inside the building and approached the counter, behind which sat a familiar man in black glasses. The man pointed to the tasks that were currently available. Waving his hand, he told the boy not to forget that he could only choose one. But suddenly, instead of any answer, Oliver slammed his palms on the table. Leaning closer, the guy asked the man if he had mixed something up like last time. The man asked again. And then he irritably noted that he was talking about the fact that he had mixed something up. He also slammed his palms on the table and exclaimed that last time he made a mistake not of his own free will. He pointed his finger at the guy and asked him if he was trying to intimidate him again, and then he exclaimed that honesty was his middle name and he had nothing to fear. The man started poking the guy in the forehead, and he, having already reduced his arrogance, responded, telling him not to worry because, after all, he had been working here for several years. Finally, Oliver chose one of the golden tokens with a task. With an awkward wave of his hand, he told the man that he chose this task. After this, Oliver went to Lauren to show her his assignment. Looking at the token, Lauren noticed that the task was advanced, which was not bad at all. While Melanie was stirring something in a bowl, Lauren told the guy that they were both already strong enough that they were not in danger of dying, but they still needed to be wary of the dangers associated with this task. She told him, handing him the token, to go on this mission with Adelaide. Melanie turned to her master and sadly told her brother to take care of himself, to which he told her not to worry. He asked her if she had anything she wanted to tell her younger sisters. The girl replied that they had already grown up, so they could stand up for themselves. After that, Oliver jumped up from his seat and quickly ran away, saying goodbye to Lauren and Melanie. After some time, he and Adelaide were already running through the forest to the place where their mission was supposed to take place. They nimbly jumped over the rocks and landed on the ground, and Adelaide said that the place they needed to go to was quite far from the Heavenly Kingdom, so they would spend the night in a village at the foot of the mountain. Oliver didn't argue and thought about how Adelaide had been with him since the first mission, although she initially helped simply because they were on the same path. And all this time he tried to use her power as an excuse to stay away. Embarrassed, he thought that now he didn't even know what to talk to her about. However, if one of them is in danger, all the awkwardness will disappear. But he wondered what he should talk to her about in such calm moments. He closed his eyes and mentally scolded himself for waiting for a reason to talk to her. Adelaide turned around and looked at the guy, asking him why he stopped. Oliver wanted to answer something, but the words wouldn't come. But suddenly, Adelaide took the guy by the hand, saying that it was time for them to go. Oliver's face turned even redder as he thought about him. A grown man, being led by the hand. But the most important thing was what she thought of him at all, because he was a demon. Maybe such that she felt disgust towards him. Adelaide interrupted his thoughts by calling his name softly, and Oliver noticed the blush on her cheeks. Walking forward by the hand, the girl told the guy that she was not very good at talking. Oliver replied that he also did not know how to express his thoughts correctly. The girl said that she had never revealed her feelings to anyone except the master. Smiling, she told the guy not to be shy and to tell her if something was wrong. Looking away, she said that since they were partners in the Tao, she wanted them to be honest with each other. Turning around, she asked Oliver if he agreed with this. Oliver thought that he had not expected Adelaide to say such words to him, since he was originally the one she despised. But now, looking at her smile, not her features and movements, he began to understand that everything had changed. He smiled, thinking that now he understood that she would not kill him. Then he wondered if there was any reason to continue running away from her. Finally, they reached a quiet village. They entered the village, where it seemed as if there was no one. There was dead silence. Suddenly, someone's weak voice addressed the young masters. Oliver and Adelaide were met by villagers who were happy to see them. Tears came to their eyes, and the village chief said that their village was now saved. All the villagers came out of their houses to look at the craftsmen. They exclaimed that heaven had taken pity on them. Adelaide asked the village chief how many girls had disappeared in total and if they had anything in common. The headman pointed to his house, saying that he had everything written down and that they needed to follow him. Entering the house, he found his notes and handed them to Adelaide. Oliver and Adelaide sat down at the table. The man said that all the information was collected here. He said that the village is quite large, with almost 150 families, and 16 of them have already lost their daughters. As Adelaide began to look through the records, she asked when it all started. The headman replied that it had started half a month ago, when 3 girls had disappeared. And after 10 days, similar things had started happening more and more often, so he had hurried to report it. Adelaide slammed her hand on the table, placed the notes on it, and told the man not to worry. Getting up from the table, she said that they had made every effort to resolve the problem. The girl noted that, judging by the records, the families of the missing girls had no connection, which meant that the victims were chosen at random. She said that they would then stop at the inn for the night and begin their investigation, and the village chief thanked them on behalf of all the villagers. Turning around, he wanted to offer to see the masters out, but Oliver refused, saying that it was not worth it. He said that he could go about his business and should remember to lock the doors and windows at night, and they would manage on their own. Adelaide and Oliver went outside, and suddenly, the guy noticed something. As it turned out, he noticed the sheep, and said that this inn even breeds sheep. It's a good side income. Adelaide said that recently the authorities have been encouraging the development of cattle breeding, so this is not considered a violation. The girl headed towards the entrance to the inn, saying that first they needed to check in. Hearing voices, the man who was sleeping behind the counter woke up and scratched his head. Noticing the couple, he immediately asked them who they were. Oliver responded by taking out a token with a task, and the man immediately understood that they were immortal masters, and therefore he would immediately prepare 2 of the best rooms for them. But suddenly, Adelaide said that 1 room would be enough for them, which made the guy shudder. The man, in response to this, happily noted that they were partners in the Tao. He told the guests to follow him. He would lead them to the best rooms, and Oliver, meanwhile, blushed deeply. Opening the doors of the room, the man said that he would ask the kitchen to prepare the most exquisite dishes for them, and in the meantime, they could rest. Adelaide walked lightly into the room and Oliver followed behind. Oliver quietly closed the door while Adelaide looked around. Oliver put his ear to the door, trying to hear the man's footsteps receding. Turning to Adelaide, he said that he did not sense anything strange, no demons, no aura of magical creatures, to which the girl agreed, but said that they should not lose their vigilance. She walked over to the window and opened it, saying that they couldn't relax. Looking down, she said that first they would rest a little and then explore the village. The room's window overlooked a stable of horses, which were now actively chewing hay. Oliver noticed that these horses were very tired, since they kept eating and eating. But suddenly a cold sweat ran down his forehead, and the guy noticed that something was wrong. Tears ran down the horses' faces, but they continued to chew the hay. Oliver told Adelaide that he felt like the horses were looking at him strangely, to which she remarked that his perception was becoming increasingly acute. Taking his hand, she told him to watch them. Maybe that way they would figure something out. She ran her fingers over his wrist and said that she hadn't had a chance to properly examine his wound, but fortunately it was completely healed. Her face was clouded with sadness, and she said that at that moment she was truly afraid that he would die. Oliver stared at her as she told him never to do that again. Placing his hand on her cheek, she said that since he had risked his life for her, from that day on, she would protect him with her own. Evening came, and Oliver and Adelaide went outside. Oliver noticed that someone else's horse had appeared in the stall. Frowning slightly, he noticed that it looked like there was someone else here. Adelaide said that this village had always been rich and, as she learned, cattle breeding was especially developed here. So many people come here on business. Oliver and Adelaide walked past the sheep pen. The sheep looked after them, their eyes glowing with a dangerous red light. Adelaide and Oliver walked through the streets of the village with lights on in every house. Noticing this, Oliver said that everyone's lights were on. It seemed like they were really scared. Adelaide said that the records the headman gave them said that the girls disappeared in the blink of an eye. She reasoned that such a thing could not be done by an ordinary person. Oliver replied that that made sense. Suddenly, a loud scream was heard, and hearing it, Adelaide and Oliver turned around. Oliver called his sister, as if asking what they should do. Adelaide merely dropped that they needed to go there. They pushed off the ground, rising into the air. They jumped across the rooftops, getting closer to the source of the scream. Finally, they reached some yard. An old man was kneeling on the ground. An old woman was crying next to him. The man called pitifully for his daughter. The old woman, sobbing, exclaimed that she was no more. The man was shaking. Tears were streaming down his cheeks, and he said that his daughter had also disappeared. Coming closer, Oliver asked when exactly this happened. The man didn't answer. He grabbed his head and said that it was all his fault. He shouldn't have sent her for water. Adelaide moved closer to the man and asked him when it happened. The man replied that 15 minutes had passed, he had turned away, and she had already disappeared without a trace. Such a short time surprised them, and Oliver turned back. Adelaide noticed a bucket lying on the road and said that she didn't even have time to get to the well. Oliver noticed that the bucket had fallen in the blind spot of the door, so the parents were unable to see how exactly it had disappeared. The guy thought about how it was possible to disappear so silently in the blink of an eye. A chill ran down his spine. He said that he still does not sense any demons from magical creatures. Adelaide replied that if it is the artifacts, then it was done by someone stronger than them. The girl said that first they needed to calm their relatives down. There was no point in causing even more panic. Oliver noted that it couldn't get any worse. People were already on the edge. The girl turned to the missing woman's mother and said that they had come here to find their loved ones and that she and her husband must remain strong until their daughter returned. Oliver looked at Adelaide, who was comforting the woman, and she believed that her daughter could still be alive. Adelaide pulled the woman into her arms and told her that she should not lose hope. They would do everything possible to find the missing people. Oliver smiled at the sight of the girl's kindness. At last the people calmed down, and Oliver and Adelaide went back to the inn. Adelaide looked around warily. Oliver noticed this and asked the girl what was wrong, to which she asked him if he had said that one of the horses was looking at him strangely. Oliver confirmed this, and meanwhile the horses were already asleep in their stalls. Adelaide decided to come closer to them. Oliver was about to ask the girl what she was doing when suddenly someone's voice called them from the building, asking if they had finished their business yet. Adelaide turned around and asked the man if he worked at the inn, to which he replied that he did. With a polite fold of his hands and a bow, the man introduced himself, saying that his name was Douglas. Then Adelaide asked Douglas if they had any new guests that day, and she rode off to the horses. Douglas rubbed his chin with his hand, thinking about the question he had been asked. Coming closer, he replied that no one else had come to them. Then the girl asked him where the new horse came from. Clicking his tongue in irritation, Douglas leaned over to look at the horse he was being shown. Suddenly, his eyes flashed with a strange red light. Finally, he straightened up and with a good-natured smile said that it was their horse. Probably someone had brought it from the yard. Adelaide looked closely at the man and asked him where he was going at such a late hour, to which he waved his hand and replied that he had just had a late-night snack and then decided to go for a walk. Adelaide folded her hands in a polite gesture, telling the man that they would then leave him alone and go to their room. She turned and walked towards the permanent courtyard, Oliver following her, and Douglas remained standing in the street. The young people reached their room and closed the doors tightly. Oliver said that he noticed that both the people at the inn and the villagers were walking around with gloomy faces, apparently worried about the missing girls, but this Douglas looked quite cheerful, as if nothing had happened. Adelaide agreed with the guy and said that Douglas was too calm, but Oliver continued by saying that horses are also strange in this regard. Sitting down at the table, he noticed that many animals looked like people, but that horse behaved like a person, and he asked Adelaide if she had any guesses. The girl thought, putting her finger to her chin. Finally, she said that a man had gone missing in the village, and a new horse had appeared in the stable. Douglas said that this horse had been brought from the yard, but no one else had ever stayed there, and this horse looked like a man. After hearing all the information gathered together, Oliver asked the girl if she really thought that the horse was really a person. Adelaide replied that in this world, everything is possible. She got up from the table and went to the bedroom. Oliver asked her where she was going. Sitting on the edge of the bed, the girl said that there was some kind of connection between all these events, but she couldn't yet understand what it was until something happened. Suddenly, she called out to Oliver, her cheeks flushed, and she noticed that it was already late. Noticing the girl's blush, Oliver himself blushed, and he excitedly wondered why she was so embarrassed. And then he noticed that it was so like her. After an internal storm, she simply switches to something else, and outsiders look at her with bewilderment. Adelaide held out her hands to Oliver and told him to turn into a dog. Oliver didn't hear the girl's words, but just walked forward, spellbound. But suddenly the girl's words finally reached him, and he choked on his own saliva. Looking away and without removing her hands, Adelaide said that she wanted him to transform, and she herself thought about what the master had told her, that she needed to be frank with him. Oliver was a little upset, thinking that she still liked his animal form better. Pointing his thumb at himself, Oliver told the girl that he was a Taoist partner and not a dog, and the girl asked him if he was not the dog. Oliver agreed with this, sitting on the edge of the bed, but then said that it sounded kind of weird, and he thought that she was so embarrassed to say that she wanted him. That's why she was asking for a dog. Oliver covered his eyes with his hand. His nose started to bleed as he thought about how close they were. The scent of her jade spirit body was affecting him too much, and she knew that it was hard for him, a demon, to resist her scent, and she had taken one room. Adelaide looked away shyly, placing her hands on her knees, and she hesitantly called out to the boy. Oliver clutched his clothes, noticing that the scent was getting even stronger, but he didn't understand why. He asked the girl why she didn't say it directly, since they were already partners in the Tao. Finally, the girl said that she thought she would soon break through. Oliver asked again in surprise. The girl answered that since he gave her his blood to drink, and then they cultivated together, she felt that this day was getting closer. But since her path was different from usual, she was confused. Looking at the guy, she said that maybe it was related to his blood, but in any case, she needed his help. Adelaide remembered Lauren's words about how she should behave in such a way that her Tao partner would want to feel sorry for her. Lauren then got out of bed and said that she was very sensitive, so how could she have raised such a callous student? Adelaide noted that sensitivity was not the right word. Pulling the girl by the cheeks, Lauren irritably replied that then she could remain the same ice cube, and they would see if Oliver wanted to be with her. But then she should not complain to her, because she told her. Now Adelaide looked at Oliver with a slight smile and a sparkle in her eyes. Oliver, blushing, noticed that it was the first time he had seen such an expression on her face, and he felt his heart beat faster. Putting his hand on his chest, the guy noticed that his chest became hot. He wondered how many times the smell of the jade body had intensified. Looking away, Adelaide said that it wasn't necessary that she would break through right now. Perhaps it would happen within 2 days, and she asked the guy if he would protect her in that case. Suddenly, Oliver put his hand on the girl's shoulder without answering, and he asked her if she understood what a dangerous situation she was in now. He said that the aroma of her jade spirit body filled the whole room, that he could no longer hold back. Oliver snuggled closer to the girl's neck, leaving hot kisses on it. The girl's face turned red. Her eyes clouded over and she called out to Oliver. But Oliver grabbed her shoulders again, stopping her from getting closer. Afterwards, he shook the girl, telling her to wake up because something was wrong. Coming out of her daze, Adelaide placed her hand on her forehead, and suddenly streams of pink energy began to flow from her body. Oliver asked the girl if she was okay. The girl sat in the lotus position, folding her hands together, and energy continued to flow from her body. Suddenly, there was a sound of an explosion, and the girl's energy dissipated. Oliver asked her why the energy did not dissipate. Looking at her hand, the girl said that this was clearly not without reason. Getting out of bed, Oliver noticed that the scent of the jade spirit's body began to disappear. Adelaide noticed that something strange was happening in this place. Suddenly, Oliver showed the girl a sign to be quiet, and the next moment he turned into his beast form. In the form of a dog, Oliver quietly opened the doors and walked out of the room. He stopped in front of the railing on the second floor and looked at what was happening on the first. He noticed Douglas sitting at a table with a woman, and remembered that Douglas had told them that there were no more guests. The woman said that she didn't expect the owner of the jade spirit body to come here, although it was actually to her advantage. She laughed, saying that such a body only occurs once in 10,000. Oliver thought with irritation that these people weren't even hiding, but were calmly discussing it. Douglas told the woman that the girl from the heavenly kingdom had such a body, and he congratulated her. The woman said that by now she should have fallen into the trap. He couldn't catch it right away, but the smell was so strong that it simply drove him crazy. Looking at the cup in her hands, she said that this inn was her alchemical furnace, created specifically for neutralizing various bodies. Most likely she was already in the dream world. Getting up to pour more wine, Douglas said that, having fallen into a trap, she would no longer be able to use her power. The woman replied that she just wanted her to have a little joy before she died, and to die without regrets. Laughing loudly and holding out her cup, she exclaimed that she was so generous. Oliver was still watching this, and he exclaimed that she could only dream of such a thing. After that, he rushed back into the room. In an instant, he turned into a human, which confused Adelaide. Night fell, and the light in Oliver and Adelaide's room went out. The doors of their room were slowly and quietly opened by red claws. That same woman, already with claws instead of hands, entered the room where Adelaide was sleeping. The whites of the woman's eyes were black, and her teeth were sharp, and she raised her claw to strike Adelaide. Oliver was sitting somewhere in ambush, holding a sphere in his hands that pumped out spiritual energy. Sitting under the ceiling, he thought that now she would become food for his bead. Meanwhile, a multitude of small eyes appeared on the woman's claw. Oliver covered his throat with his hand, feeling nausea rising in his throat. Finally, the woman hit the bed with both hands. However, as it turned out, there was only an illusion lying on the bed, and it was not damaged at all. Noticing this, the woman quickly jumped away from the bed. Suddenly, something fell on the floor and shattered with a crash. Something dripped onto the woman from above, and a voice said that she needed to be more careful in such matters. Hearing the voice, the woman immediately turned around, but did not notice anyone there. Meanwhile, Oliver was wrapped in his invisibility cloak and had already descended behind the woman. He threw off his cloak, and only then did she notice him. She wanted to swing her claws, exclaiming that she had underestimated him. But then she noticed that the guy had a sword in his hands that glowed with blue light. Energy swirled around the blade of the sword, and the woman exclaimed that it was impossible. She screamed that this courtyard was her alchemical furnace. Anyone who entered here would lose their powers. She asked the guy why he hadn't lost them, and Oliver just smirked in response. And he mockingly suggested that she guess for herself. Pointing his sword at the woman, he exclaimed that he didn't have time for this. Villains always talk too much, and that's why they lose. But he wasn't like that. He lunged forward, swinging his sword, but the woman managed to dodge. However, the blade of the sword still touched her, cutting off the ribbons on her clothes. She began to swing her claws back as Oliver spoke with his sword. But suddenly, the blow finally landed on her hand. She jumped back, but Oliver was not going to retreat. He leaned forward, exclaiming that it was time for them to finish already. He jumped up with his sword in his hands, preparing to deliver a thunderous blow to the woman. The blade of the sword reached the woman, passing straight across her chest. A gush of blood came out of the woman's mouth with a dull sound. She fell to the floor, blood from her wound flowing across the floor, and Oliver swung his sword, smearing the blood. Looking down, he thought that the woman's cultivation level was indeed low. At first, he thought that she was also using a concealment amulet, but it seemed that she was really weak. Looking at her body closely, he wondered if everything was not too simple. Oliver noted that the woman was definitely dead, and in the meantime, Adelaide appeared next to him. Looking at the girl around whom the lights were dancing, he told her that it was all over. The girl replied that it was good that they had a pill of concealing light, which makes a person invisible. But suddenly she leaned forward, losing her balance, but Oliver managed to catch her. Pulling her towards him, Oliver said that they couldn't stay in this alchemical furnace, otherwise it would completely consume them. Adelaide gritted her teeth and raised her hand, her palm glowing white, cold sweat trickling down her face. She then hit herself on the side with that palm, causing a stream of blood to come out of her mouth, and Oliver asked her in shock what she was doing. Adelaide leaned over, rolling behind Oliver, and she replied that she had sealed her cultivation. Within 12 hours, she would be no different from a mere mortal. The girl's legs gave way and she was about to fall, but Oliver managed to catch her again. He sat down on the floor, lowering the girl, and he asked her why she had to injure the vault base if cultivation could be restored, to which she answered that it was very important to her. Oliver said nothing to this, only holding Adelaide's hand in his. Looking at her, he thought that she was not lying. But how could he then complete the mission alone and still protect her? Lifting the girl in his arms, he exclaimed that they needed to get out of here immediately. He would not take them to a safe place. Adelaide asked him what he would do then. Oliver said he was still worried about those horses and started down the stairs. Passing by the painting of the inn-yard, Oliver told the girl not to worry about him. He would look around and come back to her. Oliver left the building and galloped through the trees, getting further and further. He noticed that, judging by the distance, they had to cover this path 4 times. It seemed like someone really didn't want to let them go. Adelaide replied that it was definitely an illusion, and then she told him to let her go. Oliver obeyed her and lowered himself to the ground, letting her down. Raising her finger, Adelaide summoned a glowing hexagon and began to cast a spell to dispel the illusion. Everything around was filled with the light of energy. The girl's energy was intertwined with the energy of the illusion around. Soon the girl said that, as she thought, everything within a radius of several li was enclosed in a large formation. And then she said that the array gate was in the village, so they would have to return. Morning came and the young people returned to the village. Oliver drew the girl's attention to the horses, and she noticed that there were only 3 left. They entered the inn again and were met by the same man. The man exclaimed that he would immediately prepare the 2 best rooms for the craftsmen. Adelaide, like yesterday, said that 1 room would be enough for them. The man exclaimed understandingly that they were partners in the Tao, so he would take them to the best quarters. Looking at Adelaide, Oliver whispered to her that everything was exactly the same as yesterday. The girl told him not to pay attention to these illusory images. There are many illusions, but each one can be destroyed. You just need to find the gate of the array. They followed the man again to the now familiar room. The man repeated his words from yesterday. Oliver walked inside and closed the doors tightly. He and Adelaide looked out the window, and the boy noticed that everything, except for that battle, was repeating itself exactly. Adelaide sat down and said that they should wait tomorrow and see when the 4th horse appeared. Oliver handed the girl a pouch and said that her cultivation was currently sealed so she could avoid the influence of the alchemy furnace. But she needed to take the remaining concealing light pills to take if anything happened. She told him that she would watch from here, and Oliver headed for the door, saying that he would be back soon. Having called the innkeeper, the guy began to descend the stairs. He shouted, asking him if they had any good wine. Suddenly his gaze caught on a painting on the wall, and he noticed that originally there were 4 horses in the painting, but now there were 3. Sitting down at the table, he thought about the fact that this picture reflects reality. Could it be a gate? He thought about it, noting that 1 missing person plus 1 horse, the time and quantity matched. Looking at the dagger under his sleeve, he thought that if this assumption was true, and the people really had turned into horses, then what about the sheep? How many of them were in the pen? He thought that he should explore this direction. If he did not find evidence against it, then it was true. Finally, a man came with a tray and wine. He asked the guy if his companion would join him. Oliver replied that she was resting, and then he asked him if the innkeeper was there. The man replied that Mr. Douglas was in the small tower in the courtyard, and he asked if he should be called. Oliver replied that if he was still sleeping, there was no need to disturb him. The man smiled again and said that then he should call him if he needed anything. Oliver thought about what the woman had said, that this courtyard was not an alchemical furnace. Then could it be that those missing girls are her ingredients? Frowning, he looked at the painting again, thinking that if it was true, he needed to check if she was inside the painting. The man went back to sleep behind the counter, and Oliver rose from the table. Taking out the dagger that Kimberly's uncle had given him, he walked up to the painting. The boy waved his hand, running the blade across the canvas of the painting. And suddenly the painting remained intact, but all the animals in it disappeared. Hearing a sound, the man behind the counter woke up and asked what was going on. Looking at Oliver, who was sitting calmly at the table, he thought that it was probably rats again. As Oliver sipped his tea, he thought with some excitement that he had barely managed to get back. He thought that even this dagger could not damage the painting, which meant that something was clearly wrong with it, and he needed to find another way to destroy it. Suddenly, he thought that the materials for the paintings were vulnerable to water and fire. Then he needed to use this. Although it sounded crazy after all, the authors of the game would not make such difficult tasks. Smiling, Oliver exclaimed to the man behind the counter that he was going to bed. Rising from the table with a cup of tea in the direction of the painting, He climbed the stairs, the steps creaking quietly under his feet. Approaching the painting, he splashed tea from his cup on it. All the liquid fell directly onto the canvas. Suddenly, somewhere outside there was a loud crash, and the doors of the inn swung open. The man behind the counter came to and immediately started screaming, asking what had happened. Oliver, pointing his finger somewhere towards the door, replied that the sound was coming from outside. The man immediately rushed to the exit to see what had made such a loud sound. He shouted that he would check everything now. But then Douglas stopped him at the entrance, saying that everything was fine. It was just the horse that was scared. The man glanced at his master and noticed that he had already woken up, and it seemed to him that he had heard a scream, to which Douglas replied that he had just woken up, so he could not see where it came from. Oliver grinned and thought that this Douglas was a good actor. He said nothing to the men, but simply turned around and walked back into the room. Douglas, however, frowned and watched him, his eyes glowing with that red light again. Entering the room, Oliver quietly closed the doors again. Adelaide told the guy that the missing girls were in the stable and paddock. She asked him if he did something, and told him that one horse turned into a girl, but then became a horse again. Oliver said he felt there was something wrong with the painting, so he poured a cup of wine on it. He bent down and counted the animals and noticed that this number matched the number of missing girls. Most likely the first one had already ended up in the alchemical furnace, so it was unknown whether she could still be saved. And the horse that was crying had apparently not yet lost consciousness. Adelaide said that now they have a way to destroy the formation, so first they need to get out and then save the people. Soon it was night again, and the light in Adelaide and Oliver's room went out. Suddenly the doors to their room flew off the frame because something flew into them. Oliver and Adelaide immediately turned around at the loud sound. A woman came in and she smirked and said that they were really smart to find a way to damage the formation so quickly. Her body had almost completely taken on the appearance of an insect's body, and she said that, unfortunately for them, she had been creating her for 10 years, so they would not be able to destroy her so easily. She shouted that today she would take away her jade spirit body. Laughing loudly, the woman lunged forward to strike with her pincers. Oliver immediately rushed to intercept her, taking out a dagger. The woman's blow hit the floor, smashing it, and Oliver grabbed Adelaide and jumped up, dodging the blow. Adelaide suddenly bent over, feeling a strong cutting pain in her side. Oliver hurried to pick up the girl, thinking that now she can't use internal energy. There are still 9 hours left for everything to return to normal. He thought that now only he could fight. Looking at the woman, he thought that she had probably pretended to be dead back then, and now it was clear that her level was not high, but she had no shortage of cunning. He jumped up and flew towards her, thinking that she had even timed the moment when he and Adelaide were on the verge of a breakthrough, and therefore he needed to be extremely careful. But suddenly the woman walked past the guy without attacking him, which surprised him. As it turned out, she decided to attack Adelaide and exclaimed that she would first deal with the body of the jade spirit, because she couldn't do anything now anyway. Adelaide suddenly noticed that somewhere near her shoulder something was glowing blue. As it turned out, it was her sword that flew out from behind her back, pushing her opponent away. Oliver didn't have a second to waste, and he was going to attack the woman from behind. He swung his dagger, striking the woman and asking her if she was seeking death. The woman looked at her broken claw, not understanding what was happening. She wondered if this guy was also hiding his true strength, while Oliver came over to ask Adelaide if she was okay. He told her to take the light-concealing pill quickly and leave the inn as soon as possible. Adelaide answered him, covering her mouth with her hand, that she was leaving the painting to him. The girl's body glowed blue as she called out to Oliver. She told him that he simply had to get out. Oliver looked at the girl, his cheeks turning red. She exclaimed that otherwise she would lose the meaning of life, and therefore he needed to take care of himself. The woman noticed that it turned out that the great lady from the heavenly kingdom was just a pathetic coward. Pointing a dagger at the woman, Oliver exclaimed that if it weren't for her tricks, the girl would have already torn her to pieces. The woman exclaimed in response that all is fair in war, and the guy thought that he needed to respond to her with all his might in order to give his older sister more time. As he rushed forward to attack the woman, he thought that they had to destroy the formation as quickly as possible. Otherwise, this witch would be reborn again. He turned around in mid-flight, a dagger shining in his hands, and copies of it made of energy appeared next to him. The woman panicked and thought that things were bad, and it was time to end it. As Oliver moved closer, he pulled his hand back, and a bright wave of energy began to shine next to him. The streams of energy shone even brighter and headed towards the enemy. The woman did not have time to dodge, and several streams pierced her body. But she still made one last attempt to fight back and waved her paws. But Oliver, without batting an eye, just continued to fight off these attacks as if nothing had happened. Blue and green light of their energies burst out from the windows of the inn's chambers. The man was sleeping peacefully behind the counter at that time. Meanwhile, Adelaide slowly descended the stairs, noting that there was so much noise on the top floor, but it was so quiet here. Suddenly, she noticed Douglas standing by the painting and staring at her. She immediately reached for the place, thinking that since he had gotten involved with demons, he deserved to die. But suddenly, the man's eyes lit up with a bright, unnatural light. Smiling, he noticed that he sensed the aura of the jade spirit's body. He accurately reached out and grabbed the girl by the neck, saying that even with the internal energy blocked, she would not be able to hide this aura. Adelaide asked him if he was not human, to which he replied that he had not been human for a long time. Trembling in the man's grip, Adelaide croaked, asking him if he had killed the real Douglas, to which he replied that if he hadn't, they wouldn't have been so careless. But that didn't matter now. The girl asked the man who he was then, to which he replied that he could tell her, since she would soon die anyway. But suddenly, his face twisted into a terrible, terrifying smile, and he said that, as sad as it was, he wanted her to die without ever knowing anything. Meanwhile, Oliver was still fighting with the woman. He thought that he needed to finish already and check Adelaide. But suddenly he noticed that some strange energy was coming from below. Noticing that the guy was distracted, the woman hastened to take advantage of this and strike. The tip of the paw was getting closer and closer, and Oliver finally noticed it. And now the enemy had already dealt him the final blow, when suddenly someone's shoe crashed into her face. The woman was immediately thrown out of the window by the strong blow. As it turned out, it was Charlie. Turning to her brother, she exclaimed that she had been looking for him for so long. She pouted and said that at first she couldn't find the entrance to the formation, but after yesterday's scream she finally managed to do so. Oliver patted his sister on the cheeks and told her to stop grumbling and that they needed to get downstairs quickly. Adelaide, who was still being held by the neck, said that this knowledge would not give her anything anyway, since he was another pawn of the demons. Jumping from the second floor, Oliver shouted at Douglas to let the girl go. As he landed on the floor, he thought that he knew he wouldn't do this, because if they had listened to the words of others, the world would be different. Surprised by his partner's loss, Douglas opened his palm, releasing the girl's neck from her grip. But suddenly he swung his leg sharply, hitting the girl on the chin, causing blood to gush from her mouth. Oliver glanced in the direction the girl had flown, thinking that he shouldn't have hoped for the best. Douglas, his red eyes flashing, prepared to hit the guy. However, his blow was met and blocked by Charlie with one hand. Looking at her brother, she told him to check on Adelaide, to which he replied that then he would leave the man to her. Douglas's hand shook with tension, and he told her to let go of him at once. Before he could finish his sentence, he received a blow to the chest, accompanied by a small explosion. Charlie asked the man, "Who do you dare give orders to?" Looking towards her brother and Adelaide, she asked him how he had the nerve to kick the girl. Oliver sat down, getting closer to Adelaide, and he asked her excitedly if she was okay. Charlie began to hit the man repeatedly, mockingly asking him if that was all he could do. After bouncing off the floor several times, Douglas flew hard into the wall. He hit the wall and fell to the floor, blood pouring out of his mouth, leaving a puddle on the floor. And he wondered why this girl was so strong. As he wiped away the blood, he wondered who she even was when suddenly the ceiling above his head began to crack. Douglas's partner fell down from a hole in the ceiling. Looking at the woman, Douglas told her that he had thought she was dead. The woman told him that now was not the time to chat. Looking at Charlie, she told the man that this girl was not so simple, he needed to be more careful. And she noticed that these guys also knew how to get out of here, and her gaze darted to the painting. Suddenly, Charlie asked about how if they didn't destroy the formation, they would never be able to truly die. She smirked and noted that it was clever. They could just stall for time until they all died of exhaustion. Coming closer to the painting, she noticed that magical fire and water could not destroy this drawing. Real water was needed. Touching the canvas, she said that there was not a single body of water near this inn. Even the river was far away. Everything was well thought out. Grinning, Douglas asked the girl if they would risk the lives of 17 girls even if they had real water. In response to this, Charlie only laughed loudly and ringingly. Douglas's partner asked her what made her laugh so much. Tears of laughter came to her eyes and she said that she didn't care about the lives of any people. She only cared about her brother. Douglas and the woman asked again in surprise, not expecting such a turn of events. Upon hearing about her brother, the woman immediately realized that the girl was talking about Oliver. She asked Charlie if they were not people but demons. Douglas noted that then Mrs. Adelaide had contacted demons. Charlie introduced herself by giving her name and said that she was quite famous, but he didn't know if they had heard of her. Hearing this name, Douglas asked her if she was the daughter of the demon Wolf King. Showing them 2 fingers, Charlie said that they had only 2 options: free the girls and get out, or she would kill them along with them. She noted that she did not like unnecessary trouble. Oliver was holding Adelaide in his arms, and looking at his sister, he thought that she was not joking. He sighed in relief, thinking that he was so glad she was on his side and that Adelaide was unconscious. Otherwise, he would be in as much trouble as those two. Douglas began to ingratiatingly say that there had been a misunderstanding, and besides, they had never been enemies with her. And since she was simple, then they would, of course, let these girls go. Smiling, Charlie replied that they should have done so immediately, and then she ordered them to dispel the formation. Douglas exchanged glances with his partner and told her to do what the girl said. The woman didn't answer. Her claws only glowed with a dark light, and many eyes appeared on them again. Thinking that they had almost succeeded, she still dispelled the formation, and a huge eye shone over the village. Suddenly, the bodies of those same girls appeared on the ground. Purple energy began to rise into the air from the houses of the village and from its inhabitants. Smiling ingratiatingly, Douglas told Charlie that the formation had been dispelled as she had requested. He said that since the misunderstanding had been settled, they would not interfere with them, apologizing. He wanted to say goodbye to them, but suddenly Charlie interrupted him, asking them whether they were from the demon clan. The man and woman immediately tensed up at this question. A flame began to glow on the girl's palm, and she said with a grin that she especially hated people like them. Douglas pointed his finger at the girl and asked her what she meant. Tapping her finger on the table, Charlie replied that she had no such intentions. She just wanted her brother to have as few obstacles as possible on his path to the top, and people like them just got in the way. Douglas's partner asked her if she had completely lost her fear, and Douglas made a gesture with his hands, conjuring a shield, while an arrow of fire flew towards them. Standing up from the table, Charlie said she hadn't asked their opinion. Suddenly, she disappeared from the spot, leaving in her place only a fire on the floor. Easily breaking through the shield, she grabbed her opponents by the neck, lifting their legs off the ground. Douglas hissed through clenched teeth that she had broken her own promise. His partner exclaimed that she was a mean girl. Charlie just chuckled and asked since when demons began to value honesty, and then she told them not to make her laugh. Douglas grabbed the girl's wrist and asked her if her clan really wanted to start a war, to which she replied that even if they didn't want to, the demons would still come like locusts. No matter how many you kill, there won't be fewer of them, and so she would at least cleanse this world. Watching his sister, Oliver thought that her words made sense. Even if he hadn't played the game and didn't know the future events, any person with a brain would understand that demons are not honest. Still holding Adelaide in his arms, he thought about how they didn't stop just because the others would beg them. Douglas's partner chuckled and said that the inn was draining the life force from these women. If she killed her, they would never leave. Charlie responded by asking her if she really thought she cared, and why did she squeeze her hands so hard, squeezing the necks of her opponents, and a fire flared up behind her. The glare in the demon's eyes faded, and streams of blood began to flow from their eyes and mouths. Charlie relaxed her grip, and the demons' bodies fell limply to the floor with a dull thud. Looking towards her brother, the girl joyfully exclaimed that she had sorted everything out. Oliver frowned as he thought about how his Charlie had no mercy for people, but luckily she didn't kill them without reason. And then he looked with tenderness in his eyes at Adelaide, who was still in his arms. Suddenly, Charlie felt a vibration on her chest, and something lit up with a dim light. As it turned out, it was a small mirror that was hidden in her clothes. Charlie took it out, and suddenly a loud cry of a man was heard from there, asking the girl where she had run away to again. Smiling in panic, Charlie hastened to reassure her interlocutor, who turned out to be her father, saying that she had not run away, but was protecting her brother. The man asked the girl if she had really gone to the demon market again and intimidated people. He said that rumors and complaints had already reached him. The girl muttered that someone had spilled the beans, and her even more furious father asked her what she had said. Charlie looked away, embarrassed, and said that she realized her mistake. In response, the man asked the girl where her brother was, and he said that he needed to talk to him. Charlie knelt down, pointing the mirror towards Oliver, and their father asked her about the woman in his arms. Charlie responded by saying that it was her brother's wife, a human, Lauren's student. Oliver, not understanding anything, just watched all this. Frowning, the father told the boy that he had not been home for almost 4 years. Getting closer to the mirror, Oliver said that he went to the heavenly kingdom for training, in response to which the man told him not to make a fool of him. The guy exclaimed that it was indeed so. He was now at the stage of the birth of the soul and would soon break through to the stage of the dark spirit. The man asked the guy if he really wanted to say that he had reached the stage of the birth of the soul in just 4 years. Charlie's father told her that her brother had apparently gone completely crazy. Someone had hit him hard on the head. But the girl said that he had indeed reached the stage of the birth of the soul, and she could confirm this. After an awkward cough, the man praised his son for finally coming to his senses, saying that after what happened to his aunt, he didn't want him to get involved with people, especially Lauren's student. Looking away sadly, Oliver said that he understood, to which the man laughed and exclaimed that it was his son. Looking at the girl in his arms, he said sadly that he knew that humans and demons had completely different paths. Clapping his hands, the man noticed that he even made him happy. He was even able to tame Lauren, not the cursed student. He told him to continue in the same spirit, and then in 3 years he would already have 2 grandchildren. Oliver looked dumbfoundedly into the mirror and asked again, to which he replied that Lauren had once hurt his aunt, and they say that she is not an expert in her student, so he is calm, since he was able to tie her knot to himself. The man laughed, noting that such impressive results in just 4 years, he really was his son. Oliver asked his father if it was really only important to him that he had reached the stage of the birth of the soul. He sighed and replied that his younger sister had already reached the middle stage of the demon palace. Even his uncle, although he was as dumb as a cork, had broken through to the dark spirit stage, so he didn't need to act as if he had become a great master. Oliver noted with concern that they had a house full of warriors. Would they have a rise in the balance of power? Finally, Oliver's father exclaimed that the main thing was that he was alive. But he must remember that he needed this marriage, and then he said goodbye to him, saying that he had things to do. And a second later, the image in the mirror went out. Charlie hastened to console her brother, telling him not to take it to heart, because even though he was the weakest of their family, he definitely had a great future ahead of him. Oliver headed for the exit, saying that first they needed to check on those girls. But suddenly the body of Lugless, whom Charlie killed, turned into dark smoke, and he flew away. Meanwhile, morning had already come and all the families went to look for their daughters. The woman reached out to her daughter, asking her what had happened to her. However, the girl's gaze was empty. The woman asked her why she was silent. Adelaide was already awake, and she and Oliver watched the reunions. Suddenly someone addressed them, calling them immortal masters. As it turned out, it was the village elder, and he thanked them with all his heart for their help. But then he glanced sideways at one of the girls and asked the masters if they would ever come to their senses. Adelaide smiled at the man and told him not to worry, because even though their souls were damaged, once she regained her strength, she would be able to help them. Hearing this, Oliver looked with excitement at his sister who was nearby. Charlie immediately understood what that look meant, and she just sighed heavily. Getting up from the bench, she came closer and said that she would do it better. Adelaide asked her if she really agreed. Charlie replied that she couldn't help it since her brother was so worried about her, since he could let her heal others when she was injured herself. And Adelaide looked at the guy. Waving her hand at them, Charlie said that they could go and rest and that she would take care of everything. Coming closer, Oliver assured the girl that she could trust her, and then he asked the headman if he had a spare room so that Adelaide could rest. The chief immediately realized that they were partners in the Tao, and he told them to follow him. When he reached the room, the man said that usually traveling merchants stayed in these rooms. The bed linen was clean, so they could settle in. They entered the room, and the headman said that later he would prepare the best house in the village for them. But Oliver said that everything was fine, there was no need to worry. Then the man hurried away so as not to disturb them. Coming closer to Adelaide, Oliver told her to lie down and rest. Taking her gently by the shoulders, he lowered her onto the bed. Adelaide didn't say anything, but her face didn't turn slightly red and she didn't look at the guy. Suddenly, she touched his chest with her hand, calling him by name, and not as usual, little brother. Leaning closer to him, she quietly asked the guy if he could call her by name. Her face turned even redder as she asked him to call her by her name, at least when they were alone. Oliver didn't know what to answer. He just sighed in confusion, his cheeks also turning red. Suddenly, he pulled the girl closer to him, putting his hand on her neck and calling her name. And then he quickly sat down on the edge of the bed, placing the girl on his lap. Adelaide put her hands on the guy's shoulders and also called him by name. To the guy's surprise, the girl's hands gently touched his cheeks. The girl leaned closer and looking at the guy's lips, she asked permission. Oliver didn't answer her. He just pulled her towards him by the neck, pressing his lips to hers. After some time, they pulled away from each other, breathing heavily. Oliver looked at Adelaide, her flushed cheeks, her lips swollen in a smile, and thought how beautiful she was. Pulling her into his arms, he told her that she smelled delicious, to which the girl asked him if it was because of her jade body. Biting the girl's earlobe, Oliver replied that it was not because of that. Adelaide shuddered from such a touch. Continuing to kiss her, Oliver asked if she was really that sensitive. The girl exclaimed for him to stop teasing her. The guy then slowly pulled the ribbon on Adelaide's clothes. Pressing her hand to her chest, where the fabric was hanging, Adelaide sheepishly told the guy not to look. Oliver replied that he wanted to imprint her image in his memory. He ran his hand down the girl's neck, causing her to make another sound, and she told him again to stop teasing her. He pulled her forward, saying that he just wanted to remember every inch of her body. The guy lay down on his back on the bed. Adelaide was now hanging over him. Smiling, he asked the girl if she could do what she had done that day again. The girl asked what she did then. The guy pulled her hand to his chest and asked her if she had forgotten how she took his first night. Adelaide blushed even more and looked away, saying that she was doing a bad job. Oliver pulled her hand, saying that he liked everything she did to him. They were so close together, their noses almost touching, and Oliver said he wanted to remember how awkward it made her feel. And then they indulged in carnal pleasures, and quiet sighs and the creaking of the bed were heard in the room. After some time, Adelaide was lying on Oliver's chest, and she asked him if he was in pain. He told her that it was rather he who took advantage of her. He whispered in her ear that the moment she reached her peak, he had broken through to the dark spirit stage. This news made the girl happy, and she moved away from him, exposing her charms. Oliver immediately pulled the blanket over the girl's body, trying to cover the imaginary camera with his hand. Adelaide asked him, confused, who he was talking to which Oliver only replied that no one should see his beloved like this. Charlie sat behind the door holding her nose, grumbling about how they were suddenly pair cultivating when they were supposed to just be treating wounds, and her brother was still emitting pheromones. She sighed and thought that now her brother belonged to more than just her. But then she thought furiously that if this girl offended him in any way, she would skin her alive. Adelaide suddenly sneezed, as if she felt that someone was thinking something bad about her. Oliver clung to the girl's chest, saying that her scent was simply driving him crazy and he wanted more. Charlie, hearing this, could not stand it and ran away. Adelaide was surprised by such a request because they had just finished, to which he asked her if she really thought that once was enough for him. He could do it at least 10 times. In response to this, the girl smiled and said that since he wanted it so much, they could repeat it. Oliver couldn't take his eyes off the girl. All he could think about was how cute she was. He hovered over the girl, holding her by the shoulders, and said, calling her not his older sister again, that he wanted to enjoy every inch of her body. Adelaide asked him why he called her that again, to which the guy remarked that it sounded even more taboo. And they again indulged in carnal pleasures. Adelaide wondered why, when he behaved badly, he seemed even nicer to her. She thought about how much she liked everything he did, and in a fit of passion she screamed that she was going to go crazy. Her body trembled with pleasure, and she thought that even she, the great Mistress Adelaide, was enjoying this. Shouldn't this just be paired cultivation? She thought that she had suppressed her feelings for so long that she couldn't stop them now. Oliver glanced at the girl without stopping moving, and he noticed that something had changed in her. He squeezed her hand in his own, thinking that although the jade spirit body accelerated his development, this was already too much. It seemed to the guy that he too was about to break through to the middle level. He slapped his hand across his face and mentally exclaimed that no one said it would have this effect. Night had already fallen, but everything around was quiet. However, in Oliver and Adelaide's room, lustful moans continued to be heard, and Oliver asked her if she was definitely not a succubus. The next day, Oliver, Adelaide, and Charlie had already left the village, exchanging farewells with the village elder. The headman waved his hand at them, wishing them an easy journey and that they would visit them more often. Charlie noticed that her brother had completed the task so quickly, even though there was still so much time left before the deadline, and then she told him that his father had told him to come home with her. Oliver asked Adelaide what she thought about this, calling her his beloved, and she replied that it was time, and Charlie, hearing this address, noticed that he had become too attached to her. Taking Adelaide's hands, Oliver said that then they would go to meet the parents. Charlie asked her brother if he even knew how to get there. Oliver, who knew nothing, simply replied that they could walk, and then asked how far it was to go. Charlie sighed and noticed that her brother had found a wife and forgotten about his mother. It seemed that he had become completely stupid in 3 years. Charlie touched her fingers to her oba, and a sparkling sphere flew out. Taking it in her hands, the girl threw the sphere forward, and right after that, a huge red portal grew out of this sphere. Charlie told her brother that this is how you can open a portal, and she hopes that showing him once will be enough, to which the boy replied that he will study hard every day. They entered the portal, while Douglas, sitting on a tree branch, watched them. He quickly entered the portal and it shrank, disappearing into thin air. Meanwhile, a similar portal opened in the middle of the estate square. Charlie, followed by Oliver and Adelaide, emerged from the portal, and Douglas also jumped out of the portal like a black shadow and flew away. Charlie grinned and noticed that some impudent fellow had followed them. Oliver asked her if she was going to do something. Throwing her hands behind her head, the girl replied that, knowing their clan, if he gets out, she will begin to respect him. Oliver thought with annoyance that he really seemed to be the weakest in this family. The maid standing at the entrance greeted Charlie. As she passed them, she told them not to forget to greet her brother properly. Hearing this, the girls immediately perked up and looked towards the guy. They ran up to him and began asking him where he had been and why he had not visited them for so long, when they had missed him so much. Hearing this, Adelaide frowned slightly, looking at this scene heavily. Charlie just grinned, pleased with herself. But suddenly, Oliver grabbed Adelaide's hand and pulled her forward. He told the maids that he first needed to greet his father and mother, and then they would talk. But he himself was afraid to imagine what the previous owner of the body had done at home. Oliver looked at Adelaide and told her that they had to go, calling her by name again. Adelaide looked away, embarrassed. Her cheeks flushed, and she thought that he was just trying to reassure her. Charlie thought with irritation that she couldn't watch this. She thought with annoyance that she shouldn't have let her brother go, and then he would have been only hers. Noticing that his sister was upset, Oliver asked her what was wrong with her, to which she replied that she was fine, but the guy noticed that a whole storm of emotions was raging inside her. As they entered the building, they met Lindsay, Oliver's mother, and the woman greeted them. She hugged her son on the shoulders and said that she missed him so much, and he shamelessly disappeared for 3 years. He didn't even think that she would be exhausted from worry, to which the guy replied that he couldn't just come back. All this time he didn't leave the city and carried out tasks. The woman leaned towards her son, telling him to at least let her bite him, to which Oliver thought that he needed to try out that greeting on someone. Finally, the father of the family, Charles, came out, immediately asking where his daughter-in-law was. Looking at the guests, the man immediately noticed Adelaide and joyfully called her. He cleared his throat awkwardly and thought that his son was a good boy. He even managed to win over Lauren, his student. Charles approached the girl and introduced himself to her, saying that she could call him father, and then he asked her about when she would introduce them to her mentor, whether she could send her an invitation to dinner, because it should not be postponed. Adelaide didn't know what to answer, but just stood there awkwardly. Oliver intervened in the conversation, shielding the girl with his body, and he told his father not to scare her. Charles gave them a thumbs up, saying he had no idea his son would prefer something older. Oliver's face lengthened in surprise. Charles put his arm around his son's shoulders and leaned towards him, asking how he had managed it and when they could expect grandchildren. The man impatiently pulled his son towards himself, waiting for answers. Oliver stepped back and exclaimed in embarrassment that not all at once, to which his father, irritably poking him in the face, told him to hurry up, because he knows what people like Lauren are capable of, and especially her student. Charles screamed, saying that hundreds of guys dreamed of her, and then he urged him to remember what her mentor did to his aunt back in the day. Charles grabbed the guy by the collar and pulled him towards himself. The man screamed for double the money for his aunt, and Oliver wondered if his father was sane. Grabbing the guy by the head, the man asked him in a sepulchral voice if he understood him, in response to which the guy exclaimed that he understood. Charles immediately laughed in response, patting his son on the head. Oliver clutched his head and thought that young girls were beautiful, but there was no need to rush into having children with them. Now all the responsibility fell on his shoulders. Turning to Adelaide, Charles said that he himself had sent a letter to his mentor, and in his palm a seal shone in a ball of fire. Suddenly, in this ball of fire, an image of Lauren appeared, drinking tea. Charles exclaimed that he could not wait to see his future relative. Lauren immediately choked on her tea when she saw Charles's face. She addressed him as her older brother, to which the man told her not to call him that. They were not that close. Oliver coughed softly, attracting his father's attention, and he immediately corrected himself and said in a lighter tone that, although they were almost related, some formalities had to be observed, and he asked her whether she would come to dinner that day. Lauren apologized and said that she couldn't make it today. She had important classes. But then the woman said that in 2 days she was completely free, in response to which the man said that then they would see each other in 2 days, and he waved his hand erasing the image of Lauren. And then Charles walked away, and Oliver just shrugged his shoulders, showing Adelaide that he himself did not understand anything. Lindsay grabbed Oliver and Adelaide by the hands and told them they needed to sit down and talk. She exclaimed, telling the guy to tell her that they were getting serious. After some time, they all moved to another room. Lindsay sat down on the chair next to her husband and said they were listening. Oliver looked away in embarrassment and scratched his cheek, saying that it was nothing special. And then he took the girl by the hand and said that he intended to take responsibility for Adelaide and propose to her. Lindsay glanced at her husband, hiding her smile, and telling him with her eyes that they had already reached the point of passion. Adelaide didn't say anything, she just looked embarrassedly at the guy's hand on hers. Oliver asked the girl why she was so surprised, because he was not one of those who just abandon, to which she replied that there are traditions, parental approval, and certain squads. The guy said that when the teacher arrived, he would personally ask for her blessing, and in the meantime, Charlie entered the room. She tapped her heel loudly on the floor, drawing attention to herself. She sat down on a chair for reconnaissance, not as befits a lady. Lindsay immediately told her to sit down normally, to which the girl said that they should not pay attention to her. While chewing an apple, she asked her brother if he really wanted this, otherwise he might regret it later. Oliver told her that he had already thought everything through, so she need not worry. Oliver thought that his sister really did hate people, and then he called his parents. He asked them where his elder brother was, thinking that the maid called him the second prince, which meant he had an elder brother. His parents, in unison, asked him what he was even talking about. Oliver panicked, thinking that he had gotten it all wrong, that he hadn't studied the NPC biographies enough. Charles exclaimed that he had no brother. Charlie said that he had injured his head, but it seemed that the wound was too serious. The man told Charlie to call her older sister, otherwise she would soon become attached to the stone from constant cultivation. Charlie immediately stood up without contradicting and told her to continue this wonderful family dialogue. Oliver thought with some relief that they didn't press the issue. He was quick to say that he did have gaps in his memory, but he was working on it. Lindsay covered her face with her sleeve, sadly saying that he had gone through so much. According to his sister, he had already reached the stage of the birth of the soul, and it took so much effort. She, almost crying, said that it was no wonder that he suffered so much, to which Charles replied that it was all because he was idle all day and did not listen to anyone, growing up without parental control. If he had diligently cultivated since childhood, then he would have at least surpassed Charlie. Even if he had not caught up with Nora, Oliver immediately picked up on the fact that his sister's name was Nora. Charlie, meanwhile, went to the cave in the Spring of Fate. A shining circle appeared on the stone. From this white shining circle, Charlie appeared. The girl shouted loudly to her sister that her brother had returned and her father wanted her to meet him. However, in the mountains, only the quiet rustling of leaves and the echo of Charlie's voice were heard. But suddenly the stone doors swung open with a quiet sound. Meanwhile, Lindsay walked up to Adelaide, took her hand, and said that Lauren had such a wonderful student. She noticed that she also had the body of a jade spirit, and also such talent. She was superior to his son in everything. But the girl said that she felt that she did not deserve Oliver. The woman said that everything is not so. She knows perfectly well what kind of son she has. Sighing, she told the girl not to idealize him, while Oliver chewed on his sleeve in frustration, thinking that the previous owner of the body was just a slacker. But, fortunately, not like that. Suddenly there was a loud explosion behind him. The doors to the hall swung open and a figure appeared in the doorway, and she said that the little bastard was finally back. Nora told her brother in a stern tone to come to her.